My name's Aaron. I'm 28, and I own a penthouse with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city skyline. It's the kind of place that feels too quiet sometimes, the kind of place you work your whole life to get but never imagined actually living in. Every night, when I walk barefoot across the polished floors and see the reflection of the lights against the glass, I think about the night 10 years ago when my parents sat me down at the kitchen table and changed my life forever. Back then, I was 17, and everything I did revolved around one thing: getting out. I'd been accepted into my dream school, one that came with a price tag that made my stomach twist whenever I thought about it, but I wasn't worried. My parents had opened a college fund for me when I was a kid, and they'd told me for years not to stress about money. That fund was supposed to be my lifeline. It was the thing that kept me motivated while I worked late nights at the gas station during my senior year, stocking shelves and mopping floors just to have some spending money for myself. Our family wasn't rich, but we weren't struggling either. My dad ran a small contracting business, and my mom worked as a nurse. We lived in a modest house with peeling paint on the porch and a yard my brother and I were always getting nagged to mow. My brother, Caleb, was 3 years older than me and the golden boy of the family. Captain of the football team, homecoming king, the kind of guy teachers wrote glowing letters about. He had that easy, all-American charm that made people forgive him for everything, including the fact that he never seemed to do any chores and still got away with borrowing my car without asking. The first sign that something was wrong came 2 months before graduation, when Caleb announced he was engaged. He'd been dating this girl, Taylor, for less than a year, but they acted like they were starring in their own romantic movie. I didn't mind her, but she had a way of filling every room with her presence, like a spotlight was always following her around. My parents were thrilled. My mom immediately started looking at wedding magazines, and my dad began talking about venues and guest lists. I was happy for him. Really, I was, until the night my parents called me into the kitchen. They were sitting side by side at the table, the kind of serious posture they used when they were about to tell us we'd done something wrong. My stomach sank before a single word was said. "Sit down, Aaron," my dad said. His voice was calm but heavy. I sat, my palms sweating against the wooden chair. "We've been thinking about Caleb's wedding," my mom started, her voice unusually soft. "It's going to be expensive. Venue, catering, dress, everything. And we've decided we're going to use the college fund to help pay for it." I just stared at her. For a moment, I thought I'd misheard. "You're what?" "It's for the good of the family," my dad said firmly, as if that settled it. "Your brother deserves a proper start to his life. He's going to be the head of his own household soon. We can't send him into marriage with nothing." My mind was spinning. That fund wasn't just money. It was my future, my escape plan, the one thing that had kept me sane through high school. "That's my college fund," I said, my voice low. "You told me. You promised me. That money was for school." My mom reached for my hand, but I pulled it back. "Sweetheart, you're smart. You'll get scholarships. And if not, you can always take out loans. This is about family. You'll understand when you're older." I wanted to scream, to throw something, to tell them they were choosing Caleb over me, again. But I just sat there, numb, while they kept talking about catering menus and guest counts. When I went upstairs that night, I shut my bedroom door and stared at the ceiling for hours. I could hear Caleb laughing with Taylor downstairs, the sound of clinking glasses, the hum of my parents' voices. It felt like the house was celebrating while I was being gutted alive. In the weeks that followed, I tried to reason with them. I brought up my acceptance letter, showed them the tuition numbers, begged them to reconsider. Every time, I got the same answer: family comes first. The phrase began to feel like a knife, one they twisted a little deeper each time they said it. By the time graduation rolled around, the college fund was gone. Completely gone. They'd paid for the wedding venue in full, hired a photographer, even sprung for an open bar. I stood there at Caleb's wedding reception, wearing the suit my mom had insisted I should be grateful they bought, and watched them beam with pride while I silently wondered how I was supposed to pay for books, let alone tuition. That night, while the party roared around me and Caleb and Taylor danced under fairy lights, I slipped out early and went for a walk. My phone buzzed with a text from my dad: "Don't disappear. We're doing family photos soon." I didn't answer. Instead, I sat on the hood of my beat-up car in the empty parking lot, staring up at the stars and wondering how everything had gone so wrong so fast. I felt small, powerless, angry, not just at them, but at myself for believing for so long that they'd treat me the same way they treated Caleb. That was the night I decided that if they weren't going to invest in my future, I would. The morning after Caleb's wedding, I came downstairs to find my parents sitting at the kitchen table again, sipping coffee like nothing monumental had just happened. The house was littered with leftover decorations and half-empty wine bottles. My mom looked up at me with a smile that felt almost too casual. "Good morning," she said brightly. "We were just talking about how beautiful everything turned out. Don't you think it was worth it?" I didn't answer right away. The word worth echoed in my head like a bad joke. Worth the $60,000 that was supposed to be my ticket out. Worth every late night I'd spent dreaming about my first day at that college. "I'm glad Caleb had a nice wedding," I said finally, my tone flat enough to make my dad lower his mug and give me a look. "You could at least sound a little happier for your brother," he said sharply. This was a big day for him. I swallowed my anger. There was no point fighting this battle, not when the war was already lost. But things didn't stop there. Over the next few weeks, the wedding talk never seemed to end. My parents would gush about the pictures, talk about Caleb and Taylor's honeymoon plans, even start brainstorming for a future grandchild's nursery. I couldn't sit through a single dinner without feeling like I was suffocating. Meanwhile, I was scrambling to figure out how to afford school. I applied for every scholarship I could find, but most of them barely made a dent. I started working extra shifts at the gas station, then picked up weekend work at a diner downtown. I was exhausted all the time, falling asleep at the kitchen table while trying to fill out financial aid forms. But my parents seemed to think this was some sort of character-building exercise. "You'll thank us one day," my mom would say when I complained about how little sleep I was getting. "This is teaching you responsibility." It didn't feel like responsibility. It felt like punishment. Caleb, on the other hand, seemed to be living the dream. He and Taylor moved into a nice little apartment a few blocks from downtown, fully furnished courtesy of the wedding gifts my parents had chipped in for. My dad even helped Caleb get a job at one of his buddies' companies, a cushy office position that paid well and came with benefits. One night, I came home after a double shift to find Caleb and Taylor sitting on our couch, flipping through a honeymoon album. My parents were gathered around them, laughing and pointing at the photos. "Look at this one," Taylor said, holding up a picture of them clinking champagne glasses in some tropical paradise. "We were celebrating because Caleb just got promoted." "That's my boy," my dad said proudly, clapping him on the back. "See, Aaron, this is what happens when you work hard and make smart choices." I froze in the doorway, sweaty and exhausted from my 12-hour shift. The smell of fryer grease clung to me, and my hands still ached from bussing tables all night. My brother barely glanced at me before returning to his photos. "Yeah," I said quietly, heading upstairs. "Smart choices." I shut my bedroom door and just stood there, my chest tight. They didn't even see me anymore. Not really. I was just background noise to their perfect family picture. It got worse when I finally told them I'd been accepted to the university, but couldn't afford the housing deposit yet. I thought, maybe, just maybe, they'd offer to help at least with that. But my dad only shook his head. "We've done what we can, Aaron. You'll figure it out. You could take out a loan," my mom added helpfully, as if I hadn't already considered that. "Plenty of kids do." I nodded, though my jaw was so tight it hurt. 2 weeks later, I was living in a cramped dorm with 3 other guys, working 2 jobs just to scrape by. My parents barely called except to tell me about Caleb's milestones, a bonus at work, a new car, an anniversary trip. Every conversation with them left me feeling smaller, like I was the family disappointment they just tolerated. By sophomore year, I stopped coming home for holidays. It wasn't worth it. The forced smiles, the comments about how thin I looked, the way Caleb would casually mention how much help mom and dad had been giving him with this and that. The final straw came the summer after my second year, when my parents called and asked me to chip in for Caleb and Taylor's down payment on a house. "We just thought it would be nice if everyone contributed," my mom said over the phone, like it was the most reasonable thing in the world. I stared at the cracked ceiling of my apartment, trying not to laugh. I was living on instant noodles and dollar store coffee, my bank account in the double digits, and they were asking me to help buy my brother a house. "I can't," I said finally. "I don't have anything to give." There was a long pause, then my dad sighed heavily. "You know, Aaron, sometimes you come across as selfish," he said. "Family is supposed to support each other." I hung up before I said something I couldn't take back. That was the moment something inside me snapped. I stopped waiting for them to choose me. I stopped hoping they'd ever see me as worthy. Instead, I started planning. By the time I was 21, I had stopped expecting my parents to show up for me in any meaningful way. I worked, studied, and built my own life in the cracks they'd left behind. My grades were solid, my savings account was slowly growing, and for the first time, I started to feel like maybe I had some control over where I was headed. Then came the call that changed everything. It was a Tuesday afternoon, just before finals week, and I was working a closing shift at the diner. My phone buzzed in my pocket, Mom. I wiped my hands on my apron and stepped outside to answer. "Aaron," she said, her voice oddly cheerful. "I have some news." I braced myself. "Caleb and Taylor are having a baby," she squealed. "We're so excited. You're going to be an uncle." I managed a polite congratulations, even though my stomach was already twisting. I could hear the giddy chatter of my parents in the background, probably planning baby showers in nursery colors. "That's not all," Mom continued. Her tone shifted slightly, like she was about to slip in something casual. "We've decided to help them out financially while Taylor takes maternity leave. We're going to cover some of their expenses for the next year: mortgage, utilities, groceries, that kind of thing." I leaned against the wall outside the diner, staring at the cars rushing past on the wet street. "Okay," I said carefully. "And why are you telling me this?" "Well," she said, a little hesitant now. "To make it work, we've had to dip into some of your savings account." My stomach dropped. "What savings account?" "The one we've been holding since you were a kid," she said casually, as if we were discussing something minor. "We didn't tell you before because we wanted it to be a surprise when you graduated. There was about $8,000 in there. We've used most of it already, but we left you some." I could barely breathe. $8,000. $8,000 that I could have used for rent, for tuition, for the laptop I'd been limping along without for the last 2 semesters. "You took my money?" I said slowly. "It's not like that," Mom said quickly. "This is for family. Caleb needs it more than you do right now. You're single, you don't have kids, you'll be fine. And we know you'll understand because you've always been the responsible one." Responsible. The word hit me like a slap. I hung up before I said something I'd regret, my hands shaking so hard I almost dropped the phone. For a moment, I just stood there, rain dripping down from the awning, the neon diner sign buzzing above me. I felt sick, betrayed. When my shift ended, I didn't go home. I drove aimlessly for hours, the empty streets blurring past while my mind replayed her words over and over. "We know you'll understand." I didn't understand. Not anymore. The next time I saw them was a month later, at a family dinner they insisted I attend. The table was set beautifully, candles flickering, wine poured. Caleb and Taylor were there, Taylor's baby bump on full display. "We're naming him after Dad," Caleb said proudly as we sat down. "And Mom and Dad are helping us get a bigger place before he's born." Isn't that amazing? I forced a smile, my jaw aching from holding it in place. At one point during dinner, Caleb leaned over and said quietly, "You know, we really appreciate your contribution. It means a lot." "My contribution?" I asked, my voice like ice. "Yeah," he said, smirking slightly. "Mom told me you're helping out financially. It's really generous of you." The table went quiet. My mom gave me a warning look, like she could sense the storm about to break. I put my fork down carefully, my hands steady even though my chest was burning. "I didn't contribute," I said flatly. "My money was taken without my permission." "Don't be dramatic," my dad said, waving his hand. "We're a family. This is what families do." "No," I said, standing up. "This is what you do. Take from me to give to him, over and over again. You've made it very clear who matters and who doesn't." "Aaron," my mom started, but I was already grabbing my coat. That night, I packed everything I owned into my car. Clothes, books, the handful of photos I had left that didn't make me angry to look at. And as I shut the trunk, I made myself a promise under the yellow glow of the streetlight. I would build a life so far above theirs they wouldn't even be able to reach it. And one day, when they finally came knocking, I'd be the one deciding whether to open the door. Leaving that night felt both liberating and terrifying. My car was packed with everything I owned, which wasn't much: 2 duffel bags of clothes, a box of books, a secondhand laptop that barely worked, and a few framed photos I wasn't ready to throw away yet. I didn't even know where I was going as I drove out of my parents' neighborhood, but I knew one thing for sure: I wasn't coming back. For the first few weeks, I slept on a friend's couch. He was another student I'd met at the diner, someone who knew what it meant to scrape by. His apartment was small, drafty, and always smelled faintly of mildew, but he didn't ask questions when I showed up at 2 in the morning with bags in my trunk. I told him I'd only stay a few days. It turned into 2 months. Those were the hardest weeks of my life. I was working 3 jobs by then: the diner, a graveyard shift at a gas station, and temp work unloading trucks at a warehouse when they needed extra hands. My body ached constantly, my grades slipped, and there were nights I went to bed hungry because I had to stretch every dollar. Instant noodles became my diet, and on really bad days, I'd water down soup just to make it last longer. I remember one night in particular. I came home from the warehouse after a 14-hour shift. My back hurt so much I could barely stand upright, and my hands were raw from hauling boxes. I opened my bank app and saw I had just $11.42 left. Rent was due in 3 days. My heart sank so low I thought I might never feel it rise again. That was rock bottom. But even in that moment, sitting on a second-hand mattress in the corner of my friend's living room, staring at my cracked phone screen, a thought sparked in me. If my parents had taught me anything, it was this: I couldn't rely on anyone but myself. Not for money, not for security, not even for love or approval. I started writing out plans late at night, scribbling ideas into a battered notebook. I researched scholarships more aggressively, applied to internships I knew I was underqualified for, and started teaching myself skills online when I should have been sleeping. Coding tutorials, finance basics, entrepreneurship blogs, anything that hinted at a way out, I devoured. Still, the bitterness never left. Every time I heard from my parents, it was just another reminder of how deep their favoritism ran. They'd send me group texts about Caleb's milestones. Look at their new house. Baby shower was a success. Caleb just got promoted again. My name was never mentioned unless it was in the context of comparison. How I should be more like him, how he was making smart choices, how I could learn something. One call in particular nearly broke me. I hadn't spoken to them in months when my dad rang, his voice cheerful. "Hey Aaron, you'll never guess, Caleb just bought a new SUV. Top of the line, leather seats, all the bells and whistles. He deserves it after working so hard. You should come by and see it." I almost laughed. At that moment, I had 2 crumpled singles in my wallet and an empty fridge. Instead, I said, "I'm busy, Dad," and hung up. That night, I wrote a single line in my notebook: never depend on their approval. Build your own. The anger became fuel. Every late shift, every night I stayed up teaching myself how to do something new. Every dollar I tucked away, it all added up to a fire that wouldn't go out. I didn't tell anyone about my plans. I just worked quietly, methodically, pushing myself forward one exhausted step at a time. There were setbacks. I failed a class one semester because I fell asleep during too many lectures. I lost a job at the warehouse when I couldn't make it to a shift after pulling an all-nighter at the diner. I got sick once and had to choose between paying for antibiotics or paying for utilities. But every failure was a scar that reminded me why I couldn't give up. Because deep down, I knew, if I ever stopped moving, if I ever gave in, I'd prove them right. I'd be the disappointment, the afterthought, the one who never lived up to Caleb. And I refused to give them that satisfaction. So I kept grinding, kept learning, kept planning. And even though I was living on fumes, even though the nights were long and lonely, I felt something begin to shift inside me. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible, but it was there. A quiet resolve, a voice that whispered, "This won't be your life forever. You will rise. And when you do, they'll regret every single time they chose him over you." The change didn't happen all at once. It wasn't like one day I woke up and everything was fixed. It was gradual, almost invisible at first, but looking back, I can trace the exact moment when the climb began. It was during my junior year when I landed an internship with a small tech startup. I'd applied on a whim at 3 in the morning, half asleep after a night shift, and didn't think I had a chance. But the founder, a guy named Leo, called me personally. "You work 3 jobs and still go to school full-time?" he said, almost laughing. "If you can handle that, you can handle anything we throw at you." That internship changed everything. It was unpaid at first, which meant even more nights eating cheap noodles and walking to save bus fare, but it gave me access to something I hadn't had before: mentorship. Leo taught me how startups worked, how funding rounds happened, how products were built, how to think like someone who wasn't just trying to survive, but trying to build something. I threw myself into the work, stayed late, took on projects that weren't even assigned to me, asked endless questions. Slowly, I stopped feeling like an exhausted kid stumbling through life and started feeling like someone who could make things happen. By senior year, the startup offered me a paid position. It wasn't much, barely more than what I made at the diner, but it was enough that I could finally quit one of my 3 jobs and focus. My grades shot up. My nights were still long, but now they were filled with coding and brainstorming instead of just exhaustion. I'll never forget the first time I saw more than $1,000 sitting in my bank account. I just stared at the number, afraid it might disappear. It was small, sure, but it was proof that I was moving forward. When I graduated, I didn't invite my family. I told them I was too busy, which wasn't exactly a lie. I had already accepted a full-time role at the startup and moved into a tiny but private apartment. No more couches, no more shared fridges, no more hearing about Caleb's perfect life at every family dinner. From there, things started to snowball. The startup took off. We landed funding, doubled our team, and I was suddenly in meetings with investors, giving input on decisions that mattered. My salary jumped. I started paying off my student loans aggressively, watching the balance drop each month like it was a game I was determined to win. For the first time, I wasn't just surviving, I was thriving. I began taking better care of myself too. Cooked real meals. Started running in the mornings just to clear my head. Bought clothes that actually fit instead of whatever was cheapest at the thrift store. People started noticing. "You look different," one of my old coworkers said when I visited the diner one afternoon. "Like, lighter, happier." I was. I started networking, attending conferences, meeting people who had built companies from scratch. Every time I shook someone's hand or traded ideas over coffee, I felt myself stepping further and further away from the scared kid who once cried over an $11 bank balance. By the time I was 26, I wasn't just an employee anymore. I was a partner. When the company was acquired, my shares turned into a payout that made me sit down on the floor and laugh until I cried. It wasn't generational wealth yet, but it was enough to do things I'd only dreamed about. Invest, travel, choose where I wanted to live without looking at the cheapest option first. I bought the penthouse a few months later. The first night I slept there, I didn't put any furniture in the bedroom. I just laid on the floor, staring up at the massive windows and the city spread out like a sea of lights. It was quiet, almost too quiet, but it was mine. The calls from my parents became more frequent after that, little check-ins, asking how I was doing, dropping hints that I should visit. At first, I ignored them. Then I started answering with polite, short responses. I kept the conversation surface level, never mentioning how well I was doing, never giving them an inch more of me than I wanted to. But I could tell they were curious. They wanted to know more. And a part of me, the part that still remembered sitting in the dark of that parking lot years ago, wanted them to see what they had thrown away. I didn't go looking for a confrontation right away. In fact, for a while, I kept my success deliberately quiet. I liked the idea that my parents still thought of me as the struggling younger son, off somewhere figuring things out, while I was sitting in my high-rise apartment closing deals and watching my net worth tick upward. But silence only lasts so long. One Sunday morning, as I was sipping coffee by the window, my phone buzzed with a group message from Mom. It was a picture of Caleb and Taylor standing in front of a freshly renovated house, apparently their dream home. The caption read, "Look how far we've come as a family." Something about the wording made my jaw tighten. As a family, as if I'd been part of any of it. Later that week, I got a call from Caleb himself. "Hey, little bro," he said cheerfully. "We're doing a housewarming next month. Mom and Dad said you should be there. You know, make it a family thing. Plus, you can finally meet the kids." There was a pause, like he was waiting for me to thank him for the invitation. I smiled, even though he couldn't see me. "Sure," I said. "I'll be there." After I hung up, I sat back in my chair and stared out at the skyline. For the first time in years, I wanted them to see me, all of me. Not the exhausted college kid they remembered, not the responsible one who quietly shouldered whatever they dumped on me. I wanted them to meet the man who had built something without them. But I didn't want to just show up. I wanted to make it unforgettable. The timing couldn't have been better. The company I'd helped build was in the middle of a new round of funding, and I had just finalized a deal that gave me a significant equity boost. My financial advisor nearly fell out of his chair when he saw the numbers. This is generational wealth territory, he told me during one of our meetings. You're in a position now where you can do pretty much whatever you want. Buy property, invest in other startups, even retire early if you're smart about it. That sentence stayed with me. Do whatever you want. So I started planning. I upgraded my wardrobe, tailored suits, custom shoes, watches that quietly screamed success without looking flashy. I learned how to host proper dinners, how to talk about markets and investments with the kind of ease that made people listen. I surrounded myself with people who were as ambitious as I was, and I soaked up everything I could from them. And then, almost by accident, I learned the piece of information that sealed my plan. It came from a casual conversation with my dad. He called me one afternoon, trying to sound casual, but with that undertone of fishing for information. After a few minutes of small talk, he mentioned that Caleb and Taylor had been going through a rough patch financially despite the new house. They've been asking for help again, he said. We're doing what we can, but things are tight. You know how it is. I leaned back in my chair, a slow smile spreading across my face. Oh, I knew exactly how it was. That was the moment I decided. When I saw them next, I wouldn't just tell them I was doing well. I'd show them what real independence looked like, and I'd do it in a way they would never forget. I started by inviting a few close friends over to the penthouse and walking through my plan. One of them, a lawyer who specialized in corporate contracts, helped me put some things in order: investments, trusts, the works. Another friend who worked in interior design helped me transform the space so it looked like something out of a magazine. Minimalist, sharp, modern. When I looked around afterward, I barely recognized the place. It didn't just feel like an apartment anymore. It felt like a statement. And then, 3 weeks before Caleb's housewarming, I made my move. I called my parents. Hey, I said casually. It's been a while. Why don't you come visit me next weekend? Bring Caleb and Taylor if you want. I'd love to host everyone here for once. There was a pause on the other end of the line, like they didn't quite know how to respond. That sounds nice, Mom said finally, her voice warm but tinged with curiosity. We'd love to see where you live. Great, I said, glancing out at the skyline. I'll have everything ready. When I hung up, I exhaled slowly. For years, they'd made me feel small. In 1 week, they were going to see just how big I'd become. The morning they were supposed to come, I woke up early and made sure everything was perfect. The place gleamed, the floors polished, the kitchen counters spotless, the balcony doors wide open to show off the view. My lawyer friend had helped me frame some of my company's press features, so I'd had them hung tastefully in the hallway. On the coffee table sat a bottle of champagne chilling in an ice bucket, flanked by crystal flutes. I didn't do it to brag. I did it because I wanted them to see, really see, the life I had built without them. The life they once decided wasn't worth investing in. When the elevator doors opened and they stepped into the penthouse, I saw their faces change instantly. My mom's mouth dropped open, my dad's brows went up, and Caleb let out a low whistle. This is wow, my mom said, her voice somewhere between awe and disbelief. Nice place, little bro, Caleb added, glancing around. Didn't know you were doing this well. I smiled politely, taking their coats. Make yourselves at home. I led them into the living room, where the skyline stretched out like a painting behind the floor-to-ceiling windows. For a long moment, no one said anything. They just stood there, taking it all in. This must have cost a fortune, my dad said finally, half admiring, half skeptical. It did, I said calmly. But it was worth it. I poured everyone a glass of champagne and gestured for them to sit. Caleb and Taylor settled on the couch, my parents on the armchairs. I sat across from them, relaxed, like a host with all the time in the world. So, I said lightly, how's everyone been? How's the new house? That was all it took for them to start talking about mortgage rates, renovations, daycare plans. I nodded, smiling, listening as they painted the picture of their busy, expensive lives. At one point, my mom turned to me and said, "You must be so happy for your brother. See, helping him first was the right choice after all. Look how well things turned out." The words hung in the air like smoke. I set my glass down carefully. "You really think it was the right choice?" I said softly. "Taking my college fund?" My dad frowned. "We've been through this, Aaron. It was for the good of the family." I nodded slowly. "You're right. It was, just not in the way you think." They stared at me, confused, as I stood and walked to the window. The city stretched below us, glittering in the afternoon light. You took away my safety net, I said, my voice steady. You forced me to build everything from scratch. And because of that, I learned how to do it on my own. Every dollar in this place, every piece of furniture, every square foot, I earned it without a cent from you. My mom shifted uncomfortably. Aaron, we didn't mean. I turned back to face them, calm but sharp. No, you did mean it. You meant to prioritize Caleb. You meant to tell me I didn't matter as much. And you meant to think I'd forgive you just because things worked out. No one spoke. Caleb glanced at Taylor, who was staring at the floor. I didn't invite you here for an apology, I continued. I invited you here so you could see what you lost when you chose him over me. I don't need you anymore. Not for money, not for approval, not for anything. I built this life myself. I crossed the room and pressed the intercom button near the door. James, I said to my butler. Yes, I'd actually hired one recently, mostly for events and travel. Please show our guests out. There was a stunned silence as the words sank in. You're kicking us out? My dad asked, incredulous. No, I said quietly. I'm letting you leave. There's a difference. My mom stood slowly, her face pale. Caleb looked like he wanted to say something, but didn't. They all filed toward the door, glancing around the penthouse one last time. When the elevator doors closed behind them, I let out a long, quiet breath. The room was silent again, just like it had been that first night I moved in. But this time, the silence felt different, not empty, but complete. The next morning, I woke up to a string of texts from my mom. The first one was defensive. We were just doing what we thought was best for everyone. You didn't have to humiliate us like that. The second one was guilt-laced. We only wanted your brother to have a good start. The last one was short and bitter. If you want to cut us out, that's your choice. I stared at the messages for a long moment before setting the phone down. There was a time when I would have felt sick with guilt, when I would have apologized just to keep the peace. But now, all I felt was clarity. A few days later, Caleb called. He sounded tired, strained. Look, he said, I don't agree with everything Mom and Dad did, but you didn't have to go nuclear on them. They're upset. Mom's been crying. You think I don't know what crying feels like? I said quietly. I spent years crying myself to sleep because of the choices they made. You got the house, the wedding, the start in life I was supposed to have, and they let me suffer for it. Caleb was silent. You're their golden boy, Caleb. You always will be, I said, my tone calm, not angry. But I don't owe them anything anymore. And I don't owe you anything either. He muttered something under his breath about me being selfish before hanging up. That was the last time we spoke for months. The silence that followed was different this time. Not lonely, but freeing. My parents stopped sending group updates. No more pictures of Caleb's kids. No more news about their house renovations. No more backhanded comparisons. It was like a door had finally closed between us. And for once, I was the one who had turned the handle. Months later, I threw my first formal dinner at the penthouse, inviting colleagues, mentors, and friends who had stood by me through the hardest years. As we toasted under the glow of the city lights, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known in a decade. I didn't just survive what my parents did to me. I'd turned it into the fuel that built my entire life. And as I raised my glass that night, looking out over the skyline, I said the words that had been sitting on my tongue since the day they drained my college fund. To family, I said with a faint smile. Sometimes they teach you exactly who you don't want to be. The room laughed softly, glasses clinking, and for the first time in years, I felt truly, completely free. My name's Noah, I'm 32, and I've learned that sometimes the worst kind of judgment doesn't come from strangers. It comes from the people who share your blood. I hadn't planned on going to the family reunion this year. Honestly, I hadn't gone in the past 5. Not because I was too busy or didn't care, but because I knew exactly what would be waiting for me. Those fake smiles, those veiled comments, the heavy silence after every "so, what do you do now?" I stayed away to preserve my peace. But this year, something made me say yes. Maybe I was tired of hiding. Maybe I just wanted to see if anything had changed. Or maybe, I don't know, I wanted to prove something to myself. The invitation came in the mail with a glossy photo of a lakeside resort printed on the front. Summer Bash 2025, hosted by the Townsend family. It screamed in cursive letters. I was shocked they were putting this much effort in. Usually, it was a backyard barbecue at Aunt Camille's house with folding chairs and overcooked hot dogs. But this year, they'd clearly decided to upgrade. I flipped the card over and scanned the fine print. All costs covered, food provided, dress casual, bring your own drinks. I called my mom to confirm. Hey, I got the invite. Just wanted to check if it's legit or if someone's pulling a prank. She sighed on the other end, that tired, familiar sigh that always made me brace myself. It's legit, Noah. Your cousin Lily and her fiancé are helping organize. They want to do something classier, I guess. I raised an eyebrow. Lily? The same one who threw a tantrum at Christmas because she didn't get an engagement ring with a big enough stone. She's grown up a little, Mom said, though her tone didn't exactly scream confidence. Just come. Everyone's asking about you. I almost laughed. That was rich. The only thing anyone in our family asked about me was whether I'd finally gotten a real job. Still, I agreed. I booked a flight, rented a decent car, even picked up a new polo shirt so no one could say I looked too casual. I didn't want to give them anything to latch onto this time. The truth was, things had changed for me, but not in a way they'd understand. I'd been living in a modest apartment in a not-so-great part of town while bootstrapping my own tech consultancy. Not the kind of thing that earns applause at family gatherings unless it has a shiny corporate title to go with it. I had a few good clients now. Money was starting to come in, but I kept things quiet. Low profile. I knew better than to share too much with people who measured success by the number of cars in your garage or how expensive your watch was. The reunion was set for the last weekend of July, and the resort was about an hour's drive from the airport. I arrived a bit early by design. I wanted to get the lay of the land before everyone else showed up. The place was beautiful, I'll admit. Big open lawns, a gazebo by the lake, long white tents with fairy lights strung across the top. I saw the event coordinator walking the grounds with a clipboard and introduced myself. You must be Mr. Townsend, she said, checking her notes. Noah. Just Noah. I'm helping cover the event, I said casually. Her eyes lit up. Ah, yes. You're the one who finalized the contract last week. Thank you so much. This whole thing would have been impossible without your help. I nodded, waved her off, and kept walking. I didn't need the credit. I hadn't even told anyone I was paying for it. The family had talked big about hosting something grand, but when it came time to put money down, everyone got real quiet. I'd overheard my mom on the phone with Aunt Camille a few weeks back, saying they might have to cancel if someone didn't step up. So I did. Anonymously. I figured if nothing else, it would keep them from complaining for a weekend. The guests started arriving in waves around noon. I watched from a bench near the gazebo, sipping lemonade and pretending to scroll through my phone. First came my cousin Liam, the one who made 6 figures in finance and never let anyone forget it. He stepped out of his black Escalade like he was stepping onto a red carpet. Then Aunt Camille and Uncle Jerry, loud as ever, dragging 2 coolers behind them. When my mom arrived, she walked straight past me without a word. I think she thought if she didn't acknowledge me, she wouldn't have to answer questions. Typical. Finally, someone noticed me. Oh look, my Aunt Camille called out, loudly enough for heads to turn. He showed up. Must be out of money again. I froze, forced a tight smile. Liam smirked and chimed in. Heard you're still living in that crappy apartment with the broken heater. Rough. My mom finally looked at me, wine glass in hand, and said with a shrug, if you tried harder, maybe you'd have something to brag about too. It felt like a punch to the gut, even though I knew it was coming. I thought maybe, just maybe, they'd ease up this time. But no. Same script. Same digs. I bit the inside of my cheek and stood up. I'm going to walk around, I said quietly, slipping away before anyone could get another word in. The sun was hot, the air thick with the smell of grilled chicken and overly sweet coleslaw. Kids ran around screaming, the sound of laughter clashing with the storm brewing in my chest. I walked to the edge of the lake, stared out at the water, and tried to breathe. I reminded myself why I came. Not for them. Not for approval. Just to be here, to see it through, and leave with my head high. But their words stuck. Echoed. I thought of every night I'd stayed up working, of every bill I'd paid late to keep my company alive. I thought of how I'd bailed out my mom last year when her credit card debt spiraled, and she begged me not to tell anyone. I thought of the emails, the missed holidays, the burnout, and how none of it seemed to matter to them. Around 3 p.m., the food was served. Everyone lined up at the buffet tables, laughing, joking, piling their plates. I saw Camille grab 2 slices of pie, one for now and one for later. I saw Liam bragging about his new watch. I I saw my mom sipping her second glass of wine, smiling like she belonged in a magazine ad for happy families. I walked back toward the tents, slow and steady. Something in me had shifted. I wasn't angry. I was clear. The event coordinator spotted me near the edge of the crowd. She smiled. Everything going well? I nodded, then leaned in. Hey, could you do me a favor? I said. Go ahead and cancel the payment. The card on file, it's mine. I'd like to pull it. Let them know they'll be covering it themselves now. She blinked, confused. You're sure? The full amount's still unpaid. I smiled. Completely sure. She hesitated for just a moment, then nodded slowly. Understood. I'll speak with the front desk. Should I let them know immediately? I glanced back toward the tables. Plates clinked, drinks flowed, and conversations rose to a humming crescendo of entitled laughter and self-congratulation. Nobody even noticed me. Nobody ever really did, until they needed something. No rush, I said. Let them finish their food. I walked away from the coordinator and took a seat on the far side of the tent, behind a row of potted palms, where I could still see everything without being in the middle of it. The heat had softened, and a lazy breeze drifted through the canopy. From where I sat, I watched as they clinked glasses and refilled their plates like royalty at a banquet. Lily stood to make a toast, wine glass held high. To family, she said, and to pulling off the fanciest Townsend reunion yet. We're leveling up, people. Everyone cheered. My mom raised her glass and gave a little whoop. Liam tossed back his drink and immediately reached for another. I checked the time. It had been about 20 minutes. Right on cue, I saw the event coordinator return, flanked by two resort staff. One of them had a clipboard, the other a folded invoice in hand. They made a beeline for my mom, who was too busy laughing at something my cousin had said to notice. I saw the moment the clipboard was set in front of her. The smile froze on her face. She blinked, then turned toward the coordinator with a look of confusion. Camille leaned in to listen. So did Liam. Voices dropped. Heads turned. Then I heard it, my mom's voice rising over the crowd. I'm sorry. What do you mean it wasn't paid? The coordinator, ever professional, spoke calmly but firmly. The card that was reserving the space was removed from the system this afternoon. Unfortunately, that means the remaining balance for the event, catering, tent rental, staffing, needs to be settled before we continue. My aunt's face turned pink. Wait, hold on. You mean someone was covering this? She turned to my mom. You said it was all taken care of. Liam was already on his phone, pulling up his banking app. You've got to be kidding. I didn't bring my wallet. I thought this was a done deal. My mom stammered. It was taken care of. I thought it was. Who was paying for it? They looked around. That's when I stood up and casually walked over, hands in my pockets, not rushing, just strolling. The moment I emerged from behind the palms, all conversation stopped. Even the kids quieted down. I could feel every pair of eyes on me, confused, cautious, calculating. I stopped in front of the table where my mom, Camille, Liam, and a few others sat. I tilted my head and smiled. What's going on? Camille was the first to speak. Apparently, someone pulled the payment on the whole event. I shrugged. Oh, yeah, that was me. My mom blinked hard. You? But you were the one who paid. For the deposit, the tent, the food, the music, yeah? I fronted everything. I said it simply, like I was talking about buying groceries. Didn't feel like making a big deal out of it. Camille gawked. Then why? Why cancel it now? I leaned forward slightly, keeping my voice low, calm. Because I wanted to see how far the disrespect would go before someone said something kind. I looked at my mom. Turns out, it goes all the way to laughing at where I live and suggesting I have nothing to be proud of. Liam stepped forward, trying to recover the tone. Look, it was just some family banter. No one meant anything serious by it. I turned to him. Funny thing about banter. It usually only feels like a joke when it's not always aimed in one direction. No one said anything for a few seconds. Then Camille crossed her arms. You're punishing everyone for a couple of comments? Real mature. I gave her a slow nod. Sure, that's one way to see it. Another is that I gave you exactly what you think I'm worth, nothing. My mom looked stunned. Her mouth opened, but no words came. Then she glanced at the event staff still standing patiently by the table, waiting. Her face flushed with panic. So what happens now? The coordinator answered. We'll need a card on file or payment in full to continue food service and keep the event space. I turned to go, but paused and looked back. Good luck figuring it out. Oh, and don't worry, I didn't cancel the ice cream truck. You'll still get dessert. I walked away, feeling more weightless with each step. I made it back to my rental car and sat inside for a moment, just breathing. I didn't leave right away. I wanted to see what they would do next, how quickly the joy would drain once the bill came due. I sat behind the wheel for a moment, the door still open, one foot on the gravel. I could hear the music dip into an awkward silence behind me, like someone had yanked the plug on a party just as it hit its peak. I didn't drive off yet. I tilted the rearview mirror so I could watch them. I needed to. After years of swallowing their smug superiority and those carefully wrapped insults, I needed to see what happened when the foundation cracked under them. They scattered at first, some going to their cars, some standing around aimlessly, looking for someone to blame. The energy shifted so fast, it almost gave me whiplash. Aunt Camille was arguing with the coordinator now, gesturing dramatically with her wine glass while trying to keep it from spilling. My cousin Lily had her phone out, pacing, clearly trying to call her fiancé, probably hoping he could Venmo her a few $100s to save face. Liam stood apart from them, arms crossed, tapping his foot like the resort owed him an apology. But it was my mom's face I kept coming back to. She wasn't angry. Not yet. She just looked confused, like the script she had followed for so long had suddenly gone missing. Her shoulders were tense, her mouth slightly open, as if she was stuck between trying to explain and trying to remember what, exactly, needed explaining. She wasn't used to being caught off guard. That role had always been reserved for me. I leaned back in my seat, the leather warming under the sun, and thought back to everything that led to this. The missed birthdays, the snide remarks at every dinner, the times she told me I should be more like Liam. He's just so focused, Noah. He always lands on his feet. The way she dismissed every small win of mine like it was a fluke or a phase. Even when I'd helped her with her debt, she made sure I understood it was a favor, not a recognition of success. Just a son doing what was expected. I'd accepted it for years. I think part of me believed maybe I was the underachiever they saw. But I wasn't anymore. And maybe I never had been. I heard a loud, frustrated shout from behind me and glanced in the mirror again. Camille had just dropped her plate. It shattered near the buffet table, chicken and roasted potatoes splattering across the grass. The noise made everyone pause. Then someone, maybe Uncle Jerry, snapped. How are we supposed to pay for all this? I thought it was handled. More murmurs. Accusations. Voices rising in volume, not clarity. And then, finally, someone said it. Wait, are we seriously saying Noah was covering this whole thing? I couldn't see who said it, but the disbelief in their voice hit like a slap. Not angry, just stunned. Like the thought alone was so foreign, it took a full second to process. And then came the wave of reactions. A few looked around sheepishly. One or two others laughed nervously, hoping it was a joke. My mom just stared at the ground. Why would he pay? Camille snapped. He barely even comes to these things. Maybe because he's the only one who actually has money, someone else muttered. I couldn't tell who. The crowd was beginning to fray, cliques forming, the usual unity of a family gathering splitting into small, tense knots. That's when Lily turned to my mom and said, not even quietly, "Did you know he was paying?" My mom hesitated. That hesitation told the whole story. I didn't know, she said finally. Not for sure. Liam stepped forward, his tone suddenly colder. But you suspected, right? He just showed up, quiet as ever, and everything's taken care of? And you didn't ask? I didn't think. Exactly, I whispered, watching from the car. None of you ever think. And then, almost poetically, the music shut off entirely. The Bluetooth speaker battery must have died. Now all you could hear was the wind through the trees and the sounds of my family arguing about whose fault it was, who should pay, who always mooches, and who acts like they're better than everyone. It wasn't just about me anymore. Years of resentment, bitterness, and secrets were spilling into the open like an overfilled glass finally knocked off the table. Then came the announcement. The coordinator stood near the buffet with a small mic, her voice cutting clearly across the lawn. Apologies, everyone, but until payment is resolved, we'll need to pause food and beverage service. We appreciate your cooperation. Gasps. Outrage. The buffet tables were still half full, but the resort staff moved in and began covering trays and removing serving utensils like it was the end of a wedding no one wanted to leave. And still, no one came to me. That was what surprised me most. Not Camille, not Liam, not even my mom. They didn't come running with apologies or excuses. They didn't try to plead with me or ask me to fix it. Maybe it was pride. Maybe it was shock. Maybe they still didn't believe I'd actually go through with it. But I stayed in that car, watching the drama unfold like a show I'd seen before, except this time, I wasn't cast as the quiet background character. I was the twist no one saw coming. That's when my phone buzzed. A message from Lily. Was it really you? Please tell me you didn't cancel the payment. This is a disaster. I stared at the screen for a long moment, then typed a single word back. Yes. And hit send. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. More arguing. I could see Camille on the phone, trying to call someone. Her husband. Maybe. Someone to wire money. My mom sat on a lawn chair, arms folded, looking like a balloon with all the air let out. For the first time in my life, she looked small. Then, finally, someone broke from the chaos and walked straight toward me. It wasn't who I expected, and it definitely wasn't to apologize. It was Liam. Out of all the people who could have come over, he was the last I expected. He walked with that same overly confident strut he'd had since high school, but this time it was slower, more measured. He was trying to keep up the act, but the cracks were visible. I watched him approach in the rearview mirror, debating whether to step out or let him talk through the window like some panicked solicitor. I rolled down the window before he had to knock. What's up, Liam? He leaned on the car door, arms crossed. You really pulled the plug on the whole thing? Yep, I said, calm and even. He squinted, trying to read my expression. Look, I get it. You're mad. You wanted to make a point. Fine. Point made. But people are upset. They're looking to me to fix this. Camille doesn't have the funds on hand. Mom's card just got declined. This thing is about to blow up into a full meltdown. I nodded slowly. And he looked stunned. And I'm asking you to fix it. I didn't say anything right away. I just looked out at the chaos behind him. Aunt Camille yelling into her phone, Lily pacing and snapping at a staff member, the kids sitting confused near the now empty dessert table, asking when the cupcakes were coming. Then I looked back at Liam. You want me to fix it after what everyone said? He exhaled through his nose, visibly trying not to get snappy. Come on, Noah. You know how this family is. People talk. You can't take every little thing so personally. I stared at him, deadpan. You called my apartment a dump. My mom said I have nothing to be proud of. Camille openly mocked me. You all treated me like a parasite, and you want me to fund your party so you can keep laughing at me between courses? He shifted uncomfortably. Okay, that was out of line. But let's be real. You've always kind of made it easy. I blinked. Excuse me. You disappear for years. No updates. No job title anyone can understand. You show up looking like you just got off a bus. I drove a rental, I said sharply. He waved that off. Fine. But you acted like a guest, not someone footing the bill. It's like you wanted to be treated like a martyr. That's when I stepped out of the car. I stood face to face with him, not raising my voice, just letting my words cut clear. I didn't disappear. I was building something. Something you all mocked because it didn't fit your narrow definition of success. I've been busting my ass for years trying to get a business off the ground while covering mom's debt and paying for things no one else even knew about. He looked taken aback. What debt? Don't worry about it, I said. It's covered now. But I'm done covering for everyone, financially and emotionally. Liam looked away, finally out of comebacks. I could see it on his face, the realization that they'd misread me. For years. All of them. I stepped past him and walked toward the tent. Heads turned. Conversation stopped. I stood near the buffet tables, raised my voice just enough to command the space. I know most of you didn't realize this, but I covered the cost of this event. The deposit, the food, the rentals, everything. I did it quietly because I thought, maybe if I just showed up, things would be different. Maybe if I contributed without needing recognition, I'd finally be seen as part of the family again. But all I got was the same condescension and judgment. So yes, I canceled the payment. Not out of spite, but out of self-respect. And I'm not fixing it. There was silence. For a long beat, no one said a word. Then my mom stood up, slowly. Her expression unreadable. Noah, she said, why didn't you just tell us? Because you wouldn't have believed me. I replied, simply. You never have. She took a step forward. I didn't know you were struggling. I thought you didn't want to be part of things anymore. I laughed, bitterly. You thought I didn't want to be part of things? I used to call you just to chat. You'd rush me off the phone. At holidays, I get a stocking with socks while Liam got designer watches. I was always the afterthought. Eventually, I stopped showing up because it hurt too much to pretend I was welcome. Her eyes began to well up, but I didn't stop. I worked from a tiny apartment with a broken heater to build something on my own. And I did. I have clients now. I have freedom. I have peace. And none of you know that, because you never bothered to ask. Lily piped up from the side. You should have said something. I did. Just not loud enough for any of you to hear. That landed harder than I expected. There was a long, pregnant pause. Then Aunt Camille scoffed. So what? We're all supposed to apologize now. I looked her dead in the eye. No, you don't have to. But I'm not funding this show anymore. And if that makes me the villain of the day, so be it. I turned to go. That's when my mom's voice cracked across the tent again. Noah, wait. I stopped. She walked toward me, slowly, almost cautiously. She looked so much smaller than I remembered. Maybe because I wasn't the same, either. I'm sorry, she said. I didn't realize how much I hurt you. I thought I was being hard on you because I wanted you to succeed. I didn't see that you already had. That hit harder than anything she could have yelled. I nodded. Thank you for saying that. She reached for my hand. Can you stay? Even if you're not paying for it, I want you here. I hesitated, looked around at the still awkward crowd. Some averted their eyes. Others watched me, unsure what to say. I'll stay for the dessert, I said lightly. I did promise the ice cream truck. A few chuckles broke the tension. It was the first time all day anyone laughed with me. The coordinator returned shortly after, informing everyone that unless payment was provided, the event would be winding down. Aunt Camille grumbled, pulled out her phone, and began making urgent calls. Meanwhile, I sat with the kids, helping them build towers out of melting popsicle sticks. For once, I wasn't background noise. I wasn't the failure. I was just Noah. Later, when the sun dipped low and the guests began to pack up early, I stood near the gravel drive, hands in my pockets, watching the tail lights disappear one by one. My mom came up beside me. You know, she said quietly, we could use someone like you to help plan the next reunion. If you'd want to. I smiled, not bitterly this time. Just warm. Maybe. As long as I'm not footing the bill. She laughed. Deal. And with that, I climbed into my car and drove away, not out of spite, not in defeat, but finally, in peace. They had tried to reduce me to a punchline, but I rewrote the story. And this time, I was the one holding the pen. I'm Noah, and I'm 24 now. But this story starts when I was 17, right around the time I learned that some people will destroy what they don't understand just because they can. Back then, I lived in a small house on the outskirts of Milwaukee with my parents and younger brother, Josh. From the outside, we probably looked like a normal family. Dad worked in construction, Mom did accounting for a local law firm, and I was the quiet kid who always had charcoal on his fingers and paint under his nails. But on the inside, it was different. My parents didn't believe in dreams. They believed in paychecks, stability, and what they called practical ambition. Anything else, anything creative, was, in their words, a waste of time and a one-way ticket to nowhere. My obsession with painting started when I was 11. I still remember the first time I saw a Bob Ross rerun on PBS. Something about the way he brought a blank canvas to life, it lit something in me. At first, I drew in secret. Scribbled trees and crooked skies in the margins of my math notebooks, used the backs of grocery lists for sketches, even stole printer paper when I had to. But eventually, I saved up enough to buy a cheap set of acrylics from the dollar store. And that's when I really started creating. My room became a mess of canvases propped up against the walls, paint-streaked shirts, and the constant scent of linseed oil. I was happy. I was in my own world. And I thought that maybe, just maybe, if I got good enough, my parents would see what I saw. That hope died one rainy Friday in October, a week before my 18th birthday. I'd just finished my largest piece yet. It was a massive abstract painting, vivid blues clashing against searing reds, shadows of hands emerging from waves. It was the first time I felt like I'd captured something real, something raw. I stayed up all night perfecting it, and when morning came, I actually brought it downstairs to show them. Dad was reading the paper, coffee in hand. Mom was sorting laundry. I stood there, heart pounding, holding this canvas like it was a piece of my soul. And I said, quietly, I think I finally got it right. They barely looked up. Dad gave this scoff, this short, dismissive breath through his nose, and said, "What is that supposed to be?" Mom added without looking up, "Is this why your grades are slipping?" I told them it wasn't about school, that it was more than a hobby, that I was going to apply to art school in Chicago. I still remember the silence that followed. That thick, lead-heavy silence that always came before something awful. Dad stood up. He didn't yell. He didn't curse. He just walked over, took the painting out of my hands, opened the back door, and tossed it into the fire pit. I was so stunned I didn't move. I just watched him grab a bottle of lighter fluid and strike a match. And as flames engulfed the canvas, he looked at me and said, "This trash will never be worth anything, Noah. Stop embarrassing yourself." Josh was in the living room. He saw the whole thing. He didn't say a word. Just turned the volume up on the TV like none of it mattered. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just walked back to my room, shut the door, and sat on my bed in complete silence. That night, I didn't eat. I didn't sleep. I just stared at my wall, which still had paint smears from where I leaned finished canvases. And I realized something. I'd never convinced them. I could paint the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, and they'd still find a reason to mock it. So I stopped trying. I didn't stop painting, though. I just stopped letting them see it. I started working weekends at a bookstore downtown. Saved every penny. When I had enough, I bought cheap canvases from a salvage shop 2 neighborhoods over. I'd store my supplies in a locked trunk under my bed and only paint at night, using a clip-on lamp and earbuds so no one could hear the brush strokes. I didn't post anything online. I didn't tell friends. It was mine. My private rebellion. My quiet survival. The next year, I got a partial scholarship to a community college. My parents assumed I was studying graphic design. They didn't ask, and I didn't correct them. I used the classes to build a portfolio and secretly applied to 3 art schools out of state. When I got into one, on a full ride, I packed up my stuff while my parents were at work and left a note that just said, "Thanks for everything." I moved to Denver. Lived in a dingy apartment with peeling wallpaper and no heat in the winter, but I was free. And more than that, I was finally around people who understood me. People who didn't laugh when I said I wanted to create something that made people feel. Professors who pushed me. Classmates who challenged me. I sold my first painting in my second year for $2,000. It felt unreal, like someone was paying me to breathe. The years passed. I graduated, took odd jobs, painted during the day and bartended at night. Got my own studio space, tiny, but it was mine. My work started gaining traction online. A collector in New York bought one. Then a gallery reached out. Then another. By 24, I'd sold 12 pieces at 5-figure prices. One, a piece titled Ashes, had bidding wars between 2 wealthy clients. I didn't even plan that title. It just came out. And then came the gallery opening. A massive white-walled space in Chicago. Spotlights, wine glasses, murmured voices. I was standing in the corner, nervous out of my mind, when I saw them, my parents, walk through the door. I don't know how they found out. Maybe Josh told them. Maybe they saw the flyer online. But there they were. My dad in a stiff blazer. My mom in her pearls. Both of them looking like they'd just walked into a stranger's home. And then they saw Ashes. It was the center of the exhibit. Lit up like it was sacred. Deep crimson streaks with charcoal black at the edges. A scorched canvas reborn. The plaque read, "Ashes, 2018. Original burned in 2017. Recreated from memory. Estimated value, $500,000. I saw their faces. The way my mom's mouth parted slightly. The way Dad's eyes narrowed, then widened, then narrowed again. They didn't say anything. They just stood there, frozen, while guests murmured around them and collectors asked to speak to the artist. And I didn't walk up to them. I didn't say a word. Because in that moment, I didn't need to. But that's not the end. Not even close. Because 3 days later, I got a call from a blocked number. Then another. Then a voicemail. My mom, her voice sweet and shaky, saying, "Honey, we should really talk. We're proud of you. Your father and I. Please call us when you have a second." That was just the beginning. I didn't call her back. Not at first. I sat on that voicemail for a full week, letting it sit in my inbox like a ticking time bomb. I must have replayed it a dozen times, trying to decode the sudden change in tone. This was the same woman who once told me that real jobs don't come with brushes and daydreams. Now she was proud of me. My father, the same man who threw my work into a fire without blinking, was suddenly interested in talking? No, they weren't proud. They were stunned. And stunned people get desperate. After the voicemail came the emails. At first, short and polite. We were so impressed with your exhibit. You've come so far. Let's reconnect. Then they grew more familiar, almost clingy. Your father and I would love to fly you home sometime. Josh wants to see you too. I didn't believe that for a second. Josh and I hadn't spoken in 5 years. Last I heard, he dropped out of community college and was working at the same job our dad had gotten him. Some warehouse gig he hated but refused to leave. Still, I didn't respond. Not out of spite, really. More out of confusion. I didn't know how to talk to people who had burned my future in front of me, then only showed up when the price tag got big enough to interest them. I didn't know if I wanted to yell, cry, or laugh in their faces. So instead, I did what I always do when I'm overwhelmed. I painted. The next piece I made was quiet. Smaller. A single tree in the center of a black canvas, surrounded by ash-colored leaves. I called it They Only Come in Spring. It sold within a week. A month later, I got a knock on my studio door. I wasn't expecting anyone. It was late afternoon, and I was halfway through cleaning brushes. When I opened it, I didn't even recognize the woman standing there for a second. Her hair was shorter than I remembered. She was wearing a pale blue scarf I hadn't seen before. But her voice, soft, cautious, hit me like a thunderclap. Noah. It was my mother. For a second, I didn't say anything. I just stared at her. She gave a small, hopeful smile like this was some kind of reunion scene in a made-for-TV movie. I didn't return it. Instead, I opened the door wider, not out of kindness, but because I wanted her to see exactly what she'd been ignoring all these years. The canvases, the awards on the shelf, the half-finished works drying in the corner. She stepped inside like she was walking into a cathedral. I've been trying to reach you, she said softly, turning slowly to take it all in. You've done, well, far better than we thought you would. I leaned back against the wall and crossed my arms. You mean better than you hoped I wouldn't? That one stung. I saw it flash across her face. She let out a shaky breath. We were scared. Your father and I, we didn't know how to support something we didn't understand. Art. It never made sense to us. I shrugged. It didn't have to. You just had to let it matter to me. There was silence for a while. Then she reached into her bag and pulled out something that stopped my heart for half a second. A photo. A printed picture of the original painting they had burned. I had forgotten anyone ever took one. It was blurry, probably from her phone back then, but unmistakable. The colors, the hands, the chaos. We didn't destroy this because we hated it, she said, placing the photo gently on the nearest table. We destroyed it because we were scared of losing you. Scared that you'd waste your life chasing something that wouldn't give anything back. And instead, I said, staring at the image, you made sure it couldn't. I don't know if she teared up, or if the light just caught her differently in that moment. But when she spoke next, her voice cracked just enough to sound real. I'm sorry. 2 words. Too late. Too heavy. Too empty. I don't need an apology, I said. I needed a family back then. She didn't argue. Just nodded, like she knew it wouldn't change anything. Then she looked at me and asked something I didn't expect. Can we come to your next showing? It hung there between us like smoke in a small room. I didn't answer right away. I just looked at her, trying to find something genuine behind the practiced face. And maybe, just maybe, it was there. Regret, buried under layers of pride and fear and too many years of pretending they were always right. But before I could answer, there was a knock at the door again. This time it was Josh. He stepped into the studio like he owned the place, sunglasses on, phone in hand. He didn't even look around before blurting, Yo, Mom. He's not answering his texts either. Let's just ask him now. Then he saw me. Paused. Noah. Bro, long time. I didn't move. Neither did he. And then he smiled. That same crooked, smug smile from the last time I saw him, when he watched my painting burn and said nothing. We've got a proposal for you, he said, sliding his sunglasses onto his head. You're famous now, right? $500,000 a painting? Look, Dad's not doing too great financially, and I've got some stuff I'm trying to launch, so get out, I said, without raising my voice. He blinked. What? I pointed to the door. You heard me. Josh laughed, like I'd made a joke. Come on, man. Don't be like that. We're family. That word. Family. I stepped closer. You weren't family when you sat there while they humiliated me. You weren't family when you watched that painting burn and laughed. You weren't family when I left, and none of you called for 5 years. He looked caught off guard, like the words were hitting harder than expected. You don't get to show up now and pretend we're close because I finally have something you want. My mom stepped in, trying to calm the situation. Noah, honey, he didn't mean it that way. I looked at her. Then how did he mean it? She didn't answer. The silence between us thickened. Josh shoved his hands in his pockets and muttered, "Whatever, man. You'll come around. We'll talk later." And then they left. But that wasn't the last I heard from them. The next week, something happened that made it clear they weren't going to just walk away quietly. They had a plan, a legal one. And when I opened the envelope that arrived on my doorstep 3 days later, I realized just how far they were willing to go. The envelope was thick, cream-colored, with my full name typed neatly on the front. No return address. At first, I thought it might be from a gallery or a collector, someone who didn't believe in email, maybe. But as soon as I picked it up, I felt the weight of it. Not just physically, but emotionally. Something about it felt off. I sat down at my drafting table and opened it slowly, careful not to tear anything. Inside was a stack of neatly clipped papers, a printed letter on legal stationery, and, of all things, a copy of my birth certificate. The letter began formally. To Mr. Noah A. Whitmer, it has come to our attention, following a review of recent public disclosures of asset holdings and earnings attributed to your artwork, that there exists an unresolved legal matter related to your upbringing and parental financial support. My eyes darted down the page, skimming for keywords, and then they jumped to a bolded line near the end. The Whitmer family hereby reserves the right to claim partial entitlement to proceeds earned from artwork produced using resources, housing, and supplies provided by the family household during the years 2005 to 2017. This includes, but is not limited to, access to utilities, housing, nourishment, and academic materials that supported your development. I had to reread that part 3 times. They were claiming ownership, partial ownership, of my work. My parents, the same people who destroyed my painting, who mocked my dream, who threw me out of their lives without hesitation. They were now saying that because they had provided a roof over my head as a child, they deserved a cut. It didn't stop there. The second half of the letter outlined a proposed settlement, which would include a one-time payment of $150,000 as acknowledgement of support, royalties on any artwork created between 2017 and 2022 at a rate of 5%, priority family rights to retain or display one original work per year at no cost. At the bottom was a signature line, already signed by both my parents and, of course, Josh. Underneath his signature, he had written in parentheses, "Future business manager of Whitmer Fine Arts." I didn't know whether to laugh or throw the envelope into the nearest trash bin. Instead, I stood up, walked to the small cabinet where I kept older pieces of mine, tucked in archival sleeves. I pulled out the oldest one I still had, a charcoal sketch of a raven perched on a rusted mailbox. I drew it in the library my senior year of high school, long after the fire. It was the first thing I created after swearing they'd never see another piece of my art again. I held it for a moment, tracing the edges with my thumb, before sliding it back in and locking the cabinet. Then I called my lawyer. Yeah, I have one now. Not just for contracts and sales, but because the art world can be messy. Galleries steal, clients flake, and apparently, families try to invoice you for your childhood once you make something of yourself. Her name's Leah. She's sharp, fast, and doesn't like wasting time. Please tell me you're calling to say you need a trademark filed, and not that your parents are suing you. I sighed. Not yet, but they're circling. I read the letter out loud to her. She was quiet the entire time. When I finished, she asked me to scan it and send it over immediately. 2 hours later, I got her reply. Noah, this letter is total nonsense. It's not a real legal claim. It's a threat disguised as a settlement offer. They're hoping you'll pay to make them go away. Do not respond. Leave this to me. Also, please tell me you haven't signed anything from them recently. Leah, I hadn't, of course. But the fact that she had to ask told me all I needed to know. That week, I got 3 more letters. The second one was friendlier, filled with family photos and handwritten notes from my mom talking about how she missed me. That one included an invitation to a family dinner to talk everything through. I almost tore that one in half right then, but I stopped. Not because I wanted to go, but because I was starting to realize what was really going on. They didn't want reconciliation. They wanted association. They wanted the illusion of being the family behind a rising star. They saw the attention, the headlines, the upcoming exhibits, and they realized how much they'd thrown away. And instead of apologizing with any shred of humility, they decided to rewrite the story to make themselves look like supportive parents who raised a genius. Josh, of course, was the worst. He sent a long, rambling email with links to marketing companies and brand consultants, talking about how, with the right push, you could be in museums by next year. Then, near the end, he added, "Also, Dad's going through some stuff. His back's real bad now, and he can't work much. It'd mean a lot if you helped out. I know you've got the means now." The nerve. The same man who stood over the fire pit and lit a match without blinking was now suddenly a struggling victim who deserved my sympathy. I didn't reply to any of them, but I did make one phone call to someone I hadn't spoken to since high school. Miss Harlow. She was my old art teacher, the only adult in my life back then who ever believed in what I was doing, the one who'd given me access to the school's studio after hours, who bought me extra brushes out of her own pocket, who once told me, "If they can't see your worth now, they'll trip over it later." She picked up on the third ring. "Noah," she said, her voice warm and surprised. "Is that really you?" I smiled. "Yeah, I just wanted to say you were right." We talked for nearly an hour. I told her about the show, the collectors, the pieces, the money, and then, slowly, I told her about the letter, the demands, the sudden reappearance of the people who'd once treated me like a stain on their idea of success. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said something I'll never forget. "They only come around when they realize the garden they tried to burn down grew without them." And I knew then what I had to do. I wasn't going to pay them. I wasn't going to argue. I was going to show the world exactly who they were. But first, I needed one more painting. I spent the next 2 weeks in my studio like a man possessed. Everything else went on hold. Emails, commissions, even sleep. I worked through sunrise and into night with only the company of the low hum of the heater and the faint scent of turpentine hanging in the air. It wasn't just about catharsis anymore. This wasn't a therapeutic project. This was my statement. My boundary. My revenge. Not loud, not cruel, but clear. The painting that emerged was unlike anything I'd ever done before. A large canvas, nearly 6 feet tall, with textured layers so thick they looked like the paint itself was trying to claw its way out. In the center stood a boy with outstretched arms, offering a delicate, glowing shape in his hands. His face was blurred, almost erased, as if the world around him had been trying to wipe him away. Behind him stood towering, faceless figures, each one casting long, smoky shadows, shadows that swallowed light. But the shape in the boy's hands, an ember, flickering gold and blue, glowed through the dark. It was the only source of color untouched by the shadows. I called it Inheritance, a quiet jab, a title that would mean nothing to strangers but cut deep for those who knew the context. I contacted my gallery and asked them to include it in the upcoming showcase, my biggest yet. They were thrilled. The buzz around my last exhibit had turned heads, and they'd already lined up journalists and collectors from New York and even London. Inheritance would be the final piece displayed, the anchor of the night. I didn't tell them what it was about. I didn't have to. The emotion on the canvas was enough. When the night came, I arrived an hour early. Dressed in black, hair tied back, quiet as always. I walked the floor once, slowly, taking in my own work. And then I waited. They arrived 30 minutes after the doors opened. I saw them from across the room. My father, stiff in an old suit that didn't quite fit. My mother, clutching her purse like a lifeline. And Josh, chewing gum like he was crashing a frat party. They looked out of place among the sharp-dressed crowd, the murmuring critics and art lovers sipping sparkling wine. They didn't see me at first. They saw Inheritance. The moment they approached the piece, the room fell away. My mother's face went pale, her eyes scanning the boy in the center, her lips parting in disbelief. My father stood still, silent for once. And Josh, ever the commentator, gave a low whistle. "Damn," he muttered. "That's got to be about us." I stepped out from the side just as he said it. "It is." They turned, and there I was, close enough to see the flicker in my mother's eyes, to watch my father's jaw clench. Josh grinned, as if he still thought this was salvageable. "Noah," my mom said softly, "this is beautiful. Really, we're proud of you. You've come so far." I didn't smile. Funny, I got here the minute I left. She flinched like I'd slapped her. My dad looked around, uncomfortable now that attention was shifting toward us. A few guests had paused, sensing the tension. Josh leaned in. Look, bro, you've made your point. You're a success, all right? So what's next? Maybe we sit down, talk business. No, I said. He blinked. No. I pulled something from my coat. An envelope. Identical to the one they'd sent me weeks before. I handed it to my mother. What's this? She asked, turning it over. Consider it a counter-proposal. They opened it. Inside was a letter. Just one paragraph. This document acknowledges that the undersigned, Noah Whitmer, does not owe, nor will ever owe, any compensation, recognition, or share of profits to members of the Whitmer family for any artistic or personal achievement past, present, or future. Any further attempts to pursue financial claims, public misrepresentation, or coercive contact will be met with legal action. Signed, Noah A. Whitmer. Attached was a cease and desist, prepared by Leah. My father crumpled the paper in his fist. You really think you can cut us off like this? I didn't cut you off, I said, meeting his glare. You did. 7 years ago, when you made me choose between your approval and my art. I chose. You just didn't expect the choice to matter. Josh muttered something under his breath, but I didn't care anymore. This was the final canvas. The last confrontation. My mom tried one more time, her voice trembling. But we're still your family. I shook my head slowly. No, your blood. That's not the same thing. And then I walked away. I didn't storm out. I didn't make a scene. I just returned to my corner near the champagne table, where collectors were already beginning to ask questions about inheritance, where critics whispered words like haunting and profound. Within an hour, the painting had 5 offers. By midnight, it sold for $520,000. I donated a portion to a local art school scholarship fund in my teacher Ms. Harlow's name. The rest? I used to open my own studio. A full space, 3 rooms, 2 apprentices, and a gallery attached. I called it Ember House, a tribute to the ashes where it all started. As for my family, they tried to contact me a few more times. Letters, calls, even a message from an old neighbor trying to guilt-trip me into forgiving and forgetting. I didn't respond. Leah handled everything. Eventually, they stopped. I heard through a friend back home that Josh was still bouncing between jobs. My dad had to retire early. My mom apparently tells people she's closely connected to a famous artist in Chicago. I suppose, in a way, she is, just not in the way she imagined. And me? I kept painting, but I never recreated inheritance. Some things don't need to be said twice. Some stories are only meant to burn once. I'm Alex, 31 years old, and for most of my life, I've played the role of the reliable one in my family. Not the golden child. Not the one who got the praise or the attention or the birthday posts with paragraphs of love. That was always reserved for my younger brother, Ryan. He was the golden boy, the miracle child, the kid who got the smile while I got the lecture. I was the one who stayed late to fix things around the house, helped pay off the family car, and eventually took on the full mortgage when Dad lost his job and Mom's side hustle fizzled out. I never asked for recognition. I told myself I was doing what family does. You show up, even when they don't clap for you. Ryan, on the other hand, could do no wrong. He flunked out of college twice, crashed 2 cars my parents bought him, and still somehow walked into a startup founder label after convincing a couple of our cousins to invest in an app that never got past the login screen. And yet, every family dinner, every get-together, every group text, he was the star. We're so proud of Ryan's vision, Dad would say. He's just got that spark. Meanwhile, when I got promoted to senior project manager last year, my mom texted back, "Cool. Proud of you too." Just 2 lines. No emoji. But I didn't do things for recognition, right? That's what I told myself every time I covered another utility bill, or when my dad casually handed me a pile of late notices and said, "You're good with this stuff." I swallowed it. Again and again. Until the wedding. Ryan's wedding was a grand affair. Garden venue, twinkle lights everywhere, 5-tier cake, a freaking drone capturing the ceremony. I wasn't involved in any of the planning, despite footing the bill for half the down payment on the venue, something Ryan never acknowledged and my parents brushed off with. You know he's got a lot on his plate. I didn't push. I showed up, wore the expensive suit my mom picked out, smiled through the rehearsals, and even offered to help with last-minute logistics. The day of the wedding, I arrived early to make sure everything was in place. It was warm out, unseasonably warm for spring, but the breeze helped. Guests started arriving in waves, dressed to impress, with fake smiles and clinking glasses. I kept to myself mostly, staying out of photos and drifting between the venue staff and seating charts. When it was finally time for the reception, I found my seat, table 9, tucked neatly toward the back, right next to the kitchen entrance. I wasn't surprised. Ryan's high school buddies and his fiance's work friends had better tables. Even a random cousin I hadn't seen in 10 years had a seat closer to the main stage. Dinner was served, speeches were made. The best man, Ryan's college roommate, told stories that somehow made multiple DUIs sound like charming college mischief. Laughter erupted. Toasts followed. His fiance's parents, her childhood friend, a slideshow that showed Ryan as a toddler, a teenager, and now a groom. No mention of the time he maxed out mom and dad's emergency credit card or the fact that I loaned him $5,000 last year to keep the app alive. Then dad stood up. He held his glass, waited for the room to quiet down, and said with a smile I hadn't seen in years, "To my son, my only son." He paused. "Whoever made us truly proud." Applause. Loud, unfiltered applause. Even a whistle or two. I watched my mother's eyes light up, her cheeks flushed from the wine and the moment. My uncle patted me on the back, half sympathetic, half awkward, as if to say, "Yeah, that was rough." I sat there, silent, while the clapping stretched just a little too long. My hands curled into fists beneath the table. I felt the weight in my bag press against my leg. The folder I'd been carrying for weeks, maybe months, not sure why I brought it that day. Maybe part of me already knew. The applause died down. Glasses clinked. Conversations resumed. But inside me, something cracked. I stood up slowly. Not fast, not dramatic. Just enough that people noticed. The chatter around my table quieted. A few heads turned. Ryan saw me and smiled like he expected a hug or maybe a toast of my own. I didn't look at him. I reached into my bag and pulled out a thin, neatly stapled set of documents. The deed to the house my parents lived in. The one I'd been paying for, every month, for nearly 4 years. My name on every line. The mortgage in my name. Their names nowhere. I held it like a prop. No need to wave it. No need to explain. I just spoke, calm and measured, loud enough for the mic to pick up since I hadn't been given one. "Then he can start paying the mortgage starting tomorrow," I said, "because I'm done." And that's when the room fell silent. Every clink, every whisper, every bite of salad paused in the air. Ryan's fiancée blinked, confused. My father's smile twitched. My mother slowly lowered her glass. The DJ looked at me, unsure whether to cue the next track or wait for the fallout. I didn't wait for a response. I placed the papers on the edge of the stage, turned, and walked out through the same kitchen door I'd sat beside all night. As I stepped outside into the cool evening air, I heard nothing behind me. No footsteps, no apologies, just the sound of a party realizing the ground beneath it had started to shift. And that was only the beginning. I didn't go home right away. Instead, I sat in my car for nearly an hour, watching the lights from the reception hall flicker through the trees. Occasionally, I'd see silhouettes of people drifting by the window, glasses in hand, heads together in hushed conversation. I could only imagine the chaos I'd left behind. I imagined my mom frantically trying to smooth things over with guests, my dad fuming in silence, but trying not to make a scene, and Ryan. I imagined him stunned, humiliated, maybe even angry. But the truth is, I didn't care anymore. For so long, I had bent over backward to be seen, to be acknowledged. Not praised, just seen. I thought being the dependable one would eventually earn me a seat at the table, maybe even a shred of respect. Instead, I'd been taken for granted. I was the bank account, the spare pair of hands, the backup plan. And now? Now I was done. The next morning, I woke up to 14 missed calls. 6 from my mom, 4 from my dad, 1 from Ryan, and the rest from numbers I didn't recognize, probably aunts and uncles trying to mediate. My voicemail was full. I didn't listen. Not yet. I knew what they would say. "That wasn't the time or place, Alex. You ruined your brother's wedding. You embarrassed the family. Couldn't you have waited?" Funny how no one had ever told Dad to wait before making that toast. Around noon, I finally picked up when Ryan called again. There was no "hey," no "how are you?" Just, "what was that last night?" I leaned against the counter, coffee in hand, and said plainly, "It was me setting boundaries." There was a pause on his end, then a low laugh. You couldn't just let me have one moment? You've had every moment, I replied. Every birthday, every celebration, every pat on the back. I've been covering for this family while you played pretend CEO, and they still treat me like a placeholder. I didn't ask you to pay the mortgage. No, I said, but they sure expected someone to. And guess who it always was? He went quiet again. I could hear him breathing on the other end, heavy and agitated. I don't even own the house, he said eventually. Why would you dump that on me? Because I'm not your safety net anymore, Ryan. If you're the only child they're proud of, then congrats. Take the whole package. Let's see how proud they are when you're the one taking the calls from the bank. I hung up before he could respond. Later that day, my mom showed up at my apartment. I wasn't going to let her in at first, but something in her voice caught me off guard. She sounded not angry, not self-righteous, just tired. Alex, she said through the door, please, just a few minutes. I opened it. She stepped inside slowly, like she was unsure of the welcome. She didn't look like the woman from the night before, glowing in champagne silk and diamond earrings. Now she looked small, wrinkled, like someone had let all the air out of her. She sat on the edge of the couch, folding her hands in her lap. I stayed standing. You embarrassed us, she said quietly. I nodded. So did Dad. But I doubt anyone called him out. Her mouth pressed into a thin line. That toast wasn't meant to hurt you. But it did. Silence. She looked down at her hands, then up at me again. We never asked you to carry so much. No, I said. But you never told me to stop either. You just kept taking. And you made it very clear who mattered and who didn't. She blinked rapidly. I wasn't sure if it was guilt or defensiveness or both. We never meant to make you feel like I was disposable. I cut in. Well, you did. Repeatedly. And now I'm just making sure the roles match the rewards. If Ryan's your pride and joy, he can figure out the bills, the maintenance, the insurance. Her shoulders slumped. Alex, we can't afford that house without you. I shrugged. Then maybe you shouldn't have spent so long pretending I didn't matter. She looked at me like she didn't recognize the person in front of her. Like she was searching for the dutiful son who would cave with just a few tears and a guilt trip. But that version of me had left the reception hall last night and wasn't coming back. I'm not trying to hurt you, I added after a moment. But I can't keep hurting myself to keep everyone else comfortable. She didn't respond. Just sat there for a long time, quiet. Eventually, she stood and walked to the door. You really won't help? I've helped enough, I said. She nodded once. No hug, no apology. Just walked out. The fallout came quickly after that. My dad sent a text that started with, "You ungrateful," and I stopped reading. My aunt left a long voicemail accusing me of tearing the family apart. A cousin messaged me on Instagram asking if it was all just for drama. And Ryan? Ryan didn't call again. Not that week. Not the week after. But the silence didn't feel empty. It felt like space I had finally claimed for myself. Of course, the situation at the house wouldn't stay quiet for long. And when the first letter from the bank arrived at their door, everything changed. The letter came certified, the kind you have to sign for. According to a mutual cousin who still floated between both camps, Mom had answered the door in her robe and nearly dropped the envelope when she saw the return address, the mortgage lender. She'd never received one of those before because I'd always handled them. Quietly, automatically. She opened it at the kitchen table, where Dad was nursing his usual morning coffee, and when she realized what it was, a past due notice with a 30-day deadline to pay or face foreclosure proceedings, she nearly dropped her mug. That afternoon, I got a text. Just 2 words, "Please call." I didn't respond. The next day, it was longer. "Alex, we didn't realize the loan was that serious. We thought you had it on autopay. We just need help until your father's pension review clears. Can we meet?" That one, I didn't even open. By the end of the week, they were showing up again, not just calls, but unexpected knocks. I saw them once through the peephole, both standing there like a pair of school kids waiting outside the principal's office. Mom had her arms folded tightly across her chest, and Dad looked like he'd aged 10 years and 7 days. I didn't answer. Not out of cruelty. I had nothing left to say. The house was their responsibility now. I had sent a clean transfer of all documents, formally removing my involvement and legal liability. The bank accepted it. Ryan, despite his panic, had signed off on it after his bride insisted they not let some family squabble ruin their honeymoon plans. According to the grapevine, she didn't know the full financial picture yet. And while they scrambled to fix the mess they'd never bothered to understand, I began rebuilding my own peace. I went to work. I saw friends I hadn't had time for in months. I finally booked a weekend trip I'd been putting off. I started sleeping through the night without that gnawing guilt of wondering which of my family's problems would show up on my doorstep next. But the silence didn't last forever. One night, 2 weeks after the wedding, I got a knock I didn't expect. Not my parents. Not Ryan. It was her. Emily, Ryan's new wife. She stood there in a tan coat, her dark hair pulled back into a tight ponytail, her eyes sharp and clear, but her voice brittle. "I just need 5 minutes," she said. "Please." I stepped aside. She didn't wait for an invitation. She walked in like she had a mission, not the kind filled with drama or accusations, but the kind where someone's putting together the final pieces of a puzzle and doesn't like what they see. "I didn't know," she started, standing stiff in the middle of my living room. "About the house. About what you were paying. Any of it." I waited. "Ryan told me your reaction was over the top, that you were jealous or upset about the toast. But something about it didn't sit right. So I dug." She pulled out her phone and held it up. "I found payment records in the shared email folder he forgot to lock down. You've been covering the house for years. Bills, repairs, taxes. All of it." I nodded once. No point denying it. "He said your name was just there for security purposes, but your name's the only one on the title." Again, I said nothing. Her arms dropped to her sides. What is wrong with them? I wasn't sure if she was talking about my family or the fact that she'd married into it. She finally sat down, eyes distant. "You know, we were planning to move into that house." I raised an eyebrow. "The house my parents live in?" She nodded. "After the honeymoon. Ryan said it'd be temporary, just until our new place was finished. Said it was all arranged. That the house was ours now." She laughed once, bitterly. "Guess that's how it works in his world. People just give him things." I leaned against the doorway, arms crossed. "He's never had to earn anything. And as long as people keep cleaning up behind him, he never will." She looked up at me, eyes sharper now. "So what happens next? If they don't pay?" "They lose the house," I said. "The bank takes it. Unless someone steps in." "You're not going to." It wasn't a question. I shook my head. "No. I already stepped in. For too long. This isn't mine to fix anymore." She stared down at her hands for a while, then stood. "I'll figure something out," she said. "I didn't marry into this mess to live in someone else's lie." And just before she left, she paused at the door and added, "I'm sorry. For what it's worth. You deserved better." I watched her walk back to her car, her shoulders squared but her steps heavy. It wasn't the apology I'd waited years for, but it was the first moment of genuine acknowledgement I'd ever gotten from someone in that family. 3 days later, the second letter arrived. This one wasn't a warning. It was a notice of default. And that's when everything began to unravel, fast. The notice of default hit like a wrecking ball. From what I later heard, it arrived on a Wednesday morning. My mom opened it first and screamed. Not dramatically, not theatrically, but the kind of scream that comes from realizing something real and irreversible is happening. My dad read the letter 3 times and still didn't believe it. Ryan? He apparently thought it was bluff. That the bank was just threatening to shake some money loose. But the bank wasn't bluffing. 30 days. That's what the notice said. 30 days to settle the overdue balance or the house would be auctioned off. That gave them 4 weeks to come up with nearly $18,000, late fees included. And no, calling me wasn't an option. The desperation started slow. First came the group texts. "Hey family, if anyone can chip in to help mom and dad, they're going through a tough time." Then the personal ones. "Alex, I know you're mad, but can we talk? Please don't do this to us. We can make it right. Just give us a chance." I ignored everyone, but not because I wanted revenge. Not anymore. I'd already gotten my moment, at the wedding, at the table, when I drew the line. This was simply consequences playing catch up. Eventually, they started calling everyone else. Extended family, friends, neighbors, even an old church group Dad hadn't spoken to in years. They tried starting a GoFundMe, but people weren't as eager to open their wallets as they had hoped, especially not when some of those people had seen the wedding photos, the expensive venue, the tailored suits, the full open bar, the fireworks during the first dance. That display had burned through whatever goodwill they had left. With 2 weeks to go, Emily showed up again. This time, she looked tired. Not unkempt, not disheveled, just worn. Like someone who'd been putting out fires nonstop and was running out of water. They're begging me to ask you, she said. They won't stop. They think if I push hard enough, you'll cave. And you? I asked. She sighed. I told them I wouldn't. That I already tried once, and you were clear. I nodded slowly. Thanks. But I also wanted to warn you, she added. Ryan's unraveling. He's blaming you, of course. Says you sabotaged the family. That you planned this. I didn't respond. I just looked at her, and maybe she saw the exhaustion in my eyes. The kind you carry after a lifetime of being treated like a background character in your own story. She hesitated, then said, for what it's worth, I'm thinking about leaving. That caught me off guard. Not because of the house, she clarified. Because of him. Because I'm starting to realize I married someone who has no idea how to take responsibility for anything. I didn't try to convince her one way or the other. That wasn't my place. But something in her tone told me it wasn't an empty threat. She was already halfway out. The 30 days passed. No miracle arrived. No last-minute wire transfer. No sudden inheritance or benefactor or, we'll pay you back, we promise scheme that worked. On a rainy Monday morning, a sheriff's deputy taped the notice to the front door. The auction was scheduled for the following week. That's when everything snapped. I was at work, knee-deep in a budget meeting, when my phone lit up, call after call from my parents, then Ryan, then Emily. I silenced all of them. That evening, though, I made a mistake. I answered one. It was Mom. Her voice came through the speaker like a whisper drenched in static. Alex, we're being kicked out. I didn't say anything. They're saying we have to leave. That the house isn't ours anymore. That's what foreclosure means. I replied evenly. We didn't think it would go this far. I know, I said. You never do. Her voice cracked then. We have nowhere to go. I closed my eyes, leaned back in my chair. You have a son you're proud of. Maybe he'll figure it out. She broke down crying. I didn't hang up, but I didn't comfort her either. For once, I let her feel all of it. The fallout came in waves. The house was sold at auction for far less than it was worth. Enough to cover the debt, but barely. My parents had to vacate within 72 hours. They moved in with my aunt, who wasn't thrilled about it. Ryan and Emily tried staying with her too, but she had no room and less patience. Emily left him a week later. She called me again after it happened. I didn't want it to end this way, she said. But he couldn't stop pointing fingers, never once at himself. I nodded, even though she couldn't see it. He said he never wanted that house anyway, she added. That it was cursed. I almost laughed at that. 2 months passed. Then 3. My parents tried to contact me again. This time, it wasn't begging. It was guilt. Cards in the mail. Voicemails with holiday greetings. An email from Dad that just said, we miss you. We didn't appreciate you like we should have. We were wrong. But I didn't answer. Not because I wanted to punish them. Because I was finally at peace. And in peace, sometimes the only way to stay there is to let go of the people who only show up when they need something. The next spring, I bought a new place. Smaller, quieter. Mine. No one knew the address. I threw a little housewarming party. Just a few close friends, co-workers, people who'd actually shown up for me. No strings, no manipulation, no guilt. As we sat out on the patio with a small fire pit glowing between us, one of them asked, do your parents know you got a new place? I took a sip of my drink and said, they'll find out eventually. A pause. And when they do? I looked up at the stars. Thought of the years I'd spent chasing their approval, of the dinners where my name was barely spoken, of the night I finally chose myself. When they do, I said, it won't change anything. And it didn't, because I was no longer the safety net, no longer the background character, no longer the one carrying the weight for everyone else. I was just Alex. And that, finally, was enough. My name's Nate, I'm 32, and if you asked anyone in my family, they'd probably describe me as quiet, helpful, maybe even boring. I never caused much trouble growing up. I wasn't the golden child. That was my younger sister, Emily, but I didn't complain, didn't argue, didn't ask for much. I worked 2 jobs through college, paid off my loans early, and bought my own house by 28. It wasn't a mansion, but it was mine. 3 bedrooms, a decent yard, and just enough creaky floorboards to give it character. I'd spent years fixing it up in my spare time, sanding down cabinets, installing better insulation, even replacing the porch myself. Sweat equity, they call it. Every corner had a piece of me in it. Then my dad had a stroke. That's how this started. Not with betrayal, not with malice, but with one panicked phone call from my mom while I was eating a sad gas station sandwich in my car during a lunch break. "He can't move his left side," she'd said, barely holding it together. I dropped everything, drove 6 hours home, and stayed with them for a month. I used my saved vacation time, then unpaid leave, helped get dad into rehab, took him to physical therapy, even installed grab bars in their bathroom. When I left, Mom hugged me and said, "You're a blessing." I didn't know that would be the last time I felt like one. A few months later, Emily moved back in with them. She'd just gotten out of another failed relationship and, according to Mom, was emotionally fragile. I wasn't thrilled about it. Emily and I hadn't been close since high school, but whatever. I figured she'd bounce back like always and be gone in 6 months. She had a way of landing on her feet, especially when someone else cushioned the fall. Then came the day I got a call from my mom asking if Emily could stay at my place for a bit, just for a couple weeks. "She needs space," she said, "and she can't focus with all the noise here. Your house is just sitting there anyway." I told her I didn't feel comfortable with that, especially since Emily and I had barely spoken in years. Mom sighed like I was being difficult and said, "Fine, never mind." Except, a week later, Emily texted me from inside my house. Literally. I remember staring at my phone, blinking at the message. "Hey, moved in this morning. Hope that's okay. Mom said you were cool with it," smiley face. It was like being punched in the gut by an emoji. I drove over immediately. My key still worked, and when I walked in, I found Emily on the couch, feet up, watching Netflix like she was at a hotel. She'd already moved in a few boxes, and when I told her to leave, she looked at me like I was the crazy one. "Mom said it's basically mine now," she said, popping a chip into her mouth. "You live in the city. You're never even here." I wanted to scream. Instead, I told her I was calling the cops if she didn't pack up. She rolled her eyes and said, "Good luck. I changed the locks this morning." She wasn't lying. After I left for work the previous week, she'd called a locksmith, claimed she was the new owner, showed him some lease agreement Mom helped her print, and he swapped out the deadbolts. I had no idea this was even possible. I had no legal paperwork filed because it was my house. I bought it, I lived in it, I paid the taxes. But Emily, with her usual flair for manipulation, had spun a story about being the rightful tenant, and Mom backed her up. That week was awful. I went to the police, to a lawyer, to every agency I could think of, but Emily and Mom had planned this out carefully. They forged a lease, claimed I'd gifted the house to Emily as part of some family agreement. And because I was stupid enough to let her stay there without formal documentation, they had leverage. Eventually, after too many expensive meetings and late nights researching squatters' rights, my lawyer told me the best way to regain ownership would be through court, but that could take months, if not longer. And in the meantime, Emily would be legally protected under tenant law, even though she'd never paid a cent. So I did the only thing I could. I stayed quiet. I stopped going to the house. I went back to work, nodded when people asked how my family was doing, and started planning. I wasn't going to get angry, because anger had never helped me. I was going to be calm, methodical, and patient. What my family didn't know was that while they were busy redecorating my house, I was still paying the mortgage. Every month, $5,200 went out of my account without fail. And I left it that way. I kept the auto pay running so they wouldn't question it, wouldn't dig deeper. Because if they looked too closely, they'd realize the deed was never transferred. The house was still legally mine. Emily had a fake lease and a fragile lie. I had the title, the bank account, and a lawyer who specialized in real estate fraud. That's when I found out Mom and Emily were trying to sell the house. They'd found a buyer, a private couple relocating from out of state. They'd even done an open house, without telling me. I only discovered it because a former neighbor texted me. "Thought you moved? Just saw your sister showing the house." She attached a photo, and sure enough, there was Emily grinning on my porch like she owned the place. I didn't confront her. I didn't call. I just smiled, opened my laptop, and logged into my mortgage account. 2 clicks later, the auto pay was canceled. That was on a Thursday. By Saturday night, I got a text from Mom, "Don't come back. We've changed the locks and taken your name off the mailbox." I stared at it for a while. It was like getting a breakup message from a parent. But I didn't get upset. I just replied, "Makes sense. Just one thing you forgot." And that's when the fun started. 48 hours later, I got a voicemail from a frantic realtor. I didn't answer, But the transcript read, "The sale fell through. Urgent situation. Please call back immediately." Apparently, the buyers backed out when the title check revealed several irregularities, including the lack of an actual transfer. My lawyer had filed an affidavit of ownership just in time, and now the house was in legal limbo. The kicker? Emily had already told the buyers she'd move out. She'd packed most of her stuff and rented a condo in town with the deposit money she now had to return. By the end of the week, the buyer had filed a formal complaint. The title company froze everything, and the bank called in a missed mortgage payment alert that scared my parents. And just when they thought it couldn't get worse, they had no idea I'd been documenting everything. Every text, every forged lease agreement, every instance where my mom and sister claimed ownership of a property they had no legal right to. Every voicemail where they gloated or dismissed me. My lawyer called it a tidy portfolio of fraud and harassment. I called it a collection of receipts. But I wasn't rushing. No, I was still letting the chaos marinate. After the sale collapsed, I got another message from Mom, this time in a tone I hadn't heard since I was 15 and got caught sneaking out. "We need to talk," she wrote. No apology, just that. Like this whole mess was some small misunderstanding we could clear up over tea. I ignored it. Then Emily called. Twice. I didn't answer either time. A day later, she left a voicemail that started off fake friendly. "Hey, big brother," but quickly turned sour. "If you don't fix this, we're both going to lose the house, and Mom says it's your fault because you're being spiteful. I don't know what's wrong with you." What's wrong with me? I replayed that line a few times, then deleted the message. You see, they were so used to me being the fixer, the silent helper, the one who showed up when Dad got sick, who paid bills quietly, who let them walk all over me and still smiled at Thanksgiving. But something had shifted. The moment I saw my name removed from the mailbox like I was never part of this family, something just snapped. The next week, I filed a formal cease and desist through my lawyer, directed to both my mom and sister. It demanded immediate vacating of the property or risk civil litigation. The document was served by an actual process server, guy in a navy jacket who handed the envelope to my mom while she was watering flowers in my front yard. She called me the next morning. "You didn't need to humiliate us like that," she spat, skipping any pretense of civility. "You're ruining everything just to make a point." I responded evenly, "No, I'm making a boundary. Something I should have done 10 years ago." Click. Then came the unraveling. Apparently, the buyers who pulled out weren't just disappointed, they were furious. They'd paid for inspections, appraisals, even scheduled movers. And when they learned the whole thing had been misrepresented, they threatened legal action. Mom tried to deflect, said it was a family dispute, but that only made it worse. The title company blacklisted the address. No new buyer would touch it until the ownership was completely clear, and that meant a court ruling or a full quitclaim from me, which I wasn't giving. Meanwhile, the mortgage was past due. I wasn't paying it anymore, and they sure couldn't afford $5,200 a month on their own. Not after Dad's medical bills, not after Emily's influencer career flopped for the 5th time. And because my name was still legally on the loan, they couldn't refinance or modify it without me. Their perfect little plan, sinking fast. Emily started lashing out. She posted a rant online about toxic family members who think money means power, but conveniently left out the part where she stole my house. A mutual cousin messaged me after reading it, saying, "Wow, I didn't know things were that bad." I sent her a PDF of the forged lease and just replied, "You didn't." I thought the situation had reached peak absurdity. But then Mom did something I never saw coming. She tried to guilt my dad into pressuring me. One night, out of nowhere, he called me. His voice was thinner than I remembered, strained from his recovery. "Nate, can't we just sit down? As a family," he asked. "Your mother's scared. Emily's a mess. We could lose everything." For a moment, I almost wavered. Then he added, "You've always been the dependable one. We need you to be that again." That one sentence, "We need you to be that again," lit something in me. Because all my life, I had been the dependable one. I'd been the one who skipped parties to drive Emily home. The one who co-signed their car loan when they lost their jobs. The one who took care of everything, only to be discarded the second it was convenient. So I told him the truth. "I didn't choose this, Dad. You let them give away my house behind my back. You let them lock me out of a place I built from scratch. If they're scared now, maybe that's what accountability feels like." He didn't reply. The silence stretched for a few seconds before he hung up. That night, Emily moved out. I only know because I got a notification from my Ring camera. She stormed out with 2 suitcases and a trash bag of makeup. No goodbye, no apology. Just slammed the door and peeled out of the driveway. 3 days later, a foreclosure warning arrived in the mail. They didn't know I'd set up mail forwarding months ago. Mom tried one last time, this time a handwritten letter. It was 4 pages of emotional manipulation. Reminders of birthday parties from when I was 10. How she held me during a thunderstorm. How she and Dad sacrificed everything for me to go to college. At the bottom, she wrote, "If you let this house go under, it will destroy your father." I didn't respond, because by then, it was already too late. I waited, not out of spite, but because I knew the consequences were finally catching up, and I didn't need to do anything more to push them over the edge. The damage was already in motion, and after 32 years of being the emotional janitor in this family, it felt surreal to just let things happen for once. The foreclosure letter had clearly rattled them, because 2 days after it arrived, I started getting messages from old family friends. People I hadn't spoken to in years. First it was Aunt Denise, who texted, "Hey Nate, your mom's been going through a lot lately. Any chance you two could talk?" Then Uncle Rick chimed in, "Your dad's health isn't great. Maybe you could put the house stuff aside?" It was like watching a parade of enablers crawl out from the woodwork, each waving the same old flag of guilt. I ignored them all. Then came the group chat. It had been dead for months, ever since Emily had renamed it The Real Family, and I quietly exited. But now I was re-added by someone, and there it was, a wall of blue texts. Photos of the house, pleading messages, and one particular gem from Emily. "I'm going to be homeless because of you. You always had a superiority complex, but this is low." What made it almost funny was that none of them seemed to grasp what was happening legally. They were treating the house like some casual disagreement I was being petty about, not the massive act of fraud and entitlement it really was. And deep down, they still assumed I'd cave, because I always had. What they didn't know was that I'd already filed suit. My lawyer, bless her tactical mind, had prepared everything once the forged lease and attempted sale came to light. The civil suit named both Emily and my mother for unlawful occupancy, misrepresentation of property ownership, and damages relating to emotional distress and financial losses. It wasn't about money, though. I didn't even ask for much. I just wanted the court to affirm, publicly and permanently, that they had no legal right to my house. The hearing was scheduled for 2 weeks out, but I didn't tell them. Let them stew. Let them keep scrambling for backup plans they didn't have. Meanwhile, I started visiting the house again. Quietly. At night. I'd park a block away, walk the familiar sidewalk, and just observe. From the edge of the lawn, I could see that the flower beds were dead. The blinds were crooked. The porch light didn't work. They'd let it go, in every sense of the word. And it hit me. Then, this wasn't just a house they tried to steal. They'd ruined it. All the little improvements I'd made over the years, the solar panels, the rain gutters I installed, the hand-built bench on the porch, had been neglected or ripped out entirely. Emily had replaced the paint in the living room with some hideous lavender shade that made the whole house look like a nursery. I stood there, staring through the front window like a stranger, and realized that no matter how this ended, some things were already lost. Still, I wasn't about to let them win. The next week, the final nail came from the bank. Because the mortgage hadn't been paid in over 30 days, a formal pre-foreclosure notice was delivered, this time addressed directly to me. The irony was that the house couldn't be foreclosed without my permission, because I still held the title and the mortgage. But the notice was a warning. Either pay the balance or default. That's when I got the email. It was from the buyers, the couple who had tried to purchase the house months earlier. They'd somehow tracked me down, probably through the court filings, and wanted to meet. Apparently, they were still interested in buying, if the title could be cleared. They said they loved the neighborhood, and if I was still the rightful owner, they were willing to renegotiate directly. I smiled, because now I had a way out. If I could evict Emily and Mom through the court ruling, clean up the property, and sell it directly to this couple, I could finally be free. No more entanglement. No more driving past a house that felt like a wound. Just closure. Clean, final, and legally airtight. But I couldn't resist one last move. That weekend, I called a locksmith. The original one, the guy who'd unknowingly changed the locks for Emily. I explained the situation, showed him the new court filings and mortgage documents, and asked if he remembered the job. He did. "Oh yeah," he said, chuckling awkwardly. "She said it was her late grandfather's house or something." I asked if he'd mind testifying, just in case. He agreed. I didn't need it for the civil suit, but I did send a friendly notice to my mother and sister through my lawyer, reminding them that using false statements to obtain locksmith services was, in fact, illegal, and that a witness was prepared to testify under oath. No response. Not until the night before the court date. That's when I got the call. It was my mom, crying. "Nate," she sobbed. "Please, just please, don't do this to us." I didn't yell. I didn't curse. I didn't even raise my voice. I just asked one question. "Did you ever, for even a second, feel bad about what you did?" Silence. "Then, we just thought you'd understand." "I did," I said. "I understood that the moment I stopped being useful, I stopped being family." Then I hung up. And the next morning, I walked into court. The courtroom was colder than I expected, not physically, just in atmosphere. Beige walls, fluorescent lights, and a judge who looked like she'd rather be anywhere else. Still, to me, it felt like a cathedral, a place where truth might finally mean something. My lawyer, Michelle, sat beside me, calm and confident, flipping through her binder like it was a paperback novel. Across the aisle sat my mother and Emily. No lawyer, just the two of them, dressed like they were headed to church. Emily wore a pale pink blazer, probably to look innocent, and my mother clutched a tissue like it was a lifeline. The judge started with basic questions. Ownership, occupancy, timeline. I watched Mom squirm when Michelle laid out the full documentation. The deed still in my name. The mortgage solely in my name. The auto-pay records. The forged lease agreement. The text messages. The photos of the for sale sign in my front yard. Michelle delivered everything with precise clarity, no venom, no drama, just facts, like laying bricks one by one. Then came the kicker, the locksmith's affidavit. The judge read it carefully, lips pressed thin, and I could feel the shift in the room. This wasn't just a family squabble anymore. This was impersonation, fraud, a premeditated effort to illegally occupy a property that didn't belong to them. When it was their turn to speak, Mom leaned forward. "Your Honor," she said, voice trembling. This wasn't malicious. We were trying to help our daughter. She was going through a hard time. Nate was never home. He never even stayed at the house anymore, and we thought. The judge cut her off. "Did Mr. Walker," she said, referring to me, "ever indicate, verbally or in writing, that he relinquished ownership of the property?" My mom faltered. "Well, no, but did he sign a lease, a transfer, or a quitclaim deed?" "No, but then you had no legal right to occupy or attempt to sell the property." It was the first time I saw Emily deflate. Until then, she'd looked vaguely annoyed, like this was a waste of her time. But now, her shoulders slumped and her eyes darted around the room like a trapped animal. I didn't gloat. I didn't need to. The judge ruled in my favor, of course. Immediate vacate order. 30 days to leave the property or face forcible eviction. Any items left after that date would be considered abandoned. She also noted, on record, that there was strong evidence of fraud and recommended I pursue criminal charges if I chose. I walked out without looking back. By the time I arrived at the house that afternoon, they were already packing. Or, rather, my mom was. Emily was on the phone in the kitchen, crying and shouting at someone. I guessed her boyfriend or maybe her latest manager. She didn't even glance at me when I walked in. Mom stood in the living room, folding blankets into a box. "Nate," she said quietly, "this doesn't have to be forever." I looked around at the place that used to feel like home. Scuffed floors. A crack in the wall near the stairs that hadn't been there before. The smell of burned incense lingering in the air. It felt haunted by betrayal, by bitterness, by the slow erosion of love turned into obligation. "Yes," I said. "It does." She started to cry again. I did what I thought was best. "No," I replied. "You did what was easiest. You picked the child who needed you the most, even if she took the most. You picked her because I never asked for anything. Because I kept quiet. Because I let you." She opened her mouth, but I was already walking past her. I stopped in what used to be my office. The desk was gone, replaced by a cheap vanity. I didn't care. I didn't want any of it back. I just wanted them out. 30 days passed. They left on day 29. The only thing they took care to clean was the fridge, Probably because Emily wanted to take all the food. They didn't leave a note. No apology. Just a half-torn sticky note on the bathroom mirror that said, in her handwriting, whatever. Hope it was worth it. It was. I spent the next few weeks restoring the house, repainting the walls, tossing out furniture, hiring professionals to clean up what I couldn't. I replaced the locks again. I donated anything they left behind. I planted new flowers in the front yard. The place still didn't feel like home, but it didn't feel like there's any more either, and that was a start. Then, I called the buyers. We met in person this time. A young couple, early 30s, with 2 toddlers and a dog. They walked through the house, asked about the neighbors, admired the porch I built. We talked numbers. We settled on a fair price. Less than I could have gotten a year ago, but enough to clear the mortgage and then some. When we closed, I didn't cry. I didn't even feel sad. Just clean. Like breathing fresh air after being in a smoky room too long. I took the money and moved to a city 3 hours away. Found a small condo with big windows and 0 shared walls. Got a cat. Started therapy. Started writing again. I hadn't realized how much of myself I'd given away, one compromise at a time, until I was finally alone and quiet enough to notice what was missing. As for Mom and Emily, I heard through the grapevine that they tried to rent a townhouse together, but the landlord backed out after running a background check. Something about civil litigation involving tenancy fraud. Last I heard, Emily was couch surfing and trying to restart her lifestyle blog. Mom moved in with Aunt Denise. They haven't contacted me since. Dad did once. He sent a short letter, typed, not handwritten, saying he regretted not standing up for me sooner. That he'd let himself be worn down. That he missed me. I wrote back. I told him I wished him peace. That I hoped he got the care he needed. But I wasn't ready to reopen old wounds just because they finally realized they were bleeding. Forgiveness is a choice. But so is distance. And for once in my life, I was choosing me. So now, when people ask me about my family, I keep it simple. I used to have one, I say. Then they tried to steal my house. Most people laugh, thinking I'm joking. But I just smile and sip my coffee because I know what it cost. And I know it was worth every penny. You ever sit through an entire family event pretending not to exist? Smiling while everyone claps for someone else's success, knowing deep down, no one in that room even sees you? I've done that more times than I can count. But last Saturday, something in me snapped. And when I took the mic, I didn't just speak. I unloaded 30 years of silence in front of everyone who ignored me. I'm James, I'm 29, and up until last Saturday, I thought I had finally come to terms with the way my family sees me. I thought I'd made peace with the fact that in every photo on my mom's wall, I'm either cropped out or conveniently forgotten. I thought I'd grown thick enough skin that their little jabs at family dinners no longer got under it. Turns out, I was wrong. Very wrong. Let me back up a little. Growing up, it was obvious my older brother, Eric, was the favorite. I'm not talking about the usual, he's older, so he gets to do more stuff. I mean, from the time I was old enough to form memories, I remember Mom beaming at him for the smallest achievements while barely glancing at mine. Eric scored a goal in soccer. There was a cake, balloons, and a framed photo in the living room for weeks. I won first place in the regional science fair. I got a "that's nice, sweetie," and she kept scrolling on her phone. Dad wasn't really in the picture. He left when I was around 6, and that's a whole other can of worms I won't open right now. The important part is, after he left, Mom raised us alone, or more accurately, she raised Eric. I was just there. A quiet, awkward presence at the edge of the family dynamic, like a cousin who overstayed his welcome. I tried. I really did. I studied hard, stayed out of trouble, and did what I thought she wanted, hoping she'd one day see me. But no matter what I did, it was like shouting into a void. Eric? He could do no wrong. Even when he did do wrong, like getting caught drunk driving in college, it somehow became an endearing anecdote. Boys will be boys, my aunts would chuckle at every Thanksgiving. Eric's always had a wild streak. I was the one who bailed him out, by the way. Paid his fine with my savings and never got a thank you. Not once. Fast forward to last weekend. Mom's retirement party. She'd been a public school teacher for 35 years. A whole community center was rented out. Caterers, decorations, slideshow of her life, the whole deal. Eric was, naturally, the master of ceremonies. And I, despite being the one who organized the logistics behind the scenes, booked the caterers, set up the slideshow, arranged the guest list, was just another attendee. No mention of me in the speech introductions. No thanks. But I was used to it. I've been used to it for years. So I smiled, sat near the back, and clapped along like everyone else. Then came the speech. Eric took the mic with that confident swagger he always had, the kind that only comes from being told you're special every day of your life. He talked about Mom's hard work, her dedication, her sacrifices. All true. And then he said, with this nostalgic little chuckle, "Mom, thank you for raising me alone. You gave me everything. You raised me to be who I am today." The room chuckled along. Us and nods. "But Mom?" Mom laughed. Not a soft, modest giggle. No, it was a deep, genuine laugh, like he'd told the world's funniest joke. She leaned toward the mic, took it from him, and said, "Well, he was the only one worth raising." I swear, for a full second, my heart stopped. And then my aunts, my mom's sisters, nodded, like it was some obvious truth they'd always believed. One of them even whispered, loud enough for the table around her to hear, "He really was such a blessing." James was always just there. It felt like someone had cracked a window open in a blizzard. That sharp sting in your lungs, that feeling of air slicing through your ribs. I sat there frozen, every cell in my body burning. I could have stayed silent. I could have let it slide like I always did. But something in me, maybe pride, maybe pain, maybe years of being invisible, snapped. I stood up. Slowly. I could feel the heads turning before I even said a word. My hands were shaking. Not with nerves, but with something heavier. A weight that had built up for almost 30 years. I walked to the front. I didn't plan to take the mic. I didn't plan to say anything. But Eric looked confused, and Mom looked annoyed. As if I was interrupting something that wasn't mine to be part of. The MC, one of Mom's coworkers, held the mic toward me with a polite smile. I took it. And then I looked out at the room. Rows and rows of people who only ever knew the version of our family that Mom told them. Coworkers, cousins, neighbors. People I hadn't seen in years. People who had no idea what I was about to say. I started with something simple. "Hi, I'm James. For those of you who don't know, I'm Elaine's other son." A few people laughed, lightly, thinking I was making a joke. I wasn't. I took a breath. I wasn't planning on speaking today. I thought this was her moment. But then I heard something that I think deserves a little clarity. The room quieted. One of the aunts tried to clear her throat loudly, like a warning. Mom's smile had tightened into something brittle. "She raised him alone, sure," I continued. "She put in the hours, the work, the late nights, the parent-teacher meetings. But just so everyone's clear, she had 2 kids. 2 boys. One got the spotlight, the attention, the support. And the other one got, well, this. A chance to finally speak at a microphone because no one thought he ever would." Eric was frozen. Completely still. Mom crossed her arms, lips pressed in a thin line. I could see her scanning the crowd, worried. Not for me, but for appearances. I wanted to stop. I really did. But something in me needed to be heard. I needed someone, anyone, in that room to know what it had been like. So I kept going. I talked about the missed birthdays, the parent-teacher conferences she skipped, the art show she never came to, the soccer games I sat through alone. I brought up how she smiled at Eric's mugshot like it was a prank photo, while I got grounded for getting a B in math. People were silent now, utterly still. I could feel the momentum building inside me like a wave, like every suppressed word I'd swallowed over the years was clawing its way out at once. My voice started to shake, not because I was afraid, but because I wasn't anymore. I was angry. I was tired. And then I said it. I didn't get raised. I got ignored. You could have heard a pin drop. And just as I was about to say what happened the day Dad left, just as I was about to share that secret, the one Mom made sure never left our house, I locked eyes with her. She knew what was coming. Her face turned pale. Her lips opened slightly. And then, she shook her head. Just once. A small, deliberate gesture. Barely noticeable to anyone else. But to me, it was deafening. It was the same look she gave me the day Dad walked out. I remember it like it was yesterday. I was 6. Eric was 10. Mom was standing in the doorway of the kitchen, arms folded, jaw clenched, and Dad had his suitcase in one hand and car keys in the other. He didn't even look at me. He hugged Eric, ruffled his hair, and told him, "Be the man of the house now." Then he glanced at me, blinked like he forgot I was there, and turned away. I cried. Not loudly. Just a small whimper, the kind a kid lets out when they're too confused to really understand what's happening. I looked up at Mom, hoping for a hug, a hand, anything. But instead, she looked down at me and said, "He was never really yours." Don't act like you lost something. I hadn't thought about that moment in years. I buried it deep, deeper than anything else. But that look she just gave me, it dragged it all back to the surface like a hook in my chest. So I tightened my grip on the mic. I was 6, I said, voice trembling but firm. And I remember exactly what you said when he left. You told me I didn't lose anything, that he was never mine. And I believed you. I figured if even you thought I didn't matter to him, then maybe I didn't matter at all. Gasps. Real ones this time. From a few of Mom's coworkers, a couple cousins. Aunt Louise even put her hand to her mouth. I spent years thinking I was the problem. I continued. That I wasn't good enough, or smart enough, or interesting enough to deserve the same love Eric got. And I didn't say anything. Not when you forgot my birthday 3 years in a row. Not when you called me ungrateful for asking why Eric's college was fully paid for, but I had to take out loans. Not even when you told people I moved away to be selfish, when in reality, I left because this house, this family, made me feel like I didn't exist. Eric finally stirred. He stood, took one cautious step toward me. James, come on, man. You're blowing this out of proportion. This isn't the time. I turned to him, slow and calm. Isn't the time? When is the time, Eric? When you're getting praised for being the golden child again. When everyone's passing around photo albums where I'm literally cut out of group pictures. You had 30 years of speeches. 30 years of being the only one worth raising. I get 10 minutes. He sat down. Hard. I scanned the room. People were squirming. Guests who once smiled politely now looked stunned, unsure whether to stand and leave or stay frozen in their chairs. One of Mom's friends tried to smile at me encouragingly, like I'd just opened up about something brave. She clearly didn't get it. This isn't about jealousy, I said, before anyone could try to twist it into that. This isn't about me wanting a spotlight or a trophy. It's about the fact that a mother of 2 raised one son and told the other one, every day, in 100 subtle ways, that he didn't measure up, that he wasn't wanted, that she regretted him. That got her attention. Mom's mouth tightened. Her jaw shifted. And for a moment, just a moment, I thought she might actually say something. Maybe an apology. Maybe a justification. Instead, she stood up slowly, took a few steps toward me, and said, "You have no idea how hard it was." She didn't say it with anger. She said it like I was a child who couldn't possibly understand. Like this was her moment of pain now. I had to keep the house together, she went on. I had to work 2 jobs. Your father left me with nothing. I did what I had to do. I never blamed you for the struggle, I replied. I blamed you for pretending like I wasn't part of it. For erasing me from the narrative. For acting like he was the only one who mattered. I gave you everything I could, she snapped. No, I said. You gave Eric everything. You gave me leftovers. You gave me silence. We stared at each other. The room was holding its breath. Then she dropped it. The mask. That thin layer of politeness. The one she always wore in public, shattered. Her eyes narrowed. You always were so dramatic, she said, with a disgusted little shake of her head. Always playing the victim. Poor James, so unloved, so unappreciated. That's why no one connects with you. That's why you've never had a real relationship. That's why even your father. Don't. I cut her off. My voice was low, but deadly sharp. Don't you dare bring him into this. You let him leave me behind. You watched him hug one son and ignore the other, and you agreed with it. Another pause. A deeper silence now. One that didn't just fill the room, but felt like it sunk into the floor, the walls, the very air itself. And in that moment, I realized something. She wasn't shocked that I said any of this. She wasn't ashamed. She was annoyed. I had disrupted her narrative. Her perfect retirement send-off. Her golden boy tribute. Her look how strong I was as a single mom story. But she wasn't the only one with a story. I looked back out at the guests. At the people who'd come to celebrate a woman they thought they knew. At Eric, still slouched in his chair, pale and quiet. And I said, "You want to thank her for raising you alone, Eric? Fine. Thank her. But don't pretend I wasn't there. Don't let her pretend that this was some noble sacrifice where she did her best with what she had. Because what she had was 2 sons. She just chose one." I turned to leave. And that's when I heard it. A slow, hesitant clap. Followed by another. Then a third. It wasn't a standing ovation. It wasn't even half the room. But a few people, just a few, started clapping. Some awkwardly, some genuinely. One of Mom's coworkers, a man I barely recognized, gave me a small nod as I passed. But it wasn't about the applause. It was about finally being seen. And just as I reached the double doors at the back of the community center, someone called out my name. It wasn't Mom. It wasn't Eric. It was someone I never expected. It was Aunt Denise. Now, you have to understand, Aunt Denise was the quiet one. She was always there at holidays, always brought the same sweet potato casserole, always smiled politely and stayed out of the drama. In our family, staying quiet wasn't just a trait. It was a survival strategy. And Denise had mastered it. I honestly don't think I'd ever heard her raise her voice once in nearly 3 decades. So when she stood up, her chair scraping sharply against the floor, and said, "James, wait," every head turned. I paused in the doorway. I didn't want to. Everything in me was screaming to keep walking, get in my car, and never look back. But something in her voice, it wasn't pity. It wasn't condescension. It was something else. I turned. She was walking toward me, slowly, like even she couldn't believe what she was doing. Her eyes flicked to Mom, who looked almost amused for a second, like she was waiting for Denise to scold me, to put me back in my place. But Denise didn't look at her again. She looked at me. And then she did something no one else had done that entire day, maybe my whole life. She hugged me. Not a half-hearted side hug. Not a forced, "good to see you" pat on the back. A real, full, 2-arm hug. She pulled me in like she hadn't seen me in years and didn't want to let go. And when she finally stepped back, her voice cracked as she said, "I should have said something a long time ago." Behind her, I saw my mom stiffen. Denise turned slightly to face the room, not dramatically, not like she was trying to make a scene, but with a quiet resolve that was somehow louder than anything I'd said. "You all saw it too," she said. "Don't pretend you didn't." The silence in the room shifted. It was no longer the stunned, uncomfortable kind. It was guilty silence. Denise continued, her voice growing steadier. "We let her pretend like she was raising one perfect child and one shadow. We let her talk about Eric like he was her whole world and James like he was a phase she had to tolerate. I remember the birthdays, the school plays, the graduation where James gave the valedictorian speech and Elaine left halfway through because Eric wasn't feeling well. That one hit like a punch to the chest. Because it was true. I'd stood on a stage, smiling through my speech, pretending not to notice the empty chair in the front row where Mom was supposed to be. She texted me that night, "Sorry I couldn't stay. Eric had a headache." A headache. "You all remember those things," Denise said, softer now. "You just didn't say anything. None of us did. And James," she turned back to me, eyes glassy, "I'm sorry for being part of that silence." I couldn't speak. My throat felt tight. A lump swelled that I hadn't expected. For a second, I thought I was going to cry. Not out of sadness, but relief. Like something heavy had been set down after being carried for so long. I'd forgotten what it felt like to stand without it. "I wasn't a good sister to you," Denise said, quieter now, "but maybe I can be better now." I nodded, unable to do much else. Then came the ripple. One of Mom's coworkers, a petite woman with graying hair and a floral scarf, stood up and cleared her throat. "I've worked with Elaine for almost 20 years. And I'm sorry, but I never knew she had a second son." I blinked. "She talked about Eric all the time," the woman continued, fidgeting with her bracelet. "But I don't remember her mentioning James. Not once." A murmur spread through the room. A few more stood, hesitant, awkward, but clearly shaken. One of my older cousins, Evan, glanced at me and then said, "Man, I always wondered why you stopped coming around. Figured you were just the quiet one." I didn't know all that. Mom, meanwhile, had gone completely still. Her expression hadn't changed, but her hands were clenched at her sides. Her smile was gone. And Eric? He looked lost, like someone had pulled a rug from under his entire reality. Because here's the thing about golden children, they only shine as long as everyone keeps the lights focused on them. But once people start turning their heads, start asking why the spotlight is so narrow, that shine starts to look a lot more like projection. Mom finally stepped forward. The calm, collected mask she always wore had cracked. Not broken, but cracked, like thin ice under too much pressure. "You've made your point," she said to me, each word cold and deliberate. "You've embarrassed me. You've turned my retirement into a spectacle." I looked at her, steady. "No, you did that. The moment you laughed and said I wasn't worth raising." She stared at me for a long time. And I saw it, really saw it. Not just the woman who raised me or didn't. Not the teacher who dedicated her life to shaping young minds. I saw someone who couldn't handle being wrong. Someone who had written a story about her life and refused to accept that she'd left a whole chapter out. Then she said, voice sharp and tight, Do you think I had a choice? Do you think I had the energy to raise 2 kids after what your father did? I picked the one who made it easier, who didn't question me, who didn't need so much. It felt like a confession and a slap in the face at the same time. You picked the one who let you pretend everything was okay. I replied. That doesn't make it right. It just makes it easy. She looked around, really realizing, that the room was no longer with her. People weren't smiling. They weren't clapping. They weren't even making eye contact. And that, more than anything I said, seemed to rattle her. She turned away, didn't apologize, didn't defend herself. She just walked back to her seat, picked up her glass, and sipped it like it was water. Like if she pretended hard enough, none of this had happened. But it had. It absolutely had. And as I stood there, heart racing, the mic still warm in my hand, I realized I wasn't done yet. There was one more thing they all needed to know. One more part of this story that no one in this room, not even Eric, knew. So I turned back to the crowd. My voice was quiet, almost gentle, but clear. There's something else you should know about my dad. And just as I saw Mom's eyes widen in panic, I dropped it. The secret. The one that changed everything. I took a breath. There's something else you should know about my dad, I said, steady now, but sharp as a blade. He didn't just leave on his own. He left because Mom gave him a choice, Eric or me. Gasps rippled through the room. A glass clinked somewhere as someone set it down too fast. All eyes were on me now, not with pity, not with curiosity, but with the kind of stunned silence that comes when people realize the story they thought they knew was only the surface. Mom's glass stopped halfway to her lips. I looked straight at her. You told him he could stay in Eric's life. But if he wanted to stay in mine too, you'd make sure he never saw either of us again. You gave him an ultimatum. Pick one, son. Just like you did. It was true. I found out by accident, 2 years ago. Dad tracked me down after I'd moved across the country. We met up, sat awkwardly at a diner booth. And after the small talk and apologies, after years of pain and confusion, he finally told me. I thought I could be the dad you needed, he said, voice shaking. But your mother, she said if I didn't walk away from you, she'd take Eric and vanish. Change her name. Move states. She said she'd make sure I never saw either of you again. And I knew she meant it. I remember staring at my coffee for a long time, trying to make sense of it. Not sure which betrayal hurt more, his or hers. But now, standing in front of a crowd of people who finally saw the truth, it didn't matter. Because now everyone knew. The room was silent. I continued, he chose wrong. And I've told him that. But at least he admitted it. At least he tried to make things right. I turned back to Mom. You never did. You kept the lie going for 30 years. You painted yourself as the hero, the victim, the martyr. And you fed everyone a version of your life where I never existed. She stood up then, slowly. And for the first time in my life, she didn't look strong. She didn't look in control. She looked cornered. You think you know everything, she said, trying to sneer, but it came out flat. You think that makes you right? No, I replied. But I'm done pretending you were. Then I turned to Eric. He hadn't moved, hadn't said a word. His mouth was slightly open, his expression stuck between disbelief and something else. Maybe guilt, maybe fear. I didn't care anymore. I don't blame you, Eric, I said, loud enough for the whole room. You were a kid. You were just playing the role she gave you. But you're not a kid anymore. You've known the truth for years. And you said nothing. He flinched. He deserved to. You let her erase me, I said. You helped. That was when I saw his expression crack. Just for a moment. Like something inside him finally clicked. Like maybe he was seeing me, really seeing me for the first time. But I didn't wait for an apology. Or a speech. Or a tearful reconciliation. Because this wasn't about them anymore. It was about me. I stepped off the little platform, handed the mic to the stunned MC, and walked out the double doors of that community center. No one followed me. No one stopped me. And for the first time in my entire life, I didn't feel like I was walking away from a family. I felt like I was walking towards something. My own damn peace. In the days that followed, things changed. My phone lit up the next morning with texts from people who had been at the party. Cousins I hadn't heard from in years. Former neighbors. Even a few of Mom's old coworkers. Some were apologizing. Others were just shocked. More than one told me I said what everyone had always felt but never had the courage to say. Aunt Denise messaged me privately. Said she was proud of me. That she'd be there if I ever needed anything. And she meant it. Eric emailed me. A long, rambling message that started with excuses, detoured into memories, And finally, at the bottom, said, I don't know if I can fix this, but I want to try. If you ever want to talk, I'll listen. Maybe I'll reply one day. Maybe not. That part's up to me now. As for Mom, she hasn't reached out. Not once. I've heard from others that she's spinning her version of events. That she says I hijacked her party, made everything about me, twisted the truth. Fine. Let her. Let her live in that little world she built, where she gets to be the victim, and I'm just the angry, ungrateful son. She doesn't get to define me anymore. Not now. Not ever again. I'm Craig, 33 years old, and if you'd told me a year ago that I'd be sitting in the back row of my own brother's wedding as an uninvited guest, sipping mediocre champagne while watching my family pretend I didn't exist, I probably would have laughed. My brother and I were close once. Not in the best friend kind of way, but in the quietly dependable sense. We didn't talk every day, but he always had my back. Or at least, I thought he did. Our family's not exactly rich, but we're not scraping by either. We grew up middle class in a quiet suburb, the kind of place where people mow their lawns at the same time every Sunday and argue over holiday lights in the HOA group chat. Our parents were the hard-working type, Mom a nurse, Dad a small business owner, and they raised us to believe in keeping our heads down, doing our work, and showing up for family. I took that to heart more than most, I think. Maybe too much. For most of my life, I was the quiet one in the family. Not shy, just more observant. While my brother Matt was the golden child, charismatic, athletic, always the center of attention, I was the one who people forgot to include in group photos. It never really bothered me. I had my own goals, my own path. I studied finance, worked long hours, took risks. The kind of stuff nobody really notices until it pays off. And recently, it did. I'd spent the better part of the last 5 years building a small investment firm from the ground up. Nothing flashy, just smart, patient moves. A few angel investments here and there, a well-timed acquisition, and suddenly I wasn't just Craig the accountant. I was Craig, the guy with real leverage. But no one in my family really knew that. Not because I was keeping secrets, but because they never asked. I learned early on that when I brought up my work, eyes glazed over. It wasn't flashy like Matt's job in marketing, and it didn't come with viral LinkedIn posts or destination conferences. My parents thought I still did tax stuff, and I didn't bother correcting them. What did it matter? Everything changed when Matt got engaged to Jasmine. Now, Jasmine, she's a presence. The kind of person who fills a room the moment she walks in, and not always in a good way. Think reality TV energy wrapped in a layer of passive-aggressive comments. She's beautiful, I'll give her that, tall, poised, with this effortless elegance that makes everyone else feel like they're trying too hard. But behind that smile is someone who's very, very aware of social status. And once the engagement was official, it became clear that Jasmine saw Matt's family as something she needed to fix. I remember the first time I met her. It was a Sunday brunch at my parents' place, casual, jeans and t-shirts kind of day. Jasmine showed up in a dress that looked like it belonged at a charity gala, wearing designer sunglasses indoors and holding a tiny dog in a purse. She hugged my mom like she was a child she'd just met at a country club. When she got to me, she blinked, smiled politely, and said, "Oh, you're Matt's brother." That was it. Not "nice to meet you." Not "I've heard so much." Just a polite nod and a clear dismissal. From that moment on, I was invisible to her. And slowly, that invisibility started to spread. Family dinners turned into couples nights, where I was the odd one out. Group chats about wedding planning were accidentally sent without me. And every time I showed up to something, Jasmine would give me that same polite smile, like I was a piece of furniture she couldn't quite move out of the room. It was subtle at first. Little things. A backhanded compliment here. A missed invite there. But it built up. The first real blow came during one of the wedding planning meetings at my parents' house. Jasmine was talking about photo aesthetics, how she wanted the pictures to feel elevated, timeless, like a Vogue editorial. She pulled out a mood board with smiling models and opulent venues and turned to me, saying, "No offense, Craig, but you probably wouldn't be comfortable in this kind of setting. It's very curated." I blinked. "What does that mean?" "Oh, nothing," she said with a laugh that didn't reach her eyes. "Just that the style's a bit upscale. I wouldn't want you to feel out of place." Matt didn't say anything, just sat there, eyes down, like maybe he agreed. That night, I went home and stared at my phone for 20 minutes, debating whether to text him. Ask what that was about. But I didn't. I let it slide. Again. Another week went by, and I got the official wedding invite in the mail. Except, there was no +1. No seating assignment. Just a generic card. Everyone else in the family got the full suite. Names engraved, RSVP cards, custom wax seals. Mine looked like a backup they printed at Staples. It stung more than I expected. Still, I showed up for the engagement party. Wore a nice suit, kept a smile on my face, made polite conversation. But Jasmine made a point of introducing me last every time. "This is Craig," she'd say, as if struggling to remember my name. "Matt's brother." And then she'd pivot right back to someone more important. The final insult came 3 weeks before the wedding. It was a Tuesday. I was at work, in the middle of reviewing a contract, when I got a text from Matt. "Hey, can we talk?" I called him immediately, assuming something was wrong. He answered, voice tight. "Hey man. So, Jasmine's been thinking a lot about the guest list." I felt my stomach tighten. Okay. She's just worried about optics, you know? Her family's flying in from all over. They're high profile. A lot of important people. She doesn't want anything to feel off. Off. I repeated. "Yeah. It's just," he hesitated. "She thinks maybe it's best if you skip the wedding photos. Maybe even the ceremony. Just come to the after party. Less pressure that way." I couldn't speak for a second. It felt like someone had shoved all the air out of the room. "So I'm good enough for the after party?" I finally said. "Just not the part where people might see me?" "It's not like that," Matt said quickly. She thinks you might not fit the image she's going for." The image. That word stuck in my head like a thorn. I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I just said, "Noted," and hung up. I sat there for a long time afterward, just staring at my office window. Not because I was sad, but because something in me had shifted. All these years I tried to stay quiet, be the bigger person, let things slide. I kept my success to myself because I didn't need validation. But in that moment, I realized something. Jasmine had no idea who she was dismissing, and neither did Matt. What they didn't know, what no one knew, was that 2 weeks earlier, I'd finalized a deal to become the majority shareholder of a luxury travel conglomerate that happened to own one of the companies Jasmine's father chaired. A quiet acquisition, through a holding group. Nothing flashy, but enough that I now had a seat at the table. A very important seat. And suddenly, I wasn't just Matt's awkward older brother. I was someone Jasmine's entire family had a very real reason to notice. But I didn't say anything. Not yet. Because if they wanted me invisible, I was happy to let them pretend. Right up until the moment they realized just how big of a mistake that was. And that moment? That came at the wedding reception. I didn't respond to Matt's text after that call. I didn't show any emotion. No follow-up, no snide remark. Just radio silence. And that silence was apparently taken as agreement, because I didn't hear from him for a week, until our mom called. She didn't know the full story, of course. She never really did. She had this way of glossing over things, pretending everything was fine as long as the family showed up for Sunday dinner. "Craig," she said, voice chipper. "Jasmine's finalizing the head count for the wedding dinner. You're still coming to the reception, right?" I didn't know what to say to that. My throat tightened with something that wasn't quite anger, but definitely wasn't peace. "I'm not going to the ceremony," I said. "Apparently, I don't fit the aesthetic." Mom let out a short, confused laugh. "What? Who told you that?" "Matt." There was a long pause on the line. Then she said, carefully, "I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding." "It's not," I said. "He said Jasmine doesn't want me in the photos. Doesn't want me around her family." "That can't be right," she said. But her voice had already gone soft. I could tell she knew, or at least suspected. "Maybe you should call him again. Try to talk it out." I didn't, because there was nothing left to say. The next 2 weeks passed like a bad fever. I tried to stay focused on work. There were contracts to sign, a merger to finalize, meetings to lead, but my mind kept drifting back to Matt and Jasmine. Every now and then I'd get a forwarded message from the family group chat, pictures of floral arrangements, venue sneak peeks, dress fittings. Jasmine smiling, Matt standing beside her, beaming like he'd won the lottery. My name never came up. Not once. One night, I scrolled through the chat and noticed a photo Jasmine had posted, a seating chart preview, handwritten with calligraphy. I zoomed in. My name wasn't there. I texted Matt. "So I'm not even getting a seat at dinner?" He replied 10 minutes later. "It's not that. Jasmine just didn't think it made sense to include you for formal dinner. You can still join for drinks after." I didn't respond. And that was the moment it all snapped. Not just because I was excluded, but because I realized I'd spent years being the dependable one. The one who never caused drama, never demanded anything. The one who was easy to ignore. And this was how they saw me. Not just Jasmine, but Matt too. Disposable. Embarrassing. Unworthy of a chair at his wedding. I started remembering things I hadn't let myself feel at the time. Like how, growing up, Matt always got the new stuff while I wore his hand-me-downs. How he crashed my car when he was 19 and our parents made me cover the deductible because I had savings. How I helped him move apartments in college during a rainstorm, dragging a mattress 3 blocks because he didn't book a truck and he never even said thank you. I remembered how he missed my graduation because he forgot the date, but I still drove 3 hours to attend his. How I lent him $5,000 during his first year working because he said he was drowning in bills. Money he never paid back, and I never brought up. Because that's what brothers do, right? They forgive. They show up. They give grace. But this was different. This wasn't just Matt being careless. This was deliberate erasure. And it was Jasmine orchestrating it all, with Matt playing the obedient puppet. And the part that made it worse? They thought they were getting away with it. See, there's something surreal about being cut out by people who think they're better than you, while also owning a majority share in the company that signs their paychecks. Because Jasmine's dad, William Langston, is the chairman of a luxury hospitality conglomerate called Varello International. Think upscale resorts, executive jets, private events. And about 2 months before all this wedding drama began, Varello's board had been in chaos, mismanagement, internal disputes, investor pullouts. My firm had swooped in and bought 22% of their outstanding shares through a partner fund. Another 9% through a shell acquisition. Quiet moves, silent capital. I wasn't the face of the transaction. I didn't need to be. But by the time Jasmine was texting florists and trying on designer shoes, I owned 51%. And William had no idea. Until one rainy Friday afternoon, when I was invited, anonymously, into a board meeting. I'll never forget his face when he walked into that room. He was tall, sharp-jawed, wearing a navy pinstripe suit like he was born in it. He scanned the boardroom, eyes passing right over me like I was a consultant waiting to refill his coffee. Then the meeting started. I let the legal counsel run through the introductions. I said nothing. I just waited. When my name was finally brought up as the new controlling interest, William turned his head slowly, and for the first time, actually looked at me. I smiled. He did not. After the meeting, he approached me. Craig, was it? You're Matt's brother? I nodded. Small world. He didn't say anything for a moment. Then, you've been busy. Quietly. His jaw flexed. What are your intentions here? I tilted my head. That depends. On what? I let the silence stretch for just a second longer than was comfortable. On whether Jasmine ever apologizes for saying I wasn't good enough to be in her wedding photos. He blinked. The air changed. That was her decision, he said eventually, carefully. I know, and I respect it. He looked uneasy, like he didn't know what game I was playing. I didn't explain. I didn't need to. I just handed him my card, my real card, the one with my name as managing partner, and walked away. For the next few days, things were quiet. Until my mother called again. She was softer this time, almost timid. Craig, Jasmine mentioned you might be thinking of showing up to the reception. I wasn't invited to the ceremony. Or the dinner, I said. But yes, I'll be there. Wouldn't want to miss the drinks, right? She hesitated. Craig, she's worried. About what? About you causing a scene. I laughed, sharp, bitter. You mean like standing in the background of a photo and ruining her aesthetic? She didn't mean it like that, she said, automatically. I waited. She sighed. Okay, maybe she did. There it was. Mom, I said, I'm not going to cause a scene. She sounded relieved. Good. That's good. But I will be seen. The call ended soon after that, and I could feel the ripple starting. A few days before the wedding, I got a call from William Langston. Not a board call. A personal one. He didn't say hello. Just, Craig, let's talk. I listened. He tried to be civil at first. Tried to pretend we were equals, just two men having a conversation. But the desperation bled through. He asked if I was really planning to attend. If I would be making any announcements. If I could just be discreet. I was told I'm not welcome at the ceremony, I said. So I'll be at the reception. Quietly. Professionally. He didn't like that answer. He tried a new tactic. Asked if I'd consider selling my shares. We'd make it worth your time, he said. It's not personal. I smiled into the receiver. That's the thing, I said. It is personal. He hung up. And so, the day of the wedding came. The ceremony was held at some grand estate outside the city. White marble pillars, manicured hedges, a string quartet playing under a silk canopy. I didn't go. I sat in my car, parked just out of view, watching the guests arrive. Everyone was dressed like royalty. Jasmine's family in designer dresses, tailored tuxedos, laughter that sounded expensive. My own parents looked stiff, unsure of where they fit in all this. And then, finally, Matt and Jasmine appeared. Smiling, glowing, oblivious. They didn't know I was there. Not yet. Not until the reception. Not until I walked in, wearing a custom-tailored black suit that cost more than Jasmine's gown. Confident, uninvited, unapologetic. And when I made my way toward them, champagne in hand, smile sharp as a blade, that's when everything started to unravel. The ballroom looked like a scene ripped from a billionaire's wedding catalog. Gleaming chandeliers, crystal flutes catching the light just right, fresh orchids spilling from centerpieces that probably cost more than my parents' monthly mortgage. Every detail screamed status. And every detail, I knew, had been curated to impress Jasmine's family. Her father's boardroom acquaintances, fashion world cousins, high society friends. And now me, the uninvited guest, the nobody brother. I walked in just as the newlyweds made their second entrance. This time as Mr. and Mrs. Langston Sheffield, their hyphenated name broadcast by the MC with such pomp you'd think royalty had arrived. Everyone applauded. Jasmine did her slow-motion twirl. Matt waved like a campaign winner, and they took their places at the long, elevated wedding table flanked by gold-rimmed plates and ivory menus. I didn't expect anyone to notice me, but someone did. A ripple started somewhere near the bar. A few heads turned, then more. I didn't say a word, just moved with quiet certainty to an empty corner, where a waiter, probably assuming I was a guest, offered me a glass of champagne. I took it. Matt saw me first. From across the ballroom, mid-laugh with one of Jasmine's cousins, his gaze locked with mine. His smile faltered. For a second, I could see him mentally replaying every decision that led to this moment. I raised my glass in a quiet salute. He didn't return it. I stayed in the shadows for a while, long enough to watch how they paraded their new image. How Jasmine clung to her father's arm when introducing him to guests. How Matt, once the laid-back older brother who used to make fun of yacht clubs and monogram towels, now laughed just a little too loudly at elitist jokes. I watched as my parents sat stiffly at the edge of the main table, clearly out of place, while Jasmine's family swarmed the room like they owned it. I felt alone in a room full of people I once called family. And for a brief moment, just a flicker, I almost walked out. I'm not ashamed to admit that I felt that pit in my stomach again. That sting of rejection that no amount of money or power seems to numb. The voice in your head that whispers, see, you're not one of them. You never were. But then I caught sight of someone I didn't expect to see. My Aunt Marlene, my dad's sister, a fiery woman in her 60s who wore oversized glasses, chain-smoked like a French film director, and didn't believe in mincing words. She hadn't been around for most of the wedding festivities, lived out of state, had some kind of falling out years ago. But there she was, seated at a back table, her hair tied in a red scarf, watching everything with narrowed eyes. She spotted me, raised her glass, and mouthed, "You don't belong here." I smiled. For a second, I thought she meant it the same way Jasmine had. But then she nodded to the newlyweds, curled her lip in distaste, and mouthed again, "They don't know who you are." And that was the turning point. Not the public moment of revenge I'd been planning. Not some grand corporate reveal. Just that look. That silent confirmation that someone still saw me. Still knew me. Still remembered I wasn't always the background character. I nodded back, finished my champagne, and decided that tonight wasn't about them anymore. It was about me. I didn't need to interrupt their night to feel powerful. I didn't need to embarrass them in front of their polished guests. Because I'd already won. Quietly. Elegantly. Strategically. But before I tell you what I did do, let me back up. Let me tell you how I got here. Because none of this was overnight. Rebuilding myself, that took time. The lowest point wasn't that phone call from Matt. It wasn't even seeing my name omitted from the wedding chart. The worst moment, the real bottom, came 3 days after that board meeting with Jasmine's dad. After the silence. After the call from my mom. After the realization that I'd been written out of my own brother's life, like a character from a show who no longer fit the plot. It was a Tuesday. I'd taken the afternoon off under the excuse of back-to-back meetings, but the truth was I couldn't focus. I walked out of my high-rise office, past the marble lobby with its glass sculpture centerpiece, and just wandered. Down unfamiliar blocks, through quiet parks, past bustling cafes where people laughed and clinked glasses. I wasn't part of anything that day. Not the city, not my family, not the wedding. Eventually, I sat on a bench facing the river, cold wind brushing my coat collar. Watching the water move, slow and murky, I stared at it for a long time and asked myself, what's the point of any of this? What was the point of building something from scratch? Of pouring every waking hour into something real, only to be erased when it mattered most? I didn't cry, but I did feel hollow. Like everything I'd done had led to a place where I was still, somehow, invisible. That night, I didn't go home. I booked a room at a boutique hotel I liked. Nothing extravagant, just quiet. Ordered room service. Put my phone on silent. And opened my laptop, not to answer emails, but to write something I hadn't written in years. A list of everything I'd built. Every deal. Every share. Every risk that paid off. And then, in another column, a list of everything I had allowed. Every time I'd been disrespected and said nothing. Every time I'd made myself small to keep the peace. Every time I'd let my brother walk away with more credit, more attention, more space. And when I looked at those lists side by side, something inside me shifted. I realized that my success had never been about being seen. It had been about proving something. To them. To myself. And that was the problem. Because the minute you build something just to prove you're worth loving, you hand all the power back to the people who refuse to see you. I closed the laptop, took a deep breath, and decided I wasn't doing that anymore. I wouldn't beg for a seat at anyone's table. I'd build my own table, with better lighting. Over the next few weeks, everything about my life stayed the same on the outside, but on the inside, I was sharpening. I got serious about taking care of myself, not out of vanity, but because I was tired of being dismissed. I hired a personal trainer, got a custom wardrobe, not flashy, but fitted. Clean lines. Understated wealth. I stopped wearing the slightly oversized suits that made me look like a math teacher at a funeral. I started networking again. Not just business circles, but art galleries, philanthropic events, industry panels. I leaned into the power I already had, the empire I'd built while playing the background. And something surprising started to happen. People noticed. Doors opened. Conversations flowed. A partner at a major media firm reached out after seeing one of our investment projects. A political strategist asked if I'd ever considered joining a civic board. Even William Langston's executive assistant began responding to my emails with slightly more urgency. The world started treating me the way I had quietly wished my family would. And with every new meeting, every closed deal, every nod of recognition, I started letting go of the pain. Not forgiving, necessarily, but loosening my grip on it. It no longer controlled me. And when the wedding date finally rolled around, I was no longer the brother on the sidelines hoping to be invited in. I was the man whose absence would be noticed, which made my arrival even more powerful. So when I stepped into that ballroom, it wasn't to prove a point. It was a quiet declaration. You can ignore someone for years, diminish them, dismiss them, but you don't get to erase them from your story and expect silence, especially when they're holding the pen. And now, as I stood at the edge of the reception floor, one final glass of champagne in hand, I watched as Jasmine whispered something to Matt, her face suddenly tense, eyes darting toward me. He turned, pale and tight-lipped. I waited, because the moment was coming. Not the climax. Not yet. But the tremor. The crack in the mirror. Matt's eyes followed me as I walked through the reception like I belonged there. Which, technically, I didn't. But that didn't matter. I wasn't here as a guest. I wasn't even here as a brother. I was here as the mirror they'd tried to avoid. Jasmine noticed me seconds after Matt did. She was mid-toast with one of her diamond-draped aunts when her eyes flicked toward me. I saw the instant panic. Her mouth froze on a smile that didn't finish. Then she leaned into Matt, whispering urgently. Matt glanced again, as if he needed to confirm I was still there. And I was. Calm. Composed. Quietly sipping champagne from a glass that probably cost more than the suit I used to wear to family Thanksgivings. They didn't move right away. Maybe they were hoping I'd walk out on my own. That I'd seen enough, felt ashamed enough, to slip back into the shadows I apparently belonged to. But this wasn't that story. I wasn't the invisible brother anymore, and I wasn't going anywhere. A few minutes later, I saw Matt heading toward me, not with the usual smile or even that stiff, fake brotherly warmth he'd worn at the last couple of family events. He looked cautious, like someone approaching a loose wire and praying it wasn't live. "Craig," he said, hands in his pockets. "You're here." "Sharp observation," I said, casually sipping. "Congratulations, by the way. Beautiful ceremony, from what I heard." He glanced around, lowering his voice. "I thought we talked about this." "You told me I wasn't welcome at the ceremony," I said. "You said Jasmine didn't want me in the pictures." He looked uncomfortable. "Yeah, but we agreed." "No," I interrupted. "You decided." I stayed quiet. Matt looked over his shoulder, probably checking if Jasmine was watching. She was. I could see her pretending not to be, her attention locked on a conversation she clearly wasn't following. "You've got to understand, man," Matt said. "This wedding, her family's huge. There's press, photos, her dad's business people. She just wanted it to look a certain way." I smiled. "Yeah, I get that." He sighed in relief. "But what she doesn't know," I added, "is that I own that business." His smile froze. "Come again." I stepped in slightly closer, not enough to cause a scene, just enough for the words to be for him and him alone. "Varello International. Your father-in-law's crown jewel. I'm the majority shareholder now." Matt blinked like I'd just spoken another language. "No, you're not. You're joking." "You sure?" I raised an eyebrow. "Because I was at the last board meeting. Sat across from William Langston himself." He didn't look thrilled. Matt's face went pale. He didn't say anything for several long beats. I let the silence thicken. Let the reality sink in. Let it sting. Then I patted his shoulder. "You've got a lovely evening ahead. Enjoy it." And I walked away. But that wasn't the revenge. Not yet. That moment, that was the seed. What came next was the harvest. After that reception, I knew two things for certain. Jasmine's family valued image more than integrity, and my brother had lost his backbone somewhere between proposal and honeymoon planning. I could have gone nuclear right then. Made a toast. Revealed everything. Public humiliation, front and center. But I didn't want a spectacle. I wanted consequences. So I started digging deeper. You'd be surprised how many layers sit between a wealthy family's image and their reality. And Jasmine's family? They were a house of cards disguised as a castle. Her father, William Langston, had positioned himself as a titan in luxury hospitality, but his empire was fraying at the edges. Debt hidden behind shell companies. Lawsuits buried in quiet settlements. Executive reshuffles every 6 months. And now, thanks to a few timely acquisitions, I held the strings. But it wasn't just about power. It was about control. So I called a few people. Old colleagues. Industry insiders. A journalist I'd helped once who owed me a favor. And a compliance investigator I knew through a quiet deal we'd done for a merger audit. I didn't even have to ask for dirt. It came to me. Turns out, Jasmine's father had been pushing for a new executive contract. One that would consolidate his power on the board and secure his daughter's future position as head of a charity initiative under the Varello brand. A vanity title. No responsibilities. Just optics. Nepotism dressed in pearls. So I blocked it. Quietly. Legally. The board never even had to vote. I simply leveraged my control clause to halt non-urgent structural expansions pending fiscal stabilization. Corporate speak for, not on my watch. A week later, William called me again. This time he didn't ask. He demanded a meeting. I agreed. We met at a private club downtown. He arrived 10 minutes late, flanked by 2 assistants and reeking of expensive scotch. I was already seated, coffee in hand, files spread neatly before me. "Craig," he said, not bothering to shake my hand. "This has gone far enough." "Has it?" I asked, without looking up. "You're interfering in company business for personal reasons." "I'm protecting shareholder value," I replied smoothly, "which happens to be my responsibility. Not funding wedding favors in the form of executive titles for relatives." William sat down slowly, eyes sharp. "Is this about Jasmine?" "This is about respect," I said. "Something your daughter and your son-in-law forgot about." He leaned in. "You think this boardroom power play will make them regret not inviting you to a few photos?" I smiled. "Oh, I'm not here for regret." "Then what are you here for?" I closed the folder. "Legacy." He stared at me, trying to read between the lines. But there was nothing there to find. I stood up, buttoned my jacket. This isn't personal, William. This is business. And your family brought business to my doorstep when they made it personal. I left him sitting there, seething. But I wasn't done. Because revenge isn't just about cutting someone down. It's about reclaiming your place. So I went back to my family. Not to grovel. Not to beg for a seat. To reintroduce myself. I started with Aunt Marlene. I called her, thanked her for that look she gave me at the reception. We talked for hours. She told me things I never knew, about how my dad used to lean on me to keep peace, how Matt had always been protected, even when he didn't deserve it. She told me about my mom's worry, the silence that followed every argument, the way she swept everything under the rug for the family's sake. And I told her everything. The company, the power, the betrayal. Marlene, true to form, didn't gasp, didn't say, "Oh, honey." She just said, "It's about time someone shook the tree." After that, things moved fast. She helped me reconnect with a few family members who'd been distant by design. Cousins who were tired of the Matt and Jasmine show. Uncles who'd been quietly excluded from certain events. Even my mom, who called me late one night, voice soft and unsure. "I didn't know," she said. "You didn't ask." I replied, not unkindly. "You're right." That meant more than I expected. And little by little, the family dynamic shifted. Not all at once. Not with fireworks. But in subtle, powerful ways. Like when a cousin invited me to a reunion without adding, "I don't know if Jasmine would be okay with it." Or when my mom stopped making excuses for Matt and started saying, "That was wrong. He shouldn't have done that to you." Or when my dad, silent for weeks, sent me a text that simply said, "You've always been the strong one. I just didn't see it." No apology, but acknowledgement. And somehow that was enough. Meanwhile, the Langstons were unraveling. Jasmine's charity initiative was quietly shelved. Rumors started surfacing, nothing scandalous, just the kind of whispers that keep donors from signing checks. William's position on the board became shakier. And Jasmine, she found herself on the outside of the very circles she tried to climb into. Not because of me directly, but because she forgot something important. When you treat people like they don't belong, sometimes they buy the whole building. And now it was time to collect. It took exactly 93 days from the night of the wedding reception to the moment I got the call I'd been waiting for. I was in my office, sipping an espresso from the same machine Jasmine had once mocked me for. "You still drink that stuff from a capsule?" She'd laughed at a brunch once, waving her manicured hand like she was allergic to budget appliances. I didn't reply then. But that morning, I smiled as the bitter scent filled the room. The call came from Varello's vice president of finance. His tone was professional but strained, like a man trying to deliver bad news wrapped in legalese. "Craig," he said, "we've had another round of board restructuring requests from Mr. Langston. There's some pushback." I already knew. I'd arranged the pushback. "I understand," I said mildly. "What's the situation?" "Well," he paused. "Given the lack of confidence from the shareholders, the compliance issues under audit, and recent financial turbulence, there's movement for a leadership transition." There it was. The bloodless coup. "What are the board's expectations?" I asked, knowing full well what the answer would be. "They'd like you to step in as interim chairman." I leaned back in my chair. "Let that settle in." "I accept." What followed in the next 2 weeks was methodical and surgical. A series of memos drafted by the legal team. Internal communications drafted with neutral language, strategic realignment, leadership optimization, temporary restructure pending board review. William Langston was removed from day-to-day operations. His access to key financials suspended pending audit. His executive assistant reassigned. It wasn't a scandal. It wasn't a headline. Just a quiet dissent. The kind reserved for men who overplayed their hand and underestimated the quiet players. And Jasmine? Well, let's talk about Jasmine. She didn't notice the shift at first. But then the invitations started drying up. Her gala appearances were quietly unlisted. Magazine features that had once spotlighted her visionary, charity work now moved on to newer names. Her PR team stopped returning calls. And donors who once wrote six-figure checks began ghosting her events, citing conflicts. The real blow came when Varello announced the dissolution of the Langston Initiative for Global Luxury Philanthropy. That vanity project of hers that had been set to launch with a 5-star gala in Milan? Gone. I didn't even have to lift a pen for that part. The finance committee axed it themselves under the new efficiency directive. She tried to save it. Publicly posted on social media about how heartbroken she was, how unforeseen internal changes had delayed the vision. The post was full of glowing words and filtered selfies from the Tuscany trip she took with Matt. I noticed the comments dwindled. The likes were slower. And then, quietly, the post vanished. I didn't need to see it go viral. I just needed her to know it failed. And I needed her to ask herself why. Matt reached out, finally, about 2 months into my new role. He sent a message first. Not a call. Not even a real apology. Hey, I know things have been tense. Any chance we can grab coffee? I stared at the screen for a while. Then, curiosity winning out, I agreed. We met at a neutral cafe downtown. Quiet. No cameras. No family. He looked worn. Not in a dramatic way, but subtly. Like someone whose world had shifted just slightly off axis. The confident grin he used to wear now came with an edge of self-awareness. A little too practiced. A little too forced. Craig, he said, pulling me into a hug I didn't return. Man, it's been a ride, huh? Something like that. We sat. He didn't order anything. He jumped right in. Look, I've been thinking about everything that went down. And I just wanted to say, I didn't handle things the best way. That's an understatement, I said. He swallowed. Yeah, fair. You didn't just exclude me, I continued. You disrespected me. You stood by while your wife made me feel like a footnote in our own family. I didn't know. You knew. I cut him off. Calm, but firm. You just didn't care enough to do anything. He went quiet. For a while, neither of us spoke. Then he said, I didn't realize how far you'd come. What you built. I thought you were just still doing your finance thing. Low-key. That's the thing, Matt. You never asked. You never cared. He looked away. Jasmine said you made her uncomfortable. That you didn't fit the look she was going for. I laughed. And you agreed. He didn't deny it. Look, he said finally. I know things are complicated between us. But we're still brothers. Are we? That landed. He looked down, tapping his fingers against the table. Can we fix it? I took a breath. Not because I needed time to think, but because I wanted to make the silence mean something. I don't know, I said honestly. Trust isn't a light switch. And I'm not going to pretend this didn't change things. But, he asked, hopeful. But I'm open, I said. To something new? Maybe. He nodded. It wasn't forgiveness. Not yet. But it was a start. He stood. Thanks for meeting me. I stood too. Matt. Yeah. If you ever marry someone again, make sure you don't disappear in the process. He gave a small, sad smile. Noted. As for Jasmine, we never spoke again. I saw her once more, though. It was at an industry event I hosted as part of Varello's new direction, focused on sustainable luxury and authentic branding. A quiet, tasteful affair. No flash. Just substance. She showed up with her father, clinging to the edge of the crowd like someone trying to reclaim space she no longer owned. She didn't come over. But she watched me. And for once, I let her. Because this time, I wasn't invisible. This time, I stood exactly where I was meant to be. At the center. Calm. Confident. Unapologetic. And as the night wound down, as I stepped up to give closing remarks and saw my parents in the audience, Mom beaming, Dad clapping, Aunt Marlene giving me that same proud nod, I realized something. Revenge wasn't loud. It wasn't petty. It wasn't about making a scene. It was about reclaiming your story. Quietly. Strategically. With grace. And making sure that the next time someone tries to erase you from the picture, you own the camera. They told me I didn't belong in the photo, so I bought the frame, the gallery, and the building it hangs in. I'm Nate, 27 years old, and if you'd asked me 2 years ago what I thought rock bottom looked like, I'd probably have said something dumb like being broke or getting dumped. Turns out, it's sitting on the edge of a cot in a holding cell, trying to make a collect call to your parents, only to be told they can't talk because they're at your sister's gender reveal party. I remember every detail. The cold of the steel bench pressing into my back, the sour stench of old sweat and bleach, the way the payphone crackled as my mom answered with laughter in her voice. Nathan? What is it? I was relieved for a moment, like maybe someone finally picked up. But then she followed it up with, we're at Chloe's gender reveal. This isn't really a good time. You'll figure it out, won't you? Then a click. No, are you okay? No, what happened? Just click. I stood there, the dial tone humming in my ear, hands clenched so tight my knuckles went white. I had one more phone call. So I called the only person left who actually gave a damn, my lawyer, David Kessler. Not a public defender. A real one. The kind that costs too much and doesn't waste time. He picked up after 2 rings and said, "Tell me where you are. I'm on my way." That man moved faster than anyone I'd ever known. Within 3 hours, I was out on bail. He even drove me home. No one else showed. Not even a text from my parents. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why were you in jail, Nate? Well, it wasn't drugs or theft or anything like that. It was assault. But the kind where you're not sorry you did it. A guy named Vince laid hands on someone I care about. I found out. I confronted him. He got violent first. I finished it. The cops arrived after a neighbor called it in. Vince had a broken nose and a bruised ego, and I had handcuffs around my wrists. Still, the fact that no one from my family even bothered to check what had happened, just went on popping confetti over Chloe's unborn baby while I sat in a holding cell, was something I couldn't forget or forgive. Growing up, Chloe was always the favorite. I used to think I was just imagining it, but by the time I hit high school, even my teachers would comment on how differently we were treated. She got a brand new car at 16. I got a shared beat-up Honda Civic with a leaky roof. Her room stayed pristine, repainted and redecorated every couple of years like some Pinterest showroom. Mine still had glow-in-the-dark stars from when I was 10. Every time she messed up, it was someone else's fault. Me? 1C on a report card, and I was a disappointment to the family legacy. It wasn't just material stuff. It was attention, affection, support. Chloe wanted to be a lifestyle influencer, so our parents bankrolled her ring light setups, her travel content trips, her endless skincare routines. I worked 2 jobs during college and still barely got a "that's nice" when I graduated. But this jail call, that was a new low, and it made something inside me snap, not in a rage kind of way. More like a slow, icy realization. They had never really seen me. And I had spent my entire life trying to earn the approval of people who only clapped when Chloe sneezed. So I stopped reaching out. For a week, I didn't call, text, or show up to anything. And sure enough, no one reached out to me either. Except David. He invited me to dinner with his family. Just burgers in his backyard, nothing fancy. But it was the first time in a while I felt seen. Heard. Human. That week turned into 2. Then 3. Still nothing. Chloe posted videos of the gender reveal party all over Instagram. There were pink balloons and a smoke cannon, and of course, a custom cake. She captioned it, "It's a girl. Can't wait to welcome my little princess into this amazing family. 2 heart sparkles." I stared at it, sitting on my bed, in my 1-bedroom apartment that I paid for by fixing HVAC units. It was like watching a performance, a stage I'd never been invited onto. But then something weird happened. My parents finally called. It was a Thursday morning, and I was in the middle of writing a statement with David for my upcoming court date. My phone buzzed, and when I saw Mom flash across the screen, I hesitated before answering. "Nathan, honey." Her voice was chipper, too chipper. "We heard you got into some kind of situation." She said it like I'd spilled juice on a white rug. "We wanted to come visit. Your father and I. We're free Saturday. Is that all right?" For a moment, I didn't answer. I could hear my dad in the background, muttering something about traffic on the interstate. "Sure," I said, tone flat. "Come by the county courthouse. I'll be there signing some papers with David." There was a pause. I almost laughed. "Oh," Mom said. "Well, okay then. We'll see you there, sweetheart." They showed up in matching sweaters and bright smiles, like it was a church bake sale. Mom even brought a Tupperware of cookies. I saw them through the glass door in the lobby, trying to act casual while glancing around for me. But I wasn't in the waiting area. I was upstairs, standing beside David, who handed me a sealed envelope and said, "This will do it." "Are you sure?" I nodded. My hands trembled, but not from nerves. From finally knowing I had the leverage to end the game they'd been playing for years. And this time, I was holding the board. When the guard downstairs waved them through, I watched from the landing as they stepped inside, smiles still glued to their faces. That's when the guard handed them the envelope. I couldn't hear what was said, but I saw the moment everything changed. Mom's fingers tightened on the folder. Dad's jaw tensed. They looked up in unison, scanning the room. Searching. But I was already gone. I had said what I needed to in that envelope. And now, I waited. I didn't go home that night. I stayed at David's place again. He offered, and I accepted, mostly because I didn't trust myself to be alone. I wasn't scared, not exactly. But I'd just taken a wrecking ball to my parents' carefully curated fantasy, and the fallout was inevitable. The next morning, I had 12 missed calls. 4 from Mom, 3 from Dad, 5 from Chloe. I didn't listen to the voicemails right away. I sat in David's guest room, still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, staring at my phone like it might explode. Finally, I pressed play. First message, from Mom, voice sharp and tight. "Nathan, what is this? What's going on? Why would you do something so cruel? We're your family." Second message, Dad this time. "I hope this is a joke. You don't know what you're messing with, son." Third, Chloe, sounding confused and more annoyed than anything else. "Okay, what did you do?" Mom's freaking out. "You better not have ruined anything for the baby, Nate." I deleted the rest. The truth was, I hadn't done anything illegal. Nothing even close. But I had exposed everything they worked so hard to hide. See, while I was being ignored and dismissed and told to figure it out, I'd been quietly keeping records. Bank statements, emails, text threads, everything. And it turned out my parents had been funneling money from my late grandfather's trust fund, which was originally set up for both of his grandchildren, Chloe and me. I only found out because David, being the kind of lawyer who actually reads the fine print, dug into it when I told him my parents had always claimed the trust barely had anything left after Chloe's college tuition and house down payment. But the fund hadn't been drained. It had been redirected. Illegally, Chloe had been getting quarterly deposits under a maintenance stipend. Mom and Dad had authorized it, with forged documents stating I'd forfeited my share years ago. Of course, I never signed anything. But they'd counted on me being too disconnected, too distracted, too exhausted to ever look into it. They were almost right. The envelope I handed the guard contained notarized statements from David, copies of the trust documents, and a notice of legal action. Civil fraud, breach of fiduciary duty, and a formal motion to freeze the remaining assets until the case was resolved. By the time they'd opened the envelope, their accounts had already been flagged. And just like that, the perfect family image they'd been flaunting at gender reveals and Instagram brunches began to fracture. By Monday, I got another call. This time, I answered. "Hello, Nate." My father's voice was quieter now, like he was forcing calm. "We should talk. This has gone too far." I said nothing. He tried again. "Whatever this is, you've made your point. You're angry. We get it. But this? Dragging the whole family into court? That's not what Grandpa would have wanted." That made me laugh. A dry, bitter sound. "You're right," I said. He probably wouldn't have wanted his legacy stolen and funneled into Instagram sponsorships and fake eyelashes, either. There was silence on the other end. And then my dad's voice, lower now, colder. "You'll regret this." I hung up. For the next few weeks, things escalated. Chloe posted a now-deleted video crying about toxic family members who ruin everything out of jealousy. My mom sent me emails trying to guilt-trip me, talking about how I was tearing the family apart, how money shouldn't matter more than blood. But to me, it wasn't about money. It was about finally standing up, about no longer playing the role they had written for me in a story that always ended with Chloe on the pedestal and me on the floor, sweeping up after her. David filed the lawsuit, and when the court summoned them, they finally stopped calling. In the quiet that followed, I did something I hadn't done in years. I called my grandfather's old friend, Harold. He was the executor before my parents managed to push him out of the loop, claiming I wanted nothing to do with the estate. I met him at a diner on the edge of town, just 2 coffee mugs between us and decades of silence. He told me things I never knew. That Grandpa had planned for me to take over his small business, that he'd even set aside a separate account for me to use when I turned 25, but it had somehow disappeared under my parents' care. By the time I left that diner, I had more than evidence. I had clarity. I'd spent my whole life trying to be the version of Nate they could tolerate. The quiet one. The helper. The afterthought. Now, I was something else entirely. And the next time I saw them, it wouldn't be at a birthday, or a baby shower, or another picture-perfect party with pastel decorations. It would be in court. Front row. I'd be on the plaintiff's side. And they'd be sitting across from me, facing questions, consequences, and a judge who didn't care about gender reveals or family dinners. Just facts. And the truth. The courtroom was colder than I expected. Not in temperature, just in atmosphere. Everything felt sharp, echoey, unforgiving. The kind of place where excuses don't land and fake smiles die on arrival. I sat beside David at the plaintiff's table. In a navy suit he insisted I wear. First impressions matter, he'd said. You're not the angry kid in the corner anymore. You're the one holding the truth. I believed him, or I was trying to. Across the room, my parents looked smaller than I remembered. My mother wore a stiff cream blazer that probably cost more than my car. Her hair was perfectly curled, but her hands betrayed her, fidgeting, wringing the tissue in her lap to shreds. My dad sat stone-faced beside her, jaw tight, eyes flicking around like a man expecting a surprise ambush. Chloe wasn't there. David said their lawyer probably advised against it, which made sense. Chloe had no filter. She'd implode the second someone questioned her trust fund stipend. The judge entered. Gavel. Formalities. Then it began. David opened with calm, crisp precision. He laid everything out. The original terms of my grandfather's trust, the intended 50-50 split between Chloe and me, the forged documentation, the unauthorized withdrawals, the sequence of fraudulent transfers, and then the kicker. The recorded phone call between Harold and my mom from 5 years ago, where she joked about Nate never checking any of this stuff anyway. The courtroom didn't laugh. Their lawyer, a balding man in a tailored suit who looked like he should be selling yachts, tried to spin it. This is a family misunderstanding. The trust was always flexible. The parents were simply allocating resources based on need and involvement. Chloe was close to her grandfather. Nate, well, he was more distant. David leaned in slightly. Distant? He visited his grandfather every Sunday for 8 years. He helped manage the old man's prescriptions. He drove him to the hospital during his last fall. The room was still. The other lawyer muttered something about perception, but it was clear the narrative was shifting. Then it was time for witness statements. Harold went first. Steady. Clear. He painted a picture of my grandfather, stern, proud, but deeply loyal. He loved both grandkids, Harold said. But he was always worried about Nate being overlooked. That's why he made things equal. He said, if anything happens to me, I don't want Nate to be at anyone's mercy. Then I was called. I didn't want to speak like a victim, so I didn't. I talked about what it felt like growing up invisible. About the time I broke my arm at 13 and had to wait 2 hours for someone to come get me from the ER because Chloe was getting her nails done with mom. About the night I graduated from trade school and no one showed up because they were at Chloe's boyfriend's album launch. About the gender reveal call from jail. My voice cracked there. Not from anger, but something deeper. The ache of being seen only when I'd become useful or threatening. The years I wasted trying to earn scraps of affection. The hollow feeling of realizing that blood ties mean nothing if you're just a background character in someone else's story. The judge didn't say much, but she nodded. Once. Slowly. When I stepped down, I caught a glimpse of my mother's face. Her eyes were glossy, but not from guilt, from fear. The next day, everything moved fast. David filed for an emergency injunction to freeze not just the remaining trust assets, but any joint marital accounts they used to fund Chloe's influencer lifestyle. Their lawyer objected, violently, said it was overreach, said I was trying to destroy their lives out of spite. David didn't even raise his voice. He just held up a printed sheet of Chloe's Instagram post from a year ago, where she wrote, "Shout out to my amazing parents for the housewarming gift. Yes, that's a Tesla?" With a photo of her posing in front of a Model Y. Gifted from my trust fund. The judge signed the freeze order. By the following week, their accounts were locked. Their lawyer tried to negotiate. He offered partial repayment. Apologies. Mediation. I refused. This wasn't about settling quietly. This was about telling the truth out loud. For once, in a room where everyone had to listen. Meanwhile, Chloe started to unravel. She posted a long-winded Instagram story claiming she was the victim of jealous male energy and how family money doesn't mean ownership. It backfired. Her sponsors dropped her within days. Turns out brands don't like being linked to financial fraud investigations. And my parents? They stopped showing up to court. Started sending letters instead. First through their lawyer, then handwritten ones. Apologies. Regret. The classic, "We didn't know how much we were hurting you." Followed by, "You're punishing your own parents." Then eventually, "We just want to talk." I didn't respond, because by then, I had something else to focus on. David had just informed me that the judge was considering a full transfer of control, naming me sole trustee of what was left of the estate. A chance not just to reclaim what was mine, but to decide what happens next. And just when I thought it couldn't get more surreal, just when things started settling into place, there was a knock at my apartment door one evening. I opened it, and there stood Chloe. No cameras, no ring lights, no filters, just her. And the first words out of her mouth were, "You don't have to ruin all of us." I didn't say anything. I just stepped aside and let her in, because I needed to hear what came next. She stood in the doorway for a long moment before stepping inside, arms crossed, jaw tight. The last time I'd seen Chloe in person, she'd been surrounded by pastel balloons and photographers, eating pink frosted cupcakes while I sat behind bars. Now she looked deflated. Not tired. No, tired can still be glamorous. She looked real. Makeup uneven, hair pulled back in a messy bun, hoodie hanging off one shoulder, and shadows under her eyes that not even her best concealer could hide. She glanced around my apartment like it was a foreign country. "This is where you live." I didn't bother answering. She already knew. She sat down stiffly on the edge of the couch, hands clasped together like she wasn't sure what to do with them. I stayed standing. "Look," she said finally. "I didn't come here to fight." "Good," I replied. "Because we're past that." Her lips twisted slightly. "Then what are we?" "Past fixing." I tilted my head. "We were never broken, Chloe. We just weren't the same story." She looked down, picking at her thumbnail. "Mom and Dad are losing it. They hired some crisis consultant. They're talking about selling the house, liquidating assets. Like everything. That's not my problem. But it is." Her voice cracked, and she caught herself, swallowing hard. "You think I knew? That I sat around cackling while they stole from you?" I raised an eyebrow. She hesitated. "Okay, I knew about the trust. But I thought you didn't care. You were always distant. Always off doing your own thing. HVAC, or whatever. You never wanted to be part of." "Part of what?" I interrupted. "The family? The lies? The brand?" She winced like I'd slapped her. I continued. "You think I wanted to be distant? You ever consider maybe I didn't have the luxury of being close? That maybe after being left behind enough times, you stop showing up for people who treat you like background noise?" She looked up at me, eyes shining. I didn't know how bad it was. "That's the problem," I said quietly. "You never had to." We sat there in silence. The only sound was the faint buzz of a faulty street lamp outside my window. Chloe finally spoke again, voice softer this time. "I didn't come here to beg or threaten. I just wanted to say I'm sorry." I looked at her for a long time. The old Nate would have cracked, would have reached across the space between us and told her it was okay, that he forgave her. That family was more important. But I wasn't that Nate anymore. "I believe you," I said. "I believe you're sorry." She blinked. "You do? But that doesn't mean there aren't consequences." Her shoulders dropped, and she nodded slowly. "Are you going to go all the way with the case?" I paused. "It's not about revenge anymore, Chloe. It's about accountability. About truth. I'm not trying to destroy you. But I'm not going to protect the people who buried me either." She stood up. "Then I hope the judge sees it that way too." As she left, I didn't feel triumphant. I felt still, like something that had been spinning inside me for years had finally gone quiet. The final hearing was 2 weeks later. The courtroom was more crowded this time. Reporters, extended family, a few curious strangers. The story had leaked. Local influencers' trust fund at center of legal battle. Chloe's name had trended on Twitter for a few hours. Her sponsorships were gone. The glow had dimmed. But she showed up, hair pulled back. No fake tears, no dramatics. Just silence. My parents sat beside her, each looking 10 years older. Their lawyer tried one final Hail Mary, arguing that I was destabilizing the family, dragging personal matters into public record. But the judge wasn't having it. In a calm, level tone, she read her verdict aloud. The court found clear evidence of financial mismanagement, forgery, and breach of fiduciary duty. Effective immediately, all control of the trust, both original and remaining assets, would be transferred to me. In addition, the court ordered my parents to repay the misused funds within 18 months or face asset seizure. Chloe was not required to pay anything, on the condition she had no future claim to the estate. I didn't look at her when the judgment was read. I only glanced once, when we were leaving. Our eyes met. She nodded. I nodded back. The weeks after felt surreal. Suddenly, I was being contacted by estate managers, accountants, even family members I hadn't heard from in years. Apparently, inheriting money makes people remember your name. I ignored most of them. Instead, I did something different. I went back to Grandpa's workshop. It was still there, locked up behind the old house, rust on the hinges, but everything inside preserved like time had frozen. His tools, his blueprints, his thermos still sitting on the shelf. I spent that weekend cleaning it out. Then I called Harold. We reopened the business. Not HVAC, not trust fund consulting, just craft. My grandfather's original trade, woodworking, custom tables, chairs, restorations. I hired 2 of my old coworkers, brought them in on full pay, with benefits. Told them we'd make something real, something that lasted. And for the first time in my life, I felt like I wasn't chasing anything. Not approval, not recognition, just peace. My parents? They moved out of their house 3 months after the ruling. Sold their car. The foreclosure notice came 2 weeks after that. I didn't gloat. I didn't show up. I didn't say a word. Because they didn't call from jail. They didn't come to my graduation. They didn't ask if I was okay when I was locked in a holding cell, scared and alone. So I let them figure it out. Chloe moved to a smaller apartment. Started a podcast, of all things. Finding Balance, it was called. I listened to half an episode. She talked about rebuilding trust, accountability, mental health. Maybe it was all performative. Or maybe, just maybe, she was learning. I never reached out. But one day, she left a small package on my porch. No note. Just a photo of Grandpa and me, taken when I was 10, sanding down an old table. On the back, she'd written, "He saw you, Nate. Even when we didn't. I hope this helps you remember." It did. The workshop is full of life now. Every evening, I sit at the big cedar bench near the window, light streaming in, tools lined up like soldiers ready for battle. And sometimes, when it's quiet, I hear his voice. My grandfather's. Rough but kind. "You did good, kid." And I smile. Because for the first time in forever, I believe it. Not because anyone else said it, but because I finally do. I got the voicemail at 2:03 a.m. My phone buzzed twice on the nightstand, right as I was in that half-dreamy place between sleep and full consciousness. I didn't check it right away. I figured it was a spam text or a glitchy notification from some app one hadn't used in weeks. But something in my chest tugged me out of bed like a thread being pulled tight. I grabbed the phone, squinting at the screen in the glow of the night light I never stopped using. 1 missed call from Mom, and 1 new voicemail. The timestamp glared like a warning. "Don't bother coming for Thanksgiving. I've already told my attorney to remove you from everything. Don't make this harder than it has to be." I just stared at the phone for a solid minute. Not because I was confused, but because I wasn't. Let me rewind for a second. My name is Carter. I'm 31, and if there's one thing I've learned in life, it's that nothing cuts deeper than family betrayal. Not just because it hurts, but because it always seems to come wrapped in guilt, dressed up in words like tradition, sacrifice, or you should be grateful. I used to buy into all of it. I used to think loyalty meant shutting up, smiling, and swallowing the bitterness like bad wine at Christmas. But that night, that voicemail, that was the last time my mother would ever talk to me like she owned me. It wasn't always this bad, though. When I was younger, our family looked perfect from the outside. Classic white picket fence suburbia. My dad passed when I was 11, and after that, it was just me, my younger sister Ava, and Mom. She held it together, or at least looked like she did. Kept working her job as a financial advisor, paid the mortgage, made sure we had Christmas gifts and matching sweaters. But slowly, like a storm forming far out over the ocean, something started to twist in her. She was always more forgiving with Ava. I mean, I get it, Ava was the baby. But by the time I hit high school, it became clear that forgiving meant Ava could do no wrong. Wreck the family car? I got blamed for setting a bad example. Forgot to pick her up after cheer practice one time because I had detention. Mom screamed at me like I'd left her in the middle of the desert. Every little misstep from me became a moral failing. Every mistake of Ava's was a learning moment. It didn't take long to realize I was playing a rigged game. Still, I stuck around. I helped raise Ava more than I probably should have. Took on part-time jobs in college just to send money back home. When I landed my first decent-paying job in tech at 24, I was excited to finally give my mom a break. I even offered to help her pay down her mortgage. But that was the beginning of the shift. That's when the power dynamic turned on its head. She didn't say thank you. She acted like I owed her. Like my success was hers by default. At first, it was little things. Subtle digs at my lifestyle, my choices, the fact that I didn't visit enough. Then came the financial suggestions. always couched in guilt. You know, Ava's still finding herself. Maybe you could help her with her car insurance this month? Or, I was thinking of taking a vacation, and things have been so stressful lately. You make more than enough to help. And every time, I helped. Not because I was a pushover, but because I didn't want to rock the boat. I wanted to be the good son, the reliable one, the one who held things together. But then came last year's Thanksgiving. I had flown in from Seattle, first class, on my own dime, and brought along my girlfriend, Layla, who I had been dating for a little over a year. She was nervous, sweet, trying to make a good impression. We showed up with a bottle of wine, a pie, the whole deal. From the moment we walked through the door, Mom gave her the coldest greeting imaginable. No smile, no warmth, just that tight-lipped, judgmental look I knew far too well. I brushed it off at first. Maybe she was stressed, overwhelmed, still in her head about dinner prep. But then at the dinner table, in front of the extended family, she smiled sweetly and said, "So Carter, when are you going to settle down and find a real partner?" The air froze. Layla looked down at her plate. I felt heat rising behind my ears. I laughed awkwardly. "Mom, Layla's literally right here." She blinked, feigning innocence. "I know. I just mean someone who fits our family better. Someone less temporary." It wasn't even about Layla, really. It was about control. It always was. That night was the first time I stood up to her. Nothing explosive. Just a quiet, calm, "That's enough, Mom." But in her mind, it was betrayal. I had crossed the line, chosen someone else over her. And she never forgot it. The months after that were tense. Ava reached out a few times, saying Mom was feeling hurt and confused. I tried to call. Got stonewalled. I sent birthday flowers. They were returned to the sender. Layla and I broke up eventually. Unrelated reasons, but I never told Mom. Didn't feel like giving her that satisfaction. And then came the summer. Aunt Diane, my dad's sister, passed away suddenly. She and I had stayed close over the years. She was like a second mother to me in a lot of ways. We used to talk every Sunday, just chatting about life, work, relationships. She always told me she wanted to leave something behind for me, something meaningful. I never expected much, but I guess Diane had made some serious investments over the years. Real estate, stocks, a couple of antique properties upstate that she'd inherited and quietly renovated. When she passed, I was shocked to find out she'd left me everything. Not split between the family. Just everything. Full inheritance. No stipulations. Mom didn't take that well. She didn't say anything to my face, but the passive aggression started dripping through Ava. Snide texts. Group chats where I was conveniently left out. Then came the rumors that I had manipulated Diane, that I had pressured an old woman into leaving me her estate. Absurd, but enough to get cousins whispering and extended family giving me weird looks at a cousin's wedding. It didn't matter. I stayed quiet. I didn't need to prove anything. I used some of the money to pay off my student loans. Bought a little cabin in the woods as a weekend getaway. Started seriously considering what life would look like if I stepped back from the family for good. Which brings me back to this voicemail. I played it again just to be sure I hadn't imagined the coldness. "I've already told my attorney to remove you from everything. Everything. The family trust. The property in Florida my grandfather left us. The slice of land upstate Mom always said would be mine someday. The ironic part? I hadn't even asked for any of it. I had my own life now. My own money. But the fact that she was dangling it like a weapon, trying to punish me for a perceived disloyalty, that's what got me. I didn't reply right away. I just sat in bed, staring at the wall. My fingers drummed against the phone like they had a mind of their own. And slowly, quietly, the gears started turning. 3 phone calls. That's all it took. And by sunrise, the foundation of her little empire was already starting to shake. But I didn't answer her next call, or the one after that. And when Monday morning hit, and she started calling every 10 minutes like clockwork, I knew exactly why she was panicking. She didn't call me son anymore. That was the first thing I noticed after the voicemail. When she finally stopped spamming my phone long enough for me to check the messages, there were 12 of them between 8 a.m. and noon Monday. Most of them just her breathing into the receiver or half starting a sentence before hanging up. The ones that followed were cold, clipped, and overly formal. "Carter, this has gone far enough. I don't know what you've done, but you need to call me back immediately. This is still family. Still family." That line stuck with me. Like I was the one who had left or threatened legal action in the middle of the night. Like I was the one who had spent the last decade slowly rewriting what family meant into something transactional, conditional, and paper-thin. But we weren't there yet. Not fully. This was still the part where the house of cards was swaying, not collapsing. The thing about people like my mother is they don't blow up all at once. They test the waters. They'll give you just enough kindness to make you question your own boundaries, just enough gaslight to keep the air murky. And if you give an inch, they take the continent. That Monday, I didn't respond. I went for a walk instead, just me and the breeze slicing through the pines behind my cabin. It was crisp, early November air, the kind that smells like wood smoke and makes you think in long, quiet thoughts. I let the world be silent for a few hours. Then I sat down at my kitchen table and wrote out everything I remembered from the last 2 years. Every favor asked, every backhanded insult, every family gathering where Ava was praised like a saint for showing up 10 minutes late while I got side-eyed for not bringing enough wine. And I remembered something important. The summer before Diane passed, she had called me about something odd, Mom asking if there was an updated version of her will. Diane had laughed about it, assuming Mom was just being nosy, but it stuck with me. Why would my mother, who hadn't spoken to Diane much in recent years, be asking about her will? I reached out to Diane's lawyer, Mr. LeBlanc. He remembered the conversation. Mom had called him 3 times that year. Just curiosity, she claimed. That wasn't even the part that made me angry. What made me angry was that she hadn't even pretended to hide it. She was digging before Diane had even gotten sick, like she saw her as nothing more than an uncashed check. I wondered how many conversations Ava had been a part of, how many passive-aggressive dinners they'd had, strategizing behind closed doors about how to secure the estate. Then suddenly, none of them got it. Because Diane made sure it went to me, alone. No split. No confusion. That's when I realized. They never saw me as the black sheep. They saw me as the vault. And once I stopped being accessible, once I started setting boundaries, I stopped being useful. That night, my cousin Erin called me. She was always a little removed from the rest of the family drama. A nurse. Hardworking. Honest to a fault. She's saying you're trying to sue her, Erin said, voice low and shaky. Like, literally spreading rumors that you're going after the family trust because of something in Grandpa's will. She told Aunt Marie that you're disrupting the family legacy. What the hell's going on? I laughed. I couldn't help it. I haven't filed anything, Erin. Not even close. I haven't even said anything. She's unraveling because I didn't play along. Erin hesitated. Carter, she showed us a letter. Looked official. Said you were working with a financial investigator. That made me pause. Because that was true. One of the 3 phone calls I'd made after that 2 a.m. voicemail was to a contact I had through work, a forensic accountant named Daniel. We'd collaborated on a few white-collar fraud audits over the years, and he owed me a favor. I didn't give him much. Just a name, some approximate figures, and a couple of account numbers from the old joint property fund that had been established after my dad passed away. It was supposed to be held in trust for both me and Ava, set aside until we were older, to help with college, first homes, medical expenses, all of that. I had never seen a dime. Ava, on the other hand, got a down payment on a condo last year. Just a little help from Mom, she said when I confronted her. And besides, you're doing fine. I was doing fine. But that didn't mean it was right. Daniel promised he'd quietly poke around. Said he'd get back to me within a week. And now, somehow Mom already knew. Which meant only one thing. Ava. She must have seen something. Overheard something. Or maybe she had access to one of Mom's email accounts. Either way, someone spilled. And now the panic was setting in. I stayed quiet. The silence was my favorite part. For years, my mother had trained me to think that silence was weakness. That if I didn't immediately respond, I was being disrespectful or cold. That every missed call was an emotional landmine waiting to go off. But now the silence was power. 3 days passed. By Thursday, she wasn't just calling. She was reaching out through extended family, sending messages through second cousins I hadn't spoken to in years. Carter, your mom's worried about you. Your mom's not feeling well. She says she's afraid you're getting manipulated. I ignored them all, but I kept the messages, because they were starting to form a pattern. And that's when the real breaking point happened. Saturday morning. I was at a coffee shop in town, sipping a black coffee and trying to clear my head, when I got a text from Ava. Just one sentence. You know you don't deserve any of this, right? No context. No hello. Just that. And suddenly I felt like I was back in high school. coming home after pulling a double shift at the grocery store, only to find Ava's friends raiding the fridge, blasting music, and laughing about how I acted like Dad died just to get attention. No one said anything back then. Not Mom. Not even Ava. And now, more than a decade later, it was still the same game. I didn't respond. But something in me cracked open. I went home, dug out an old fireproof box from the closet, one of the only things I'd taken from Mom's house when I moved out. Inside were a few old documents, mostly forgotten, my birth certificate, my dad's death certificate, and the original deed to the upstate land. My dad had signed it over jointly to me and Ava when we were kids, but there was a clause in the margin I'd never noticed before. Handwritten, notarized. If either party forfeits interest or fails to maintain stewardship, full title may revert to the remaining heir at discretion of legal counsel. I stared at it for a long time. Ava hadn't visited the property in over 10 years. I, on the other hand, had been quietly paying the taxes every year. It wasn't just about money now. It was about history, legacy, and truth. That same afternoon, I drove out to the property, took photos, logged into the county records website, and pulled everything I could. And then I called Mr. LeBlanc again. He picked up on the second ring. "I was hoping you'd follow up," he said. "Things are heating up on my end too." Apparently, Mom had already contacted her lawyer. She was attempting to restructure the family trust retroactively. Something that wasn't illegal, but certainly unethical, especially if it involved forged documentation. Mr. LeBlanc didn't confirm anything directly, but he hinted. "She's acting like someone who's afraid of being found out," he said. "If I were you, Carter, I'd prepare for things to get uglier before they get cleaner." And he was right. That night, I got an email from a private address. No subject line, just a PDF attached. It was a scanned letter, dated 6 months ago, addressed from my mother to a lawyer I'd never heard of. In it, she claimed Ava had been sole caregiver to Diane during her final months, and that I had severed contact for personal reasons, rendering me unsuitable to manage any inheritance on Diane's behalf. My jaw clenched. That was a lie. Diane had passed unexpectedly. No one was her caregiver. She was active until the end, gardening, traveling, hosting weekend dinners. I had text threads, emails, photos, even voicemails from her just weeks before she passed. She and I were as close as ever. This letter was a preemptive strike, a quiet campaign to paint me as estranged, unstable, uninvolved. And worse, it was in Ava's handwriting at the bottom. A co-signed statement. That was the betrayal. Not just that they tried to steal from me, but that they tried to erase me. And that's when I knew this wasn't going to end with a phone call. It was going to end in courtrooms, in title transfers, in cold, hard evidence. But not yet. I had one more move to make, one more call to place, and this one would flip everything upside down. For the first time in years, I felt completely unmoored. It wasn't just the betrayal itself, it was how precise it had all been. Surgical, like they'd been planning it for months, maybe years, all while smiling through family photos and wishing me happy birthday with a forced chuckle and a gift card I'd never use. That letter, the fake caregiver claim, Ava's signature, it was all so calculated. A narrative they'd crafted behind closed doors and waited to unleash the moment I stopped playing along. And I'll admit it, for about 2 weeks, it broke me. I stopped answering texts, stopped checking emails. I worked remotely, so I canceled meetings, postponed deadlines, and set my Slack status to away. I told my boss I was dealing with a family emergency, which wasn't a lie, really. I didn't even leave the cabin except to check the mail or chop firewood. And when my cousin Aaron texted me again, asking if I was okay, I didn't respond. I wasn't sure what okay even looked like anymore. The nights were the worst. I'd lie in bed staring at the ceiling, reliving conversations with my mom and Ava from years ago, trying to see if the signs had always been there. If they'd ever really seen me as part of the family, or just a safety net they could cut the moment I became inconvenient. Every joke, every backhanded compliment, every time Mom referred to Ava as my little miracle while I was sitting right there, they all played on repeat. It felt like mourning something I hadn't realized was dead until now. And then came the breaking point within the breaking point. I got a notification on my phone one night, an alert that a listing had gone live for a cozy upstate fixer-upper with major historical value. It was my cabin, the one Diane had left me. They had listed it. I clicked through the photos, and sure enough, there it was. My porch, my stone fireplace, the old oak tree I had strung Christmas lights around last winter. The listing even mentioned property recently consolidated into family trust, title pending. I stared at that sentence until the words blurred. Somehow, they'd forged something, filed some kind of temporary claim. Maybe it wouldn't hold up in court, but that didn't matter. They were testing me, seeing if I'd blink, seeing if I'd just give it up without a fight, hoping I'd spiral far enough that I'd just hand it all over, exhausted and defeated. And for a moment, I almost did. I remember walking outside that night, standing barefoot in the frost-covered grass behind the cabin, and whispering into the cold air, maybe it's not worth it. Because it wasn't just the inheritance. It wasn't just the money or the property or even the betrayal. It was that they knew how to hurt me. That they knew the one thing I had left, peace, solitude, the quiet legacy Diane had passed down, and they were willing to take even that just to win. But then something unexpected happened. My phone buzzed again, a voicemail this time, from an unknown number. I didn't recognize the voice at first. It was gravelly, older, tired. "Carter, this is Henry. I'm your grandfather's old attorney. Diane gave me your number before she passed. Said if anything ever looked suspicious, I should reach out. I've been seeing some activity lately that doesn't sit right with me. If you have time, I'd like to talk." I called him back instantly. We talked for almost an hour. Turns out, Diane had anticipated something like this. Not exactly. She hadn't known the exact form it would take, but she had suspected Mom might try to twist things once she was gone. In one of her final meetings with Henry, she'd left behind a sealed file with a list of instructions and documentation, naming me as the sole beneficiary of her estate with stipulations, including a clause about any undue influence or coercive legal maneuvers executed by other family members being considered a breach of will integrity. Henry offered to send me a scanned copy of the file. I asked him if he thought it would hold up in court. "Absolutely," he said, "especially with what you've told me." And just like that, the fog lifted. I wasn't powerless. They wanted me to believe I was. That was their first and most important move, isolating me, making me feel like I was the villain, like I had somehow broken the family apart by simply defending myself. But I wasn't the one twisting the truth. I wasn't the one forging letters. I wasn't the one rewriting history. And if I let them get away with it, I'd be complicit in that lie. So, I started getting organized. First, I made copies, dozens of them, of every document I had. The original property deeds, my email exchanges with Diane, texts with Ava, screenshots of the fake real estate listing, the forged letter with Ava's signature. I backed them up on 3 separate hard drives and stored one with a lawyer in Seattle who I trusted implicitly, someone outside the family network. Then, I hired a local attorney near the cabin, someone recommended by Henry. Her name was Lisa Chong, and from the first conversation, I knew she was exactly the kind of person I needed. "No nonsense, no delay, and no mercy," she said, flipping through the file I handed her. They picked the wrong guy to corner. We filed a temporary injunction on the property listing first. That was easy. Within 48 hours, the listing had been pulled. Whoever had posted it got a cease and desist order so aggressive I wouldn't be surprised if they stopped sleeping for a week. Then we got to work on the bigger piece, preparing to challenge the forged documents and reinforce the terms of Diane's will. Lisa filed preliminary motions, contacted county officials to flag suspicious transfers, and quietly opened a civil inquiry into misuse of trust funds. In the middle of all this, I started rebuilding my own sense of self, quietly, intentionally. I reconnected with old friends I hadn't spoken to in years, explained what had been going on. Most were shocked, some weren't, but all of them listened. One of them, Jamie, invited me to a weekend camping trip in the Cascades. I almost said no. Then I said yes. And something about that trip shifted something deep inside me. Sitting around a campfire with people who didn't see me as a bank account or a traitor, laughing over stories from college, roasting marshmallows like we were kids again, it reminded me that my family didn't define me. My values did. And that gave me the courage to take one more step. I emailed Ava. Just one sentence. "I know what you did." She didn't reply, but I saw the read receipt. She opened it 4 times. The next day, I got an anonymous voicemail from what sounded like my mother's lawyer. It was vague, but clearly intended to intimidate. Vague talk of misunderstandings, settlement options, avoiding unnecessary escalation. I didn't even flinch, because by then, Daniel, the forensic accountant, had finished his report. Turns out, the family trust had been dipped into dozens of times over the years, for Ava's rent, car, tuition, travel, even cosmetic procedures. None of it reported properly. All of it traceable. And most damning of all, some of the withdrawals had been backdated and funneled through dummy accounts that were tied, indirectly, to Mom's financial advisory firm. Fraud, tax evasion, and maybe, depending on how it shook out, embezzlement. Lisa looked over the findings and gave a low whistle. They've really outdone themselves. We talked through options. We could go nuclear immediately, press charges, file lawsuits, drag them through court until they were gasping for air. But something about that felt hollow. Too fast. Too loud. I wanted something quieter. Smarter. More patient. Because I knew them. I knew how Mom operated. How she controlled narratives, manipulated perceptions, played the victim even as she sharpened her knives. So instead of swinging hard, I let the silence grow again. No response. No confrontation. No reply. Just stillness. And in that stillness, I rebuilt. I spent weekends at the cabin fixing things. The railing on the back deck, the shutters on the windows, the old bench Diane used to sit on while drinking her morning coffee. I started taking care of the land again, trimming branches, planting new flowers, even building a little greenhouse out back with salvaged wood. Every morning, I woke up with the sun and reminded myself, they do not own you. Every night, I went to bed knowing, this is yours. Earned, protected, chosen. And slowly, I became someone new. Not the desperate son begging for scraps of approval. Not the scapegoat brother trying to keep the peace. But the man who stood his ground. Who knew his worth. Who refused to be erased. And just when they thought I was done, just when they thought I had moved on and left the playing field, I pulled out my final piece. Because what Mom and Ava didn't know, what no one outside a few key people knew, was that Diane had left behind more than just property and money. She left behind something else. And it was about to change everything. I waited until the first snow. Not because I had to, but because it felt right. There's something about snowfall that silences the world, like the air holds its breath. That morning, I stood at the edge of the property, watching fresh flakes blanket the cabin roof, the pine needles, the gravel path I'd shoveled the day before. Everything looked still, pure, untouched. It was the kind of silence I used to mistake for loneliness. Now it felt like clarity. For the past 6 weeks, I'd kept my head down, my mouth shut, and my focus sharp. Lisa and Daniel had handled the legal side, and Henry had quietly reached out to a few county clerks to correct the record on some misfiled paperwork my mother's lawyer had submitted. Another failed attempt to blur the line between what belonged to me and what they thought they were entitled to. But this story was never going to be won with just paperwork. It needed precision, timing, and a little bit of patience. Because what my mother had never figured out, not when I was a teenager, not when I graduated college, not even when I bought my first place, was that I don't shout when I'm angry. I build, quietly, methodically, one layer at a time. And this time, I wasn't building alone. It started with a memory, something Diane told me a few months before she passed. We were sitting on her porch, sipping lemonade, watching the sun go down. She'd mentioned her old friend from college, a woman named Elaine who used to work for the IRS and then moved into private investigation work after retirement. She's sharp as a tack, Diane had said with a little smile. Always said she could smell a liar faster than a hound smells meat. At the time, I didn't think much of it. Just another one of Diane's colorful friends from her past. But after Daniel's report and the forged documents surfaced, I found myself thinking about Elaine more and more. I dug through Diane's old address book, the one she used to keep in a drawer by the kitchen phone. Yellowed pages, messy handwriting, names crossed out or rewritten over time. And there she was, Elaine B., with a New Hampshire number scrawled next to her name in faded blue ink. I called. Elaine answered on the third ring. Diane always said you'd call me one day, she said, not even asking who I was. We talked for an hour. I explained everything. The trust fund siphoning, the forged caregiver letters, the fake listing, the backdated transfers. She didn't interrupt once. When I finished, she just let out a low hum. Your mother's been sloppy, she said. Greedy people usually are. And when they feel control slipping, they start making mistakes. Over the next few days, Elaine started gathering data, digging into my mother's finances, pulling old property tax filings, reviewing the firm where she worked as a financial advisor. And what she found only made things clearer. My mother had borrowed from clients. Technically, the term was personal loans, small, unreported sums from elderly clients whose paperwork was rarely updated. Some were dead, some wouldn't remember signing, and all of it had been swept under the rug, likely repaid through other manipulations or covered up with doctored statements. It wasn't enough for criminal charges, not yet, but it painted a very clear picture of someone playing a long game of control and image management. And it gave me leverage, because if there's one thing my mother feared more than losing control, it was losing face. But even with Elaine on the team, I knew we needed more than information. We needed pressure. Public pressure. That's where Ava came in. I hadn't spoken to her since the letter. She hadn't replied to my text. But I had something she didn't know I had. A voicemail. Not the kind she left me. A different one. 6 months ago, when Diane was in the hospital for a minor procedure. Nothing serious, just routine. She had left me a message. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now, it read like a confession. "Hey Carter," her voice said, warm and steady. "Your mom called me again today, asking weird questions. She wants to know if I've changed my will. I told her it's none of her business." She didn't like that. "Just be careful, okay? Something's off." I had saved it without thinking. Now it was evidence. I sent it to Lisa. Her reply was almost instant. "This is gold." From there, I began preparing the stage. First, I drafted a letter, formal, cold, and deliberate. It listed every violation I had documented, the misuse of funds, the falsified property claims, the forged letters, and the indirect tampering with Diane's estate. I included the voicemail transcript, a summary of Daniel's forensic findings, Elaine's initial report, and at the end, I attached one final page. Notice of intent to seek civil damages and full control of disputed assets. But I didn't send it to Mom. Not yet. I sent it to Ava, and I sent it anonymously. That night, at exactly 2 a.m., poetic timing, I got a call from a private number. I let it go to voicemail. A few minutes later, I listened. "Carter, what are you doing?" It was Ava, her voice breathless. "You don't understand. Mom said we were just protecting the family. She said you didn't want it, that you didn't deserve it. You had Diane. I didn't." She paused. "Please don't do this." I didn't call back, because that wasn't the goal. The goal wasn't to get her to confess. The goal was to break the alliance. People like my mother rely on enablers, on willing foot soldiers who will carry out their plans in exchange for approval, protection, or scraps of inheritance. But when those alliances crack, when doubt creeps in, the whole pyramid collapses. And Ava had just cracked. A few days later, I learned she'd scheduled a meeting with a different attorney. Lisa confirmed it through a contact. She wasn't filing anything. Not yet. But she was asking questions. I smiled when I heard that. Then I made my final call. To the board of directors at the firm where my mother worked. I didn't go in guns blazing. I didn't accuse her of crimes. I simply submitted an anonymous tip, backed with carefully worded documentation from Elaine and Daniel, suggesting that one of their advisors may have engaged in undisclosed borrowing practices and that a quiet internal audit might be in the firm's best interest before the information reached regulatory agencies. I knew how corporate structures worked. I knew they'd look into it, and I knew they'd find enough smoke to start sniffing for fire. Whether or not they confronted her directly, the damage would be done. Her stability would be shaken. Her allies would go quiet. Her emails would be monitored, and she would feel it. But still, I didn't reach out. Not to Mom. Not to Ava. Not to anyone. Instead, I hosted a dinner. It was small, just Aaron, Lisa, Daniel, and Elaine. We sat around the fireplace at the cabin, shared wine, roasted vegetables, laughed about how Aaron once dyed her hair green in middle school and blamed it on me. It wasn't a victory party. Not yet. It was a gratitude circle, because I wasn't in this alone anymore. I looked around that room and realized I had something they didn't. Real allies. People who didn't need to be manipulated or bribed or guilt-tripped into standing beside me. People who chose me. And that's when I finally knew it was time. Time to send the letter. Time to pull the last thread. Time to end this. But not with anger. With precision. And when I finally delivered that final blow, it wouldn't just shake their world. It would shatter it. I sent the letter on a Tuesday morning. Not electronically. Not through a lawyer's office. I printed it, bound it neatly, and sent it certified mail so there would be no ambiguity about when it arrived or who signed for it. One copy to my mother, one copy to Ava, one copy to my mother's law firm, and one copy, quietly, carefully, to the compliance department of her financial advisory firm, accompanied by a short cover note that simply said, "You may want to review this before it becomes public." I didn't feel nervous when I dropped the envelopes off at the post office. I felt calm. That afternoon, my phone rang for the first time in weeks. Mom's number lit up the screen. I let it ring out. 2 minutes later, Ava called. Then Mom again. Then an unknown number, which I assumed was her lawyer. I didn't answer any of them. Because for the first time in my life, I wasn't reacting. I was allowing consequences to arrive on schedule. By Wednesday morning, the real estate listing hadn't just been taken down. It had been flagged internally by the brokerage. Apparently, someone on their end had realized the documentation backing the listing was inconsistent. Titles that didn't line up. Trust language that didn't match county records. A seller who wasn't actually authorized to sell. Lisa called me just after breakfast. "They're scrambling," she said. "Your mother's attorney requested an emergency meeting to clarify misunderstandings. The county clerk forwarded us a copy of the forged affidavit." And I asked, "And it's bad. Sloppy bad." That afternoon, Daniel forwarded me an update. The internal audit at my mother's firm had been quietly initiated. One of her longtime clients, an elderly man whose account she'd borrowed from years ago, had been contacted for verification. He didn't remember authorizing anything. Neither did his daughter. Elaine followed that up with her own message. "They're circling the wagons." That usually means someone's about to get thrown out. By Thursday, Ava finally texted me. "Please, we need to talk." I told her we could meet Saturday. Neutral location. Coffee shop halfway between the city and the cabin. She agreed almost instantly. She looked smaller than I remembered when she walked in. Not physically, emotionally. Her shoulders were hunched, her eyes darting around like she expected someone to be watching. She sat down across from me and immediately started talking, words tumbling out in a rush. "Mom didn't tell me everything," she said. "She said you didn't want the land, that you were planning to sell it anyway. She said Diane changed her will because you manipulated her. She said." "I know what she said," I interrupted gently. "I also know what you signed." Ava swallowed. Her hands were shaking. "She told me it was just a formality," she said. "She said it was to protect the family." "I didn't think." "You didn't think," I repeated. "That's the problem." She looked up at me then, eyes glossy. "What's going to happen to her?" I considered lying, or softening it, or telling her what she wanted to hear. But I was done cushioning the truth. "She's going to lose everything she built on lies," I said. "And you need to decide whether you're going down with her or stepping away." She stared at her coffee for a long time. "I can give you copies of the emails," she said finally. "The ones she sent me. Instructions. What to say. What to sign." I nodded. "That's a start." She slid her phone across the table. I didn't even look at it right away. "I'm not asking you to forgive me," she said. I don't want to be like her." I believed her. Or at least, I believe she believed that in the moment. "Then don't," I said. "But understand this. I'm not protecting you anymore. Whatever happens next, happens." She nodded again. We didn't hug. We didn't make promises. We stood up, paid separately, and walked out different doors. That was the last time I saw Ava for a long while. Friday was the day everything collapsed. My mother's firm placed her on administrative leave pending investigation. Her access to client accounts was revoked immediately. By noon, the state regulatory board had been notified of potential compliance violations. Her lawyer tried to negotiate, quietly, desperately, but Lisa shut it down. "There's nothing to negotiate," she told them. "You don't get to bargain with evidence." That evening, my mother showed up at the cabin. I knew it was her before I even saw her. The way the gravel crunched. The way the knock came sharp and insistent, like she still believed she had authority here. I opened the door. She looked older than I remembered. Not frail, just stripped of the polish she'd always worn like armor. Her voice trembled when she spoke. "You did this," she said. "Not a question, an accusation." "I didn't forge anything," I replied. "I didn't steal from anyone. I didn't lie to lawyers or manipulate documents." She stepped inside without being invited, eyes scanning the room like she was searching for something she could still control. "You always were ungrateful," she said. "After everything I gave up for you." There it was. The familiar refrain. I gave up my career. My life. I raised you alone. You raised us, I corrected. And then you decided that love was something to be earned. Her face twisted. I did what I had to do. No, I said quietly. You did what benefited you. She laughed then, sharp and hollow. You think you've won? This will destroy the family. I looked at her and felt nothing. No anger. No triumph. Just clarity. You destroyed this family, I said. I just stopped covering for you. She reached into her purse, pulled out her phone, and shoved it toward me. Call them. Call your lawyer. Tell them to stop. We can fix this. I didn't take the phone. There's nothing to fix, I said. This is accountability. Her shoulders sagged then. Just a little. You were always like your father, she murmured. Too principled for your own good. I opened the door and held it open. You should go, I said. She stood there for a moment, like she might say something else. Something honest. Something human. She didn't. By Monday, the fallout was complete. My mother resigned from her firm under pressure. The regulatory board opened a formal investigation. Several clients withdrew their accounts. Her attorney advised her to settle quietly to avoid criminal charges. She agreed. The settlement stripped her of her license and required restitution. The family trust was dissolved under court supervision. The misused funds were traced, documented, and partially recovered. Ava was removed as a beneficiary due to her involvement, though she avoided charges by cooperating fully. The upstate land was retitled solely in my name, permanently. Diane's will was reaffirmed in court without challenge. And Thanksgiving came and went. I spent it at the cabin with friends. Aaron brought pie. Jamie brought terrible wine. We ate too much, laughed loudly, and took a long walk through the woods as the sun set early and golden. No voicemail. No threats. No guilt. Just peace. A month later, I received one final letter from my mother. No legal language. No demands. Just a single line, written in unsteady handwriting. I hope one day you understand why I did what I did. I folded it carefully and placed it in the fire. Some things don't need to be understood. They just need to be ended. I still go to the cabin every winter. I still pay the taxes. I still sit on the porch Diane loved and watch the snow fall in silence. And every time I do, I remember this. Family isn't who tries to own you. Family is who stands with you when you finally stand up for yourself. My name is Lucas, and I'm 34 years old. 6 months ago, I buried the love of my life in a quiet cemetery overlooking the lake she used to paint in her sketchbooks. I remember how the wind moved through the trees that day, soft, almost apologetic, as if nature itself was trying to whisper, "I'm sorry." But the silence from my family was louder than anything the wind could carry. Her name was Elena. She was everything. We met in college. One of those meet cuties people always assume are made up for movies. I dropped a coffee on her laptop. She cursed under her breath while I scrambled to apologize and promise I'd pay for everything. She didn't smile. Not then, but she called me later that night using a friend's phone just to say, "You seem nervous, but honest. Want to try again?" No caffeine this time. That was us, chaos into calm. We got married 5 years ago. Quiet ceremony, barely 30 people. No fuss. Just laughter, vows, and her soft, "I do," that still rings in my head when I wake up too early and too alone. We were planning to start IVF. The one thing we hadn't been able to control was the one thing we wanted most, a child. She had a list of baby names on the fridge. Every morning I'd wake up, make coffee, and smile at Milo and Nina, written in marker. Then came the accident. A texting driver. She was walking back from the corner store with our prescriptions and a bouquet of flowers for no reason other than she loved the smell of fresh lilies. I got the call from the hospital, and I remember thinking it was a mistake. Like maybe she'd been in a minor fender bender, or they mixed her up with someone else. But no mix-up, no chance, no goodbye. I called my parents that night. I could barely speak. I didn't have the strength to cry yet. My voice cracked. "Elena's gone." Silence. Then my dad's voice, low, distracted. "Son, we've already RSVP'd to something more important." I thought I misheard. "What?" I asked. He sighed like I was being difficult. "Your brother's promotion party. It's this weekend, remember? We're hosting it at the house. It's been on the calendar for months." I was stunned. "Dad, the funeral is Saturday." His voice turned sharp. "You should have picked a different day. We've got caterers, guests, family coming in from out of town." I remember just standing there, phone in hand, staring at nothing. My wife had just passed away. The woman I loved, my entire world, was gone, and my own father was telling me they wouldn't come because they had a party planned. For my brother, Ethan. Ethan, the golden child. 6 years younger, twice as loud, half as thoughtful. Ever since we were kids, the world revolved around Ethan's next big thing. Little League? Dad was the coach. High school play? Mom made costumes. College graduation? They threw a backyard bash for 100 people. When I graduated with honors from law school, they sent a card with no return address and a $50 Amazon gift card. I stopped expecting anything from them long ago, but this was a new level of cold. I buried Elena alone. Well, not totally. Her sister flew in from Oregon. A couple college friends. My boss came, stood near the back, and said nothing but held my shoulder when I started to fall apart. But my family? Not one of them. Not my parents. Not Ethan. Not even a text from Mom. Nothing. And the worst part? I didn't even feel surprised. Just numb. In the weeks after, I tried to grieve. I really did. I stayed home from work, stared at our wedding photos, tried to eat, failed. I went to grief counseling. It helped. A little. But what helped more was anger. Cold, focused anger. The kind that doesn't scream or punch walls, but calculates, and waits, and builds. See, I wasn't just a lawyer. I was the youngest senior associate at one of the fastest growing firms in the city. I had contacts, resources, a brain wired for problem solving. I had also recently started working on high-profile financial litigation cases, cleaning up corrupt boardrooms and bankrupting CEOs who thought they were untouchable. Turns out, rage paired with skill is a deadly combination. I didn't make a plan overnight. It wasn't a movie montage. But as the months passed and I started showing up to court again, started winning again, I stopped pretending I could forgive what they did. Or didn't do. They had made a choice. And I was going to let them live with it. The turning point came in early spring. I was in the middle of preparing a civil suit against a real estate tycoon who defrauded dozens of families. A pro bono case. Personal. In a way, Elena hated landlords like him. She once called them legal pirates. The case caught traction. A journalist interviewed me outside the courthouse. I kept it brief, polite, but the article blew up. 2 days later, I got an email from a senior partner at a major firm in New York. They offered me a spot, partner track. I said I needed time to think, but I already knew the answer. I flew up that weekend, saw the office, met the people. I didn't tell my family. Why would I? Then the headline dropped. Local lawyer topples real estate empire in landmark case. Lucas Hale named one of Forbes 30 under 35 to watch. My inbox exploded. My phone didn't stop buzzing. LinkedIn messages, journalists, old classmates, college professors. And then, a name I hadn't seen in 6 months. Mom. It started with a text. We saw the article. Wow. Congratulations. So proud of you. I stared at it for a long time. Then came another. We'd love to catch up sometime. Maybe dinner next week. Right. Now they were proud. Now that my name was in print. Now that the world had noticed me. I didn't respond. I waited. 2 days later, another text. From Dad this time. Your brother is going through a rough patch. Got laid off. We could use some advice, maybe even a little help. That was the moment it clicked. They hadn't changed. They were just circling back like vultures. I said nothing. Not yet. Because I had something bigger in mind. Something they'd never see coming. And 6 days later, I got a call from the bank. 6 days after my parents tried to casually re-enter my life with a few sugar-coated texts, I got a call from the regional manager of one of the biggest private banks in the state. We'd worked together before, quietly, on asset recovery cases and fraud investigations. Good guy. Smart. Trusted discretion over drama, which I liked. He wasn't calling for small talk, though. Lucas, he said, I've got a situation you might want to know about. Your name came up today during a loan review. I leaned back in my chair. Go on. Your parents, Alan and Teresa Hale. They came in today with your brother. They're applying for a bridge loan to cover a second mortgage. Apparently, Ethan's been out of work for 3 months. Their savings are thin, and they're trying to float him. I blinked. Wait, they're co-signing for Ethan. More than co-signing, he said. They offered their house as collateral. But the loan's too risky. Their debt-to-income ratio is already in the red. Now, here's the thing. They listed you as an emergency contact. Said you might be able to vouch for their financial stability. I couldn't help the small laugh that escaped. They did what? You heard me, he said. Said you're their son, a successful attorney, might be able to guarantee the loan. And technically, that gives us reason to request a soft inquiry into your financials if you approve. They signed the release paperwork. I leaned forward, fingers steepled. Let me ask you something, Greg. Hypothetically, if I walked into your branch right now and said I wanted to acquire their mortgage from your books, would that be possible? There was a beat of silence. Then, it's unconventional. But given your track record and the situation, yeah, I think we could work something out. Perfect, I said. Let's talk numbers. See, while my parents were off planning shrimp platters and balloon arches for Ethan's now-defunct promotion, I'd been quietly moving money. A lot of it. Between case bonuses, equity offers from the New York firm, and a private settlement from the real estate case, I had capital. And not just the kind you put into a savings account. The kind that opens doors. Or in this case, closes them. By the end of the week, I had full ownership of their mortgage through a subsidiary account, one I controlled through a holding company with a discreet, unassuming name. To them, nothing had changed. Same payment address, same contact number, same fine print. But now, every missed payment came straight to me. Every financial detail, at my fingertips. I didn't tell them. Not yet. I waited. A month passed. They sent more texts. Invitations to brunch. My mom left a voicemail on Easter Sunday. We were hoping to see you. We miss you, Lucas. And Ethan could really use your support right now. He's struggling. Struggling. Like I hadn't spent every night for 3 months struggling to sleep without the warmth of Elena's legs tangled in mine. Like I hadn't stood alone at her grave every Sunday since, whispering things I wished I'd said sooner. Ethan was struggling. But when I needed a single ounce of support, they were too busy hanging up streamers and raising champagne flutes. I didn't reply. Then came the payment default. They were 2 weeks late on their mortgage. I let it slide, gave them a quiet grace period. Then another missed payment. That's when I knew it was time. I showed up at their bank unannounced, walking through the front doors in a sharp charcoal suit. No tie, clean-shaven, calm. Greg met me in the lobby, gave me a tight nod, and led me to a private meeting room. 5 minutes later, the door opened again. My parents walked in with Ethan. My mother froze when she saw me. My dad's face went tight. Ethan looked confused. Lucas, my mother said, her voice cracking. What are you doing here? I stood slowly, slipped a folder from my leather briefcase, and placed it on the table. You wanted financial support. So here I am. Let's talk about your situation. My dad frowned. Wait, are you handling our loan? I opened the folder, revealing the payment history. Interest rates, penalty clauses, every document signed in ink. I own your loan, I said evenly. Technically, a holding company does, but I'm the managing director, which means every missed payment, every refinance request, every foreclosure trigger comes across my desk first. My mom sat down hard. Ethan looked between us like he couldn't decide whether to laugh or run. You, my dad started, voice rising, you bought our debt? No, I said, cutting him off. I bought your house. You just haven't realized it yet. The room went silent. Greg cleared his throat and quietly excused himself. My mom's hands trembled. But why? Why would you? Because 6 months ago, I said, voice low, I called you in the worst moment of my life. And you told me you had something more important to do. You made a choice. Now I have too. Ethan finally found his voice. This is insane. You're going to evict your own parents. I looked at him. Depends. You planning another party anytime soon? The tension in the room crackled. I could see it in their faces, that slow, dawning realization that their golden boy couldn't save them anymore. That the quiet son they dismissed had been paying very close attention. And now, the game had changed. But I wasn't finished. Because what I told them next would break the illusion completely. I let the silence stretch a little longer than necessary. Not for drama, but because I wanted them to feel it. The discomfort, the unease, the growing awareness that this wasn't just about money. It was about memory, about what they discarded without hesitation, and what I could no longer forget. You asked why? I said finally, turning back to the folder. Here's another reason. I slid out a photo, glossy, sharp, creased once down the middle from being folded into my wallet for months. Elena, standing barefoot in our old backyard, sun in her hair, laughing. I placed it gently on the table. That was taken a week before she passed. She had just finished painting the nursery walls. Pale yellow. Said it reminded her of sunflowers. My mom blinked, unsure. Nursery. I met her eyes, and for the first time in months, I didn't feel cold. I felt something clear, the kind of still rage that no longer burned, but cut. Elena was pregnant. We hadn't told anyone yet. We wanted to wait until the second trimester. Her hand flew to her mouth. My dad sat stiff as stone. 2 funerals, I said. That's what you missed. Not 1. 2. And you told me it wasn't convenient. Ethan shifted in his seat. Okay. That sucks, man. But this doesn't have to be like this. You're clearly doing well now. You're a big shot, Forbes and all. Can't we just move forward? I turned to him, amazed at the lack of shame in his voice. You're right, I said slowly. I'm doing well. And because of that, I have options. I could foreclose. I could raise the interest rate so high that you drown in penalties before the year's out. I could sell the debt to a collector that makes its money flipping assets out from under desperate families. But I'm not going to do any of that. My mother exhaled in relief. Because I want something else. Her breath caught. I want you to move. Out of the house. In 60 days. My dad's chair scraped backward. You can't be serious. Oh, I'm very serious. I've already initiated the legal paperwork. You'll receive notice tomorrow. You have the right to vacate voluntarily, and if you do, I'll waive the remaining balance. Consider it a parting gift. This is revenge, my mom whispered, voice trembling. No, I replied. This is closure. But where are we supposed to go? She asked, panic slipping in. That house is. The one you raised your sons in. The one where you hosted Ethan's big parties. The one you couldn't leave for a few hours to attend your daughter-in-law's funeral. I tapped the photo once. That house. They both sat in stunned silence. Then my father said something I hadn't expected. This is your fault, you know. You've always been sensitive. You expected too much from us. You never tried to be part of the family. I laughed. Out loud. Couldn't help it. You're right, I said, still smiling. I'm not part of the family. And I'm done trying to be. My mother stood suddenly, as if that would end the conversation. You'll regret this, Lucas. You're letting bitterness destroy your soul. I stood too. Calm. Collected. Tired in a way they would never understand. No, Mom. I let you destroy it. This, I motioned to the folder, the bank office, the stunned expressions on their faces. This is me building something new. I looked to Greg, who had stepped just inside the doorway with a clipboard, watching silently. Greg will walk you through the rest. 60 days. I suggest you start packing. I gathered my briefcase, tucked the photo of Elena gently back inside, and turned to walk out. As I reached the door, I heard Ethan mutter, "Unbelievable." I stopped just before stepping out. No, I said without turning. What was unbelievable was me standing alone at a gravesite while my family popped champagne. That's what I'll never forget. And with that, I left. But that wasn't the end. Because what happened next, the press, the fallout, and the final twist, would drag everything into the light. What I didn't expect, what I couldn't have predicted, was how fast word spread. 2 days after that final meeting at the bank, I got a call from a journalist. Not just any journalist, either. Andrea Lynn, a seasoned financial reporter who had interviewed me once after the real estate lawsuit. Sharp, empathetic, and persistent. She'd heard from someone at the bank, off the record, that the Golden Boy lawyer who took down Weston Properties had just bought his parents' mortgage and evicted them. I'm not here to judge, she said on the call. But people will talk. They already are. You want your side told, or should I let the gossip define you? I agreed to meet her, not for revenge, not for publicity, but for Elena. We sat at a quiet cafe on 4th Street. I showed her the photo of Elena in the backyard. I told her everything. How my parents missed her funeral for a promotion party. How they'd belittled my grief. How they'd erased my pain and expected me to forget it. How I had buried 2 lives that day, my wife's and the illusion of the family I thought I had. Andrea didn't take notes at first. She just listened. At the end, she asked, "Do you regret it? The eviction?" I looked out the window. The trees were blooming. Elena would have loved it. No, I said, but I regret needing to. She nodded, and that was it. A week later, the article dropped. The headline was bold but fair. From grief to grit. How Lucas Hale reclaimed his power, one house at a time. It didn't name my parents directly, but the story painted a clear picture. Readers were split, of course. Some called it cruel. Others called it justice. But most surprising? The messages that started pouring in. Hundreds of them. Widows. Widowers. Estranged children. People who had been dismissed, disrespected, discarded by their families during their darkest hours. They told me I gave them permission to stand up, that I wasn't alone, that they weren't either. And then something strange happened. My parents didn't reach out to deny it. Not once. They didn't threaten me. They didn't show up at my door. I suspect they knew that if they challenged me, I'd go public with everything. The messages, the voicemails, even the time-stamped photo of the empty row at the funeral, where they should have been sitting. Instead, they packed quietly. On day 58, I received confirmation that the house had been vacated. The keys were left in the mailbox. The front yard was empty. The doorframe still had the small welcome sign Elena and I had given them for Christmas 5 years earlier. I let it hang there for one more day before removing it. I didn't sell the house. Instead, I renovated it. I tore out the outdated wallpaper in the kitchen, replaced the rusting pipes in the basement, and repainted the nursery. Yes, the nursery. The room where Ethan's childhood trophies once stood. I turned it into something else. A place where other people could come and heal. I converted the entire property into a grief counseling center. Elena House. That's what the sign says now. Free sessions. Weekly support groups. A garden in the back with a bench beneath a tree that blooms in early spring. The first time I walked through the finished space, I cried. Really cried. Not the silent grief I'd been carrying like a brick in my chest for months, but the kind of cry that leaves you lighter, cleansed. The irony wasn't lost on me. The house my parents once used as a shrine to Ethan's achievements had become a sanctuary for people like me, quiet, broken, unseen. And it worked. People came. They sat. They talked. They painted stones with names of loved ones and placed them in the garden. One man donated a grand piano. A woman brought in a therapy dog named Samson. Slowly, the place filled with life again. One day, while walking the garden, I saw a woman sitting on the bench, staring at one of the stones. She was maybe in her 60s. Tired eyes. Beautiful posture. She turned as I passed. "Are you him?" she asked. "Depends," I said, a soft smile playing on my lips. "The one from the article. The son who chose himself." I nodded. She smiled. "My daughter kicked me out when I couldn't babysit during chemo. Said I wasn't pulling my weight. I haven't spoken to her in a year." "I'm sorry," I said. "I used to feel guilty. Now, I think I feel free." I sat with her in silence for a long time, just breathing, watching the wind move the branches. That was the final gift Elena gave me, something I couldn't see when she left this world. Not just love, not just memories, but clarity. A mirror held up to everything I'd accepted that I didn't have to. Her death was cruel, random, unfair, but my healing? That part I could build. And I did. As for Ethan, last I heard, he moved in with a friend. He started some side hustle reselling sneakers online. Still posting selfies. Still waiting for someone else to bail him out. My parents? They're renting a one-bedroom apartment in a nearby town. I suspect they tell their neighbors a different story. That they downsized. That they're close to retirement. That their eldest son is a successful lawyer in New York. Maybe that's true, in part. I let them have their narrative. But they don't have me. And that's the difference. I still visit Elena's grave. Every Sunday. I bring her lilies. I tell her what's new. Sometimes, I read her the thank you notes we get at Elena House. She always likes stories with good endings. This one took time, but I think she'd be proud. When you're the middle child in a family of 5, you learn pretty quickly how to disappear. Not physically, just emotionally, mentally. You learn how to read the room before you even enter it. You learn how to cut your sentences in half because no one's really listening anyway. My name's Jonah. I'm 27, and up until recently, I thought being invisible was just the role I was born into. My older brother, David, was the golden child. Captain of the football team, business degree, now runs some marketing agency that he never stops talking about. My younger sister, Claire, is the sweet one. The baby. The one who cries and gets hugged, stumbles and gets caught. Me? I was the responsible one. The quiet one. The Jonah will understand one. It's not that I didn't love my family. I did. Or at least I thought I did. But love can rot, I've learned. Especially when it goes unreturned for years. Growing up, our house wasn't violent or chaotic. It was just cold. My mom died when I was 10, and after that, Dad sort of checked out. He didn't leave, not physically. He still made dinner, microwaved, of course, and worked his 9 to 5. But he stopped looking at us like we were his kids. He started looking through us. David stepped up fast. He was already 14 and knew how to twist grief into advantage. He became Dad's second-in-command almost overnight, while I was still trying to figure out if it was okay to cry in my room when no one was watching. Claire was too young to remember much. She just knew how to smile at the right moments and get away with everything. I moved out at 19. No big announcement, no fight. I just packed my stuff and left. I didn't even get a good luck from Dad. I got a text from Claire that said, "Miss you already," smiley face, and nothing from David. I built my own quiet life. Got a small place an hour away, worked IT support, then cybersecurity. Nothing glamorous, but I liked it. I liked peace. But every few months, I'd get pulled back in. A birthday dinner, a family emergency, or Claire begging me to visit for the holidays because it's weird without you. So I'd show up, stand around like a coat rack, and leave with the same hollow feeling every time. The last time I came home was a Sunday, 3 weeks ago. Claire called me crying. Real tears this time, not the performative kind. She said Dad was selling the house. Said he was doing it without telling her and that David was in on it. Now, Claire still lives at home, working part-time at a daycare while studying to be a nurse. She's never really had to be an adult, not the way I did. And as annoying as I found her sometimes, I still cared. So I drove down. The house looked the same as always. Beige siding, chipped mailbox, the creaky porch step that everyone forgot to fix. I parked in the driveway next to David's brand new Range Rover and just sighed. Of course he was here. Inside, the air felt heavier than usual. Dad was sitting at the kitchen table with a mug of coffee, scrolling through something on his phone. He looked up when I walked in, gave me a grunt of acknowledgement, then went back to scrolling. Claire came down the stairs barefoot, wrapped in an oversized hoodie, eyes red. She ran to hug me, and I hugged her back, trying to ignore how small and fragile she felt. "They didn't even ask me," she whispered. "He said I should start looking for a roommate. Like I'm just supposed to disappear." David walked in from the living room then, holding a bottle of water like it was a prop in a commercial. "Oh, look who decided to show up. Thought you'd ghost us again." He smirked like it was a joke, but he didn't wait for me to laugh. Just patted me on the shoulder and walked past like I wasn't a real person. Just part of the set. We sat down in the living room, and Dad started talking like we were in a board meeting. "I'm getting older. The house is too much. I've decided to sell it. David's helping me find a new place, something smaller. Claire, you'll have to start figuring out your next step." "Next step?" I asked. "She's still in school, Dad." "She's 23, David cut in. "Most people have jobs and apartments by now. Can't baby her forever." "She's not being babied," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "You're blindsiding her. And since when do you get to decide everything?" David rolled his eyes. "Someone has to. You clearly don't want the job." That stung more than I expected. Not because it wasn't true. David had stepped into a leadership role in the family, but he wielded it like a sledgehammer. And I had distanced myself. But that didn't mean I didn't care. I looked at Dad, hoping he'd step in, say something fair. But he just took a sip of coffee and said, "Let's not start a fight." I should have left then. Should have hugged Claire and driven away. But something inside me, it wasn't anger exactly, more like disappointment with sharp edges, made me stay. "You can't just toss her out because it's convenient," I said, locking eyes with David. "This isn't some startup you're streamlining. It's a home." David chuckled, but it was humorless. "You've been gone for years, Jonah. You don't get to walk in here and pretend like you're the moral compass." Dad sighed, louder this time. "He's right. You always did have a way of showing up late and acting like you knew better. Maybe you should have been around more." I felt like I'd been slapped. Not because of what he said, but because of how easy it was for him to say it. Like he'd been waiting to let that line slip for years. Claire started crying again, and I stood up, heart pounding. "You're seriously okay with this? Kicking her out? Selling the house behind her back?" Dad shrugged. "It's time." That's when David snapped. "You're the reason this family is falling apart," he said, voice suddenly louder. "You show up once in a blue moon, stir the pot, and then disappear. Maybe it's better if you disappear for a while." I looked at Dad, hoping, begging, for some pushback, for some kind of defense. But he just nodded and said, "Maybe he's right." I didn't say a word. I didn't yell or cry or throw anything. I just turned around, grabbed my keys, and walked out the front door. The porch creaked under my feet like it always did, but it sounded different this time. Like a goodbye. I drove straight home that night, didn't even check my phone. I put it on silent, took a long shower, and fell asleep trying not to think about the way Dad's face looked when he said those words. Like it was a relief to let me go. This morning, I woke up to 17 missed calls and a single text from Claire. Come back, something's happened. And I swear my stomach dropped like a stone. The drive back felt longer than it should have. My GPS said 62 minutes, but my thoughts stretched every second into something heavier. I didn't even get out of my pajamas. Just grabbed my keys, no breakfast, no coffee. That single text from Claire, come back, something's happened, played on a loop in my head like a broken record. No details, no explanation, just enough words to tie a knot in my stomach. I called 3 times on the road. She didn't answer once. When I pulled into the driveway, David's Range Rover was gone, but Dad's car was still there. The porch light was still on. Morning sun fighting with the dim yellow glow, like the house couldn't make up its mind if it was asleep or not. I knocked once, twice, then just opened the door. Claire was sitting on the couch in the same hoodie from the night before, her knees hugged to her chest. Her phone was in her lap, screen cracked right through the middle. Her eyes were puffy and red, not from crying, but from not crying. The kind of look that said she'd already run out of tears. What happened? I asked, stepping closer. She didn't answer right away, just motioned toward the kitchen. I turned, and there he was. Dad. Not hurt, not unconscious. Just sitting there. At the table. Packing a duffel bag. He looked up like I was the mailman or something. No guilt, no emotion. Just tired eyes and a flat. You're here. I stared at the bag, then at him. Where are you going? I'm moving in with David, he said. Like it was obvious. Like it was already decided. What? Claire's voice broke behind me. He came down this morning, told me to leave by the end of the week. That I'd had a free ride long enough. I turned back to Dad. You said you were selling the house. You didn't say you were kicking her out today. I didn't say today, he said. But David made some good points. He's got an extra room. It's better this way. Better for who? That's when I noticed it. The manila envelope on the table. The corners were slightly bent, like someone had been gripping it too hard. I didn't even ask, I just picked it up. Inside were copies of documents. Sale agreements. A wire transfer summary. A final notice from the title company. The house wasn't being sold. It had been sold. 2 days ago. Without a single word to Claire. I felt the breath leave my chest. You already sold it? He didn't flinch. We didn't think you'd be interested. David handled the paperwork. I signed where I was told. We got a good offer. I looked at Claire, who was just staring at her phone like she wanted to disappear. So that's it. No warning, no backup plan, nothing? You're just, what? Leaving her homeless. Dad finally stood up. She's an adult. She'll figure it out. Something cracked inside me at that. Not loud. Just a hairline fracture in the part of me that still thought maybe he had a heart buried under all that detachment. I told you I needed time, Claire said softly. You said I had time. Dad slung the bag over his shoulder like it weighed nothing. Plans change. And just like that, he walked past me. No hug. No apology. Not even eye contact. The door clicked behind him, and it was like the house exhaled. Claire didn't cry. Not this time. She just got up, walked to the kitchen sink, and turned on the faucet like she was trying to drown out the silence. I stood there with the envelope still in my hand, staring at the spot Dad had just vacated. What do we do now? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't have an answer. The next few days were a blur of cardboard boxes and awkward texts from distant relatives who had no idea and wished they could help. David never called. Not once. Dad sent one message that read, "Hope everything works out. Take care of your sister." Like he was absolving himself of all responsibility with a text. I took time off work. Helped Claire move what she could into a storage unit I paid for. She stayed at my apartment for a while, sleeping on the couch with her headphones in every night, zoning out to the same 5 sad playlists on repeat. I didn't ask her what she was listening to. I figured whatever it was, it helped her hold it together. About a week later, she got a part-time job at a diner nearby. Started looking at studio apartments. But you could tell it still haunted her. The look on Dad's face. The way he left. The fact that David, our brother, had orchestrated the whole thing without blinking. Then one night, I came home from the store and found her sitting at my desk. My laptop open. My bank statements on the screen. Hey, I said gently. What are you doing? She looked up slowly. You sent them money. I didn't lie. Yeah. Why? Because they asked. I'll never forget the look she gave me. A mix of betrayal and confusion. Like I'd switched sides in a war she didn't even know we were fighting. They kicked me out, sold the house, left me with nothing. And you sent them money? It was for Dad's medical bills, I said. At least, that's what he said. She scoffed. Of course he did. That night, we didn't talk much. She went to bed early, and I stayed up staring at my phone, scrolling through texts from Dad I hadn't replied to. Messages asking if I could spot him for the insurance gap or help with moving fees. All wrapped in guilt-laced bows. You know, I wouldn't ask if I had any other option. David's covering most of it, but we're a little short this month. I had been sending him money for months. Not much, maybe a few hundred here and there, but enough. Enough to keep the illusion going. And I realized something then. He didn't ask David, because David wouldn't have helped. He asked me, because I always did. 2 weeks later, Claire finally found a place. Tiny studio, barely enough room to breathe. But it was hers. I helped her move in, carried boxes up narrow stairs, and pretended not to notice the water stain in the corner of the ceiling. She smiled like she was okay, but I could tell she was still watching the door, still hoping maybe Dad would show up. He didn't. Then the real bomb dropped. Claire came home from work one afternoon with a letter in her hand. No return address. Just her name, handwritten on the front. Inside, a formal notice. David was filing for emergency power of attorney over Dad's estate. Health-related, which would include access to everything. Claire wasn't mentioned once. Neither was I. We didn't even know Dad had health issues. He never said a word. But apparently, David was already in the process of moving Dad into a long-term care facility and getting control over his finances. The house money, the joint accounts, the remaining investments. All of it. I called David that night. He answered on the second ring like he'd been waiting. Jonah, he said, like I was a nuisance. To what do I owe the honor? Why didn't you tell us? Tell you what? That you were going after Dad's estate. He didn't even try to deny it. Because it's none of your business. Claire's not in a position to make decisions, and you haven't been part of this family in years. Someone had to take responsibility. He's not dying, David. He's not well either. And frankly, I'm done watching him struggle because you two can't get your lives together. There it was. The mask slipping. You're not doing this for him, I said, voice low. You're doing this for you. Think what you want. I'm protecting what's left of our family. And then he hung up. Just like that. That was the moment something inside me snapped. The moment I realized this wasn't about money or control. It was about power. David had always been the favorite, the fixer, the one who made the rules and broke them in the same breath. And I had always been the one who let it happen, who stood at the edge of the family picture, just out of frame, watching it all go down. But not anymore. Not this time. Because if David wanted a war, I'd give him one. And I wouldn't be fighting fair. I didn't go nuclear right away. That's not how I operate. David likes loud wins. He wants people to know he's in charge. Me? I've always been the quiet one. The observer. The shadow in the room that remembers everything. And it turns out, being overlooked for most of your life gives you a kind of power too. People forget you're even there. And when they do, they say things. They slip up. They underestimate you. Still, for a while after that call, I did nothing. Not out of fear, out of exhaustion. I felt drained in a way I couldn't explain. My dad was gone. Not dead, just unreachable. My brother had locked us out of everything. Claire was trying to rebuild with next to nothing, and I kept thinking about that one line Dad said before walking out. Maybe it's better if you disappear for a while. That sentence haunted me. I didn't tell Claire about the call. I didn't tell her I knew about the power of attorney filing or that David was already meeting with estate lawyers. She was fragile enough. She'd just started settling into her new apartment, decorating it with thrift store finds and cheap fairy lights like a teenager trying to make her dorm room feel like home. She was working 6 days a week and still struggling to afford groceries. The last thing she needed was to hear that David was tying a legal noose around our family's neck and grinning while he did it. I hit my own version of rock bottom the night. I checked my savings account and realized I had barely enough to pay my rent. Between helping Claire move, covering her deposit, paying for Dad's medical bills, and fronting the storage unit costs, I'd burned through my emergency fund. And it hit me all at once. I was 27, broke, and barely holding the pieces together. My job wasn't stable either. We'd had layoffs recently, and my name had been on a spreadsheet labeled Phase 2. That night, I sat on the floor of my apartment, the lights off, computer open to a spreadsheet of monthly bills. I remember just staring at it, zoning out completely. Not thinking, not planning, just staring, like maybe the numbers would change if I looked long enough. They didn't. I slept on the floor that night. I didn't even brush my teeth, just curled up in a hoodie, and when the morning sun hit my face through the blinds, it felt like a reminder that the world didn't care how tired I was. That's when something shifted in me. There was no dramatic speech, no movie montage, just a quiet, painful realization that no one was coming to fix this. David wouldn't apologize. Dad wouldn't wake up one day and say, I was wrong. The house wasn't coming back. The childhood I clung to like a bad habit. It was over. All of it. Burned to the ground. But maybe I could build something new. I started small. I opened a Google Doc and titled it, The Plan. I listed out every skill I had. Every connection I hadn't called in. Every loose thread David might have left behind. Then I opened another tab and began researching estate law, power of attorney rights, financial oversight loopholes, anything that could give me a foothold. I also started freelancing again. I'd done some cybersecurity contract work a few years back, mostly low-level stuff, password audits, data risk evaluations for small businesses. Boring work, but it paid. I reached out to a couple old clients and got 2 hits almost immediately. It wasn't glamorous, but within a month, I'd pulled in enough to start breathing again. Claire noticed the change, even if I didn't say much. You're working late again, she said one night while we were eating takeout on my floor. I'd sold my dining table for extra cash. Yeah, I said, sipping cold coffee. Trying to get ahead. She didn't ask for details. Just nodded and quietly slid her half-finished noodles into my fridge like she always did. And for the first time in a long time, I saw her relax. Just a little. As I rebuilt, I started watching David more closely. I followed his company's Instagram. I set Google alerts for his name and his agency. I scraped the business registry and found something interesting. He'd launched a new investment subsidiary last year. Fancy name, but the filings were messy. Inconsistent addresses. One of the forms was signed by someone who didn't exist. A quick LinkedIn search confirmed it. Fake employee. Classic paper trail cleanup. I took screenshots. I backed up everything. And then I started digging into Dad's new care facility. It wasn't what you'd think. No white halls and friendly nurses. It was an upscale apartment complex in a rich suburb, with a concierge and in-house medical check-ins. The kind of place that billed itself as independent senior living with full concierge health management. Translation, a retirement resort where they check your blood pressure while you sip martinis. Claire and I went together. We said we were dropping off medication. The front desk didn't even ask for ID. Just buzzed us in and pointed down the hall. Dad looked surprised when we walked in. Not guilty, just surprised. Like he hadn't planned for this part of the story. Jonah. Claire. What are you doing here? Claire's voice cracked immediately. Why didn't you tell me you moved here? He looked tired. Frail even. But his words were firm. David said you were upset. I didn't want to make it worse. Upset, she echoed. You kicked me out of my home. He winced, but didn't apologize. Just sat down slowly and asked if we wanted tea. We didn't. I looked around the place. Expensive furnishings. Wall-mounted flat screen. Smart thermostat. The works. You're paying for all this? I asked. He hesitated. David's covering the upfronts. He said we'd figure it out once the accounts were settled. And by settled, I said, you mean after he gets full control of everything you own? Dad didn't answer. Claire left the room then. Too angry, too hurt. And that's when I leaned in and asked, why him? His voice was barely above a whisper. Because he said he had a plan. So did I. He looked up. And for the first time in years, he actually looked at me. You always waited for someone to ask. I just nodded. It was true. I never wanted the crown. But I'd be damned if I let David wear it after everything he'd done. By the 3rd month, things started falling into place. I had a stable freelance gig with a fintech company and 2 regular consulting clients. My income was higher than it had ever been, and I was finally out of the red. I got my own health insurance, paid off my credit card, and moved into a slightly bigger apartment with a pull-out bed so Claire didn't have to crash on a couch anymore. She started smiling again, laughing even, got promoted to assistant lead at her daycare job, and started tutoring part-time on the weekends. Her apartment looked more like a home. Cheap rugs, a crooked bookshelf, potted plants that somehow weren't dead. And one night, as we were walking out of a ramen shop, she stopped mid-step and looked at me. You're not the same. I blinked. What do you mean? You walk like you're taller now. I smiled, but I didn't answer. Because she was right. And I wasn't done yet. I had leverage now. I had proof David had used a fake employee signature in a business registration. I had screenshots of him shifting funds between personal and business accounts. I had a copy of a lease agreement for a luxury condo that he claimed was a company office, but was actually his secret crash pad when he didn't want to drive home. And I had something even better. A recording. One night, a month earlier, I had called David again. Pretended I wanted to help. Told him I was reconsidering our roles in Dad's care, and maybe we should work together after all. I knew he'd gloat. And he did. On a recorded line. Said the words, "He's better off out of the picture, honestly. Claire's a mess, and Jonah's a ghost. I'm the only one who's ever done anything real in this family." Dad finally sees that. Every syllable? Crystal clear. I didn't tell Claire right away. But I will. Because now I'm ready. This time, I won't be walking out the door. This time he will. I didn't tell Claire everything right away, not because I didn't trust her, but because I knew what she'd say. Don't stoop to his level. Just move on. We're doing fine now. She wasn't wrong. We were doing better. She was slowly piecing her life back together, and for the first time in years, I felt like I was in control of mine. But doing better doesn't erase betrayal. It doesn't wipe away the memory of Dad nodding while David told me to disappear, or the way they kicked Claire out without a second thought. You can't outrun that kind of thing. Not really. It settles in your bones, sits behind your ribs like a stone. And I knew David hadn't stopped. He never did. He was the kind of person who couldn't exist without dominance. The kind who viewed life like a chessboard, every person a piece to maneuver. The difference now was, I wasn't a pawn anymore. I was watching the board, and I was done playing his game. I was going to flip it. But first, I needed to know exactly what he had. The first step was simple: information. David had filed for medical power of attorney, but I wasn't convinced Dad had understood what that meant, or what he'd signed. My dad was sharp once, but after years of coasting and declining motivation, he'd become passive. Tired. The kind of tired that made it easy to manipulate. I knew David could have used that to his advantage. So I started digging. I requested a copy of the POA filing through the county clerk's office, under the guise of being part of the family. Took a few emails and a couple awkward phone calls, but I got it. What I found was damning. Dad's signature was there, but it was dated 2 days after the house had sold, which meant David had filed the paperwork after moving Dad into the new place, which meant Dad hadn't signed it as part of some logical long-term care decision. He'd signed it under David's roof, under David's supervision, likely surrounded by David's lawyers. I double-checked the witnesses listed. One of them? David's business partner. Conflict of interest? You bet. I printed everything. 3 copies. One for me, one for a lawyer, and one for insurance. Next, I needed someone who understood the game better than I did. I wasn't a legal expert. I was a cybersecurity analyst. I knew how to build firewalls, trace suspicious logins, and sniff out phishing scams. But estate law? Financial manipulation? That wasn't my world. So I reached out to someone who did live in that world. Her name was Marissa Chong, and I hadn't spoken to her since college. We met in our sophomore ethics class. She was a pre-law student who had once helped me fight a dorm charge over a fake cheating accusation. She later went on to become a probate attorney in the city. We'd followed each other on LinkedIn for years, but hadn't interacted much. I sent her a message. Hey, long time. I have a weird situation with my family involving a power of attorney and possible misuse of funds. Could I buy you coffee and pick your brain? She responded in less than 10 minutes. I'm intrigued. Bring receipts. Friday at 2? My office. I showed up early with a folder thick enough to make me nervous. Marissa looked exactly the same. Sharp eyes, clean blazer, and a no-nonsense attitude. We sat down in a quiet corner of a cafe near her office. I slid the folder across the table. She opened it and whistled. You don't mess around. I like having a paper trail, I said. She sifted through the documents in silence, flipping through bank statements, the POA forms, screenshots of texts, and printouts from the business registry. After about 15 minutes, she looked up. This smells bad. Real bad. You think there's something there? She tapped the POA form. This witness signature is shady. Technically legal, but ethically suspect. And if your dad didn't fully understand what he was signing, there's room to challenge it. especially if your brother's already making financial decisions that benefit him directly. He is, I said. I've got records of him using company funds for personal purchases. And there's a recording. He admitted that he thinks Claire and I are out of the picture. Her eyebrows raised. A recording? Clear as day. I have it saved on 3 different encrypted drives. Marissa smiled. Jonah, I think we can work with this. She outlined the basics. If I could prove that David coerced Dad into signing, or that he was using his position for personal gain, I could petition for the POA to be revoked. If Dad was still of sound mind, he could reassign it, or dissolve it entirely. If not, we could potentially push for guardianship review. It would be complicated, but possible. I asked what I needed. She said, witnesses, proof, and someone who still believes in you. I thought of Claire. I nodded. I've got all 3. Back at home, I finally told Claire everything. She didn't react the way I expected. She didn't cry. She didn't yell. She just stood up, walked to the kitchen, and came back with a small spiral notebook. She flipped it open to the middle and handed it to me. Inside were notes. Dozens of them. Dates, conversations, details about Dad's behavior, David's visits, and odd withdrawals from shared accounts. She had even scribbled in how much Dad's place probably cost based on the brochure she'd found online. She'd been keeping track this whole time. You think I didn't notice? She said quietly. I'm not as dumb as he thinks I am. No, I said, smiling. You're not. We decided to tell Dad together. It was a Saturday when we drove to see him again. Claire was dressed like she was going to a job interview, and I had my laptop and copies of everything Marissa had helped me prepare. Dad was surprised again, though this time, I could see the walls going up as soon as he opened the door. You two again, he said warily. We need to talk, I said. About David. He sighed, stepping aside. I told him not to make this messy. Claire spoke before I could. He's already made it messy. He sold the house out from under me. Took your accounts. Put you in here and locked everyone else out. Dad didn't respond. So I opened the laptop and played the recording. David's voice, smug and clear. He's better off out of the picture, honestly. Claire's a mess, and Jonah's a ghost. I'm the only one who's ever done anything real in this family. Dad finally sees that. Dad's eyes narrowed. I watched his face closely. I never said that, he muttered. No, I said. But he did. While speaking on your behalf. I slid the papers across the table. This is everything he's done with your accounts since getting POA. And the witness on your document? His business partner. Not a medical professional. Not a neutral third party. Why would he? Dad started. Because he doesn't see you as a father, Claire interrupted. You're a means to an end. He's playing you like a retirement plan. We didn't yell. We didn't beg. We laid out the facts. And then we left. We didn't wait for him to respond. Because it wasn't up to him anymore. That week, things moved fast. Dad called Marissa's office the next day. Said he wanted to review the POA with someone not on David's payroll. A week later, she sat down with him privately and confirmed our suspicion. He hadn't known half of what he'd signed. She filed the motion to suspend David's power of attorney. We submitted the evidence. The recording. The financials. The signature conflicts. Then we waited. David didn't respond right away. But I knew he would. And I was ready for him. Because the best part? He had no idea how much I knew. No clue how far I'd gone. He thought I was still that ghost. Still that quiet, forgettable middle child. He didn't see me coming. And I wasn't done yet. Not even close. 2 weeks after the motion to suspend David's power of attorney was filed, I got the email I'd been waiting for. Subject, hearing scheduled, estate review petition. From Marissa Chong. Body, Jonah, we're on. Your father will be present. Claire should attend. David has been notified. I read it twice, then once more for good measure. This was it. The moment everything we'd endured, the betrayal, the silence, the dismissal, started to tilt in our favor. But this wasn't about winning in a dramatic courtroom showdown. I didn't want revenge that looked like a scene from a legal drama. I wanted something colder, smarter, permanent. I wanted David to fall under the weight of his own ego. And now, the cracks were starting to show. He called me the day before the hearing. For the first time in months. You really think you're going to win this? His voice was tight, controlled, almost amused, but not quite. You have no idea what you're doing. I'm not doing this for me, I said calmly. You made this bed, David. You tucked the corners in tight. Jonah, he sighed, and for the first time, I could hear it, the hint of panic buried beneath the performance. You've always been soft. Always wanted people to like you. But this isn't you. You don't belong in this fight. I smiled, even though he couldn't see it. That's where you're wrong. I've always belonged here. You just never noticed. Then I hung up. Claire and I drove to the courthouse together. Neither of us spoke much. She held a folder on her lap the whole time, the one with her spiral notebook and copies of the withdrawal logs. David thought no one noticed. I had my laptop and the recording, cued and ready. We walked into the hearing room at 10:58. David was already there, seated across the aisle in a tailored suit, flipping through his phone like this was just another Monday meeting. He didn't look at us. Dad sat near the front, quiet, hunched in a beige windbreaker. I didn't know what he was thinking. He hadn't spoken to either of us since the last visit. But he was here, and that mattered. When the judge entered, we all stood. The hearing began. Marissa spoke first, calmly presenting the motion to suspend and review the medical and financial power of attorney, citing evidence of undue influence, self-serving financial activity, and ethical violations in the witnessing process. She was methodical, sharp. The room went still when she played the audio clip. David's voice filled the space. He's better off out of the picture, honestly. Claire's a mess, and Jonah's a ghost. I'm the only one who's ever done anything real in this family. Dad finally sees that. I didn't look at Dad when it played. I didn't have to. After that, David's lawyer scrambled. Claimed the tape was taken out of context. Claimed the financial decisions were legitimate. Claimed the witness wasn't a conflict of interest because the document technically met the state requirements. Technically, it was his favorite word. But the judge wasn't buying it. Not with everything laid out. Paper trails, conflicting signatures, false employee filings, and the lease agreement on David's company condo that had nothing to do with elder care. Then came the best part. See, I hadn't stopped at just exposing David's manipulation of Dad. I'd kept digging. Through his business. And through his second investment arm. What I found was a shell company registered to a P.O. box in Delaware, tied to 2 dummy accounts. Those dummy accounts had received multiple payments from Dad's estate after David got POA. Marissa presented it like a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat. And here, she said, we have wire records from a shell entity called Garnet Fold Holdings. The bank account ends in 7731. That account received 3 separate payments of $11,000 each, all labeled facility support, originating from the estate account in question. However, Garnet Fold is not affiliated with the care facility Mr. Reynolds currently resides in. The judge raised an eyebrow. David's lawyer tried to object, but it was weak. Claire leaned over and whispered, he's sweating. I didn't even have to look. I knew. The judge called a recess. 10 minutes later, we were back in. Final judgment. Power of attorney suspended pending formal review. Access to all estate accounts frozen. Financial control transferred to a neutral third-party fiduciary appointed by the court. Review of David's conduct submitted for ethical and legal investigation, with potential civil penalties pending the results. David stood there in silence, face pale, lips pressed tight. Then he turned and walked out. No smugness. No smirk. Just gone. Claire exhaled, shaky and slow. Her eyes welled up, but she blinked it away. Dad didn't say anything until we were outside. We stood under the courthouse steps, the autumn wind tugging at our jackets. He looked at me. Really looked. I didn't know, he said softly. I know, I replied. You should have. He nodded. There was nothing else to say. A month passed. David didn't call. He couldn't, even if he wanted to. Our father's accounts were sealed, his access revoked. The court-appointed fiduciary reached out to me and Claire to confirm our dad's expenses were now being handled with transparency. Every statement was clean. No more shadow payments. No more missing funds. The shell company was under formal review. And while the criminal side was still pending, David's name had already started to lose its shine in his business circles. His agency's social media went quiet. His personal accounts went private. Marissa told me, over another coffee, his name will never carry the same weight again, even if he avoids jail. I'm okay with that, I said, because this wasn't about jail. It was about truth. It was about dragging everything he'd buried into the sunlight and watching him squint against the brightness. Claire started coming by more often. Her apartment was cozier now, warmer. She painted the walls a light sage green and adopted a stray cat that liked to knock over her coffee mugs. One evening, we sat on my balcony, wrapped in blankets, watching traffic buzz in the distance. She nudged me. You really did it. We did it, I said. She smirked. You were the brains. I was just the girl with the notebook. Hey, I laughed. That notebook kept us grounded. Then she got quiet. What happens now? I knew what she meant. The family. The pieces. I don't know, I said honestly. Maybe nothing. Maybe we rebuild. Or maybe we let it go. She nodded. And that was enough. 3 months after the hearing, I got a letter in the mail. It was from David. Just a single page. Jonah, I don't know what to say. Maybe I never did. You were always quiet. Always there. Even when none of us deserved you to be. I messed up. I won't make excuses. I thought I was doing what had to be done, but somewhere along the way, I stopped seeing people as people. You saw me clearly. And you still took the high road. I don't expect forgiveness. But I respect you now. That might not be worth much, but I mean it. David. I folded the letter and placed it in a drawer. Not because I forgave him, but because I didn't need anything from him anymore. I had built a life without his approval, without Dad's nod, without their spotlight. And in doing so, I'd found something better than validation. I'd found freedom, the kind that doesn't require permission, or permission slips, or a family's fake blessing. Just peace. Claire and I spent Thanksgiving together that year. We made pasta instead of turkey, watched a dumb action movie, laughed until we cried. And as I cleaned the dishes and she hummed from the living room, I caught my reflection in the window. And for the first time in a long, long time, I saw someone worth noticing. I'm Daniel. I'm 25 now, but this story starts when I was just a scrawny 18-year-old kid with calloused hands from a part-time construction gig and a head full of ideas I didn't yet know how to express. I was the kind of kid who took apart the family toaster just to see how it worked, and sometimes, yeah, I couldn't get it back together, but I always learned something. I grew up in a small 2-bedroom house with my mom, stepdad, and younger half-brother, Jeremy. My real dad bailed when I was 2, and my mom remarried when I was 8. From then on, it felt like I was just a permanent guest in my own home. Not quite family. Just tolerated. My mom, Sandra, wasn't the nurturing type. She was more of the pull yourself up by your bootstraps kind, which might have been okay if she didn't keep stepping on those same straps every time I tried to pull myself up. She worked as an office manager and always acted like she was the smartest person in any room, even if that room had a whiteboard and equations on it. My stepdad, Gary, didn't really speak unless he was yelling about the thermostat or football. And Jeremy? Golden boy. Straight B student, captain of the JV baseball team, and proud owner of a brand new laptop that mysteriously came from family funds after I'd been begging for help replacing mine for over a year. For as long as I could remember, I wanted to be an engineer. I didn't even care what kind, electrical, mechanical, software, you name it. I just loved making things work. I'd stay up late watching tutorials, scribbling notes on scrap paper, even scavenging old electronics people tossed in the alley behind our street. My grades weren't perfect. Working part-time while trying to keep a roof over your head tends to mess with your GPA, but I was smart. I knew I was smart. I just didn't have anyone in my corner. When college decision season rolled around, I got into a decent state university. Nothing Ivy League, but their engineering program was solid. I'd spent months working on my application essays in secret, using the school library computers because mine had finally died for good. When I opened the acceptance email, I actually cried. I hadn't cried in years. It felt like the first real one of my life. I came home that day beaming, clutching the printed letter like it was made of gold. I told Mom and Gary at dinner, expecting at least a nod of approval. Instead, my mom actually laughed. Engineering? You? She said, not even bothering to hide the smirk. Come on, Daniel. Be serious. Gary didn't even look up from his mashed potatoes. Too much math. You're not built for that. I stared at them, stunned. I got in. I'm serious. I can do this. You barely passed algebra, Mom snapped. You think some college is just going to turn you into Einstein? Please. Just be grateful we let you stay here. You're 18 now. You're not a kid anymore. That last part hit me harder than I expected. I'd always known they didn't see me the same way they saw Jeremy, but hearing it said out loud, like I was a burden they were only tolerating out of obligation, that broke something in me. I tried to argue, talk about scholarships, the part-time job I'd keep, how I could get student loans, but it was like talking to a wall. A cold, indifferent wall with a superiority complex. Why don't you go to community college for a year? Gary finally said. Do something more realistic. Like HVAC or plumbing. Those guys make good money. There was nothing wrong with those jobs, but that wasn't my dream. And I'd worked too hard, fought too many internal battles just to be laughed at by people who didn't even know how to open a PDF attachment without asking for help. That night, I sat on my bed with the acceptance letter on my lap, the edges starting to curl from my grip. I couldn't sleep. I just kept hearing her voice on a loop. Just be grateful we let you stay here. At 2 a.m., I packed a backpack. 2 changes of clothes, my dead laptop, maybe someone could fix it, a spiral notebook half filled with circuit sketches, and my toothbrush. I didn't have a plan. I just knew I couldn't stay. If I stayed, I'd rot. I'd become exactly what they said I was. I didn't leave a note. I couch surfed for a few days, staying with a friend from high school whose parents were surprisingly understanding. I didn't tell them everything, just that things were bad at home. They let me crash on their futon while I sorted things out. I called the university's student services office and explained my situation. To my shock, they had a program for at-risk students, emergency housing, meal plans, a small stipend. It wasn't glamorous, but it was something. The next few years were the hardest of my life. I worked 30 hours a week at a tech repair shop while taking full course loads. I skipped meals more times than I can count. I went to office hours religiously, swallowed my pride when I didn't understand something, and slowly, inch by inch, I built myself up. By junior year, I had a 3.9 GPA and an internship at a startup doing some pretty wild stuff with renewable energy. I was still poor, still living in a shared apartment with no AC and a questionable mold situation in the bathroom, but I was finally starting to feel like I had control of my life. I didn't speak to my mom or Gary once during those years. They didn't call. They didn't write. I saw a couple of Facebook posts about Jeremy's baseball games and his girlfriend and his new car, bought with help from mom and dad, of course. I tried not to care. I told myself I was done with him, but it still stung. Graduation came, and with it, a job offer I could barely believe. One of the engineers at the startup I interned at had left to start his own company, and he wanted me on the ground floor. Not just as a code monkey or lab grunt, as a partner. I didn't hesitate. We spent 2 years bootstrapping that company, pouring every dime into R&D, living off ramen and caffeine. And then, somehow, it worked. We broke through. The company exploded. Clients came in waves. Suddenly, I had equity. I had a team. I had an office. I had my own place with real walls, not just curtains strung between bunk beds. And for the first time, I felt like maybe I'd proved something. Not to them, to myself. That's when the phone rang. It was a Tuesday afternoon, and I was in between meetings when I saw the name flash across my screen. Mom. I hadn't saved the number, but I recognized it immediately. My stomach flipped. I don't know why I answered. Maybe curiosity. Maybe some part of me still hoped she'd say something human. Daniel, she said, her voice suddenly warm, sugary. It's so good to hear your voice. I was silent. She kept talking. Jeremy said he saw your company in the news. You're doing so well. We're so proud of you. That word, we. It burned in my ears. Listen, she continued. I know things were tense back then, but I was hoping you might be able to help us out. I finally spoke. Help you out? Well, your stepdad's job isn't what it used to be, and Jeremy's struggling to find something steady. You know how the market is. And I thought, maybe, you could find something for him. At your company. There was a pause. Like she was waiting for me to jump in, offer a 6-figure role in a corner office. Like none of the past had happened. Like she hadn't once told me I wasn't smart enough. That I didn't belong. I didn't answer right away. My hands were actually shaking. I let the silence stretch for a few seconds longer than I normally would have. It wasn't out of pettiness. It was survival. I needed that silence to absorb the sheer audacity of what she'd just said. My heart wasn't racing. It was steady, controlled. But I could feel that old ache in my chest, like I was back in that kitchen, 18 years old, clutching my acceptance letter while my own mother laughed in my face. She broke the silence first. I mean, you've always been good with computers, right? She said, her voice lilting, like this was just a friendly chat between close family. Jeremy's been learning a bit of coding online. He's a fast learner. If you just gave him a chance. Stop, I said. Not loudly, but firmly. The warmth in her voice froze instantly. What? I'm not giving Jeremy a job, I said. I haven't spoken to you in 7 years, and you're calling to ask for a favor? She sputtered, caught off guard. Daniel, it's not a favor. It's family helping family of family. I could feel my composure crack, just slightly. Where was family when I needed help paying for books? Where was family when I was sleeping on a futon and eating crackers for dinner? Her tone sharpened. Don't be dramatic. You left us. Don't act like you were thrown out on the street. I left because I had to, I said. Because you made it clear that I wasn't welcome. That I was just baggage until I turned 18. You told me to settle. You mocked my dream. And now that I made something of myself, suddenly I'm family again. There was a beat of silence. Then she shifted into something colder, more familiar. You've always been ungrateful, she said. We put a roof over your head. We fed you. And this is how you repay us? By acting like some big shot. I laughed. I don't even know why. It wasn't a joyful laugh. More like the kind of laugh that comes out when something finally clicks. When the mask slips and you realize they haven't changed one bit. You didn't put a roof over my head because you loved me, I said. You did it because it was legally required. You made me feel like an intruder in my own home for years. And now, because Jeremy's struggling, I'm supposed to forget all that? Pretend none of it happened? You're being selfish. No, I said. I was selfish. Selfish enough to believe I could be more than what you told me I was. Selfish enough to leave. And it's the best decision I ever made. I was about to hang up when I heard her voice crack, just slightly. Daniel, she said, quieter this time. Please. Your brother. He's not doing well. He didn't get into any colleges. He's been laid off twice. He's drinking. A lot. Gary's on disability now. We're behind on bills. I didn't say anything. We're going to lose the house. And for a moment, a long, painful moment, I felt it. That old guilt. The kind they planted in me like a seed. I pictured the peeling paint on our old porch, the smell of overcooked pork chops, the rattling air conditioner that only worked half the time. I pictured Jeremy, older now, maybe with a receding hairline, still smug, still cushioned by the belief that everything would be handed to him eventually. I pictured my mother at the kitchen table, arms crossed, reminding me that some people just aren't cut out for success. And I remembered the night I left, walking down the block under a flickering streetlight, my backpack digging into my shoulders. No money, no plan, just the stubborn belief that I could be something, that I was something. I took a breath. My voice was calm. I hope things get better for you, I said. But this isn't my responsibility anymore. And I hung up. But that wasn't the end of it. Not even close. A week later, I got an email. Not from my mom. Not from Jeremy. It was from Gary. No subject line. Just a block of text, no punctuation, no greeting. But the gist was this. You owe us. We raised you. You got what you have because of us. If you don't help your family, you're a fraud and a coward. Don't forget where you came from. That last line hit harder than I care to admit. Because they were right about one thing. I hadn't forgotten where I came from. I couldn't if I tried. Every all-nighter, every time I was told I wasn't good enough, every job rejection, every cold look across that dinner table, it was all still there. Burned into my memory. Etched into every part of me that refused to give up. I didn't reply to Gary. I didn't need to. But the emails didn't stop. A week later, another one. Then a voicemail from my mother. Then one from Jeremy himself, slurring his words, calling me every name in the book. Apparently, they had decided to band together in their desperation. And their anger was growing. One day, I came into the office and found my assistant looking pale. She handed me her phone. I think you should see this. It was a post. On a local community Facebook group. Local business owner turns his back on family, won't even help sick stepfather or struggling brother find work. They had written it. My mom, or Gary, or both. Complete with old family photos, stories twisted out of context, dramatic lines like, we supported him when no one else would, and money changes people. I was painted as a cold-hearted tech bro who abandoned the people who made him who he is. And people were starting to notice. Comments ranged from, wow, if this is true, that's disgusting, to don't believe everything you read. But the damage was done. A couple of clients emailed me confused. One even asked to pause our project until the situation is clarified. That's when I knew this wasn't just family drama anymore. This was far worse, and they had no idea who they were dealing with. I didn't sleep much that night. I just lay there in bed, staring at the ceiling fan spinning slowly above me like it might carry all my thoughts away if I stared hard enough. But they stayed. The guilt, the anger, the sadness, it all circled like storm clouds, and in the middle of it was that Facebook post. That smug, manipulative little piece of fiction my family had cooked up and served to the internet like a steaming tray of half-truths. I knew what they were doing. They wanted to shame me into submission. to make me look like the villain. And it was working, at least a little. One of our junior engineers even came to me, awkwardly, asking if everything was okay at home. I could see it in his eyes. Pity. Doubt. Like maybe the version of the story he saw online was truer than the version I'd lived. I couldn't let it slide. But I also couldn't go nuclear, not yet. I knew I needed to be smarter than that. I didn't want to feed into the narrative they were crafting. No loud public statements. No angry rants. I built everything I had on discipline and patience. And now, those same tools would be my defense. The next morning, I called a lawyer. Not to sue. Not yet. But just to understand my options. Turns out, when someone publicly spreads misinformation that damages your reputation in business, there's a word for that: defamation. And if I could prove it had a financial impact, lost clients, paused contracts, I had grounds for a suit. My lawyer told me to start gathering everything: screenshots of the posts, emails from clients, even the voicemails. Part of me hated going down this road. It felt dirty, messy. But the truth is, when people try to drag you down into the mud, sometimes the only way out is to make sure they're the ones who get stuck there. Meanwhile, I had my assistant run a quiet background check on Jeremy. Nothing invasive, just public records, social media, stuff like that. I needed to understand how far he might go. What I found didn't surprise me, but it did disappoint me. No job for the past year, failed community college enrollment, 3 DUIs, 2 of which had been conveniently scrubbed from mom's Facebook narrative, and a string of posts that were mostly him complaining about how people like me never help people like him. I didn't respond to any of the new messages coming in. I just watched and waited. And then, a week after the Facebook post, something happened that forced my hand. I was at a tech conference. Nothing huge, just a small regional event where my company was presenting a new sustainability prototype. It was going well, people were engaged, some promising investors had stopped by, and for a minute, I felt proud again. Like maybe I'd weathered the storm. Until I saw them. Standing in the back of the room, arms folded, sunglasses on indoors, Gary. And next to him, fidgeting with his sleeves, was Jeremy. I froze mid-sentence. My CTO, Ben, picked up the presentation without missing a beat, but my heart was pounding so loud it felt like the mic might pick it up. They didn't approach me during the event. They just lingered, watched, then left. But when I got back to my car in the parking garage, there was an envelope tucked under the windshield wiper. It had my name on it, written in Jeremy's messy, all-caps handwriting. Inside was a single sheet of paper. Typed, "You're going to regret this. Don't forget who you used to be. Don't forget who helped you survive." No signature. No return address. That was it. The moment everything crystallized. They weren't just trying to guilt-trip me anymore. They were trying to intimidate me, to scare me into caving. And that was a mistake. Because if there's one thing I learned from spending years building something from nothing, it's how to think 2 steps ahead. How to use pressure as fuel. How to plan. So I made a plan. First, I called the lawyer again. Told him everything, including the note. We drafted a cease and desist letter, strong, formal, and very, very clear. It outlined the damage already done to my business, cited relevant laws, and warned that any future attempts at defamation or harassment would lead to a lawsuit. Then I did something I'd been avoiding for years. I reached out to my old friend Marcus, the one whose family took me in when I left home. He'd since become a journalist for a pretty well-known tech blog. I told him I had a story, not for revenge, but for truth. I wanted people to know the real version of how I got here. We agreed to meet in person. Sitting across from Marcus at a small cafe downtown, I finally told the full story. Everything. The night I left home with just a backpack. The rejection. The late nights. The ramen dinners. The startup. The calls. The emails. The Facebook post. He didn't say much. Just took notes. Asked questions. Listened. Before we parted ways, I said something that surprised even me. I don't want this to be a hit piece. I don't want to drag them through the mud. I just want people to know the truth. What it really looks like when someone makes it out. Marcus nodded. "I'll tell it right," he said. And I trusted him. A week later, the article dropped. It wasn't viral, not immediately, but it started to spread. From homeless to CEO. How one engineer built a startup after being told he'd never make it. The piece painted a picture of resilience, of independence, of quiet perseverance. It didn't name my family directly, but it didn't need to. People understood. The story resonated. Comments poured in. Emails. Messages. Even investors. The best part? Several of our paused clients reached out. "We get it now," one wrote. "Thanks for sharing your side. I didn't hear from my mother for weeks after the article dropped, until I got another voicemail. Her voice was brittle, measured, but underneath it, I could hear something new. Fear. Daniel, I don't know what you think you're doing, but this is getting out of hand. People are asking questions. Your aunt called me crying. Jeremy's been drinking more. Gary's furious. You're painting us like monsters." There was a long pause. "Just call me back, please." I didn't. I waited 2 days before making my final move. It wasn't out of hesitation, it was strategy. I wanted them to sweat. I wanted them to wonder if I'd heard the voicemail, if I'd seen the fallout, if I'd finally decided to bend, or if I was sharpening the knife. I wasn't going to be a doormat. Not after everything they'd done. Not after they tried to ruin my name, my company, and my peace. But I also wasn't going to sink to their level. No angry rants. No public mudslinging. I was going to end this the same way I started it, with quiet strength and one final, decisive choice. I called her back. But I didn't do it from my phone. I did it from the office, with my lawyer quietly on the line. Just in case. She picked up on the second ring. Her voice was tight, strained, like she'd been rehearsing her tone in the mirror. "Daniel." "Hi, Mom," I said flatly. There was a pause. She clearly hadn't expected me to sound calm. "I didn't expect you to call back." "I know." More silence. I think things got out of hand," she said. "It was just, we were desperate. Jeremy's in a bad place. Gary can't work. I didn't mean for that Facebook thing to go so far. I didn't think people would actually take it seriously. You tried to damage my business. It wasn't like that. I didn't know what else to do. You weren't returning our calls. You only called when you wanted something. And when I said no, you tried to ruin me." She didn't respond. I pressed on calmly. "You've made it clear, over and over again, how little you believe in me, how little you respect me. And the second I build something worth protecting, you try to take it from me. That's not desperation. That's entitlement." Now her tone changed. "So you're just going to punish us? For being human? For making mistakes?" "No," I said. "I'm going to protect myself. I've worked too hard, come too far, and been through too much to let anyone, drag me back down. That includes you." I heard a shaky breath on the other end. "You think this makes you better than us?" "No," I said. "But it sure makes me free." There was one final thing to say, and I made sure I said it with absolute clarity. "You are never to contact me again. Not through calls. Not through messages. Not through social media. If you do, my lawyer will be in touch. And if you try anything else, anything at all that affects me or my business, I will sue. I have the documentation, the timeline, the witnesses, and the resources to do it. Do not test me again." Silence. Then, "Daniel, please." I hung up. It was done. I blocked her number. I blocked Gary's. I reported the Facebook post and had it removed. My lawyer's cease and desist letter finally kicked in once it was clear we were willing to go all the way. I reached out to the remaining clients who had gone quiet and personally reassured them with honesty, professionalism, and transparency. Not one of them left. In fact, 2 of them doubled their contracts. As for Jeremy, he never reached out again. I heard through an old high school friend that he ended up moving in with one of Gary's cousins. Last I checked, he was still unemployed, still bitter, and still posting vague rants online about snakes in the family. I don't wish him harm, but I don't know him anything either. And me? I'm better than ever. The company's growing. I'm mentoring young engineers who remind me of myself at 18, brilliant but ignored, driven but doubted. I tell them what no one told me. You're allowed to dream bigger than your surroundings. You're allowed to leave when it hurts. You're allowed to build your own life from the ashes of the one that tried to break you. Sometimes I still think about that night I left. The weight of the backpack, the silence of the street, the fear in my chest. And I'm proud of that kid. Because he didn't run away. He walked toward freedom. And he never looked back. If you asked me a year ago if I thought I'd ever be sitting in my honeymoon suite, sipping burnt coffee, and calling my lawyer before breakfast, I would have laughed. But here I am. And the reason? My brand new mother-in-law just served me legal papers on behalf of my wife, claiming ownership of my family business. The same business I never told my wife about. Not because I was hiding it, but because I wanted to know who she really was before the world found out who I really am. My name's Garrett, I'm 32, and up until now, I've lived a pretty quiet life for someone who technically owns a $30 million company. Not flashy, No Lumbo, no penthouse suite, no giant gold watch that tells more time zones than I've ever visited. Just a blacked-out pickup truck, a clean pair of boots, and a house on a hill nobody looks twice at. My friends think I'm a modest small business owner, and they're not entirely wrong. My family's company has been passed down for 3 generations, and while it started as a little tool-and-die operation, it grew into something much bigger. I stepped up as CEO 5 years ago when my dad had a health scare. He's better now, thank God, but he stepped back and let me run the show. Our company fabricates specialized machine parts for aerospace contractors and medical manufacturers, which means we're not flashy, but very, very needed. We've kept a low profile by design. That was something my grandfather always said. Let the product speak. You stay quiet. So I did. Most people didn't even know the business was family-owned. I went to a state college, kept my head down, made friends who didn't care about last names or balance sheets. And for the most part, it worked. I avoided the gold diggers, the leeches, and the fake friendships. Until I met Lauren. Lauren was different. At least, that's what I thought. We met at a local charity event for veterans. She was organizing volunteers and yelling at some guy who showed up late with the tablecloths. She had this confidence, this fire. I introduced myself, told her I ran a small manufacturing company. She asked, like what, pipes or plumbing? I said, close enough. She laughed and kept yelling at the guy with the tablecloths. I was hooked. Our relationship moved fast. Too fast, maybe. Within a year, we were engaged. My parents liked her at first. My dad said she was strong-willed. My mom said she was a little much, which, coming from her, was saying something. Lauren's family, though, that's where things started to get complicated. Her mom, Diane, was the kind of woman who would ask you what brand your shoes were while pretending to compliment your haircut. She always had something to say about the way I dressed. You know, a real suit wouldn't hurt, Gary. The car I drove doesn't exactly scream ambition, and the house I lived in. Is this temporary? But I smiled through it, because Lauren told me not to take her seriously. She's just like that, she'd say. Don't let it get to you. She tests everyone. And I believed her. For a while, I never told Diane what I actually did. I kept it vague. I didn't lie. I just didn't tell her the whole picture. When she pressed, I shrugged. I run a company that makes parts for other companies. She smirked and moved on, probably assuming I was one of those guys who calls himself an entrepreneur but lives off credit cards and podcasts. That was fine by me. But it wasn't just Diane. At our engagement party, hosted at Lauren's parents' house, of course, her brother pulled me aside and asked if I had any real assets. I blinked. Excuse me. He smiled like we were just two bros chatting over beer pong. You know, like property or a business or trust funds. Just curious. My sister's got expensive taste. I gave him a tight smile and said, she seems to be doing just fine. Then I walked away before I did something stupid. That was the first real red flag. But again, Lauren brushed it off. My brother's a jerk, Garrett. Don't let him bait you. He's always been like that. Looking back, I should have pressed harder. Should have looked deeper. But I loved her. And for the most part, when it was just us, it was good. We laughed. We planned. We had long talks at night about starting a family, buying land, raising kids who'd know how to change tires and bake bread and treat people right. She told me she loved how grounded I was. How real. I felt compared to the guys she dated in college. Guys with Teslas and trust funds and startup dreams that burned out by graduation. She liked that I worked with my hands, even when I had managers to do it for me. She said she loved me for me, and I wanted to believe that more than anything. So I did what I thought was right. I had my lawyer draw up a prenup. Not because I didn't trust her, but because it was the smart thing to do. My parents insisted. My advisors agreed. But when I brought it up, Lauren was not thrilled. She said it made her feel like I didn't believe in our marriage, that it was a setup for failure. I told her it wasn't about us. It was about the business, that it belonged to my family, my future children, not the courts. I softened it as much as I could. I even offered to add clauses that protected her as well. Joint assets, no alimony clauses if she ever left me for someone else, things like that. After 2 weeks of back and forth, she finally signed it. Reluctantly. But I noticed something shift in her after that. Subtle things. She stopped asking about my work. Started making offhand comments about how her friends' husbands made more. Asked if we could upgrade my house after the wedding. Suggested I take a few months off to travel with her through Europe. Just quit for a while and enjoy life. When I said the business couldn't run itself, she rolled her eyes. You're the boss. Just delegate. I didn't argue. I just filed it away. The wedding came and went. It was extravagant, her mother's doing. She insisted on covering most of it, and I didn't push back. Let her show off. It made her happy, and honestly, I didn't want to die on that hill. The whole thing cost more than my first car, and Diane treated it like a royal event. She even hired a local news photographer. Not for publication, mind you, just so she could say there was press coverage. But the real shock came the next morning, not even 24 hours into our marriage. I was sitting at the little breakfast table in the honeymoon suite, still wearing the hotel robe, sipping the worst coffee I've ever tasted, when there was a knock at the door. I assumed it was room service. Instead, I opened the door to Diane, standing there in full makeup, holding a folder thick with legal documents. Good morning, son, she said with a smile so wide it made my stomach twist. It's time to hand it over. I blinked. What? She pushed past me like she owned the place and dropped the folder on the table. The business. It's only fair. You're married now. Lauren is entitled to half. But we're generous people. We'll settle for majority control. Sign the documents, and we can get started restructuring the board. You'll still have a role, of course, but we'll be making the decisions. I just stared at her. She wasn't joking. She truly believed this was how things worked. That by marrying Lauren, I had signed over my life's work to her and her family. That I'd hand over my grandfather's legacy because I said, I do, at a country club altar. That's when I laughed. Not out of humor, but something sharper. I sat down, picked up the papers, and thumbed through the first few pages. There were signatures. Lauren's, her mother's, her uncle's, who apparently was slated to be CFO. They had it all mapped out. I placed the papers down gently. Then I reached for my phone. Diane's smile faltered. What are you doing? Calling my lawyer, I said. He's going to love this. And that's when the screaming started. Let me tell you, there's something uniquely chilling about watching a woman go from smug to hysterical in under 10 seconds. Her voice jumped an octave, demanding to know what I meant. How dare I disrespect her? Did I really think I could treat her daughter like some side piece? She called me ungrateful, arrogant. Then she pulled out her phone and started dialing Lauren. And that's when it hit me. Lauren knew. She wasn't on it. That was the moment everything cracked. And just like that, my perfect little life began to unravel. I didn't say anything when Diane stormed out of the honeymoon suite, still yelling into her phone, swearing I'd regret this and that I'd just thrown away the best thing that ever happened to me. The door slammed so hard the picture frames rattled. I sat there for a minute, completely still, staring at those legal documents like they might explode if I blinked. My lawyer, Brian, picked up on the second ring. Tell me you're not calling me from your honeymoon, he said. Oh, I am, I replied. And you're going to want to sit down. I explained the situation as calmly as I could, but even Brian, a man who once got a hedge fund CEO out of a 6-state fraud scandal, let out a low whistle. They served you papers to give your business to your wife's family? At your wedding. The morning after. He paused. Okay, well, that's a new one. Don't sign anything. I'll look through the docs. Send me photos. And Garrett? Good call on that prenup. As I hung up, my heart was pounding, not from fear, but something worse, betrayal. Lauren knew. She had to. There's no way her mom, uncle, and brother drew up an entire corporate takeover plan on their own, complete with shareholder restructuring, without Lauren knowing every line. That realization hit harder than I expected. I hadn't just married someone with an entitled family. I'd married into a setup. By the time Lauren returned from her quick coffee run an hour later, I was sitting on the balcony, facing the ocean, replaying the last year of our relationship like a crime scene. She walked in smiling, holding 2 cups. You wouldn't believe the line, she said, planting a kiss on my cheek. But I got your favorite, black with a splash of oat. I didn't say anything. I just turned to her slowly. She blinked. What? Your mom stopped by, I said. Dropped off some light reading. Her smile faltered. She did what? Garrett, she wasn't supposed to. I raised my hand. So you knew? Her mouth opened, closed, then opened again. Okay, wait. Can we just talk about this like adults? I'd prefer we talk about it like married people, I said. You know, ones who trust each other. The conversation that followed was a masterclass in deflection. First, she acted confused, then insulted, then betrayed by me. You think I married you for money? Is that what you're saying? She snapped. You didn't even know I had money, I replied. Until your brother ran a background check. That shut her up for a second. How long have you known? I asked. How long has this been your family's plan? It's not a plan, Garrett, she said, voice trembling with carefully rehearsed emotion. It's protection. My mom just wants to make sure I'm taken care of. That we build something together. I almost laughed. By gutting the company my grandfather built and installing your uncle as CFO? Her hands clenched around the coffee cup. You're being so dramatic. That's when I realized something terrifying. She really believed it. She didn't see this as theft or manipulation. She thought she was claiming something that belonged to her now, like she'd just married into a royal title. And maybe, in her world, that made sense. But not in mine. We didn't talk much after that. I left the suite and went for a walk down the beach, trying to clear my head. My phone buzzed nonstop. Lauren, Diane, even her brother. Voicemails, texts, the whole chorus. I turned it off. When I got back to the suite, Lauren was gone. So was her dress bag, her purse, and one of the suitcases. She'd left a note. Just 2 lines. I hope you come to your senses. We could be amazing. Don't ruin it over pride. No apology. No explanation. Just a guilt trip wrapped in a bow. Over the next few days, things escalated faster than I could keep up. I flew home alone, canceled the honeymoon reservations, and sat down with my parents. I told them everything. My mom teared up. My dad just shook his head and muttered, I never liked that family. Meanwhile, Diane kicked into full gear. She started showing up at my office. I'm not joking, physically showing up, demanding meetings with my board. Our receptionist caught her trying to sneak into the elevator bank twice before security escorted her out. Then her brother, Blake, began calling vendors, claiming he was the new CFO and trying to get financial reports sent to him. Thankfully, our head of operations caught it and flagged me immediately. I had to send out a company-wide memo warning staff not to respond to any communications from Lauren's family. We even contacted our legal team to draft a cease and desist. It was surreal. I wasn't dealing with family drama. I was dealing with a hostile takeover. Then came the smear campaign. Lauren and Diane started telling everyone in her social circle that I had manipulated Lauren into signing a sexist prenup, that I emotionally abused her by hiding assets, and that I'd planned to divorce her all along. One of her friends posted a long, teary Facebook rant about greedy men who trap women with fake love. And within hours I had coworkers asking me if I was okay. That part hurt the most. Not because I cared what strangers thought, but because I realized Lauren wasn't just trying to get my money. She wanted to destroy me if she couldn't have it. Brian called again that week with an update. They filed a petition to challenge the prenup, he said, on grounds of fraudulent concealment. Basically, they're claiming you tricked her by not revealing your assets. But that's the point of the prenup, I said. I know, and we'll win. But it's going to get messy. Messy was an understatement. Diane went full scorched earth. She gave interviews to a few local outlets under the guise of raising awareness for women's rights in marriage. She painted Lauren as a victim. I was the villain. The rich, manipulative, stone-hearted man who duped her daughter out of her future. The worst part? Some people believed her. I kept my mouth shut publicly. Brian advised me to stay quiet, keep records, and let the court process unfold. But that silence cost me. Friends distanced themselves. A few business connections cooled. I had a vendor ask if I was the guy from that article. Lauren's family tried to dig deeper. Diane contacted one of my distant cousins, asking about our family trust. Blake even showed up at a public shareholder meeting pretending to be an investor. I had him escorted out. And through it all, Lauren never once apologized. Never once admitted fault. In one email, she said, "We both want security. Why not build something together?" Like this was a business merger instead of a marriage. I finally snapped when I found out she tried to access my office while I was away at a conference. She claimed she left something there. The receptionist said she tried to sweet-talk her way past security. She even name-dropped her ownership interest in the company. That's when I knew. This wasn't going to stop. Not until I made it stop. So I stopped playing defense. I sat down with Brian. "Let's end this," I said. Hard. He leaned back in his chair. "You sure? It's going to get uglier before it gets better." "I'm sure," I said. "They think I've been hiding. Let's show them I've been waiting." And so began the plan. We started gathering everything. Texts, emails, witness statements. even audio recordings from the office security team. Brian contacted a forensic accountant to dig into any financial manipulation they'd attempted. We found evidence that Lauren's brother tried to impersonate a corporate officer, grounds for fraud. Diane's public comments bordered on defamation. We had everything we needed. But I didn't just want to win in court. I wanted to expose them. I wanted the world to see who they really were. And so I started preparing the one thing they never expected from me, a counterattack. That's when the real fun began. I wish I could say the next part was just legal strategy and paperwork, but it wasn't. Because just as I was tightening the bolts on my counterattack, Lauren did something that turned this from a business war into a personal betrayal I still feel in my chest like a dull bruise. It started with a dinner invitation. Not from her. From her father. Now, you should know, Lauren's dad, Mark, had been a ghost through most of our relationship. Nice enough guy, quiet, always looked tired. He divorced Diane years ago and seemed perfectly content staying out of the chaos she stirred up. During our engagement, he kept to himself. Sent us a card. Showed up at the wedding, sat in the back. Said congratulations, shook my hand, and left early. So when I got a text from him, "Can we talk? Just you and me. Dinner's on me," I was surprised. My first instinct was to ignore it. But something told me to go, and I'm glad I did. Because that dinner gave me the last puzzle piece I didn't know I was missing. We met at a small Italian place halfway between our houses. He was already seated, hands folded neatly on the table, looking like a man about to confess a sin. "Garrett," he said, standing to shake my hand. "Thanks for coming." I nodded and Saturday figured I'd hear you out. Not many people from your side of the family have been reasonable lately. He winced. "Yeah, I can't say I'm proud of what's going on." He glanced around like he was afraid Diane might burst in through the window. We ordered quickly. Then he leaned in. "I need to tell you something," he said. "Something I should have told you before the wedding, but I was scared. I didn't think it would go this far." That made my spine straighten. "Okay." He took a breath. "Your instincts were right. Diane and Lauren planned this months ago. Maybe longer. The business, the marriage, the prenup fight. It's all part of it. But there's something worse." I stared at him. "Go on." He rubbed his face with both hands. "They never expected you to push back. Diane thought she could corner you early, play the new family card, get you to hand over shares while you were still love-struck. But when you got the prenup signed, they started panicking. That's when Diane came up with the second plan. I didn't like where this was going. Mark looked me dead in the eye. "They tried to get your bank passwords." I blinked. "What?" He nodded slowly. "Lauren installed spyware on your laptop 3 weeks before the wedding." My breath caught. "How do you know that?" "Because Diane told me. Drunk. At a family dinner. She thought it was funny, that you trusted Lauren so much you didn't notice." I didn't say anything at the time. I should have. I know that. But Garrett, my daughter's not the person I raised. And Diane, well, you've met Diane. I couldn't speak. My head felt like it was underwater. Static in my ears. I thought back to those late nights Lauren spent on my couch, supposedly watching Netflix while I worked on invoices. The one time I left the room to take a call and came back to find her staring at my screen. She said she was looking for Spotify. And I believed her. I believed her. Mark sighed. They were trying to intercept emails, banking info, vendor contracts, anything they could use in court to argue shared property. Diane said if they could prove you implicitly gave Lauren access to those documents, they could get the prenup thrown out. I clenched my fists under the table. My knuckles ached from how tight I held them. "Did they get anything?" I asked. "I don't think so," he said. "Diane complained Lauren couldn't figure out your email password. Said you used weird ones." That's when I realized they were serious. Not just greedy, dangerous. My voice was flat. "Thank you for telling me." He looked down, ashamed. "I'm sorry. I know it's late. I should have stopped it." "No," I said. "It's not too late. But I need a favor. Anything. I need a statement. Written. Dated. Everything you just told me. Can you do that?" He hesitated. Then he nodded. "Yeah, I'll send it tonight." That night, I barely slept. I sat in the dark living room with my laptop open, rereading Mark's signed statement over and over, my stomach churning with rage. It wasn't just about the business anymore. It wasn't even about the prenup. This was about trust, intimacy, vulnerability. Lauren had sat beside me while I talked about my grandfather, my father's surgery, my fears about failing the people who worked under me. And all the while, she was installing spyware on my laptop like a corporate saboteur in a cheap suit. I forwarded everything to Brian. He replied with one line. They've crossed into felony territory. Let's burn them. We updated our legal approach. Now we weren't just defending the prenup. We were pursuing civil and criminal charges, unauthorized access, attempted wire fraud, conspiracy. It was going to get very ugly, very fast. But I still hadn't hit the bottom. That came a few days later when I visited my parents. My mom met me at the door with a worried look. Garrett, someone came by the house yesterday. I frowned. Who? She opened the hall closet and pulled out a manila envelope. It was a courier. No return address. Just said it was important legal correspondence. My heart sank. I opened the envelope. Inside was a printed letter, thick, formal, cold. And halfway down the page, I saw the words, motion to freeze assets pending divorce proceedings. They weren't just fighting the prenup anymore. They were trying to freeze my accounts, which meant they were claiming that everything I owned, including the business, was marital property and therefore subject to division now, not later. It was a calculated move. If a judge granted the motion, my company's funds could be locked. Payroll delayed. Vendors spooked. My reputation ruined. And they'd sent the motion to my parents' house. Not my lawyer. Not even me. My parents. That was the moment something inside me snapped. Not with rage, but with clarity. Cold, clear, surgical focus. I sat down at the dining table, looked at my mom, and said, "It's time to go public." She blinked. "What do you mean?" "They're trying to paint me as a villain," I said. "But if I sit back and let them control the narrative, they'll win. I need to tell the truth. Not just in court. Everywhere." She reached across the table and put her hand on mine. "We're behind you." The next day, I did 3 things. First, I called a cybersecurity firm to analyze my laptop. I wanted hard proof of spyware, timestamps, IP logs, everything. I gave them Mark's statement, too. Second, I held a staff meeting with all department heads. I laid out everything, without sugarcoating it. The marriage, the lawsuit, the asset freeze attempt. I told them I was fighting it with everything I had, and that the company would be protected. I expected fear. I got applause. Third, I sat down and drafted a letter. Not for the court, for the public. I didn't name names, but I told the story, truthfully, calmly, without drama. A story about a man who married the wrong person and discovered that love can be weaponized, that power can be abused, and that sometimes you have to fight back, not for revenge, but for what's right. Then I sent it to a journalist I trusted, someone who covered local business and corruption cases. She called me 2 hours later. "Garrett," she said, "this story is going to make waves." I smiled for the first time in days. Good, because I wasn't just fighting for my company anymore. I was fighting to show every person like Lauren and Diane that you don't get to lie, manipulate, and steal, and walk away clean. I was fighting for the principle. And for the first time since that morning in the honeymoon suite, I felt like I was finally in control. That's when the real betrayal landed. The one I never saw coming. A voicemail from one of my oldest friends. "Hey man, I didn't know how to tell you this, but I saw Lauren last night. She was with someone, another guy, holding hands, laughing. She kissed him. I thought you should know." My blood ran cold. I called him immediately. "Where?" He gave me the name of a rooftop bar on the other side of town. Said he saw them leaving together. "I thought maybe you guys were separated or something." I didn't realize. I hung up, shaking. All that time she was pretending to fight for the marriage, pretending to care, claiming I broke her heart. She'd already moved on. Or maybe she never cared to begin with. And the guy? I recognized him from a LinkedIn search. He ran a private investment firm, specializing in hostile takeovers. When I say that voicemail knocked the wind out of me, I don't just mean emotionally. I mean I actually leaned against the kitchen counter, hand pressed to my chest, trying to breathe through the realization that the woman I married, less than 3 weeks ago, was already on to the next man. Not just any man. A strategist. A chess player. The kind of guy who didn't date for love, but for leverage. And Lauren? She was his queen. The puzzle pieces clicked together so fast it made my head spin. This wasn't just personal anymore. It was coordinated. Lauren knew the prenup would be hard to beat. So she did what any tactician would do. She found a new investor. Someone who could help her go around the wall instead of through it. Someone with deep pockets and a portfolio full of companies he didn't build, just took. The next few days were the worst of my life. Not just because of what happened, but because of what it made me feel. I stopped eating. Not out of protest or dramatic sadness. I just didn't feel hunger. Food was a distraction I couldn't afford. My weight dropped. My face hollowed. My voice grew sharper in meetings. My staff, who had rallied behind me just a week before, now tiptoed around me like I was made of glass. I wasn't angry. I wasn't crying. I was flat. I'd been in control of my life for so long. Methodical, cautious, always 5 steps ahead. And now here I was, divorced on paper, betrayed in practice, with a multi-million-dollar company under siege by a woman who used to hold my hand in bed and whisper about baby names. And worst of all, I missed her. God help me, I missed her. I missed the version of her I thought was real. The one who stayed up late baking banana bread in her sweatpants. The one who got excited when she found a new trail on our Sunday hikes. The one who teared up when I talked about my grandfather. But none of it was real. It was a character, a disguise. I wanted to believe there was some part of her that actually loved me, that the laughter was genuine, that somewhere along the way, something true happened between us. But love doesn't install spyware. It doesn't file asset freezes. It doesn't kiss hostile investors on rooftop bars while your husband is fighting off lawsuits you set in motion. So I stopped hoping, stopped wishing she'd come clean or apologize. And I started preparing for war, but not the kind of war they expected. You see, everyone thought I'd come out swinging, make a press tour, file lawsuits, go scorched earth. But I didn't. I disappeared. At least, publicly. I told Brian to pull every interview. We went silent in the media. No more statements. No more public defense. I stopped responding to reporters. And when Lauren's team ramped up the smear campaign, I let them. I didn't deny the rumors. I didn't fight back. I just vanished. And behind the scenes, I was building. Brian and I hired a new legal firm, not to replace him, but to expand our reach. These guys weren't just family law. They specialized in digital fraud, privacy violations, and corporate espionage. They'd worked on international tech cases. The kind of lawyers who didn't blink at a $30 million business under threat. We brought in forensic analysts, too. The spyware? They found it. Not just installed, used. They traced login attempts, flagged data extractions, matched timestamps. We had a timeline, a paper trail, and the IP logs to prove Lauren accessed restricted files. But we didn't file anything yet. Not until we were ready. Meanwhile, I started showing up to the office at night. After everyone left. Not because I needed to work, but because I needed space. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere that still felt like mine. I'd walk the shop floor in the dark, listening to the faint hum of dormant machines. The same machines my grandfather once ran by hand. I'd touch the cold metal of the equipment, remembering when I was 15 and my dad let me shadow the welders during summer break. I knew every inch of that place. Every pipe. Every bolt. It wasn't just a company. It was home. And I refused to let someone take it from me. I spent hours in the design room, sketching out new ideas, not just for products, but for culture. I started drafting plans for a full internal audit, a restructuring that would give my most loyal employees more control, more shares, more voice. If they wanted to come for the king, fine. But when they showed up, they'd find a fortress. And it wouldn't be mine alone. It would belong to every single person who helped build it. The betrayal had changed me. Hardened me, yes. But it had also clarified something I hadn't realized before. I'd spent my whole life protecting the business from outsiders. But I never imagined I'd need to protect it from someone I loved. I also started therapy. Quietly. Privately. My parents didn't know. My staff didn't know. But I needed it. Not because I was broken, but because I was starting to lose track of who I'd been before all of this. The therapist was a quiet man named Dr. Heller. Older. Kind eyes. Listened more than he talked. Our first session, he asked, "What brings you in?" I stared at the floor for a long time before answering. I don't know how to trust anyone anymore. He didn't try to fix it. He just nodded. Let's start there. Each week, I'd peel back another layer. The guilt. The anger. The sense of humiliation I hadn't let anyone else see. The moments I caught myself wondering if I had done something wrong. If maybe I was too guarded. Too secretive. If I'd set this whole thing in motion by refusing to open up. Dr. Heller listened. And then he said something I'll never forget. You don't owe the wolves your heart just because they smiled while they sharpened their teeth. That hit me like a brick. Because I had given them my heart. And now, I was bleeding quietly while the world watched them pose with the knife. But not for long. Because as quiet as I was in the outside world, I wasn't sitting still. Mark, Lauren's father, kept in touch. Said Diane and Blake were growing overconfident. They'd started boasting to family friends that Lauren would walk away with a fortune no matter what the courts said. She'd found a real man, as Diane reportedly called him, someone who knew how to turn dead metal into gold. It made me sick, but it also made me determined. Because Diane thought this was about money. Lauren thought it was about control. And her new boyfriend, well, he probably thought this was just another acquisition. But they all made one mistake. They thought I'd react like every other man they'd walked over. They thought I'd crumble. Instead, I learned. I evolved. I built quietly, planned patiently, listened when no one else did. I had teams reviewing financials, identifying vulnerabilities, flagging every attempt at contact, every proxy move Lauren's boyfriend made through shell companies. We traced everything. We built timelines, evidence chains, testimonies. But still, I didn't strike. Not yet. Because I needed one more thing. Proof that would break everything wide open. And it came from the unlikeliest place. One of Lauren's old friends reached out. A bridesmaid I barely remembered. She messaged me late one night. I don't know if I should be telling you this, but I feel awful about what's happening. Lauren told me something before the wedding. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now, I think you should see this. She attached a screenshot of a group chat from months before the wedding. In it, Lauren was bragging. Don't worry. He thinks I'm just a sweet little fixer-upper. Once the ring's on my finger, the business becomes OURS. Worst case, we divorce and I walk away with a big fat starter fund. That's how the game is played, ladies. I stared at that message for a long time. Then I forwarded it to Brian with one word. Ready? Because this time, I wasn't walking into court just to defend myself. I was walking in to end them. It's funny how, when you finally stop trying to fix the past and instead focus on building your future, the weight starts to lift. Not all at once. Not even in big ways. But piece by piece, the fog clears. That's how the rise began for me. Not with some grand victory parade or viral redemption arc, but with small, quiet wins that started stacking like bricks. And this time, I wasn't building a wall to protect myself. I was building a throne. After I sent Brian the bridesmaid screenshots, things kicked into gear. He called me at 6:30 the next morning, voice crackling with the kind of energy I hadn't heard since we first drafted the prenup. We've got her, Garrett, he said. This isn't just leverage. It's motive, intent, and premeditation. The prenup is ironclad, but now we've got proof it was signed under false pretense. By her. I didn't celebrate. Not yet. But I did something I hadn't done in weeks. I took a deep breath, and actually felt it. Over the next few days, our legal team prepared to file a motion not only to enforce the prenup, but also to press for sanctions against Lauren's legal counsel for pursuing a fraudulent claim. We had copies of all communications, expert analysis confirming spyware had been installed, and now, direct evidence that Lauren planned to marry me for financial gain. Not just suspicion, proof. But the legal side was only half of it. The other half? That came from the business. While Lauren and her crew were busy trying to freeze assets and smear my name, I'd been working quietly on an internal transformation, something I'd always dreamed of but never had the urgency to execute. This betrayal lit the fire. I called it Project Ironroot. It was a complete restructuring of company ownership and culture centered around three pillars: legacy, loyalty, and longevity. Legacy meant protecting the original values of the company: craftsmanship, reliability, and discretion. My grandfather used to say, build it so well your name doesn't need to be on it. We were going back to that. Loyalty meant rewarding the people who'd stood by me. Every long-term employee, anyone who had been with us for over 5 years, would now receive profit-sharing bonuses tied to company performance. And I made it retroactive for the past 3 quarters, even if it cut into my own compensation. Longevity meant decentralizing control. I created an internal leadership board made up of managers from different departments: production, logistics, engineering, and HR. They didn't have final say, but they had voice, and with that voice came ownership. I also sat down with my communications lead and did something I never thought I would. I agreed to one interview. A single, well-timed, well-researched profile in a respected business journal, not the tabloids Diane had been leaking stories to. In it, I told the truth. Not the drama, not the betrayal, just the story of a quiet family business, a storm that tested its foundation, and the unexpected transformation that came from it. I didn't name Lauren. I didn't need to. The piece ran under the headline, Rebuilding in Silence: How Garrett Hale Reinvented His Family Empire in the Face of Personal Crisis. The article went viral, not because it was scandalous, but because it was real. People saw a man who had been blindsided, hurt, but not defeated. A man who used betrayal as blueprint. Investors reached out. Not sharks, builders. Small manufacturing networks, medical parts suppliers, and even a few aviation startups. They didn't want to buy us. They wanted to learn from us. Partner. Collaborate. Expand. And just like that, we went from being the silent workhorse in the background of the supply chain to a respected innovator at the front of the pack. But the real reward? It came inside the office. A week after the article dropped, one of our assembly team leads, Carla, who's been with the company since I was a teenager, knocked on my door. "Got a minute, boss?" she asked. "Always." She stepped in and closed the door behind her. I read the piece. Whole crew did. I nodded. Wasn't sure how people would take it. She tilted her head. "Garrett, we've been living it. You didn't tell us anything we didn't already know. You just made it public." Then she smiled. "We're proud of you. And we've got your back." That meant more than any settlement ever could. Meanwhile, Diane and Lauren were getting quiet. Too quiet. Their lawyer withdrew from the case shortly after we filed the motion for sanctions. Rumor was they tried to shop the case around to another firm, but no one wanted to touch it. They didn't realize the legal world, like the business world, is smaller than you think. People talk. Lauren's name had already started to become a cautionary tale in certain circles. Her new investor boyfriend tried to pitch a buyout of one of our smaller vendors, who turned him down flat, citing ethics concerns. Another of his former partners distanced themselves publicly. The game they were playing had turned radioactive, and I hadn't even made my move yet. See, I wasn't just interested in clearing my name. I wanted to make sure no one else ever went through what I did. So I started consulting with a nonprofit that supports entrepreneurs who've been victims of fraud, financial, emotional, and legal. People who, like me, trusted the wrong person and almost lost everything. I helped them launch a new initiative, Fortify, a program to educate small business owners on legal protections, digital security, and relationship-driven vulnerabilities. It wasn't glamorous, but it felt right. And as I shared my story, in workshops, podcasts, panels, I realized something powerful. I wasn't ashamed anymore. That was the biggest rise of all. The shame was gone. Lauren and her family had tried to make me feel weak, gullible, stupid. But the truth? I had loved someone deeply, authentically, openly. That's not weakness. That's strength. And just as I was starting to stand tall again, just as the last bruises were beginning to fade, something else landed on my desk. Unexpected, uninvited, and full of venom. A letter. From Lauren. No lawyers. No signatures. Just her handwriting on expensive stationery. It read, "Garrett, I don't know who you are anymore. You've turned this into something monstrous. You could have walked away. You could have been the bigger person. But instead, you're dragging everything through the mud. Why? To prove a point? To win? I still believe we had something real. And I still think, if you weren't so obsessed with control, we could have had it all. You'll regret this. Maybe not now. But someday, when you're alone in that giant empty house, with your empire and your silence, you'll think of me, and you'll realize what you lost." I folded the letter and placed it in my safe. Not because I needed to remember her, but because it was the last time she'd ever have power over me. And it marked the moment I stopped being her victim and became her reckoning. Because what she didn't know, what she never saw coming, was that I wasn't just building my life back up. I was preparing to flip the entire board. And all her pieces were already boxed. When revenge finally started to take form, it didn't look how I expected it to. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. There was no moment of me kicking open a courtroom door or standing on some podium shouting, "I told you so." It was subtler, quieter, more surgical, and far more satisfying. The setup began with a phone call from someone I hadn't heard from in years, Jonas Green. Jonas and I went to college together. Back then, he was the sharpest guy in the room, but never acted like it. He interned with Wall Street firms while the rest of us were just trying to pass econ. We lost touch after graduation. He went into finance. I took over the family business. So when he called out of the blue, I almost let it go to voicemail. Something told me not to. "Garrett Hale," he said. "Took me a while to track down your direct line. You've been on quite the roller coaster. You could say that, I replied, guarded. I read about the prenup mess. Didn't realize until halfway through the article that it was you. Man, I'm sorry. Appreciate that, I said, still unsure what he wanted. But listen, that's not why I called. I have something you're going to want to see. It's about Lauren. Or more specifically, the guy she's dating. And just like that, my interest sharpened. You know him? Better than I'd like to, Jonas said. His name's Colin Mercer. Ring a bell? Unfortunately, yes. Colin was the guy Lauren was seen with, the investor from that rooftop bar. The one who specialized in hostile takeovers. Jonas continued. I worked at Balthorn Capital when he was doing contract deals through a shell company. Smart, smooth, absolutely ruthless. But he got sloppy with his last play. Bought into a mid-sized robotics firm through a straw investor, then drained their accounts with fake R&D invoices. I narrowed my eyes. Did the company fight back? They tried, Jonas said. But Colin buried them in litigation until they settled. NDA included. The guy is a ghost, never leaves a fingerprint. But, he paused. There's one crack in the armor. That straw investor? He's suing Colin privately. Breach of contract. Claims Colin promised equity and never delivered. The guy's name is Gerald Parks. And he's furious. Quietly, but dangerously. I sat forward in my chair. Does he know Colin's involved with Lauren now? No idea. But here's the kicker. Colin's trying to use Lauren as a leverage piece again. Not just in your case, Garrett. He's using her name to pitch a buyout fund. Claims she'll inherit partial control of a legacy manufacturing firm after the divorce. Yours. My blood chilled. So he's betting on the court, giving her a slice of my company. Exactly, Jonas said. And he's already floating it to partners. I got a whisper about it in a recent deal pitch. That's when I knew I had to call you. He sent me a name, a fund, and a scanned PDF of a pitch deck. The title? Undervalued Legacy Manufacturing. Strategic Entry Through Family Dispute and Transition. And right there, buried on page 4, was this sentence. Target acquisition currently under litigation with pending spousal equity restructure. Board seat anticipated through marital arbitration and familial realignment. They didn't name me, but they didn't have to. Everything about the wording screamed my company. It was clear now, Colin wasn't just dating Lauren. He was using her as a Trojan horse. And she was letting him. Jonas offered to help. Said he still had contacts, off-the-record sources, people who could track Colin's financial movements without triggering alerts. Let me know if you want to build something, he said. Because I think it's time someone turned the tables on this guy. And for the first time since this entire mess started. I smiled. The next step was delicate. I didn't want Colin to know we were watching him. That meant keeping Jonas' help under wraps and only looping in the people I absolutely trusted. Brian and I met that weekend in his office. I laid out the whole thing. Colin, the pitch deck, the fund, the lawsuit from Gerald Parks. Brian leaned back in his chair and whistled. Okay, this is bigger than we thought. I want to trap him, I said. Legally, publicly, financially. Brian nodded slowly. We could file a separate suit against Lauren for financial conspiracy, but that might scare them off. What we need is something cleaner. Something where we're not just reacting. I grinned. What if we give him exactly what he wants? He raised an eyebrow. You mean bait him? Not bait. Temptation. We create a fake rumor. Let it slip that my company is exploring a merger. Quietly, through back channels. Make it look like we're vulnerable. That we need investors. Colin will think it's his golden opportunity. Brian stared at me for a moment, then slowly nodded. And once he takes the bait, we set the hook. That's how Operation Bellwether was born. We created a shell subsidiary, completely real on paper, but functionally hollow. Then, using a network of contacts Jonas still had from his Wall Street days, we let a rumor slip. Hale Fabrication was exploring strategic partnerships for expansion into defense contracting. That was enough to draw attention. Within a week, Colin's shell firm reached out to one of our partners requesting a confidential meeting. We set it up, off-site, in a downtown building owned by one of our legal contacts, with cameras, audio, everything recorded. Colin didn't show up himself. Of course not. He sent an associate, a clean-cut guy in his 30s with a Bluetooth earpiece and slick shoes. The kind of guy who speaks in percentages and exit strategies. But he said enough. Phrases like, we're confident the divorce ruling will result in a favorable equity shift. Once the transition occurs, we expect to have sympathetic board representation. Your defense contracts are a perfect fit for our funding roadmap. He even dropped Lauren's name. Ms. Hale is fully aligned with our vision and has given verbal support for the merger. Boom. That was all we needed. A recorded admission that Lauren was coordinating with a hostile party before any legal ruling had been made. That alone gave us a new weapon in court. But we didn't stop there. Jonas reached out to Gerald Parks, the angry straw investor who had sued Colin privately. Once he saw what Colin was doing with Lauren, he agreed to testify, under oath. Said he'd been waiting for someone else to bring the guy down. So we had motive. We had proof. We had witnesses. And best of all, we had timing. Because while all of this was happening, Lauren's legal team filed a motion requesting early mediation to resolve things amicably. Translation: they wanted to get a deal in before the evidence landed. Brian and I declined. We wanted this to go to court. As we prepped our strategy, I also started fixing what mattered most: my life. I reconnected with friends I hadn't spoken to in months. One of them, Danny, a guy I'd known since middle school, showed up at my place with takeout and a case of beer. "No more ghosting, man," he said, handing me a burger. "You're not the only one who got hurt by all this. We like Lauren. We feel betrayed too." We sat on the porch for hours that night, talking about everything but the case. It felt good. Normal. Like my old self was coming back. I also reopened my guest house, the one behind my main property, and let my cousin and his wife move in temporarily while they renovated their house. The laughter of their two little girls playing outside became a soundtrack I didn't realize I'd missed. It reminded me why I fought so hard to protect my home, my business, my peace. Therapy continued too. Dr. Heller noticed the shift. "You seem lighter," he said one day. "Not just because things are improving, but because you've changed the way you carry the weight." I nodded. "It's not just about surviving anymore. It's about setting the terms of my future." He smiled. "Sounds like you've already started writing the next chapter." And I had. But first, I had to close the last one, with finality. Because as calm as I seemed on the surface, there was still one piece missing. One thing I needed to find. Proof that Lauren had been planning this even before we got engaged. And I found it in a photo. Remember the bridesmaid who sent me that screenshot from the group chat? Her name was Casey. She reached out again. "Hey," she texted. "I didn't think this would matter, but I found something from our Palm Springs trip, back when Lauren first started dating you." She sent me a picture. Lauren on a lounge chair, drink in hand, sunglasses on. In the background, I could see her open laptop. Zoom in. Enhance. There it was. A spreadsheet. Titled, GH_prenup possible outcomes. Before we were even engaged, I stared at the image for a long time. Not out of shock, but because it confirmed what I'd known in my gut all along. This wasn't spontaneous. It was a business plan, and I was the target market. So now I was going to show them what happens when the product fights back. And this time, I wasn't playing defense. The courtroom was packed. Not like the kind you see on TV, with camera crews and dramatic gasps. This was quieter, colder. A low hum of tension hung in the air like static, vibrating just beneath the surface. Lauren sat across from me in a navy blue blazer that probably cost more than my first car. Her posture was perfect, straight back, composed hands, lips pressed into a soft, practiced frown. She looked like a woman caught in an unfortunate misunderstanding. Next to her was Colin Mercer. He wasn't part of the case. Not officially. He sat in the second row, expression unreadable, phone face down on his lap. Every now and then, he'd glance toward Lauren like a CEO, checking in on a junior associate. Like she was his project. That was their biggest mistake. They treated this like business. I treated it like war. The judge entered, and we stood. This wasn't the full trial yet, just the evidentiary hearing regarding the prenup and Lauren's emergency motion to freeze company assets. She filed it in a final Hail Mary, hoping to pressure me into settlement. Today was the day it got shut down. Her lawyer went first, delivering a polished monologue about economic partnership, marital equity, and how Lauren had been deprived of transparency throughout the relationship. They argued that I had strategically obscured my financial holdings and manipulated access to company information, thus invalidating the prenup. I didn't flinch, because I already knew what was coming next. Brian rose and began speaking with that deliberate, slow pacing I'd come to appreciate. He wasn't showy. He didn't throw punches. He laid traps. Softly, carefully, like setting pressure plates. Your Honor, he began, we have no interest in disparaging the plaintiff's character. But we believe the facts, especially those in the plaintiff's own words, speak volumes. He handed the court clerk an exhibit folder and gestured toward the screen at the front of the room. The judge raised an eyebrow. Proceed. Exhibit A, the group chat screenshot. Lauren's exact words, displayed in massive letters across the room. Don't worry. He thinks I'm just a sweet little fixer-upper. Once the ring's on my finger, the business becomes OURS. There were audible gasps. The judge's eyes narrowed. Lauren paled. Her lawyer tried to object, but Brian was ready. Authenticated by the original sender, he said calmly. Your Honor, we have signed statements and metadata to verify the message's origin. The objection was overruled. Brian continued. Exhibit B. The forensic report showing spyware was installed on my laptop just weeks before the wedding, traced back to Lauren's email account. Exhibit C. The audio recording from Colin's associate, in which he confirmed Lauren's support for a board transition based on an anticipated equity shift. And finally, Exhibit D. The photo from Palm Springs, showing the spreadsheet Lauren had made before we were even engaged. A spreadsheet detailing projected outcomes of our prenup based on multiple scenarios, divorce timelines, asset percentages, projected settlements. It wasn't just damning. It was calculated. Lauren didn't just fall out of love. She'd never planned to stay. When Brian finished, he returned to the table and sat beside me, completely still. The judge cleared his throat, took off his glasses, and looked directly at Lauren. I've seen a lot in this courtroom, he said. But rarely have I seen such overwhelming evidence of premeditated manipulation. Lauren's face twitched. She blinked rapidly, as if trying to force tears that wouldn't come. The judge continued. The motion to freeze assets is denied. The prenuptial agreement stands in full force. Furthermore, based on the presented evidence, I am referring this case to the District Attorney's Office for review of possible criminal charges, including unauthorized access to digital systems and conspiracy to defraud. Her lawyer immediately stood, hands raised. Your Honor, that won't be necessary. We request to withdraw all claims and move directly to settlement negotiations. The judge gave him a long, hard look. Noted, but the referral stands. And just like that, the hammer fell. It was over. But I wasn't done. Not yet. The next day, Lauren's lawyer sent over a settlement proposal. It was bare bones. She wanted to walk away with $250,000 for emotional damages and transition support. No equity. No stake in the company. Just a clean exit. Brian slid the proposal across the table during our meeting and asked, You want to end it here? I didn't look at the number. I looked at him. No, I said. I want to send a message. So we drafted a counteroffer. $0. No NDA. No mutual non-disparagement clause. She could talk all she wanted. But I would talk too. We made it clear. She walks away with nothing but her last name. And even that was optional. We'd sign nothing that silenced me. Nothing that erased the facts. The message was simple. You don't get to betray someone and then walk away with a check. Not this time. Her legal team tried to bluff. Threatened to go public. Said they'd sell interviews. Diane even posted some cryptic nonsense on Facebook about truth being subjective. It didn't matter. We didn't budge. Because Lauren wasn't a threat anymore. She was a headline without a story. The public had already seen the truth. She could try to spin it, but she'd already lost the room. So she signed. No money. No gag orders. Just silence. 3 weeks later, I received an envelope in the mail. Inside was a single wedding photo. It was from our first dance. Lauren was smiling up at me, hand on my chest, her eyes filled with what looked like genuine love. On the back, she'd written in ink. Was any of it real? I stared at that photo for a long time. Then I folded it once, slipped it into the fireplace, and watched it burn. Some questions don't deserve answers. But the story didn't end there. Because while Lauren walked away with nothing, Colin still had everything to lose. And I wasn't done with him. Not after what I'd learned from Gerald Parks, his former straw investor, who was more than willing to take the gloves off after seeing how Colin had operated. With Jonah's help, we quietly backed Gerald's private suit. Provided documentation, financials, even testimony. Our lawyers coordinated strategy behind the scenes, giving Gerald's team the ammunition they needed to dig into Colin's offshore accounts and shell corporations. It didn't take long before the SEC took notice. Turns out, Colin had lied on more than a few filings. His entire investment firm was a house of cards built on recycled capital and manipulated assets. When one of his foreign accounts was frozen pending investigation, everything started to collapse. The last I heard, his firm shut down. His partners fled, and he's currently under review for securities fraud. Jonas sent me a single text when it happened. Your boy just got margin called by karma. I didn't reply. I didn't need to. In the months that followed, my life found rhythm again. The business was stronger than ever. Revenue climbed. Staff morale soared. And our new employee shareholder program turned out to be the best decision I'd ever made. We weren't just profitable. We were proud. I renovated the house, turned what used to be ours into fully mine, updated the kitchen, repainted the bedroom, ripped out the old bathtub, and replaced it with a walk-in shower lined with natural stone. Each change felt like an exorcism. I also got back into things I loved: motorcycle rides at sunset, early morning runs with music in my ears, weekend drives with no destination. I started hosting Friday dinners with friends, filling the house with laughter, noise, and real connection. I wasn't hiding anymore. Not from people, not from the past, not even from myself. And one day, while I was working late at the office, Carla, the floor manager who'd been with us forever, poked her head into my office. Boss. Yeah. You got someone here to see you. I looked up. Who is it? She grinned. Says he's the ghost of stupid decisions past. I blinked. What? Then in walked my old college roommate, Trevor, who I hadn't seen in over a decade. He threw his arms wide. Garrett freaking Hale. I heard you went full John Wick on your ex-wife. I laughed, really laughed, and stood to hug him. Where have you been? I asked. Reading headlines, man. And then I realized, if you're the guy who outplayed the gold digger and the con artist, I should probably reintroduce myself. We spent the next few hours catching up, and I realized something. The worst thing that ever happened to me had somehow made space for the best parts of my life to return. And revenge? It wasn't just what I did to them. It was what I became despite them. It took about 6 months for the dust to fully settle. But when it did, Lauren, Diane, and Colin weren't just gone from my life. They were scorched from the earth of every circle they once tried to conquer. Let's start with Diane. After the court's decision and the motion for sanctions against her daughter's legal team, Diane didn't go quiet. Of course not. People like her never retreat without taking a few parting swings. She went full PR mode, posted dramatic monologues on Facebook about betrayal and patriarchal systems, trying to frame herself as the mother of a victim wronged by the courts. She gave a borderline incoherent radio interview to a local lifestyle show and even started a blog called Hearts Over Assets, where she ranted about financial abuse and claimed her daughter was gaslit into poverty. But the problem with trying to make yourself a martyr is receipts. And the internet never forgets. Once the group chat screenshots and Colin's investor pitch began circulating, Diane's narrative collapsed like wet cardboard. Comment sections turned brutal. Even her friends, the brunch club that used to fawn over her high society airs, began unfriending her one by one. People she'd bullied, insulted, manipulated for years came out of the woodwork. Stories piled up. Eventually, Diane stopped posting. She closed the blog. The domain expired after 3 months. The final time I heard her name, it was from a friend who works in commercial real estate. Apparently, Diane had tried to put her name on a lease for a boutique wellness store in the Arts District and got denied due to a flagged credit issue and a failed cosigner. The cosigner? Lauren. Which brings us to her. Lauren's fall was quieter, but somehow sadder. Not because I pitied her, but because I saw just how badly she underestimated what would happen when the mask came off. Her social media dried up. No new photos. No new stories. Just an echo chamber of old posts and a dwindling comment section filled with vague check-ins like, "You okay, girl?" and "Call me." She moved out of the city a few months after the court hearing. Rumor was she tried to pivot, got a job in marketing at a mid-level firm upstate, started going by her maiden name again. But people knew. It doesn't take much to connect dots these days. And if she thought she could still pull influence from Colin's world, well, Colin had bigger problems. You see, while Lauren and Diane were trying to frame me as cold and heartless, Colin was busy unraveling in full view of federal investigators. It started with Gerald Park's lawsuit gaining traction, thanks to the documentation Jonas and I helped uncover. The case revealed fraudulent filings, fake invoices, and manipulated assets across multiple shell companies. That led to the SEC opening an official investigation. Turns out, Colin's entire business model was just smoke, mirrors, and creative theft. Once investors got wind of the investigation, they pulled out. The hedge fund he was quietly trying to build collapsed before launch. A half-dozen partners jumped ship. His private equity portfolio was seized for audit. Several of his offshore accounts were frozen under suspicion of tax evasion and international wire fraud. The final nail? Jonas called me one night and said, "Guess who just got barred from trading under FINRA rules? Colin Mercer. Gone." In under 9 months, he went from being a rising financial star to a case study in corporate self-destruction. And you know the best part? I didn't have to lift a finger. I just pulled the curtains back and let the sun in. No press tour. No interviews. No viral rant. Just receipts. Truth has a weight all its own. And once it starts rolling downhill, you can't stop it. As for me, I didn't move on. That's not really how healing works. But I did grow. I stopped defining myself by what I survived and started focusing on what I built. The business? Stronger than ever. We expanded into aerospace tooling by the end of the fiscal year. 2 major partnerships blossomed thanks to the credibility we gained from surviving that storm. The employee shareholder program sparked a level of loyalty and pride I hadn't seen since I was a kid sweeping the factory floor. And me? I found peace. Not in revenge. Not even in victory. But in clarity. I now understood what matters. Who matters? And how damn good it feels to look in the mirror and know you never stooped. Never lied. Never played dirty. You just stood up, took every hit, and still came out standing. I still go to therapy. I still have quiet nights where the silence feels a little too loud. Where I remember how much trust one gave to someone who saw me as a transaction. But those nights are fewer now. And when they come, I let them pass. Because I'm not afraid of shadows anymore. I know what they look like in daylight. A few months ago, I got an invitation in the mail. A wedding. One of Lauren's former bridesmaids. I almost laughed when I saw the names on the envelope. Lauren was invited too. I didn't go, but I did send a gift. A simple picture frame. No photo inside. Just a printed note where the image should have been. You don't get to rewrite the story when you sold the ending. And on the back, in small letters, GH. It's been a year now. One full cycle since the morning after our wedding when Diane barged into my hotel suite with legal papers and a smirk. That morning, I thought I'd lost everything. Now I know that was the day I got my life back. And in the end, here's the truth no one tells you about revenge. You don't have to destroy your enemies. You just have to show them who they never had a chance of becoming. Final line. I was the empire they tried to marry into. And the storm they never saw coming. My name's Carter, I'm 26, and for the better part of my life, I played the role of the invisible one in my family. Not the golden child, not the rebel, just the one who quietly did what needed to be done, stayed out of fights, and picked up the pieces behind the scenes. But I'm starting to realize that being invisible only works until people forget you're the one holding the foundation together. I grew up in a house where respect was demanded, not earned. My dad, Frank, was the type who measured your worth by how loudly you could brag about your job, how early you woke up, and how quickly you could dismiss someone else's accomplishments. My mom kept her head down most of the time, and my younger sister, Julia, learned early on how to mirror Dad's moods to stay in his good graces. Julia was smart, manipulative smart. If Dad barked about pulling your own weight, she'd conveniently show him a perfectly timed bank transfer she made for groceries, funded by the joint account we both contributed to. Guess who usually forgot to put their name on things? Yeah, me. When I turned 18, I didn't go to college. Not because I didn't want to, but because someone had to help with the bills when Dad's back went out and he was between jobs. That between period lasted 6 years. I took the first job I could get, night shift stocking shelves, then transitioned into remote IT support. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid well enough, especially once I started picking up freelance contracts. I never made a big deal about it. I paid half the mortgage, the insurance on both family cars, and most of the utility bills. Not once did I complain, because in my head, this was what you did for family. You stepped up when others couldn't. Except, apparently, none of that counted. About a month ago, the shift began. It was subtle at first, Dad making jokes at my expense during dinner. So, Carter, how's your online clicking job going? Still fixing grandma's computers? Stuff like that. Julia would smirk over her pasta, clearly enjoying the show. I'd respond calmly, not really taking the bait. But it escalated. One night, Julia barged into my room with her arms crossed. "You left the gas tank low again," she snapped. "I had to be late to work because of you." I blinked. "You drove the car last." "No, I didn't," she said, then turned and yelled toward the hallway, "Dad, didn't Carter say he was taking the car last night?" Frank stomped into the room like a warden inspecting a cell. "Son, it's not that hard to fill a tank. It's basic respect." "Dad," I said carefully, "Julia used the car. I was working a double shift last night from home, remember?" He didn't even pause. "Don't get smart with me." There was no winning. So I apologized just to end the scene, but something in me cracked a little. I started noticing other things. My contributions were being erased. When the insurance got paid, Julia would say, "Thanks, Dad, for keeping us covered," even though I was the one who set up the auto pay from my account. When groceries showed up, Julia would hand Dad the receipt and get a pat on the back, despite me quietly transferring money every Sunday to cover them. I began tracking it all: dates, payments, receipts. Not because I wanted to start a war, but because I wanted to prove to myself I wasn't crazy. That I wasn't imagining the slow, steady dismantling of my place in this family. Then came the night everything exploded. We were eating dinner, roast chicken, mashed potatoes, and that stale silence that only shows up when people have a lot to say but prefer to weaponize the quiet. Julia had just finished telling Dad about her rough day at work. She worked part-time at a boutique that our cousin owned. 3-hour shifts, lots of phone breaks, and free clothes. She sighed dramatically. "I just wish someone would appreciate how much I do for this family." I looked up from my plate, eyes narrowing. "What exactly do you do, Julia?" Dad's fork clattered on his plate. "Watch it." "No," I said, pushing my plate away. "I'm genuinely asking. Because from where I'm sitting, you live here rent-free, use the car I pay insurance on, and spend more time posting on Instagram than at work." Julia's face flushed. "Wow. Just because you're bitter about your life doesn't mean you get to attack mine." "I'm not bitter," I said, heart pounding. "I'm tired. Tired of carrying everyone and being told I don't exist." That's when Dad stood up. He didn't yell. He didn't need to. His voice dropped into that icy tone he reserved for discipline. "You think you're some kind of martyr?" he said. "You're a leech. You've never lifted a finger for this family. You just skulk around, acting like you're better than us." My mouth opened, then closed. I felt heat rise in my chest. "You can't be serious. If you've got any dignity," he sneered, "leave." I waited for Mom to speak up. She didn't. She kept buttering her bread like she was trying to disappear. Julia looked smug, like this was the victory she'd been waiting for. So I stood up. Not out of rage. Not out of pride. Just tired acceptance. I didn't slam the door or say some cool one-liner. I just went upstairs, packed a bag, grabbed my laptop and charger, and walked out. No shouting match. No teary goodbye. I got into my car, the one still under my name, and drove to a friend's place. The first night, I cried. Quietly. In the guest room, under a ceiling I didn't recognize. I cried because I'd spent years breaking my back for people who saw me as nothing but a placeholder. I cried because part of me still wanted to go back. But I didn't. Instead, I opened my budget spreadsheet. Then the family account. Then the insurance portal. The phone plan. The joint Netflix. Every financial thread I'd been holding together like glue. I made a list, then started making phone calls and sending emails. The car and its insurance? Canceled. Both were under my name. The phone plan? I transferred my number and canceled the rest. The Netflix? Deleted. The utility bills? Changed to paper billing, marked final notice. The shared Amazon Prime? Logged out and changed the password. I wasn't being cruel. I was reclaiming what I had been told I never contributed. If they truly believed I was a leech, I was going to show them what life looked like without the freeloader. For a few weeks, I heard nothing. I started sleeping better, eating better. I even picked up a new freelance client. Life didn't just go on, it got lighter. Then, 3 weeks later, Julia called me. I let it ring. She called again, then texted, "Why did the car and insurance payments vanish? We can't get into Netflix." Dad's furious. I stared at the screen for a long minute, then typed back. Odd. I was told I never contributed. She left me on read. The next day, I got a text from Mom. "Can we talk?" I didn't answer. But that's when things really started to spiral. And trust me, You'll want to hear what happened next. Mom didn't text again after that. At least not right away. But she must have said something to Dad, because 2 days later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I usually let those go to voicemail, but curiosity got the better of me. I picked up. Carter, a gruff voice said. It took me a second. Dad, a pause. Yeah. Listen, we need to talk. Not how are you? Not I'm sorry. Just we need to talk. I stared at the ceiling for a second, then leaned back into the couch. I don't think that's a good idea, I said. I'm not asking, he said flatly. There it was. The tone. The one that worked on everyone else in the house. I used to respond to it automatically, like a reflex. Not anymore. You kind of are, I replied. Since I'm the one who'd have to agree to it. A long pause. Then a sigh. Look, your mother's upset. Julie is running around like her head's cut off trying to get things sorted, and you? I asked. Silence. I'm managing, he said. That was the first honest thing he'd said in years. He didn't yell. He didn't plead. Just hung up. And I didn't call back. But I started hearing things through the grapevine, mostly through my cousin Gabe, who I'd always been close to, and who didn't get along with Julia. He'd message me occasionally to check in, but this time, he had real news. Dude, he wrote. Your dad came into the boutique screaming at Julia last night. Said she promised she had the car payment handled and that they got a repo notice. I blinked. They haven't paid it in a month. He sent back a laughing emoji. Then, she tried blaming you. Told everyone you ghosted and left the family in a financial mess. Funny, I wrote back. That mess was always mine to clean. That weekend, I went for a long drive. No destination in mind. Just me, some music, and the open road. For the first time in years, I felt not angry, not sad, just still. Like I'd stepped outside the storm and could finally hear my own thoughts again. But peace doesn't last forever. Not when the house you escaped is falling apart. The following Monday, my phone blew up. 3 missed calls from Julia. 2 from Mom. 1 from an unknown number that turned out to be their insurance agent. I ignored them all. Then Gabe sent me a screenshot of a Facebook post from Julia. Some people will pretend to care about family until they're no longer getting something out of it. Be careful who you trust, especially if they live in your house and act like they're doing you a favor. Real ones show up when it matters. The comments were split. Some people offered sympathy. Others clearly read between the lines. One comment said, So, your brother moved out and you're mad he stopped paying your bills? Another just said, Oof. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. That post wasn't for me. It was for show. But it told me one thing loud and clear. Julia and my dad hadn't learned a single lesson. They were still trying to rewrite the story, still trying to paint themselves as victims while quietly hoping I'd come back and fix it all. No chance. The tipping point came a few days later. I was working from the co-working space I'd joined. Quiet place, free coffee, decent Wi-Fi. When I got a call from the leasing company that managed my parents' house. Hi, is this Carter Ellison? Yes. This is Melissa from Carlton Properties. I'm calling to let you know the mortgage payment hasn't been received this month. I understand you've been the primary payer on the account for the last 18 months. I sat up. I was. But I removed myself from the auto pay a month ago. There was a pause. I see. No one from the household has contacted us about the change, and the payment is now 14 days past due. I wanted to make sure you were aware, since your name is still listed on the emergency contact portion of the lease. I'm not responsible for the account anymore, I said, a bit more sharply than I meant to. I haven't lived there since last month. I understand, she said kindly. In that case, I'll remove your name from the contact list. Thank you for confirming. I hung up and stared at the wall. So, they hadn't even tried to cover the mortgage. Either that, or they thought I'd keep covering it from a distance, out of guilt or obligation. I don't know which one's worse. That evening, I got a long email from my mom. She never wrote much, but this was practically a novella. She didn't apologize, at least not directly. She said things like, Your father is under a lot of stress, and Julie is still young and doesn't understand the weight of responsibility, and I know you felt unappreciated, and I'm sorry if we didn't express our gratitude enough. Then came the twist. She asked if I could help, just for a few months, until they got back on their feet. I read it twice, then closed my laptop. That night, I slept better than I had in years. Because for once, I wasn't the one scrambling to hold the house together. I wasn't the ghost silently covering their tracks. They were finally feeling the absence they claimed never existed. And then, just when I thought the drama had hit its peak, Julia showed up. At my friend's apartment. In person. I'll never forget the look on her face. Panicked. Pale. Holding an envelope in one hand and her phone in the other. "What's wrong with you, Carter?" she snapped. "They're saying the car is going to get repossessed. The mortgage is overdue. Dad's threatening to sue. What are you doing?" I didn't answer right away. I just looked at her, really looked at her, and saw someone who had never faced consequences until now. "I'm doing what you told me to," I said quietly. She blinked. "What?" "I'm leaving. Like Dad said. If I had any dignity." Her mouth opened, then closed. "This isn't funny. This is serious. We could lose the house." I stared at her. "Maybe you should have thought of that before you erased me from it." She stood there for a long second, like she couldn't figure out whether to yell or cry. Then she held out the envelope. "We need your signature to transfer the car title. Otherwise, we can't refinance the loan." I took the envelope, opened it, then slowly, carefully, tore it in half. Her gasp was audible, and that's when the doorbell rang. I turned toward it. She didn't. But I knew, right then, in that moment, that what was coming next would finally change everything. And you won't believe who was standing on the other side of that door. It was Frank, standing right there on the other side of the door, in his wrinkled flannel shirt, jaw clenched so tight I thought his teeth might shatter. His arms were stiff at his sides, fists balled like he thought we were about to box. Behind him, the rumble of his rusted pickup idled in the street, the passenger door hanging open like he'd leapt out in a rush. Julia spun around. "Dad." He didn't even look at her. His eyes locked on me. "Carter, we're going to fix this. Right now." I didn't invite him in. He stepped in anyway. "Seriously?" I muttered, glancing at my friend's hallway. "Don't worry," I said over my shoulder to Josh, my roommate, who'd peeked out of the kitchen. "He'll be gone in a minute." Frank crossed the room like he owned the place. He stopped a few feet from me and planted himself like a statue. "This has gone far enough. You think? You made your point," he said, ignoring my tone. "The house is falling apart. The car's at risk. You left, we felt it. We get it." Julia hovered by the door, arms crossed tightly over her chest, her jaw twitching. Frank took a breath. "Now it's time to come home and put it back together." I actually laughed. Not loudly. More like a short, sharp breath of disbelief. "You don't get to call the shots anymore," I said, folding my arms. "You told me I never contributed. That I was a leech. You told me to leave." He didn't flinch. I was angry. "You disrespected your sister." I raised an eyebrow. "By asking her what she actually does?" "That's not the point." "No, Dad," I said slowly. "That's exactly the point." He sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose like he was the one exhausted. "Look," he said finally. "You were right. About a lot of things. Julia should have been paying more attention. Your mom and I should have thanked you more. But none of that changes the fact that we're family. We need to support each other." The words sounded right. But the delivery? Empty. Mechanical. Like he was reading them from a script someone else wrote. I waited for the part where he said he was sorry. For the part where he admitted how badly he'd messed up. It never came. Instead, he shifted tactics. "If you don't help us out here, they'll take the house." "I know," I said. His eyes narrowed. "You're okay with that?" I took a deep breath. I'm okay with not being guilt-tripped into fixing a situation I didn't create. Frank took a step closer, and for a second I saw it again. That old look, the one he used to give me when I was 10 and broke something, the one that came before the storm. "You're going to let your mother get kicked out of her house?" he said, voice low, like he was giving me one last chance. That one hit harder than I expected, but I held my ground. "You had no problem letting me walk out with nothing," I said. "So maybe you can survive without me for once." His face twisted. Not in anger, exactly. More like disbelief that his old tools weren't working anymore. That I was no longer bendable. "You ungrateful little." I held up a hand. "Nope. Not today." We stood in silence for a few seconds. Then Julia, still at the door, snapped. "You're really going to let them take Mom's car over a grudge?" I turned to her slowly. "You remember the day Dad told me to leave?" I asked. She rolled her eyes. "Of course. You remember what you said after I walked upstairs?" "No." "I do," I said. "You said, well, at least we'll finally get some peace around here." Her expression faltered. "You knew what that meant," I said. "You wanted me gone." "People say things," she mumbled. "We were angry." "No," I said calmly. "You weren't angry. You were entitled. And now you're panicking because your safety net got scissors taken to it. Frank muttered something under his breath. I caught the word drama. I turned back to him. What's the mortgage payment again? $1,450. His eyes narrowed. Why? You still don't get it, I said, shaking my head. I was covering that. Quietly. Every single month. On top of the car insurance. The internet. The utilities. All while you told people I just sat around on my computer all day. He shifted uncomfortably. And you want to talk about family? Julia was blowing $300 a week on online shopping while I was covering groceries. You never once asked why the fridge was always full. You just assumed. Frank didn't respond. Because what could he say? Then Julia spoke up again. So what now? You're just going to watch us crash. That was the first time she sounded truly scared. Her voice cracked just slightly at the end. I softened, barely. I didn't want any of this, I said. I wanted a family that respected each other. One that talked. One that didn't gaslight the one person keeping it all afloat. Frank turned toward the door. You've made your choice. Don't come crying to us when you need something. I haven't needed anything from you in years, I said. You just didn't notice. He opened the door, paused, then walked out without another word. Julia stayed for a moment longer. You think you've won, she said quietly. No, I said. I think I finally stopped losing. Then she followed him. The silence that followed their exit was unlike any I'd ever known. It wasn't tense. It wasn't lonely. It was clear. I turned back to the envelope she'd left behind, now in pieces on the floor. I bent down, picked it up, and tossed it in the trash. But what happened next? I didn't see it coming. And it all started with a knock on my door the next morning. A quiet, tentative knock. Not Julia. Not Frank. Not even my mom. But someone I hadn't seen in years. And they were holding a folder labeled Power of Attorney. It was my Uncle Ben. He looked older than I remembered. Grayer. A little thinner around the face. But the calm was still there. The same quiet energy I used to cling to as a kid when our house was loud and full of shouting. Ben was my mom's older brother, and unlike the rest of my family, he never yelled, never judged. He moved to another state over a decade ago after a falling out with Frank that was never fully explained to me. Just one day, he stopped coming to holidays, and Mom stopped mentioning him. Now he was standing on my doorstep, holding a thick folder marked Power of Attorney. I blinked. Uncle Ben. He gave a small nod. Hey, Carter. What are you doing here? I asked, stepping aside instinctively so he could come in. Ben walked in slowly, like someone who didn't want to bring dirt into a clean house. He glanced around the living room, then sat on the edge of the couch and placed the folder on the coffee table. I heard what happened, he said. I frowned. From who? Your mom. I paused. She told you. Bits and pieces, he said. Enough to know that something finally snapped. She sounded tired and scared. I sat across from him, not sure where this was going. Ben tapped the folder. Before we get into that, I need to tell you something, and I want you to listen all the way through, okay? I nodded. He took a breath. Your grandfather, my father, passed away 4 months ago. Peacefully. He'd been sick for a while, and he made me promise not to tell anyone until after everything was handled. No funeral, no drama, no public announcement. My eyes widened. I didn't know he was even still alive. I know, Ben said quietly. That was his choice. He cut ties with your dad a long time ago, and your mom never brought it up because she didn't want to stir things. I leaned back. Okay. Ben opened the folder. Inside were documents, legal ones. Signatures, seals, bank forms. He left his estate to me, Ben said. But there was a clause. If I didn't want it, or if I felt someone else was more deserving, I could transfer the assets. And I've been thinking about that. A lot. I stared at him. Why are you telling me this? Because I'm transferring it to you. My heart skipped. Ben smiled slightly. Your grandfather followed your life, through me. He asked about you every time we talked. He knew how much you were doing for your parents. How little credit you got. And when I told him you were still living at home, still working 2 jobs to help them stay afloat, he said something I won't forget. Ben leaned forward. He said, that boy's the last good Ellison. Protect him. I swallowed hard. The estate includes about $320,000, Ben said. Mostly from a property sale upstate and a few investments. It's yours now. Clean. No debt. No obligations. I blinked. Uncle Ben, I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything, he said. Just listen to what comes next. He slid another paper toward me. This is the deed to your parents' house. Your dad never fully paid off the mortgage, and for the last few years, it was refinanced under a contract he didn't read closely enough. Turns out, Grandpa was still technically listed as a secondary lien holder. When he passed, that ownership stake transferred to me. I froze. Ben nodded. I now legally own 49% of that house. And after everything I've heard, I want nothing to do with it. But I also don't want it foreclosed. So here's what I'm proposing. He placed one more document on the table. You buy out the remaining 51% of the house. Not to move back in. To take full control. You'd be the legal owner. You could sell it, rent it, or, if you wanted, evict them. The silence that followed was deafening. Why me? I asked, my voice cracking slightly. Why not just sell it off? Ben looked me dead in the eye. Because I trust you to do what's right. Whether that's mercy or justice, that's up to you. The next week passed in a blur. I signed papers, met with a lawyer, wired funds. I used a portion of the inheritance to pay off the balance of the mortgage and officially purchase full ownership of the house. Then I sent a letter to Frank and Julia Ellison. Subject, change of property ownership. Dear Frank and Julia, this letter serves as formal notice that the title and ownership of the residence at 12 Kingston Drive has been transferred to Carter Ellison, effective immediately. The property is no longer under mortgage, and all utilities and liabilities must be updated to reflect the change in ownership. You have 30 days to vacate the premises. If you wish to negotiate a lease agreement as tenants, you may contact my legal representative. Rent terms will be at market value, with all utilities handled independently. Please treat this notice seriously. Sincerely, Carter Ellison. 3 days later, the call started. First Mom, then Julia, then Frank. I didn't answer any of them. On day 5, I got a voicemail from Mom, crying, telling me this wasn't fair, that they didn't know, that they needed more time. On day 7, I got a voicemail from Frank. No crying, just rage. You think you're the big man now? You think you can just waltz in and take everything from the people who raised you? You're nothing without this family. Nothing. I deleted it. On day 10, Julia showed up at my apartment again. I didn't open the door. She left a letter taped to it. In it, she begged me to reconsider, said she had nowhere to go, that she had job interviews lined up and just needed a few months to land on her feet. At the bottom, in scribbled handwriting, please don't kick me out. Not like this. I know I messed up. That one stung, because for all her faults, Julia was still my sister. But the wounds were too deep, the manipulation too ingrained. I couldn't go back, not even halfway. On day 15, my lawyer sent an official follow-up. They had 2 weeks left. By day 27, I got one final email from Mom. We're moving out. I hope you're happy. I hope the silence you've built around yourself keeps you warm. I read it 3 times before closing the tab. They left. Quietly. No drama. No final confrontation. One of my neighbors said a U-Haul came and went in the afternoon. Frank didn't even say goodbye to the neighborhood kids he used to scold for walking across the lawn. Julia posted a cryptic story on Instagram about being betrayed by those you love most. It got 3 likes. And just like that, the house was mine. I stood in the driveway a week later, key in hand, staring up at the place that had drained so much of me. It looked smaller now, less like a fortress, more like a shell. Inside, everything was still. They'd taken most of the furniture. A few things remained: an old lamp in the hallway, a cracked photo frame of the family from a decade ago, Julia's pink coffee mug left behind in the sink. I walked through each room slowly, breathing in the silence. It wasn't victory I felt. It was closure. I didn't burn the place down. I didn't scream or gloat. I just stood in the center of the living room, took a deep breath, and let it all go. All the resentment, all the guilt, all the years of feeling unseen. Gone. Today, the house is rented out to a family who reminds me of what I used to think family meant. Kind people. Honest people. The kids draw chalk art on the driveway, and the parents pay rent on time. I check in occasionally, not because I need to, but because I want to. As for me, I used the rest of the inheritance to put a down payment on a condo across town. Clean, quiet mind. I sleep better. I work less. I've started dating again. I even picked up painting, a hobby I always wanted to try but never had the space or peace of mind for. My phone is quiet these days. The silence Mom spoke of, it does keep me warm, because it's mine. And every now and then, when I think back on that night, on the words that broke me, I smile. "You're a leech," he'd said. "If you've got any dignity, leave." So I did. And I found out I was never the leech. I was the backbone. And when I left, the whole house of cards finally collapsed. Thanksgiving used to be one of those holidays I didn't really care for either way, until I married into a family that turned it into a battlefield of passive-aggressive jabs and porcelain smiles. My name's Nathan, I'm 31, and I've been married to my wife, Emily, for just over 4 years. I've always believed in keeping the peace, picking my battles, and giving people the benefit of the doubt. But sometimes, those beliefs become a trap you don't even realize you're stuck in until you're drowning in fake pleasantries and forced smiles at a table full of people who see you as a stranger no matter how many years you've shown up. Emily's family is tight-knit. On the surface, they do group texts with heart emojis, share Facebook posts about how family is everything, and host Sunday dinners like it's 1955. But beneath that Norman Rockwell exterior is a hierarchy carved in stone, with my mother-in-law, Judith, sitting squarely on top like a queen who never relinquished her crown. She's the kind of woman who says things like, "I don't mean to offend you," but, and then absolutely means to offend you. Her voice is sweet, her tone is polite, and everything out of her mouth feels dipped in honey and laced with arsenic. And for years, I told myself it wasn't personal. She just had a strong personality. She needed time to adjust. She was protective of her daughter. Excuse after excuse. The first Thanksgiving I spent with them, I chalked up her coldness to unfamiliarity. I wasn't her son. I was the outsider dating her only daughter, and she was sizing me up like I was interviewing for a role in her family's PR campaign. She called me Nate instead of Nathan, even though I politely corrected her 3 times. She insisted I sit on the end of the table where the partners sit, away from the heart of the family cluster. And when I brought a bottle of wine as a hostess gift, she smiled and said, "Oh, that's adorable. We usually do reds, but I'm sure someone will drink this." But like I said, I let it go. I figured holidays are stressful, and I was new to the dynamic. Over the years, though, the comments became less subtle and more pointed. She would introduce me to extended family as Emily's husband, with a sort of shrug, like she was apologizing for it. During conversations about family trips, I'd hear her say things like, "We wanted to just be family this time," while looking directly at me. I wasn't invited to her 60th birthday cruise even though Emily was, and when she protested, Judith simply said, "Oh, come on, you'll need a break." I wanted to just be us girls. I stayed home and worked that week while my wife sipped pina coladas with a woman who barely tolerated my existence. Now, here's the part where I admit something I've never told anyone outside of Emily. Judith owes her business to me. Well, to be technical, to my credit score. About 2.5 years ago, she was trying to expand her boutique, one of those overpriced gift shops that sells lavender soap, handmade mugs with motivational quotes, and overpriced scarves no one wears. The bank wouldn't approve her for the business loan she needed, and somehow, through a combination of guilt, family pressure, and my desire to be accepted, I agreed to co-sign the loan. It was supposed to be temporary, a bridge to help her get through the expansion. She told me, 6 months, max, and I'll refinance it under my name. That was 31 months ago. And of course, nothing got refinanced. The boutique struggled through a slow winter, and then another. She downsized staff, but kept the storefront. Revenue dropped, but she kept reordering inventory. Emily gently tried to talk to her, and every time Judith deflected or made excuses. "The holiday rush will cover us. I've got a promotion coming up with the Chamber of Commerce. I just need a little more time." And I kept quiet. Every month the loan was paid just on time enough to avoid a red flag, but I watched as my credit began to quietly suffer. I wasn't naive. I knew this wasn't going away, but I thought, we're family now. She'll make good on it eventually. Maybe this is just her way of testing whether I'm truly in for the long haul. Then came this last Thanksgiving. It was already tense before we walked through the door. Emily had gotten into a minor argument with her brother the week before. Something about how she wasn't involved enough in family matters now that we'd moved to a different part of the state. Judith had, of course, taken his side without question. But Emily wanted to go, as always, and I agreed, as always. We brought a pumpkin pie I baked myself. I like to cook, it calms me. And I'd made extra whipped cream to go with it because Judith once said, "Store-bought just tastes like air." It was my little way of trying. Again, dinner was at 5, but we showed up at 4:45, and somehow we were already late. Her tone was clipped when she opened the door. "Oh good, they're here," like we were guests arriving at a charity gala. No one greeted us at the door. No one offered to take our coats. We walked into the living room where everyone was already halfway through wine and hors d'oeuvres. Her brother didn't look at us. Her father gave me a tight-lipped nod. I should have left then. We sat through small talk. More wine. The usual round of passive digs about how we must be so busy with our quiet little life away from the family. When dinner was finally served, Judith had rearranged the table. Emily was next to her aunt. I was on the far end again, this time next to a folding chair wedged into the corner, like I was the overflow seating. I smiled. I said nothing. We went around the table saying what we were thankful for. I said I was thankful for a wife who challenges me and keeps me grounded. Judith said she was thankful for a family that sticks together, even through tough times, because real families never let each other down, no matter what. Her eyes didn't leave mine as she said it, not even for a second. After dessert, things started to thin out. Judith caught Emily for a chat in the kitchen, and I was left alone in the dining room picking at crumbs and counting the minutes until we could leave. That's when she came back in, standing behind me while I poured myself some coffee. "Nathan," she said, and her voice was unusually calm. I looked up. She was staring at me like we were the last two people on Earth. "You know," she began, "you've done a good job staying quiet all these years. I've appreciated that." I blinked. "Okay, but you need to understand something," she continued, walking around the table to sit across from me. "You married into this family. That doesn't mean you are this family." I put the cup down. She smiled, that tight little smile she reserves for moments when she thinks she's being profound. "You're just a guest, Nathan. And that's okay. We all play our parts. But you'll never really be one of us." "Not really." I didn't say a word. I didn't even look away. I just sat there and let her say it. And in that moment, I felt something click. Not snap. Not explode. Just click. Like a puzzle piece sliding into place, revealing the full picture I should have seen all along. I didn't argue. I didn't defend myself. I didn't even mention the loan or the fact that without me, she'd have never opened that second location she brags about in every conversation. I just stood up, pushed in my chair, and told Emily I was ready to go. 3 days later, I called the bank. For the next few days after Thanksgiving, I moved through life in a sort of calm detachment, like I was watching myself from a distance. I still went to work, still did the dishes, still kissed Emily goodnight. But something had shifted. That comment, "You're just a guest in this family," had broken something open inside me. And not in a loud, explosive way. It was quiet. Final. Like a door I had been politely knocking on for years had just been slammed in my face. And instead of knocking again, I turned around and walked away. Only this time, I took the keys with me. Emily noticed almost immediately that something was off. We've always had a strong relationship, built on communication and, frankly, surviving her family together. She saw it in the way I sat at the table during breakfast and stared out the window, coffee untouched. She saw it in the way I ignored my phone when her mom's name flashed across the screen with a chirpy, "Hope you two made it home safe," text. She asked if I wanted to talk about it. I said not yet, because I wasn't sure how to tell her what I was planning without sounding vindictive. I needed time to be sure. Not angry sure. Calm sure. Meanwhile, Judith was back to her regular programming. She posted a carousel of Thanksgiving photos on Facebook titled "Grateful for Family," with a caption that read, "So lucky to be surrounded by people who truly belong together." I wasn't in a single one of the photos, not even the group shot. It was like I'd been photoshopped out of the evening. She even commented under a photo of Emily and her brother, my two favorites. "Always knew you'd have each other's backs for life." I didn't show Emily. I didn't need to, because what happened next was far more telling. A week after Thanksgiving, Judith called Emily in tears. Her boutique had been hit with an unexpected inspection that found a handful of building code violations in the newly renovated space. Something about the wiring not being up to code, a ventilation issue in the back room, and some improperly labeled herbal products that now needed lab verification. She was fined, and the inspector gave her 30 days to bring everything up to code, or she'd face a forced closure. Emily was sympathetic. I watched her on the phone, pacing the kitchen, nodding along. Her heart's too big sometimes. She offered to help call some contractors, and Judith immediately asked if we could float her a bit of cash to tide things over until the holiday sales kicked in. Emily glanced at me, covering the phone. I shook my head just once. She froze. "Mom, I don't think we can," she said, her voice hesitant. "We're still paying off the roof repairs, remember?" Judith wasn't pleased. I could hear her tone spike even from across the room. She didn't yell, not outright. But she launched into this disappointed sigh, followed by a soft, "It's just a little help." I didn't think I needed to spell out how important this business is to our family. There it was again. Our family. I walked out of the kitchen. Quietly. Calmly. I opened my laptop, logged into my bank's loan portal, and checked the most recent payment status. The boutique was late again. Not enough to trigger default, but enough to ding my credit another few points. I clicked the option that read, "Initiate release of cosigner liability." It wouldn't take effect immediately. It had to go through underwriting and would only finalize if the borrower didn't qualify on their own. But here's the thing, Judith wouldn't qualify. Not without me. I closed the laptop, breathed in deep. I hadn't even taken my shoes off yet. The next 2 weeks were filled with little moments that chipped away at the illusion I had held onto for years. Emily's father, Michael, called to ask if we were seriously skipping the family tree decorating party this year. I told him we needed some time. He responded with, "It's not about you, Nathan. It's about tradition." I didn't respond. Judith followed up with a text to Emily the next day saying, "We missed having you. Hope everything's okay at home. Let me know if you need to talk about anything. Just you and me, of course." I didn't respond to that either. Emily started noticing, too. For years, she had walked this tightrope between loyalty to her family and love for me. She saw the way they treated me, but she also grew up in that environment. When you're raised inside the walls of a fortress, you don't always notice the cracks. But something had changed after that dinner. She asked if I remembered what her mom said. I told her I remembered every word. That's when she got quiet. Not defensive, just sad. "I don't know why she does that," she said. "It's like she wants you around to check some box, but never actually treats you like you belong." She said I'm just a guest, I told her plainly. And I believe her. I could see that hit her. But she didn't argue. She just nodded slowly and left the room. That night, she crawled into bed and curled against me like she used to when we first moved in together. No words. Just silence. 3 days before Christmas, Judith called me directly. I let it ring twice before I picked up. "Nathan," she said, cheerful. "Hi. So listen, I didn't want to bother Emily with this because she's got enough on her plate, but I've been going back and forth with the bank and there seems to be some confusion with the loan paperwork. They said something about a change in the cosigner status. I told them it had to be a mistake, obviously, but it's not a mistake," I said. Silence. I requested the release of my liability. I added, "I'm no longer comfortable being attached to the loan." Her voice was tight now. "Nathan, you do realize what this does to me, don't you?" "I do. This could default. They could seize the business." I said nothing. Her tone shifted. More desperate now. "I don't understand. Why would you do this to us? After everything we've done for you. You said I'm not part of this family," I said flatly. "You made that very clear." She was quiet again. Then she said, with forced calmness, "I didn't mean it like that." I let that sit. Then I said, "I did." Click. Emily found me on the porch later, coffee in hand. She didn't ask what the call was about. She didn't need to. She just sat next to me, pulled her knees up to her chest, and said, "Are you okay?" "I'm done pretending," I said. A few days later, Judith called Emily sobbing. The bank had officially declined her new application. Without a cosigner, the terms of the original agreement were void. She had 14 days to pay the remainder in full, or her assets would begin to be collected. She begged. She pleaded. She said things like, "I didn't realize what I was saying that night," and "It was the wine talking," and my personal favorite, "I thought we had thicker skin than that in this family." But Emily didn't cave. For the first time, she didn't defend her mom or make excuses. She just said, "You hurt him." And I let it go too many times. That's on me. But he's not just my husband. He's part of this family whether you like it or not. Judith's response. "You're choosing him over us?" Emily's voice didn't waver. "No. I'm choosing what's right over what's comfortable." That's when the Real storm started. Judith stopped calling. Michael sent Emily an email accusing her of abandoning her roots. Her brother sent a group text saying, "Guess we know where your loyalty lies. Hope it's worth it." The cousins, who used to like our housewarming parties and hand-me-down concert tickets, slowly went silent. And then, something else happened. Judith showed up at our front door, trembling, makeup smudged. Her boutique was officially closed. The windows were papered. The landlord had locked the doors. She held a stack of papers and a bag from the pharmacy, like she wanted to look small. Harmless. She said, "I need to talk to you. Please." And what she said next changed everything. Judith stood on our front porch like a woman unraveling in slow motion. Her eyes were red, not from crying recently, but the way they get when someone's cried themselves dry and then kept pushing anyway. She was clutching a paper bag that said CVS on it, like she wanted me to think she'd just come from a doctor, or maybe the pharmacy, something that would suggest vulnerability. The stack of papers in her hand was frayed, cornered, and clutched so tightly that the ink had smudged in places. I didn't open the door right away. I just looked through the peephole for a solid minute, watching her shift her weight from foot to foot like she wasn't used to waiting. When I finally opened it, I didn't say anything. I just leaned against the frame. She blinked at me. "Nathan, please. I know you don't want to see me, but I need to talk to you. Just 5 minutes. That's all." I stepped aside, wordless. She took that as a yes. Judith walked in slowly, as if entering enemy territory. She didn't make eye contact. She looked around the living room like she expected someone else to be watching. Emily was at work. I hadn't told her that Judith was coming, mostly because I hadn't known myself. She hadn't called ahead. She sat down on the edge of our couch like a stranger in a waiting room and placed the stack of papers on the coffee table. "I know you think I'm this horrible person," she started, hands folding tightly in her lap. "And maybe I am. Maybe I've made mistakes. But I never meant to hurt you, Nathan. I was just trying to protect what I built." I stayed standing. She noticed. She motioned to the stack of papers. "This is everything. Loan documents, bank notices, the foreclosure notice. I wanted you to see it all, to understand what's at stake." I looked at them but didn't reach for them. She kept talking. "When I said those things at Thanksgiving, it wasn't about you. It was about me. My fears. My control slipping. I felt like I was losing my family and my business at the same time. And I said something cruel to make myself feel bigger in the moment. I thought you were just going to ignore it, like always. But then you took away the only thing holding this together." I nodded slightly. "You mean your safety net?" She winced at that. Then, suddenly, she leaned forward and said, "But there's something else. Something you don't know." That's when she reached into her coat and pulled out a smaller envelope. Yellow. Worn. "This isn't about money," she whispered, placing it on the table. "It's about history. Family history." I didn't touch it. She exhaled. "Emily doesn't know. Michael doesn't know. No one knows. But I thought you should." And then, before I could say anything, she stood up. "I'm going to leave now. Because what happens next should be your choice." She walked out the front door and down the steps without looking back. I stood there for a long time before I finally sat on the couch and stared at the envelope. I didn't open it that day. Truth is, I didn't want another secret to manage. I didn't want her redemption arc. I didn't want a plot twist. I just wanted my peace back. But peace is a funny thing. You think you'll find it in silence. But sometimes silence is just the absence of clarity. The next week was the hardest I'd experienced in years. Not because of Judith, but because of what came after. The calls ramped up. Michael left 2 voicemails a day, switching between anger and pleading. Emily's brother, Dan, sent her a novel-length email accusing her of turning her back on blood. Cousins unfollowed her on Instagram. Someone even removed us from the extended family calendar without a word. Emily took it harder than I expected. I think part of her had always believed that no matter how messy things got, her family would never actually ice her out, that there were lines they wouldn't cross. But this was different. This was exile. I found her crying in the shower one morning. The water was still running, but she was just sitting on the floor, hugging her knees. I sat outside the curtain, not saying anything, just letting her feel it. Later that night, she asked, "Did I make the wrong call?" "No," I said, "but I lost everyone." I took her hand. "You lost people who were okay with disrespecting the person you love most in the world. That's not everyone. That's just the wrong ones." She didn't say anything back, but she didn't let go of my hand. That was the lowest point, and it was the turning point. In the days that followed, I got serious about rebuilding, not just for me, but for Emily too. We stopped waiting for apologies. We stopped refreshing our phones hoping someone had come to their senses. We started focusing on us. I began the slow work of repairing my credit, filing paperwork to remove any lingering connections to Judith's loan, and speaking with a financial advisor about how to prevent anything like this from happening again. It was tedious, frustrating, and occasionally infuriating. But it was ours. It was mine. Emily, for her part, threw herself into her art. She's always been a brilliant illustrator. Used to paint custom pet portraits on Etsy years ago before life got busy. She pulled out her old sketchbooks and started drawing again. At first it was just a few pieces. Then it was 10. Then 20. I helped her set up a small online shop. Nothing fancy. Just a clean layout, a good domain name, and a couple of mock-ups. She named it Soft Lines. We posted it to Reddit, to a few art forums. Within a week, she had a dozen orders. Then 100. Watching her glow again, watching her slowly reclaim herself, it lit something in me too. I started baking again. I'd always loved it, even had a short stint as a pastry chef before I went into consulting. I made cinnamon rolls for our neighbors, cupcakes for the mail carrier, bread for the woman who walked her dog past our house every morning and always waved. Word got around. I got asked if I took custom orders. I said yes. By mid-February, Emily's shop had made more than her old job in 2 months. And I was shipping boxes of biscotti and brioche twice a week to addresses across the country. One customer emailed me to ask if I could make a lavender lemon tart with a crust that didn't fall apart during shipping. I spent 4 days perfecting it. He ordered 20. Judith's name stopped coming up. Mostly. But the envelope stayed in the drawer of our coffee table. Until one night, in early March, I couldn't sleep. The house was still. Emily was curled up under my arm, snoring softly, and the moonlight was pouring in through the blinds like a quiet spotlight. I got up, walked to the living room, and pulled out the envelope. It had my name on it. Not Nathan. Not Nate. Just for you. Inside was a letter. Handwritten. No date. It said, Nathan, you don't know this, but your father and I were married before I met Michael. It didn't last long, and no one in the family knows because we agreed to keep it private. Your father wasn't ready for a family. I was too young to understand what I wanted. We ended it cleanly, quietly, but we stayed in touch, always in the background of each other's lives. When I met Michael, he was everything I thought I wanted. Steady, secure, acceptable. And when I got pregnant with Emily, he insisted we never talk about my past again. But here's the thing. Emily isn't Michael's daughter. Your father is her biological dad. You and Emily aren't related by blood, but you are tied in a way neither of you ever realized. I told myself I'd take this to the grave. But maybe you have a right to know. Maybe you were meant to be in her life all along. Judith. I stared at the letter for a long time. Not because I was angry, but because for the first time in all these years, I finally understood her. She had been living with this lie for decades, wearing it like a second skin. And the deeper I thought about it, the more I saw the truth. She didn't hate me. She hated what I reminded her of. Her mistakes. Her past. The life she could have had. And yet, despite all that, her daughter had fallen in love with me. Judith didn't see me as a guest in the family. She saw me as a ghost of the life she buried. And now, that ghost had taken everything away. I didn't wake Emily that night. I didn't even tell her the next day. Instead, I burned the letter in the fireplace. Not out of spite, but because some truths are poison in the wrong hands. Emily didn't need to carry that weight. Not after everything. What she needed was peace. And what I needed was the final piece of the puzzle. Because the rise was coming. And Judith had no idea what was about to unfold. I didn't speak to Judith after reading the letter. Not for a day. Not for a week. Not even when Emily received a thin birthday card in the mail with a single sentence inside. Family always finds its way back. I watched her read it at the kitchen table. She didn't say anything. Just slid it into the drawer with the unopened holiday cards we never mailed and went back to sketching a client's dog. Judith's boutique was still closed. The storefront had been stripped clean. No candles. No mugs with Boss Babe energy. No overpriced eucalyptus bundles. Just a for lease sign hung crooked in the window like a war memorial. I passed it every morning on the way to the bakery I'd started selling my cinnamon loaves to, and every morning, I felt the same quiet certainty settle in my chest. She wasn't done. Not yet. Judith had never lost before. Not like this. And people like her, people who live off control, don't go quietly. They reemerge. Desperate. Calculated. Ruthless. So I prepared. For the first time in my life, I stopped waiting for peace to come to me and started building it myself. I also started planning something bigger. Not petty, not reactive, but surgical. It started with a phone call to an old friend of mine from college, Jeremy. We'd both been business majors, but where I veered into consulting and spreadsheets, he'd gone full entrepreneur and launched a string of wellness cafes in the Pacific Northwest. We hadn't spoken in a while, but he picked up on the second ring and said, "Nate the Great? Are you calling because you finally want in on the kombucha empire?" I laughed. "Actually, I think I have a different kind of project for you." Over the next hour, I told him everything. Judith's boutique, the way she'd run it like a kingdom, the niche market she once cornered, and then slowly fumbled away with bad decisions and worse ego. He listened, quiet, until I got to the part about how I'd co-signed the loan and been burned. Then he whistled. "Damn," he said. "So what's the play?" "I want to buy out the space." Jeremy was silent for a beat. "The old storefront." "Yeah. And do what with it?" "Rebuild it. But not as a boutique. I want something that directly competes with everything she used to claim was hers." "A revenge store?" "Not just a store. A brand." That got his attention. We started sketching ideas. A lifestyle shop that actually understood modern tastes. Not the try-hard kitsch Judith peddled, but elegant, minimalist products. Locally sourced soaps that didn't smell like your grandma's purse. Artwork from real indie creators, like Emily. Small batch candles that didn't give you a headache. Artisanal pastries on rotation. A gallery wall that doubled as an event space. It wouldn't just fill the gap Judith left. It would make her obsolete. Jeremy agreed to help with startup costs, on the condition that he'd get to name the signature drink. I agreed, mostly because I needed capital and knew I could trust him. He wired the funds within the week. I signed the lease 2 days later. The storefront was still dusty from the eviction. Judith had left behind a single shelf bolted into the wall and one broken chair in the back room. I walked through it slowly, alone, imagining what it would become. I didn't want it to look anything like it had before. No lavender walls. No fake rustic aesthetic. I wanted clean lines. Warm wood. Black accents. A feeling of fresh air when you walked in. I named it Hollow and Hearth. Hollow for what had been stripped away. Hearth for what would now be built. Emily didn't know at first. I didn't keep it a secret from her. I just waited until I had something real to show her. She'd been pouring herself into her online store, which was now booking commissions 3 months out. She'd hit her stride. She smiled more. Laughed easier. I didn't want to interrupt that with old wounds. But once the contractors finished the drywall and the lighting went up, I brought her to the space on a quiet Sunday morning. She stood in the doorway for a long time before stepping inside. "You bought this place?" she asked, stunned. I did. "Why?" "Because it used to be a monument to everything that hurt us. Now, it's going to be a monument to everything we're building." She walked in, slow and hesitant. Her footsteps echoed on the new tile floor. "I don't understand," she said, turning toward me. "What are you going to sell?" I smiled. "You." She blinked. "What?" "Your prints. Your cards. Your originals. This space will feature your work. And the art of others like you. We'll partner with real craftspeople. No mass-produced nonsense. We'll have local bread, too. From me. And tea blends. Every piece, every product, handpicked. We're not recreating her store, Em. We're burying it." She stared at me for a long time, her eyes shining. Then she whispered, "What if she finds out?" "She will." Emily walked to the window, staring at the same street her mother once looked out on while sipping stale green tea in her overpriced office chair. But she didn't look scared. She looked ready. That night, we built the website together. Jeremy's team handled the branding. He came up with the logo, 2 overlapping circles, one filled in, one just an outline, like a moon and its shadow. The opening was scheduled for May 2nd. On April 17th, Judith showed up at our door again. But this time, she wasn't alone. Michael stood beside her, arms crossed. And he wasn't pretending anymore. Emily answered the door while I stood in the kitchen, out of view. "Hi," Judith said coolly. "Can we come in?" Emily didn't move. "Why?" Michael jumped in. "We need to talk." "About the store." Emily narrowed her eyes. "What store?" "The one you're opening in my mother's old space," Michael snapped. Emily went still. "How do you know about that?" Judith pulled out her phone and held up a screenshot. Our landing page. The one with her daughter's art proudly displayed in the header. "I have friends, Emily," she said. "People who care about me. They saw this and thought I should know. You're stalking our website? Emily asked. It's public, Michael said. But that's not the point. The point is, you're turning our family's misfortune into a public statement. It's humiliating. That was enough. I stepped out from the kitchen and said, no. It's justice. Judith's mouth tightened. You think you're justified in stealing my space, my customers. Your space. I interrupted. You forfeited that when you defaulted on your loan. A loan I co-signed. A loan you never refinanced, never took responsibility for, and never even said thank you for. She went quiet. Michael spoke up. You're being vindictive. You've twisted Emily against her own family. Is that what you wanted? Emily didn't let him finish. No, she said, voice shaking. You did that. When you stood by and let her tear him down year after year. When you stayed silent while she treated him like he was disposable. And now that you've lost control, you're trying to play the victim. Judith's eyes glittered. You're making a huge mistake. Emily held the door open. No, I made the mistake of thinking you'd ever see me as more than a reflection of your regrets. They didn't argue further. They just left. And we never heard from them again. At least, not until the grand opening. Because Judith did come. But not to browse. And certainly not to support. She came with a plan. And she didn't come alone. If you want the rest, just say the word. The morning of our grand opening dawned crisp and golden, the kind of spring morning that feels like a personal blessing. Birds chirped over fresh sidewalks, sunlight stretched across the polished windows of Hollow and Hearth, and a small line had already begun to form at the door by 9:30 a.m. Our ribbon cutting was set for 10. Emily stood beside me under the new awning, wearing a charcoal gray apron flecked with paint and flour, a symbol of who we'd become. She looked beautiful, grounded and radiant in her own skin. I watched her tuck a loose curl behind her ear and smile at the crowd. Not the stage smile I used to see at her family's parties, but the real one. The kind that starts in your soul and quietly takes over your whole face. Behind her, inside the shop, the shelves were perfectly stocked. Our tea blends, sourced from a Bosnian friend of mine who started a sustainable line, were already half gone from the soft launch the night before. My sourdough loaves were lined up like soldiers behind the counter, and Emily's prints hung framed along the far wall, catching light through the front windows. We'd done it. And then, just before we snipped the ribbon, Judith appeared. I almost laughed, not because I wasn't surprised, but because of how theatrical it all was. She arrived in head-to-toe white, her hair pinned back like she was headed to a garden party, and behind her trailed two people, a woman in her 50s with a clipboard and a man in a blazer carrying a small camera. Emily stiffened. Judith walked up with the smug, manicured calm of someone convinced the stage still belonged to her. Nathan, she said, all teeth. Emily. Judith, I replied, with equal calm. She looked past me into the store. Quite a turnout. I'll admit, I didn't expect this level of imitation. It's not imitation, Emily said, stepping up beside me. It's a redefinition. Judith's smile twitched, just once. The woman with the clipboard cleared her throat and stepped forward. Excuse me, are you the business owner? I am, I said. Nathan Hale. She extended a card. I'm Lydia Hoffman, with the Fair Business Association. We've received a formal complaint from a previous tenant of this space, claiming intellectual property theft and brand dilution. I'm here to review the claim and document your merchandise. Emily blinked. You're serious? Judith folded her arms. I try to be discreet about it. But when someone hijacks your legacy and uses your own daughter's name to sell knockoffs, I cut in. There's nothing to review. My wife and I own this space. We leased it fair and square. We rebranded entirely. Our inventory is original and legally sourced. And I have a cease and desist letter for any party who attempts to interfere with the grand opening of this business. Would you like a copy? Judith's eyebrows flicked up. You're bluffing. I'm not, I said. Then I reached into the inside pocket of my jacket and handed Lydia the manila envelope I'd been carrying all week. Page 4 outlines the full breakdown of our licensing, vendors, and artist consents, including the paperwork from the bank proving the previous business defaulted and forfeited all trademark claims. The woman scanned it. Her expression changed slowly, the way a storm cloud starts to move off the horizon. Judith stepped forward. This is harassment. He's manipulating my daughter. Your daughter, I said, stepping closer, is the co-owner of this business. and the first artist featured in our flagship exhibit, which, by the way, is protected under a curated copyright agreement signed by both of us. Any attempt to claim ownership over her work, retroactively or otherwise, will be met with legal action. The man with the camera was still filming, by the way, probably for Lydia's records, but I made sure to hold eye contact with him as I spoke. I wanted everything documented. Judith's voice dropped an octave. You think this erases what you did to this family? I didn't erase anything, I said. I stopped enabling it. She opened her mouth to speak again, but Lydia stepped in. I've reviewed the documentation. There is no case for fraud or theft here. Your complaint is closed. I suggest you refrain from filing future claims unless you have evidence. Judith stared at her like she'd been slapped. Then she turned her glare back on me. Then Emily. And for a moment, I saw it. The crack. The unraveling. The realization that this was no longer her story. And then she did something no one expected. She turned to Emily and said, "You'll regret this." Emily didn't flinch. I already did. But not anymore. Judith left without another word. That was the last time we saw her in person. The camera guy handed us a release form. Apparently he was freelance, hired for documentation, and told us that, honestly, the footage was some of the most satisfying karma he'd ever seen live. We cut the ribbon 5 minutes later. The store filled with people. Locals. Friends. Followers from Emily's art community. Small business owners who had quietly cheered us on. Strangers who'd seen the soft launch ad and decided to stop by. Within an hour, we'd sold out of all fresh bread. The biscotti was gone, and Emily had 2 people ask about commissions for their pets. By closing, we were fully backordered. That night, we sat in the back room of Hollow and Hearth surrounded by the quiet buzz of cooling fridges and half-empty shelves. Emily leaned her head on my shoulder. She'll never forgive us, she whispered. She doesn't have to, I said. We forgave ourselves. A week later, we heard from a mutual cousin that Judith and Michael had separated. Apparently, her finances had been a disaster for years. The loan default was just the first leak in a ship that had been sinking slowly. When she lost the boutique, she lost her identity. When she lost her daughter, she lost her legacy. And Michael? Well, I guess even enablers have a breaking point. As for the rest of the family, the ones who turned cold, some came back, eventually, quietly, through comments, DMs. A cousin who ordered a cake from our shop and left a 5-star review under a fake name. A card in the mail with no return address and a single line, "We were wrong. You too are the real thing." But by then, it didn't matter. We'd already built something stronger than validation. We'd built a home. We expanded Hollow and Hearth into a second location by the following spring, one that Jeremy helped franchise. Emily launched a seasonal print line. I got featured in a local magazine's Top Bakers Under 40 spread, which made her laugh until she cried because, as she said, "You're finally cool now." Judith faded into the background. But sometimes, when I'm locking up at night and the shop smells like cinnamon and cedar, I think about that moment on our porch. Her voice. That yellow envelope. And I realize something. Revenge isn't always fire. Sometimes, it's rebuilding in silence. Sometimes, it's waking up every morning beside the person who chose you, and choosing them back, over and over. Sometimes, it's standing in the ruins of someone else's control and planting a garden. And sometimes it's baking a loaf of bread so good, the ghosts stop knocking. We never saw Judith again. But we didn't need to. Because by the time she tried to reclaim her power, we had already turned her throne into a table. And we were finally free. I'm Daniel, 32 years old, and for most of my adult life, I've been the invisible scaffolding that held my family up. Never the golden child. Never the one they bragged about. Just the one who made things easier financially. I never minded at first. I had a stable tech job. I didn't have kids, and honestly, I liked helping. My mom had always struggled, and my uncle, her brother, had been in and out of work for years. They shared an apartment after my grandma passed away, and it felt good to know I could keep them afloat. I started covering their rent back when I was 25. It was only supposed to be for a few months, just until they got on their feet again. That few months quietly turned into 7 years. The thing is, I never asked for anything back. Not praise. Not gratitude. Just a simple thank you every now and then would have been enough. But over time, even that disappeared. They stopped updating me on anything. My uncle wouldn't even answer my texts half the time. I'd get a Venmo request or a passive-aggressive message from my mom saying, Rent's due tomorrow, like I was some sort of automated system. I chalked it up to pride. Maybe they didn't like needing me. Maybe it was easier for them to ignore the awkwardness by pretending it wasn't a big deal. I kept my head down. I focused on work. I paid the bills. Then, last November, something happened that made everything snap. It was a Tuesday evening. I was cleaning up after dinner, about to call it a night, when I got a voice message from my uncle. No text, no context, just one of those short audio clips he rarely sent. I assumed it was some quick question about rent or groceries. I hit play on speaker while rinsing dishes. What I heard made me freeze. The message clearly wasn't meant for me. It was a recording of him talking to my mom, laughing, no less. His voice was casual, light, like they were catching up over coffee. And then he said, "Well, Dan'll cover it." He always does. The guy's basically a burden with a wallet. My mom laughed. Loud, sharp, real. Yeah. He owes us anyway. After everything. Then someone, I think it was my aunt's voice, chimed in. Does he even ask where the money goes? Nope, my mom replied. He just pays and stays quiet. Like a trained dog. The message ended there. I stood still for a long time. Dishes in the sink. Water running. That phrase, a burden with a wallet, echoing in my head like a bell that wouldn't stop ringing. I didn't even feel angry at first. Just hollow. Like I'd been yanked out of my own life and dropped into someone else's cruel little joke. All those birthdays I helped fund. All the rent checks, utility bills, emergency repairs. The time I canceled my trip to Iceland so I could cover their heating bill during a rough winter. I thought I was helping. I thought I was part of a team. Family. And they'd reduce me to, what? A bank account? I didn't reply to the message. I didn't call them. I just sat with it. The days that followed felt surreal. I kept going through the motions at work, but my mind wasn't really there. Every time I tried to focus, I'd hear that laugh. That mockery. That smug assumption that I'd keep paying, no matter what. And the worst part? They weren't entirely wrong. I had kept paying. Silently. Routinely. But not anymore. I decided I needed time to think. Not just react. I started journaling, tracking every payment I'd made since I was 25. I pulled old statements, texts, Venmo records. The total made my jaw drop. Over $90,000. $90,000. I could have bought a condo with that. A new car. Started a business. Instead, it all went to people who didn't even think I deserved a seat at the table. Still, I didn't say anything. I kept paying through December like nothing had happened. Then came January. The 3rd, specifically. That's when my mom usually texted me, rent due by Friday. Don't be late. Only this time, she didn't text. My uncle did. He sent a casual message. You sending the rent? I stared at it for a while, then locked my phone and went back to my coffee. The next day, he texted again. Need to know. The landlord's been on our backs. I said nothing. On January 6th, I got a voicemail from my mom. Her voice had that forced softness she always used when trying to be nice, but you could hear the annoyance under the surface. Hey, Danny, just checking in. Hope everything's okay. Let me know when you're sending the rent, okay? I still said nothing. On the 8th, things started to shift. First came the guilt trip texts. Daniel, we're worried. This isn't like you. If something's wrong, you can tell us. Then the manipulative ones. You know the landlord doesn't wait. We could be out on the street. Is that what you want? And finally, the anger. By the 10th, I had a full voicemail inbox. My uncle shouting into the phone. What is wrong with you, Dan? You think this is funny? Playing games when people rely on you. Mom left 3 messages in a row. After everything we've done for you. After raising you, feeding you. This is how you repay us. That one really got to me. Raised me? She left me with grandma from age 9 to 15 while she got her life together. I lived on frozen pizza and shared a room with 3 cousins while she partied in Miami with her new boyfriend. But sure, she raised me. Still, I didn't respond. Not yet. Because I wasn't done preparing. While the messages poured in, I was busy. Quietly contacting their landlord. Quietly closing the shared utility accounts I had opened in my name. Quietly securing all the receipts and bank statements that proved every payment came from me and not us, like they always claimed. Quietly getting ready to take back my silence and turn it into something far louder. And then came January 13th. Rent was officially late. Their landlord called me. He was confused. He said my name was on the email contact list. He wanted to know if I'd be covering it late again or if he needed to initiate eviction procedures. I asked him to send everything in writing. He did. And that was the day I finally drafted my reply. To my mom, to my uncle, and to the rest of the family that had grown used to my invisible support. But before I hit send, I added one more thing, a voice message. And when they played it, they'd hear something they never expected. Because I didn't just sit quietly this time. I told them exactly what they'd said, word for word. I reminded them of the Iceland trip I skipped, the times I bailed them out, the years I didn't ask for thanks. And then I asked one simple question. Do you laugh about everyone who saves your neck? Or was it just me? I ended it with, Rin still. Good luck. And then I turned off my phone. That was 3 hours ago. Now I'm sitting by the window, watching the sky turn gold over the skyline, sipping the best cup of coffee I've ever had. And my phone has started vibrating again. The first message came from my uncle. A voice note. Again. I almost didn't play it. I figured I'd heard enough of his voice to last me a lifetime, but something told me to listen. His tone was different this time. No smug laughter. No casual dismissal. Just panic. Dan. Look, I don't know what that message was. I think you misunderstood. We were just joking, you know? Families joke. That's what we do. Joking. I closed my eyes and leaned back in my chair, letting the words sink in. The way they'd cackle didn't sound like joking. It sounded like years of built-up resentment, of seeing me not as a son or nephew, but as a resource. More messages followed. My mom left 3 in a row. Her voice wavered in each one, teetering between guilt and indignation. Daniel, please. You know I didn't mean what I said. That was taken out of context. Another, you're blowing this out of proportion. You've always been so sensitive. Don't let one silly comment ruin everything. And then, we're your family. You owe us at least a conversation before pulling something like this. Ah, there it was again. That word. Oh. They always circled back to that. I'd spent my whole life being told, in small, veiled ways, that I owed them. That it was my duty to give, to support, to never question. That my existence was the result of their sacrifices, and I'd better spend the rest of my life repaying that invisible debt. Even when I graduated college and landed my first job, my mom's first reaction wasn't congratulations. It was, now maybe you can finally start giving back. I thought she was joking then. She wasn't. Around noon, I started getting messages from extended family. My cousin Sarah texted, Hey, Mom says you're refusing to pay rent and might let them get evicted? Is everything okay? Another cousin I barely spoke to sent, You're better than this, Dan. Don't let pride make you cruel. Cruel. Funny how quickly the narrative changed once the money stopped. By 3 p.m., I got a call from the landlord again. He said they'd missed the grace period, and if payment wasn't made by the 15th, he'd have no choice but to start the eviction process. I told him politely that I was no longer involved with their payments and he'd need to speak to the tenants directly. He paused, then asked if I was okay. I don't know what came over me, but I laughed. It was the first time I'd laughed in days. Actually, I told him, I think I'm better than I've been in years. He thanked me for my help over the past few years. Apparently, he knew I'd been covering everything and had always assumed I was doing it by choice. I told him I had been, until I found out I'd become their punchline. That night, I sat alone in my apartment. No calls from work, no obligations, no financial fires to put out for anyone but myself. It was quiet, and the quiet felt like peace. But it didn't last. The next morning, I opened my door to find a handwritten letter on the doormat. From my mother. The handwriting was rushed, messy. Inside was a single-page note, scribbled in ballpoint pen. It read, Daniel, I can't believe you would do this. You're tearing the family apart. Your uncle is talking about moving out, and I have nowhere to go. I'm sick of being punished for one stupid joke. We never asked you to pay for everything. You just did. If you're going to turn your back on us over something so trivial, then maybe you were never really family to begin with. Mom. I stared at the paper for a long time. My heart didn't race. My jaw didn't clench. I felt nothing. Not even anger anymore. Just clarity. That letter said everything I needed to hear. That even now, with the floor beneath them starting to crack, they were incapable of admitting they'd done anything wrong. No apology. No reflection. Just deflection. Guilt. Manipulation. But I was done being manipulated. That evening, I packed up a small suitcase. I'd already requested 2 weeks off work, my first real vacation in years. I booked a quiet cabin upstate, surrounded by forest. No Wi-Fi. No cell service. Just peace. Before I left, I did one last thing. I sent a group message to every family member who'd texted me in the past few days. It read, "I'm stepping away for a while. I've spent years supporting this family, financially and emotionally, often at the cost of my own mental health. That chapter is over. I wish you all well. If anyone reaches out to guilt, shame, or lecture me, you'll be blocked. Take care." Then I turned off my phone. I drove for 3 hours, breathing in the freedom with every mile. It wasn't until I reached the cabin, unpacked my bags, and settled by the fireplace that I felt it. Relief. For once, I wasn't waiting for the next request, the next demand, the next crisis I'd be expected to solve. I was just living. And for the first time in my adult life, I realized something that hit me like a revelation. I don't owe anyone anything. Not my silence. Not my money. Not my peace. And when I return from this trip, I'll be doing something that will make that message very clear. 2 weeks passed like a dream. Every morning, I woke up to birdsong instead of the jarring ping of a Venmo request. I made coffee with fresh grounds, not instant. I read paperbacks by the fire, hiked through trails that smelled like pine and wet earth, and fell asleep each night with the kind of quiet that didn't feel empty, it felt earned. I didn't miss my phone. I didn't miss the guilt, the passive-aggressive texts, or the constant sense that I was a walking ATM with a pulse. I missed nothing, but I wasn't naive. I knew peace like this couldn't last forever. When I drove back into town, I stopped at a rest area and turned on my phone. It had a moment of hesitation, like even it wasn't sure it wanted to be dragged back into the chaos. And then, like floodgates bursting open, the notifications poured in. 37 texts. 4 missed calls. 6 voicemails. 1 message from a number I didn't recognize that simply said, "It's worse than you think." I didn't check them. Not yet. Instead, I drove straight home, unpacked my bag, and sat down at my kitchen table with a notebook and pen. I had a plan to execute. It started with the lease. See, while I wasn't on the lease for their apartment, I had signed a personal guarantee for the utilities and cable. Years ago, they had trouble getting approved on their own. Just until we build better credit, they said. Like always. So the first thing I did was contact each provider. Gas, electricity, internet. I'd already notified them before my trip, but now I submitted the final paperwork to formally terminate my guarantee and close the accounts in my name. Effective immediately. Next was the financial audit. Remember those records I compiled? The years of payments, receipts, and account transfers? I emailed them to myself from every angle, saved in multiple cloud drives and flash drives. Then, I packaged them all into a neat PDF and titled it, Daniel K. Voluntary Financial Contributions to Relatives, 2015 to 2023. I sent it to my accountant, who was baffled I hadn't said anything about this sooner. His exact words were, "You could have bought a small lake house with this." "Yeah," I said, "but I bought silence instead." He laughed, but not out of amusement, out of disbelief. I told him I needed documentation ready in case my family tried to claim I'd abandoned them financially or made promises I didn't fulfill. He nodded, said he'd draft something airtight. Then came the last part, the part one hadn't planned on, until I read the final voicemail. It was from my uncle. And this time, he didn't yell. He didn't guilt trip. He begged. His voice was hoarse, shaky. "Dan, listen. We got the notice. The landlord's serious. We've got 2 weeks to vacate. Your mom's freaking out. I'm scared, man. I know we messed up. I know we said things we shouldn't have. But please, don't do this. Don't make us start over. We've got nothing without you." That last sentence stayed with me. We've got nothing without you. Not, we miss you. Not, we were wrong. Just that, we've got nothing without you. Which meant everything they ever had was mine. So I wrote a letter. Not a petty email. A real, printed letter, signed by hand, delivered by registered mail. I sent one to my uncle and one to my mother. It read, "You referred to me as a burden with a wallet. But I carried the burden, and you emptied the wallet. For years, I believed that helping family was the right thing to do. That loyalty meant silence. That love meant self-sacrifice. But love without respect isn't love, it's control. I am no longer available to be your safety net. Your landlord has been informed that I am not responsible for your rent. All utility accounts under my name have been closed. You are adults. You will find a way, or you won't. Either way, I'm no longer involved. I wish you clarity. I wish you accountability. But most of all, I wish you the humility to one day understand what you lost. Daniel." I dropped the letters off at the post office, then blocked their numbers, not out of spite, but self-preservation. Over the next week, I began to feel lighter. It wasn't just about the money anymore. It was about taking back the narrative. For the first time, I was the one drawing the boundary, not waiting for them to cross it. Then, 3 days before the reported eviction date, I got a call from a private number. Normally, I would have ignored it, but something told me to answer. It was my cousin, Sarah, the only one in the family who'd ever treated me with something resembling kindness. "Dan," she said, voice hushed, "you need to know something. They've been telling everyone that you promised to keep paying rent and then just ghosted them. They've got Aunt Rachel and Grandpa thinking you're having some kind of breakdown." I sighed. "And they believed it?" "I didn't," she said, "which is why I'm calling." I thanked her, told her not to get involved, and hung up. But something in her voice stuck with me. There was more to this. Something deeper than just a smear campaign. So I logged into an old shared family Google Drive, the one we all used for photos and vacation plans, and discovered something that made my stomach turn. My uncle had uploaded a family expenses spreadsheet. In it, he listed himself as the one who'd been covering rent for the past few years. Next to my name, a column labeled Occasional Help with Bills. He was showing this to other family members, using my generosity to boost his reputation. And my mother? She'd added a comment in one of the tabs, saying, "Let's not make Dan feel guilty. He's fragile." Fragile. The same man who held your roof over your head for nearly a decade. Something inside me broke again, but this time, not in the way they'd expect. Because the next move I made? It wasn't just about walking away. It was about making sure everyone else finally saw who they really were. I knew exposing them would make waves in the family. I also knew that if I didn't tell my story, they'd keep rewriting it for me, casting themselves as victims and me as some cold-hearted traitor who cut them off during hard times. So I decided to take control of the narrative. Not out of revenge, though. Sure, I'd be lying if I said that didn't factor in, but for the first time in my life, I wanted the truth out there. No more silence. No more shame. I wrote a letter. Not just a message. A letter. 6 pages long, printed and mailed to every relative on both sides of the family, uncles, aunts, cousins, even my grandparents. Some I hadn't seen in years. Some probably wouldn't care. But they deserved to know the full picture before they kept passing judgment. In it, I started from the beginning, how I'd quietly started paying rent for my mom and uncle when I was 25, thinking it would be temporary. I listed the utilities, the groceries, the emergencies. I included the years I'd helped with Christmas gifts, funeral costs, car repairs, and back-to-school supplies for cousins that weren't even mine. I mentioned the vacations I skipped, the nights I stayed in to make sure I could meet their rent on time, and the promotions I turned down because I couldn't risk relocating while they still depended on me. Then, I included the voice message. Verbatim. Typed out line by line. Well, Dan'll cover it. He always does. The guy's basically a burden with a wallet. Yeah. He owes us anyway. After everything. Does he even ask where the money goes? Nope. He just pays and stays quiet. Like a trained dog. I didn't dramatize it. I didn't embellish. I just told the truth and let it speak for itself. Then I attached the spreadsheet I'd discovered, the one where my uncle claimed he had been paying the rent all these years, and I was just occasionally helping. I underlined the fake entries, highlighted the lies. And finally, I closed with this. I don't need pity. I don't want applause. I just want space. I want the peace I earned. If you've benefited from my silence, that time is over. If you judge me without asking questions, that's your burden to carry. I'm done carrying things that don't belong to me. They called me a burden with a wallet. But here's the truth. I was the bridge they walked across. And I'm not letting them walk on me anymore. I mailed every letter certified. I wanted them signed for. I wanted each recipient to feel the weight of it, literally and figuratively. The fallout was volcanic. It started with silence. A weird, humming silence. No texts. No calls. Not even from Sarah. Just nothing, like the entire family had been punched in the gut and was too stunned to speak. Then, one by one, the messages trickled in. From my Aunt Linda, I had no idea, Daniel. I'm so sorry. I can't believe they said those things. I always thought your uncle was the one supporting your mom. That's what they told us. From my cousin Ryan, you paid for our school supplies? Dude, I didn't even know you were involved. They told us you were just distant and cold. From Grandpa, you did right by yourself. Don't let anyone tell you different. Some were less gracious. My Uncle Mark said, this could have stayed private, Dan. You embarrassed your mother. That's not how family handles things. I didn't respond. He wasn't worth the energy. As for my mother, she didn't call. She didn't text. But 2 days after the letters landed, I got an email. Short. Cold. You've made your point. Hope it was worth burning everything down. Mom. And for the first time, I didn't feel the need to reply. Because no, I didn't burn anything down. They did. All I did was stop being the one rebuilding the house every time they lit a match. Meanwhile, word got back to me that the eviction had gone through. The landlord finally pulled the plug. They were forced out within a week. My mom ended up crashing on a friend's couch. My uncle, last I heard, was staying in a motel outside town and complaining loudly about being betrayed. They tried contacting Sarah for help, but she'd finally drawn her own boundary too. Funny how people start standing up when they realize they were lied to too. One evening, about 2 weeks after everything unfolded, I went out to dinner alone. I sat by the window at my favorite Korean barbecue place, the one I used to skip because I felt guilty spending money on myself. I ordered whatever I wanted, without glancing at the right side of the menu. Halfway through the meal, I got a message from Sarah. It was a photo. My mom, sitting in a crowded waiting room, holding a clipboard. Captioned, "She's trying to apply for housing assistance. No idea what she's going to do next." I stared at it for a long time. Then I closed my phone, finished my meal, and paid the bill with a quiet sense of peace. Because for once, it wasn't my problem to solve. And that night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I realized something profound. I had been raised to believe love meant sacrifice. But the truth is, love without boundaries becomes servitude. And I hadn't been loved. I'd been used. And now, finally, I was free. Since then, I've started therapy. I've gone on that Iceland trip, solo, and it was everything I hoped it would be. I've reconnected with friends I lost touch with while constantly bailing out my family. I even adopted a dog, a wiry little mutt with big ears who follows me everywhere. His name's Bridge. A small reminder of what I used to be, and what I'll never let myself become again. My mom still hasn't apologized. My uncle never will. But their absence doesn't ache like I thought it would. Because when you stop being a wallet, when you reclaim your voice, when you walk away from the people who taught you your value is measured in dollar signs, what you're left with is something money can't buy: self-respect and peace. And I wouldn't trade it for anything. You ever get that feeling that something's not quite right, but you can't explain why? Like your gut is trying to tell you something, but your brain hasn't caught up yet? That was me, sitting at the kitchen table one rainy Thursday evening, a pen in my hand, staring at a random stack of documents my wife had just slid in front of me. "It's just some refinance paperwork," she said with a smile too sweet to be real, like she'd rehearsed it in the mirror. That's when the chill crept down my spine. My name's Kyle, I'm 38 years old, and until a few months ago, I thought I had a solid grip on my life. Steady job in IT, modest house in the suburbs outside Chicago, decent retirement savings, and a 10-year marriage that, while not exactly passionate anymore, felt safe. Predictable. Stable. We didn't have kids, by choice mostly, and I thought that mutual decision meant we were in sync. I was wrong. So wrong. I met Morgan in my late 20s. She was charming, quick-witted, beautiful in that girl-next-door kind of way, and more importantly, she made me feel like I wasn't just some socially awkward tech guy crunching code. We clicked fast. Maybe too fast. We moved in together after 6 months, and were married within a year. Everyone told me it was rushed, but when you're in love, you don't hear warnings. You hear jealousy. Or at least, that's what I told myself. For the first few years, things were fine. We built a life. We traveled here and there, saved for a home, adopted a rescue dog named Peanut. But something in her changed over time, little by little. I used to blame it on the stress of her job. She bounced around between marketing gigs and remote freelance stuff. But now I realize it wasn't the job. It was me not seeing the signs. She became more distant around year 7. Not in a dramatic way, just emotionally unplugged. Conversations felt like interviews. Affection turned into duty. She'd roll her eyes when I'd suggest a weekend trip or a movie night. Said she was tired. Said I was being clingy. I stopped bringing it up. I thought maybe I was just being needy or overly nostalgic. But what I couldn't ignore was how she started getting more involved with our finances all of a sudden. At first, it was subtle. She'd ask me to forward her copies of our tax returns, or she'd casually mention how she wanted to get a better handle on our budget. Then it became more persistent. She wanted to be added as the primary contact on our mortgage. She asked for login details to my private retirement accounts, saying, "It just makes things easier in case something happens." That phrase, in case something happens, started showing up a lot. It set off a quiet alarm in the back of my head, but I didn't have evidence. Just a creeping unease. Then came that Thursday evening, with those papers on the table. She was acting calm, overly calm, like a bad actress trying to sell a performance. I didn't touch the pen. I just tilted my head and asked, "Why don't I take a look through these and sign them tomorrow?" Her smile faltered for a split second. Blink and you miss it, but it was there. That crack in the facade. She shrugged it off. "Sure, babe. No rush." But I saw the flicker of disappointment in her eyes. I stayed up that night reading every page. They weren't refinance documents. At least, not entirely. Buried beneath some generic paperwork was a clause granting her authority to act on my behalf for certain financial matters. Power of attorney, limited, but still. Enough to make my stomach knot up. Why would she need that? I didn't sleep that night. I laid next to her while she snored lightly, her back turned to me, and my mind spun in circles. Was she planning something? Was she in debt and trying to use my name to bail herself out? Was this some weird insurance scam? I didn't know, but I knew I had to act carefully. Quietly. Over the next week, I became the world's most polite husband. I brought her coffee in the mornings. I asked about her day. I kissed her goodnight. And while I was playing the doting spouse, I was also scheduling private meetings with my bank manager and financial advisor. I didn't tell anyone, not even my older brother, who's basically my best friend, because I couldn't be sure who she might talk to. I moved my direct deposit to a new private account. I rerouted access to my retirement funds and shifted assets out of our joint accounts into safe, solo holdings under a trust my father had set up for me years ago, but never activated. And through it all, Morgan acted like nothing was wrong. She was cheerier than usual, almost bubbly. She suggested we go out to dinner one night, just because. She bought a new dress. She even initiated, well, let's say marital intimacy, for the first time in months. It felt wrong. Like she was putting on a show for someone. I wondered if she thought she'd already won. Then, exactly 2 weeks after that stack of papers showed up, she sat across from me at the kitchen table again. Only this time, she wasn't smiling. She was unreadable. Her hands were folded. Peanut lay at her feet, sensing the tension but not knowing what it meant. "I want a divorce," she said, with all the warmth of a voicemail prompt. I stared at her for a full 5 seconds. Not because I was surprised, but because she actually looked satisfied, like she thought she was about to drop a bomb on me and walk away unscathed, maybe even victorious. "I've already spoken to a lawyer," she continued. "This can be amicable if we keep things simple. 50-50 split. You keep the house, I'll take the condo in Florida. We divide the accounts evenly, no drama." I nodded slowly. "You sure about this?" She smiled. That same too sweet smile from 2 weeks ago. "I'm sure." What she didn't know, what she couldn't have predicted, is that her lawyer would be calling mine just 2 days later in a panic. And he would whisper words that made her go pale, right there in the conference room. "Wait, he doesn't own anything in his name." But we're not there yet. We're still at the part where I sat across from my wife of 10 years, feeling like I was looking at a stranger. A woman who had clearly planned something behind my back. A woman who wasn't even pretending to be heartbroken or conflicted. She wanted out, and she wanted the spoils. And I was going to let her walk right into the mess she built. Because if she wanted a war, she should have picked someone who hadn't been raised by a father who spent 30 years navigating the corporate legal jungle. She should have picked someone who didn't spend his free time reading contracts for fun. She should have picked someone who didn't already know her next 10 moves. But she didn't. She picked me, and I wasn't about to roll over and play the fool. Not this time. I wish I could say her divorce announcement rattled me, that it broke my heart or left me dazed and gasping. But it didn't. What I felt, sitting there in that quiet kitchen with the rain tapping the windows, was confirmation. I hadn't been paranoid. I hadn't overreacted. Something had been off. I just hadn't known how deep the rot went. "I'm sure," she'd said, cool and crisp like it was a business transaction. Not an end to a decade of memories, travel, arguments, compromises, and quiet mornings spent folding laundry side by side. It was chilling, honestly, how little emotion she had. Like she'd already mourned the loss of the marriage in private and was just going through the last step of some solo plan she'd drawn up. She told me I could stay in the house. That was her opening gesture, like she was being generous. "You've always loved this place," she said, "and I figure I'll just move into the condo full time. You know, for a fresh start." The condo. The one we had bought in Florida as a potential future retirement property. Joint purchase. Joint deed. Joint renovations. But now it was just hers? I didn't argue. I just nodded, and she seemed pleased by that. Thought she'd caught me off guard enough to stay pliable. Thought I was already grieving, trying to cling to the scraps of a peaceful ending. I played along. Let her believe it. But that night, I lay in bed for hours, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. Morgan didn't even come to bed. Said she was going to sleep in the guest room until the divorce was processed. That was the word she used. Processed. Like it was a file at the DMV. The next morning, she was gone before I woke up. I found a note on the kitchen island with a smiley face at the end. At brunch with Leslie. Don't forget to sign the power bill. Due today, smiling face with smiling eyes. The gall. The normalcy. I sat down in silence, coffee untouched, just trying to wrap my head around how easily she switched gears. Was she seeing someone? Had she been seeing someone? The idea crawled into my brain and wouldn't leave. I didn't want to believe it, but the pieces were falling into place. Over the next few days, things got weird. Not dramatic, not openly hostile, but weird. Like she was trying to provoke something without actually lighting the fuse. She started making strange comments. When I move out, I'll finally have a place that feels like mine. Or, you should really start learning to cook for one. I couldn't tell if she was trying to make me feel small or if she genuinely thought I'd be lost without her. Then the bank notification started. First, a $1,200 purchase from some upscale boutique in downtown Chicago. Then a $600 charge at a spa. Then $300 at a store I'd never heard of. All on the joint credit card. All within 48 hours. When I brought it up, she waved it off. I figured I should stock up before everything gets split. Just in case. Split? I asked. As in debts too? She blinked at me like I'd spoken Klingon. No, of course not. You'll take care of the card. You always have. That was her logic. Her entitlement. Because I'd been the one paying down our credit cards responsibly all these years, she assumed I'd just eat whatever she piled onto it before the divorce went through. Like it was part of my job description. I didn't say anything. I just walked out and called the bank. Froze the card. She came home that night in a mood. You froze the card? She said, standing in the hallway with shopping bags in both hands. Yes, I replied calmly. We agreed to keep things fair. Racking up charges and expecting me to eat them isn't fair. She dropped the bags onto the floor with a thud. Wow. Real mature, Kyle. And just like that, the mask started to slip. That was the first fight. The first real crack. And after that, the house became a battlefield. Passive-aggressive comments turned into cold shoulders. Cold shoulders turned into snide remarks. She accused me of being bitter and petty. Said I was trying to punish her. All because I wouldn't let her empty our accounts on a shopping spree. But the worst part, the part that actually hurt, was how she started poisoning our mutual friendships. I got a call from Sam, one of my old college friends who'd grown close to both of us over the years. Hey man, he said, I just wanted to check in. Morgan told me you've been acting erratic? Erratic? I repeated. What exactly did she say? She said you've been shutting her out, hiding finances, and refusing to talk to her. That you're being controlling. I don't know. Man, it just didn't sound like you. It wasn't me. And it wasn't true. I realized then that she wasn't just trying to take things. She was trying to rewrite the narrative. Paint herself as the victim in a story she'd already outlined. And me? I was the unstable, possessive husband. The controlling one. The one who forced her to escape. That's when the real anger started brewing in me. Not because she was leaving, but because she was trying to torch my character on the way out. Then came the final straw. One evening, I came home from work and noticed a few picture frames missing from the living room. At first, I thought maybe she was packing early. But then I saw the empty space in the office. My laptop was gone. Not my work laptop, the personal one. The one I used for financial spreadsheets, personal documents, encrypted notes. My entire digital footprint. I bolted down the hall to the guest room. Her door was shut. I knocked once. Nothing. I opened it anyway. She was sitting cross-legged on the bed, my laptop in front of her. No shame. No guilt. Just a smug little smirk. You took my laptop? I said, trying to stay calm. I needed to look at something, she replied. You went through my private files? She shrugged. You've been acting so secretive lately. I figured if you're hiding something, I have a right to know. That was it. That was the moment something snapped inside me. It wasn't just the invasion of privacy. It was the justification. The entitlement. The belief that she had a right to violate my trust because I didn't roll over when she started circling like a vulture. I want it back. Now. She slammed it shut and handed it to me with a roll of her eyes. Relax. I didn't find anything interesting. And you know what? Maybe she didn't. Because everything important, everything sensitive, had already been moved, encrypted, or deleted from that device. But that wasn't the point. The point was that she'd gone from passive-aggressive manipulation to open theft and spying. I spent that night in the garage, sitting in my car, windows up, radio off, just staring at the steering wheel and wondering how I'd let things get this far. How I'd shared a home, a bed, a life with someone who didn't think twice about invading mine. That's when I knew. This wasn't just a divorce. This was a hostile takeover. She wanted control. She wanted leverage. And she wanted to leave me broken, looking like the bad guy, while she slipped away with half, or more, of everything I'd built. But she'd miscalculated. Because while she'd been grinning at brunch and sliding papers across the table, I'd been quietly, methodically preparing for this very moment. And I had one last move that would flip her entire game on its head. The betrayal was clear now. The lies. The manipulation. The smear campaign with our friends. The shopping sprees. The laptop. But what she didn't know, what she couldn't know, is that the next phase had already begun. I had already moved every dollar I legally could into protected trusts. I had already signed over ownership of our cars to my brother. I had already shifted the business account I'd been building for years under a new LLC registered in my cousin's name. So when she walked into that lawyer's office 2 weeks later with her carefully rehearsed list of demands, she was going to hear something that would freeze the blood in her veins. Wait, he doesn't own anything in his name. But we're not there yet. Because first, she's going to push one step too far. And when she does, the real fun begins. If you'd told me 6 months ago that my wife would steal my laptop, try to smear my name, and file for divorce with a smirk on her face, I wouldn't have believed you. Not because she was some angel or because we had a fairy tale romance, but because I genuinely thought we were solid enough. Predictable. Boring, even. The kind of couple you don't really notice at dinner parties. Not too lovey-dovey, not too distant. Just fine. But nothing about this was fine anymore. After the laptop incident, I finally stopped pretending everything was salvageable. I stopped hoping for a quiet ending. There's a moment, a specific moment, where you realize the version of someone you loved no longer exists. And what's worse is realizing that maybe that version never existed at all. I was done playing defense. But that didn't mean I was ready to go to war. Not yet. For a couple of weeks after that, things just unraveled. She barely spoke to me. Didn't even try to fake politeness. She moved around the house like a guest. Her coffee mug always rinsed and left on the drying rack, never in the dishwasher, like she didn't want to leave fingerprints. She started packing little things here and there. Books, jewelry, her yoga mat, things she could claim without question. But then she got bold again. One morning I came home from an early grocery run and noticed the safe in our bedroom closet was open. Wide open, like she hadn't even tried to cover it up. The stack of savings bonds my grandfather left me? Gone. Birth certificates, passports, removed and neatly stacked on the bed. She was sitting at the edge of the mattress like she was waiting for me. I figured we should divide things now before the lawyers get involved, she said flatly. No point in dragging this out. You took the bonds, I said, voice tight. They were ours, Kyle. Community property. No, I corrected. They were a gift to me from my grandfather. Long before we were married. She shrugged. Then prove it. I didn't yell. I didn't even flinch. I just walked into the kitchen, picked up my phone, and called my attorney. That was the first time I felt it. The shift. Not fear. Not anger. But control. Quiet, grounded, steady control. Because I knew she had no idea what was coming. Still, that didn't mean I wasn't rattled. Truth be told, I was hanging on by threads behind the scenes. Every day I'd drive to work with this pit in my stomach, wondering what she'd try next. Every evening I came home expecting something else to be gone, twisted, or tampered with. I started sleeping with the bedroom door locked. Not because I thought she'd hurt me, but because I didn't want to wake up with her rummaging through my drawers again. And then, just when I thought I'd hit peak exhaustion, she filed. I came home from work to find a manila envelope on the counter with the words, "To Kyle," scribbled in black Sharpie. No note. Just the divorce petition, already filed, with her attorney's information at the bottom. She didn't even hand it to me in person. I sat at the kitchen table for a long time, just staring at it. My hands were still dirty from changing attire at lunch. I didn't even wash them. Just thumbed through the pages, flipping past all the neat little paragraphs that outlined how she wanted the house, the condo, half of all liquid assets, alimony, and even custody of Peanut, our dog, for crying out loud. Despite the fact that she never walked him, never fed him, never even liked dogs before me. I laughed. Actually laughed. The kind of bitter, hollow laugh that comes out when you realize someone is so far removed from reality. It's almost impressive. That night, I drove to my brother Nate's place. He's 2 years older, married with 2 kids, and one of the few people I've always trusted without hesitation. He took one look at me when I walked in and said, "You look like crap." "Thanks," I muttered. He handed me a beer and didn't ask questions until I was ready to talk. That's what I love about Nate. No pressure, no judgment. When I finally told him everything, the fake documents, the laptop, the rumors, the money, he just leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowed. "She's planning something big," he said. "But you've got her beat already, right?" I nodded. "Mostly. Everything's moved. Hidden. Protected. Then what are you really worried about?" I stared at the label on my bottle for a long time before answering. That she's going to destroy everything on the way out just because she can. I don't care about the money. I care about my name. My reputation. The life I spent years building. Nate didn't say anything for a while. Then he stood up, opened the fridge, and pulled out another beer. "Well," he said, cracking the cap, "then it's time to start building something new. Just for you." That sentence stuck with me. Over the next few weeks, I started shifting my mindset. I stopped focusing on what she might take and started focusing on what I could reclaim. My time, my energy, my purpose. I started waking up earlier. Worked out in the mornings, even if it was just a quick jog with Peanut. I deleted old photos off my phone that didn't spark anything but frustration. I went through my closet and got rid of the shirts she used to hate, the cologne she made fun of, the watch I stopped wearing because she said it looked too flashy. I started going out again, not to party, but to breathe. To remember what it felt like to be around people who didn't see me as an opponent in a courtroom drama. I met up with old friends, grabbed drinks after work, joined a local trivia night team. Small things, but they felt big. Then something unexpected happened. I got a call from an old client, a small cybersecurity firm I'd done freelance work for years ago. Their CTO was retiring, and they needed someone sharp to lead a new project. Nothing formal yet, just a conversation. But it sparked something. I started consulting for them on the side, just a few hours a week. The work was invigorating. The kind of deep-focused puzzle solving I used to love before life got so damn loud. And for the first time in a long time, I felt good at something again. Not just competent, valuable. Meanwhile, Morgan had no idea. She still thought I was the same guy she left at the kitchen table. Passive, predictable, safe. Her lawyer reached out through mine with a request for mediation. Apparently, she didn't like that I'd stopped responding to her emails. She was concerned that I wasn't engaging in the process. Translation, she was panicking that I wasn't reacting the way she expected. She assumed silence meant I was scared. In reality, it meant I was busy getting my life back. But then came the day everything shifted again. I was at work when my lawyer called. "She wants the condo, the car, and half your retirement account," he said. "And she's willing to give up the house in exchange. Says it's too full of memories." I almost laughed again. Full of memories? She hadn't even cried once since she dropped the divorce bomb. But sure, let's pretend she's the one suffering. And I asked. And he continued, "She's under the impression that your retirement account is worth double what it actually is." I leaned back in my chair. "Interesting. She's been digging," he added. "Trying to find out what's in your name, what's been moved, what's hidden. She's asked for account statements for the last 5 years." I didn't panic. I just smiled. Because she could dig all she wanted, but she wasn't going to find anything tied directly to me anymore. The accounts were legally sound. The transfers had been reviewed, approved, and airtight. The house, in my name, but under the trust now. The condo, still technically joint, but not for long. That night, I walked into the garage, pulled out the box with the old key fobs, and found the one for her car, the one I'd made a spare for years ago when she kept losing hers. I stared at it for a moment, and that's when it hit me. She thought she still had the upper hand. She thought this was going to be simple. She thought I was still that same quiet, agreeable guy who didn't like conflict and just wanted to keep the peace. But the man she was divorcing? He was gone. This version of me? He was just getting started. The first time I actually enjoyed myself during the divorce process was a Tuesday. That might sound strange. Enjoying anything while your marriage is crumbling and someone you once loved is actively trying to dismantle your life like it's a Lego set. But that Tuesday, something shifted. I wasn't reacting anymore. I was planning. I had just come from a morning consult at the cybersecurity firm that had brought me on part-time. After the meeting, I stopped by a little diner I hadn't visited in years. The kind of quiet place with cracked vinyl booths and coffee that tastes like it's been brewing since 1993. I used to come here with my dad before he passed, back when he was teaching me about trusts, wills, and financial shields. I used to zone out during those talks, thought I'd never need any of it. But I was listening more than I realized. I pulled out a yellow legal pad. Yeah, old school, and started sketching everything out. Morgan's moves, my counters, her assumptions, and my realities. I made columns, circled leverage points, drew arrows and asterisks and little boxes around ideas I hadn't explored yet. This wasn't petty revenge. This was precision. She wanted a 50-50 split? Fine. But she was about to learn what happens when you try to divide something that's already been dissolved. You see, in her mind, the assets she saw were the only ones that existed. The condo, the house, the bank accounts she had login access to, the retirement account she'd glanced at once over my shoulder. She never knew about the second account, the one I'd kept separate since before we got married. It was funded quietly, steadily, with freelance gigs and a bonus here and there. Legal, traceable, but invisible to her. I never hid it. I just never offered the password. And the business I had quietly co-founded with an old college buddy 2 years ago, she didn't even know it existed. We had structured the LLC smartly. I was a silent partner. The profits came to me through a separate management entity that I'd registered under a shell trust. The same trust my father had once used to protect our family's assets from predatory lawsuits. The money flowed in legally and cleanly, just not with my name attached. Morgan's lawyer had already sent a formal discovery request, asking for account statements, asset valuations, vehicle titles, and more. And I gave them everything. Everything she already knew about. She thought she was being clever. She probably even thought I'd broken down in private, that I was crying into my pillow or begging Nate for emotional support. But she didn't know that I'd been quietly assembling my defense, piece by piece. And then, an opportunity landed in my lap. My friend Andrew, a brilliant financial consultant who now ran a boutique firm in Milwaukee, texted me out of the blue. We hadn't spoken in nearly a year, but he'd seen my name on a LinkedIn post and wanted to catch up. I drove up that weekend and we met for lunch, just two old friends eating overpriced poke bowls and pretending we weren't secretly looking for life updates. Eventually, I told him about the divorce. Not everything, just the highlights. He leaned back, nodding thoughtfully. You know, he said, I've dealt with a lot of high-asset divorce cases recently. If you want someone to help you pressure test your financial structure, I've got a guy. Pressure test. Yeah. Basically, see if your setup is bulletproof or if there's something you missed. We do it for clients before big buyouts or messy dissolutions. That night, I sent over every detail to Andrew's guy, a forensic accountant named Malik who made a living finding things people didn't want found. And in my case, confirming that everything was airtight. He got back to me 3 days later. You're clean, he said. No red flags. No loose ends. If she pushes too hard, she'll waste thousands chasing ghosts. Perfect. Meanwhile, Morgan was starting to get nervous. I could tell by the emails. They used to be smug, filled with little jabs like, once this is over, we'll both finally breathe again. Or, I hope you're preparing your finances thoroughly. But now they were clipped. Less confident. She was asking why the mediation schedule hadn't been confirmed yet. Why her lawyer hadn't received certain documents. Why things were taking longer than expected. I knew why. Because her lawyer had started digging and had come up dry. Still, I needed more than just silence on my end. I needed a public moment, something that would flip the perception. Because she wasn't just trying to get my money. She was trying to win the narrative. She was spinning stories to our friends, turning my distance into bitterness, my boundaries into instability. That's when I called Nate. You remember that charity dinner thing your wife's company is throwing next month? I asked him. The gala? Yeah. What? Think you could get me a seat at your table? He laughed. You hate those things. I know. But I think it's time I reminded a few people that I'm not the villain in her bedtime story. He didn't ask questions. He just made a few calls and got me a seat. In the weeks leading up to the event, I cleaned up, metaphorically and literally. I upgraded my wardrobe, got a real haircut for the first time in months, and even started working with a personal trainer just to clear my head. I wasn't reinventing myself for spite. I was rediscovering the version of me that didn't flinch every time my phone dinged with a lawyer's email. And somewhere in that process, something shifted in me. I started sleeping better, smiling more. I wasn't angry anymore, not in the way I had been. What I felt now was sharper, more surgical, like I was playing chess, and the board was finally visible. The night of the gala, I showed up early. Crisp navy suit, polished shoes, confidence that didn't feel performative anymore. Nate clapped me on the back when I arrived and whispered, "We're going to cause a scene." "I'm just here to say hi to some old friends," I replied with a grin. Morgan arrived 15 minutes later, and the second she saw me, her entire face shifted. You know that look someone gets when they thought they were walking into a trap they set, only to realize they're the one standing on the pressure plate? That was her. She was wearing some designer gown I didn't recognize. Hair perfect, smile ready for the camera. But when our eyes met across the room, she blinked. Just once. Just enough for me to know I'd caught her off balance. We didn't speak at first. Just moved through the room in separate circles, greeting the same people with different narratives. But the tide was turning. People who hadn't returned my calls were suddenly warm, curious, asking questions like, "How have you been really?" Or, "So what's next for you?" Morgan must have noticed. During the second course, she finally walked over to our table, pretending she was just passing by. "Kyle," she said smoothly. "Didn't expect to see you here." I stood up, polite. "Nate invited me." She nodded slowly. "Well, you look good. You too." There was a pause. "Hope things are going smoothly on your end," she added, trying to keep her voice light. "This whole process is just exhausting." I smiled. "Yeah, but I've had a lot of help lately. Legal team, financial advisors, the usual." Something flickered behind her eyes. "Oh," she asked, casual but too casual. "Yeah, been reviewing everything, making sure it's all accounted for. You never know what people might miss when they're trying to rush." I let that word, miss, hang in the air. She didn't reply. She just nodded, gave a tight smile, and walked away. And I knew she was going to be calling her lawyer the next morning, panicked. Because now, the game wasn't hers anymore. I had gathered allies. Pressure tested my foundation, shifted public perception. And now I was holding all the pieces she thought she'd taken from me. She'd filed with a smile. She thought she was going to walk away with the house, the condo, the car, and half my soul. But what she didn't realize was that I'd already packed everything I cared about and moved it somewhere she'd never reach. Not a bank account, not a vault, but something she never thought I'd rediscover without her. Myself. And now that I had it back, it was time for the final play. There's a certain kind of silence you hear right before someone realizes they've lost. It's not dramatic, no gasps, no yelling, no shattered glass. It's quieter than that. A stillness. A pause between sentences where their mind short-circuits trying to reconcile what they thought would happen with what's actually unfolding in front of them. That's the silence I heard the day Morgan walked into mediation, expecting to gut me, and instead watched her entire plan collapse in slow motion. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me back up to the week before it all ended, the final stretch. Her lawyer had been pestering mine daily by that point, asking for updated asset disclosures, pressing us to agree to a final division of property before the mediation date. He was getting nervous, probably because every attempt to verify my holdings came up empty. He even sent a not-so-subtle email suggesting that intentional obfuscation of assets may constitute fraud. My attorney replied with a polite, two-sentence message. All relevant assets have been disclosed per legal guidelines. We suggest your client proceed with the scheduled mediation if she seeks further clarification. Translation: good luck proving something that doesn't exist. Meanwhile, I've been playing my final card behind the scenes. See, the Florida condo had technically been a joint asset, purchased during the marriage. Both our names on the deed. Morgan was banking on getting it in the divorce, not just because it was valuable, but because she'd already told her friends it was hers. She'd even started redecorating during our last trip there together, choosing new countertops like it was a foregone conclusion. But what she didn't know was that I'd had the property appraised 6 months earlier, and shortly after that, I'd found a buyer. An older couple who'd made a generous offer. I didn't close on it, of course. Not while it was still a shared asset. That would have been illegal. But I did have a pre-signed letter of intent and a legally binding offer, contingent on post-divorce ownership. My attorney filed a motion to buy out Morgan's half at market value, backed by the offer. If she accepted, she'd get a clean payout. If she refused, we'd take it to court and let a judge decide. It was the perfect trap. Either she took the deal and gave up her grip, or she fought and got less. Because unlike her, I wasn't trying to win. I was just trying to end it smart. And now, finally, it was time. Mediation was held in a tall, beige building downtown. The kind of place where every floor smells like printer toner and frustration. We were seated in separate rooms with our lawyers. A neutral mediator would shuttle back and forth, delivering offers like a human carrier pigeon. Morgan was already there when I arrived. She didn't look nervous. She was good at pretending, but her smile was tight, and her eyes didn't meet mine when we passed in the hallway. I sat across from my attorney, sipping lukewarm coffee from a styrofoam cup, while he reviewed our final numbers one last time. "You ready?" he asked. "Let's end it." Round one was simple. Her team offered the usual. She keeps the condo, the car, and wants 50% of all identified financial assets, plus alimony for 5 years. Oh, and full custody of Peanut. Yes, the dog. I didn't flinch. We expected this. My lawyer politely declined the entire package and presented our own. She could keep the car and a lump sum from our joint savings, one she thought was still far larger than it was. I'd keep the house, retain all personal accounts, and in exchange, I'd buy her out of the condo immediately at market rate, based on the appraisal and buyer offer. Her reply came back quickly. "She's not pleased," the mediator said, looking almost embarrassed. "She's accusing you of hiding assets." My lawyer handed over all disclosures again, neatly labeled, compliant, bulletproof. "She wants proof you're not funneling money through third parties." "I already gave her lawyer everything that's legally required," I said. "If she's got a theory, she can file a motion and chase ghosts." The mediator disappeared again. When he returned, his tone had shifted. "She's willing to negotiate," he said. "But she wants the condo. No buyout." My attorney smirked and handed over the letter of intent from the Florida buyers. "She can't have what doesn't exist anymore." There was a pause. "She sold it." I heard her voice from the hallway, high-pitched and breaking. She wasn't even pretending to be composed anymore. I didn't respond, just waited. 20 minutes later, her lawyer stepped into our room. "I think we should settle today," he said, avoiding eye contact. That's when the silence came. That heavy, pregnant silence that only shows up when someone's been checkmated and they know it. In the end, the final agreement looked nothing like what Morgan had imagined. She kept the car, a small portion of our joint savings, and a few personal effects. She didn't get alimony. She didn't get the condo. And she didn't get Peanut, because I had quietly gathered vet records, training receipts, adoption papers, and testimony from 3 neighbors that I'd been the sole caregiver for 5 years. It wasn't about the dog. It was about the principle. After the final signatures were inked and the documents notarized, we had to cross paths one more time, just outside the elevator. She stopped, looked at me. "You changed," she said softly, like it was an accusation. I met her eyes. "No, I just stopped letting you control the narrative." For a moment, I thought she might say something else, apologize, maybe. But no, she just adjusted the strap on her bag, turned, and walked away. A few weeks later, I heard from a mutual friend that she'd moved in with a coworker, someone she'd grown close to during the last year of our marriage. Funny how those things line up. I didn't ask for details. I didn't need them, because I wasn't living in the past anymore. The sale of the condo went through. My consulting gig turned into a full-time remote role with equity options and a seat on the advisory board. I adopted a second dog, a scrappy little rescue named Charlie, and started hiking again. I even found myself smiling more. Not the forced kind, the real kind. And as for Morgan, well, she filed thinking she was divorcing a doormat. But what she actually divorced was a man who'd outgrown her. A man who let her believe she was winning, just long enough for her to lose everything she never deserved in the first place. And in the end, she didn't just walk away empty-handed. She walked away realizing she never really knew me at all. And that was the one thing she could never take. I was 28 when my father called me into his office and told me I needed to start mentoring my younger brother. That was the exact word he used, mentoring, like I was some scoutmaster or camp counselor, and not because Tyler asked for my help or because he showed any interest in learning. No, it was because my dad had decided it was time for Tyler to step into my shoes. Just like that, I sat there, stunned, staring across the mahogany desk at the man who had built our family business from scratch and who, until recently, I genuinely believed respected the years I'd poured into making it what it was today. And yet, somehow, in his mind, Tyler was ready to slide into my role because what? He shared our last name? I should back up. My name's Nate. I'm the eldest of three. Tyler's 5 years younger than me, and our sister Abby is a couple of years older than him. Our parents ran a medium-sized logistics company, warehousing, shipping, inventory management, the works. My dad, Carl, started it in his 20s after leaving the military, and over the years he grew it into a stable, if not glamorous, operation with decent regional contracts and about 60 employees. He always preached discipline, loyalty, and earning your place. At least, that's what he said when it was me he was talking to. I started working in the warehouse when I was 16, doing summer shifts between high school semesters, sweating in the July heat, unloading pallets, checking off inventory sheets by hand. I worked my way up through college, taking on more responsibility, learning the software, streamlining systems, catching mistakes others missed. By the time I graduated with a degree in supply chain management, I already knew the business inside and out. Dad offered me a full-time position, operations manager, and from there, I slowly became the person people went to when something needed to be fixed or organized or saved. My dad still had the final say, of course, but I was the one quietly holding the whole thing together. Tyler, on the other hand, never really showed up. He coasted through high school, spent 2 years bouncing between college majors, then dropped out to figure things out, which apparently meant playing Call of Duty until 3 a.m. and napping through the day while my parents called it a phase. He was charming, sure, and always had some new idea, an app concept, a startup, a YouTube channel, but he never stuck with anything long enough for it to grow. He tried working at the company twice, and both times quit within a month. Too boring. Too early. Too many rules. It was never his fault. Still, I tried not to judge him too harshly. Not everyone's wired the same way, and I didn't expect him to take over the company. That was never the plan, or so I thought. I figured if he ever got serious, he could carve out a niche for himself in marketing or sales or something. But not my role. Not the operations backbone of the company. Not the one that took me a decade to earn. So when Dad called me in that Monday morning and dropped the news, calm as you please, that Tyler was going to be shadowing me full-time for the next 3 months so I could prepare him to take over someday, I actually laughed. I thought it was a joke. I waited for the punchline. He didn't laugh. It's time to start thinking about succession, he said, tapping a folder on his desk like he was talking about an HR handover, not shoving me aside. You've done great work, Nate, but we need to future-proof the business, and Tyler needs to learn from the best. I tried to keep my voice even. And when did Tyler say he wanted to do this? Dad gave me that look, chin raised slightly, like I was being difficult. We talked about it last week. He's ready to commit. He just needs guidance. Structure. That's where you come in. I was quiet for a moment. You want me to train someone who's never shown up, never put in the work, never earned any of this, so he can replace me? My dad frowned. Don't be dramatic. This isn't about replacing anyone. It's about family. You're still going to be here. You'll just shift your focus to broader oversight while Tyler gets his hands dirty. I stared at him. So, I move aside, and he gets my job title, my responsibilities, the systems I built. You'll collaborate. I stood up. This is a mistake. Nate, he said, voice hardening. Don't make this into a personal thing. He's your brother. He looks up to you. I opened my mouth, then closed it again. What was the point? I walked out of the office and didn't say a word the rest of the day. My brain was buzzing, half with anger, half with disbelief. It wasn't just the slap in the face of being sidelined. It was that all my years of loyalty and hard work could be so easily swept aside in favor of bloodline politics. It felt medieval, like I was just a placeholder until the golden child deigned to take the throne. The next day, Tyler showed up in the warehouse wearing designer sneakers and no clue what to do. He grinned when he saw me, like this was just some fun new game. Guess we're co-workers now, he said, slapping me on the back. I wanted to throw a clipboard at his head. Instead, I forced a smile and gave him the most basic task I could think of: shadow one of the inventory guys and try not to get in the way. He lasted 2 hours before disappearing. I found him in the break room later, scrolling through his phone. "Don't you want to know how the receiving system works?" I asked. He shrugged. "I mean, yeah, eventually. But this is just like phase 1, right? Get the vibes down." I bit my tongue so hard it hurt. Things didn't get better over the next few days. Tyler would show up late, wander around asking dumb questions, try to change procedures he didn't understand, and then vanish halfway through the afternoon. At one point, he told one of our forklift drivers that he was going to revolutionize the workflow. The guy laughed in his face. And through it all, Dad defended him. "Give him time," he said. "You were new once too." "No, I was working when I was new," I shot back. I didn't treat it like a game. Dad's expression turned cold. "You're starting to sound bitter, Nate." That word stuck with me. Bitter. As if I was being petty instead of reacting to a blatant slap in the face. As if I was supposed to smile while they handed over everything I'd built to someone who treated it like a summer internship. But the moment that really broke something inside me came a week later, during a client call. It was a quarterly review with one of our oldest partners, a shipping company we'd worked with for years. I'd prepared the reports, scheduled the call, and set everything up. Tyler decided he wanted to sit in, which I didn't love, but fine, maybe he'd learn something. Halfway through the call, he interrupted me mid-sentence to pitch an idea he'd come up with 5 minutes before. Something about gamifying inventory tracking with a point system. The client went silent. I tried to salvage the moment, but the damage was done. After the call, I pulled him aside. "You don't pitch half-baked nonsense to our longest-standing client during a performance review," I said. He grinned. "Relax. Just tossing out ideas. That's how innovation happens." I was shaking. This isn't a hackathon. This is someone's livelihood. Tyler rolled his eyes. "You really take this stuff seriously, huh?" That night, I went home and stared at my ceiling for hours. I kept hearing Dad's voice. "The door is always open." Like it was a favor. Like I should be grateful to stay. But what if I wasn't? What if I walked through that open door and didn't look back? What would happen then? Because if they thought this place ran itself, they were in for a rude awakening. And I was done being the safety net. Done cleaning up behind Tyler. Done waiting for the respect I had already earned 10 times over. The next morning, I made a decision. But before I tell you what I did, I need to explain just how far things went. How badly they pushed me before I finally snapped. Because it didn't stop there. Not even close. And I want you to understand why I did what I did next. So let me back up a little. I didn't walk out the next day. Not yet. I thought about it. Every hour, actually. But something in me still held out hope that maybe my dad would realize he'd made a mistake, or at least come to his senses before things got worse. I was wrong. That week, Tyler was officially added to the internal company email as Junior Operations Lead. Junior. Lead. It was an insult and a joke wrapped into one ridiculous title. When I saw it in the signature of a company-wide email he sent out, announcing that he was excited to revolutionize our operational protocols, I physically recoiled. Not only was he being handed a title he hadn't earned, but now he had the nerve to parade it like he'd won a trophy for breathing. It would have been laughable if it wasn't so damaging. Clients started asking questions. Employees came to me in private, confused. One of the forklift operators, Jim, a guy who'd been there since before I graduated college, actually pulled me aside and asked, "Is he really in charge now?" The look in his eyes, that concern, that quiet loss of faith, hit me harder than I expected. I told him no, I'm still here. But even I didn't believe it when I said it. Tyler, for his part, leaned into the role with the confidence of someone who didn't know what he didn't know. He started showing up to meetings I was supposed to lead, giving out tasks without context, interrupting me to ask surface-level questions, then hijacking the conversation with buzzwords he picked up off some business podcast. Synergy. Agile logistics. Cutting-edge adaptability. I don't think he even knew what half of them meant. But what really cracked the foundation was a Friday morning staff meeting. It started off normally. I was walking the team through a pending systems upgrade, new tracking software we'd been evaluating for months. I had spreadsheets, pricing options, and vendor quotes ready. We'd finally narrowed it down to 2 platforms, and I was presenting the pros and cons of each. Right in the middle of my presentation, Tyler leaned back in his chair, smirked, and said, "Honestly, I don't think we need new software. I think we need new people who actually use the current one properly." There was silence. Actual silence. I looked at him slowly. "Excuse me." He shrugged. "Just saying. Maybe instead of spending thousands on new software, we should train the people who don't understand the tools we already have. No offense, but it seems like some folks are stuck in 2012. I could feel the blood drain from my face. He was insulting my team. The people who had stayed late with me during inventory overhauls, who had followed every broken barcode trail and patched every vendor mistake. The same team that covered for him when he disappeared at noon the day before. And worse, he did it in front of everyone. Before I could say a word, my dad, who had joined the meeting late and was sitting in the corner, chimed in. "There's some truth to what Tyler's saying," he said. "Calm. Casual. Like we were discussing the weather. Let's not be defensive, Nate. We should be open to new ideas." New ideas? Tyler's only new idea was throwing people under the bus and calling it innovation. After the meeting, I confronted my dad in his office. "You just let him undermine me in front of the team." Dad closed his laptop. "You need to learn to take feedback, son. From him. He sees things differently. Maybe that's what we need." I stared at him. "You think he's the future of this company?" He didn't answer. That silence told me everything. I went home that night and barely spoke. I sat in my car for 10 minutes in the driveway, just gripping the steering wheel. My thoughts were racing, but underneath all the anger was something else, something I didn't want to admit. Grief. I was grieving the company I believed in, the father I thought respected me, the idea that hard work was rewarded. It was like realizing someone you trusted had never actually seen you for who you were. They just saw what they wanted to see. The following Monday, the real blow came. My dad called a strategic realignment meeting, just me, him, and Tyler. That phrase alone made my skin crawl. I walked into the conference room, and Tyler was already seated, feet up on the chair beside him, scrolling through his phone like he was waiting for brunch to be served. Dad gestured for me to sit. "We've been talking," he began, "and we think it's time you took a step back from day-to-day operations." My chest tightened. "What does that mean?" "You've been spread thin. You handle too much. It's not sustainable. Tyler's going to start managing the warehouse side. You'll shift to more high-level strategy. Big picture stuff." "That is my job," I said quietly. "You're carving it up and handing him the rest." Dad leaned forward. "We need to prepare for the next phase. He's ready to lead." I looked at Tyler, who winked at me. That's when I snapped. "Lead what exactly?" I said, standing. "You mean waltz in after 10 years of me cleaning up every mess this company's faced, play boss for 2 weeks, and take credit for work he didn't do? That's leadership." "Nate," Dad began, but I cut him off. "You want to give him a title? Fine. You want to hand him the keys? Sure. But don't expect me to train him like some assistant. I don't mentor lazy. I don't reward entitlement." Dad's voice was ice. "Watch your tone." I looked him straight in the eye. "Watch your judgment." Then I left. I didn't quit. Not yet. But from that moment on, I stopped giving a damn. For the next 2 weeks, I let Tyler run things. I stopped correcting his mistakes. I stopped reminding him about deadlines or chasing vendors when he forgot to follow up or warning him about common client quirks. I let the chips fall. And boy, did they. 2 shipments were late. One vendor nearly canceled a contract due to botched communication. Our warehouse team started making more errors, not out of malice, just confusion from Tyler's conflicting orders and half-baked efficiency hacks. Still, my dad wouldn't budge. Every mistake was met with, "He's learning," or "It's just part of the process." It all came to a head during a quarterly review with one of our biggest clients, Franklin & Brooks. They're an apparel company with multiple warehouses and a high volume of seasonal inventory. They've been with us for 7 years. Loyal. High maintenance, but loyal. Tyler offered to lead the call. Dad thought it was a good idea, a chance to show leadership. I stayed quiet. The call was a disaster. Tyler fumbled every metric. He didn't have the updated numbers, hadn't reviewed the Q2 trends, and misquoted our capacity. Worse, when the client asked about an urgent backorder issue, he stammered something vague about supply chain turbulence, and then, God help me, blamed the client's own input errors. I watched the client's rep go from confused to offended in under a minute. I jumped in to patch things up, but the damage was done. The client ended the call early, saying we'd need to follow up with someone more familiar with the account. Afterward, Tyler was all smiles. Not bad, right? Bit rocky, but I think they liked my tone. I didn't respond. Later that day, my dad pulled me aside. You undermined him. What? You stepped in during the call. That makes him look weak. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. He is weak. And if I hadn't stepped in, we'd have lost them. Dad crossed his arms. You're being petty, Nate. I expected more. That was it. The breaking point. All the years. All the sweat. The long nights. The loyalty. It had all been reduced to me being petty. I looked at him, and for the first time, I felt absolutely nothing. No anger. No sadness. Just a cold clarity. You told me the door was always open, I said quietly. Dad blinked. What does that mean? I just nodded. You want your golden boy to run the show? Then let him. Let's see how long he lasts when I'm not there to catch him. But even that wasn't the final betrayal. No, the final twist came 2 days later, when I opened the internal payroll dashboard by habit and noticed something strange. My bonus, my earned quarterly bonus, was missing. I checked again. Nothing. Just a note under my name. Deferred pending role review. I sat there in silence. Then I scrolled to Tyler's profile. He had a bonus. Higher than mine. That was the moment something inside me broke. And that's where everything changed. Because if they wanted to play games, they had no idea just how dangerous it was to burn the bridge while I was still standing on it. But I'll tell you what I did next in a moment. First, I want you to see exactly how it all fell apart. Because after that betrayal, I didn't just leave. I made sure they remembered what it cost to push me out. And trust me, they felt it. You'd think I would have stormed out that day, slammed the door, thrown my access badge on my dad's desk, made a dramatic exit with the whole office watching. I didn't. I walked out of that building like it was any other Tuesday. Calm. Quiet. I even smiled at the front desk receptionist on the way out. Because deep down, I knew I wasn't just leaving a job. I was walking away from a rigged game, one I'd been tricked into playing for years. But don't get it twisted, I didn't feel strong. I felt hollow. I spent the next 3 days in a daze, barely eating, barely sleeping. I'd sit on the edge of my bed with my phone in one hand, staring at old spreadsheets and client contact lists I no longer had a reason to open. I kept replaying conversations in my head. Every comment my dad made that I'd shrugged off. Every time I covered for Tyler thinking it was the right thing. Every little betrayal I missed while I was too busy proving myself to a man who'd already made up his mind. I didn't tell anyone what happened at first. Not even my friends. Abby, my sister, texted me asking why I hadn't shown up at work, but I ignored it. She worked in marketing for another company across town and had always stayed neutral in family stuff. I didn't know whose side she was on. Maybe she didn't even know there were sides. But after day 4, I couldn't sit in that silence anymore. I needed to move. Do something. Anything. So I went for a walk. Just around the block. No music. No destination. Just air. And that's when it happened. I bumped into Sean. Sean was a vendor rep I used to work with, small inventory tech firm we used for a while before we switched providers. He was sharp, detail-oriented, and one of the few vendor reps I actually liked dealing with. We hadn't talked in almost a year. Nate, he said. Man, you look like you saw a ghost. I laughed. I probably am a ghost now. He gave me a look. You good? I hesitated for a second, then told him the truth. All of it. I don't know why. Maybe because I didn't owe him anything. Maybe because I just needed to get it out. We ended up standing on the corner for almost 20 minutes, just talking. He didn't interrupt, didn't try to spin it. Just listened. And then he said something I didn't expect. You ever think of going solo? I blinked. What do you mean? Consulting. Systems optimization. You've got the chops. I remember how you ran that facility. You saved our butt twice in 1 quarter. I shrugged. Yeah, but you're just free now, he cut in. No politics. No nepotism. You know how rare that is. I didn't say anything. Not because I disagreed, but because, for the first time in days, I saw a door that hadn't been slammed in my face. That night, I sat at my kitchen table with my laptop, opened a new doc, and titled it, Nate Winters, Logistics Optimization Consulting. It was just a draft, an outline, bullet points, but it felt like breathing after being underwater too long. The next morning, I bought a domain name, threw together a simple website, basic stuff, who I was, what I offered, case studies from my time at the company, carefully worded, no names mentioned, and a contact form. I set up a business email, a LinkedIn update, and made a spreadsheet of potential clients, Smaller operations I remembered from trade shows, cold leads we never converted, vendors I'd dealt with who might still remember me. It was slow. The first week, nothing. I kept checking the inbox like some desperate teenager waiting for a text back. But I told myself, stay patient. On day 9, I got a ping. Subject, potential collaboration opportunity. It was from a guy named Lenny, operations manager at a mid-sized furniture distributor I'd met at a conference 3 years ago. We'd talked shop over drinks once and swapped cards. I barely remembered him, but he remembered me. We're growing fast, his email read, and our current inventory system is falling apart. I saw your update on LinkedIn. You free for a call? I stared at the screen, then smiled. Just a little. We set up a Zoom call that Friday. I wore a decent shirt, combed my hair, even printed out a few notes like I used to before board meetings. When the call started, Lenny looked frazzled. Papers everywhere, phone buzzing every few minutes. I'm losing my mind over here, he said. Our warehouse in Ohio just lost track of 2,000 SKUs. We've got returns backing up in Michigan, and I swear our system still thinks we're running Windows XP. I chuckled. You're not alone. Most growing companies hit that wall eventually. He leaned in. So what would you do? I walked him through it, step by step. Mapping workflows, identifying choke points, assessing upgrade paths that didn't require burning the whole system down. I kept it simple, clear, actionable. By the end of the call, he exhaled. Man, you speak my language. 3 days later, I had my first client. 1-month contract. Modest pay, but enough to prove I wasn't crazy. And just like that, I was back in the game. Over the next 6 weeks, I kept building. 1 client turned into 2, then 3. Word of mouth spread. I didn't have a huge roster, but I didn't need one. I wasn't chasing volume. I was targeting the sweet spot. Companies that were too small for full-time ops experts, but too big to keep winging it. I worked from my apartment. My schedule was my own. I made coffee at noon and wore hoodies to client calls. And I was happy. But the best part? No one could take it away from me. No dad breathing down my neck. No brother rewriting my job description. No fake titles or realignment meetings. Just me. My skills. My value. And as I rebuilt, I started hearing whispers. One of my former coworkers messaged me on LinkedIn. You doing okay? Heard things are getting messy over there. I replied casually. All good on my end. Why? What's going on? He sent a message back. Tyler tried to implement some new agile structure in the warehouse. No one understands it. Half the team's thinking about quitting. I didn't respond. Just stared at the message for a while, then went back to work. But it kept happening. Another text from an old vendor. Weird question. Is there a reason your brother keeps calling me about RFID upgrades he doesn't understand? And then, an email from an old client. We were hoping to speak with you about a potential contract, but your brother said you weren't with the company anymore. Any chance you're available for private consulting? Private consulting. That's when it clicked. Tyler had tried to replace me. My dad had let him. But neither of them had thought this far ahead. They didn't realize I was the business's brain. And now I was out here, building something better, smarter, cleaner. I didn't need to tear them down. They were doing that just fine on their own. All I had to do was keep rising. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't watching. Waiting. Because I knew it was coming, the collapse. The moment they'd realize what they'd lost. And when it came, I wasn't going to gloat. I was going to smile. Quietly. Like I always had. Because revenge doesn't always need fireworks. Sometimes, it just needs you to leave. But don't worry. I haven't told you the best part yet. Because the moment everything really fell apart for them, that's still coming. And trust me, you're going to want to hear what happened next. I never planned to get revenge. Not at first. When I left, I didn't storm out swearing to burn the place down. I just walked away, wounded but done. I had no grand plan to bring the company to its knees or to make Tyler pay. All I wanted was distance. Freedom. A clean break. But sometimes, revenge doesn't come from rage. It comes from clarity. And once I saw things clearly, once I realized what they took from me and how fragile their house of cards really was, I stopped trying to be the bigger person. I didn't want to destroy them. I just wanted to remind them who they pushed out. It started with a wedding invitation. 6 weeks after I landed my 4th client, I got a pale blue envelope in the mail. Handwritten. No return address. Inside was a thick cardstock invitation to an engagement party. Tyler and some girl I'd never met, Brielle. Apparently, he'd gotten engaged. Apparently, the family had known for a while. I hadn't been told. The invitation was addressed, Nathaniel Winters and guest. Real formal, real neutral, as if I hadn't spent the last decade making sacrifices for that family. As if I was just another distant relative they were obligated to invite. I stared at it for a long time. The handwriting wasn't Tyler's. It was my mother's. I texted Abby. "Did you know Tyler's getting married?" She replied almost instantly. "Yeah, it's been chaos. Brielle's dad is loaded. Whole thing's turning into a circus." I waited a minute. "You going?" "I kind of have to. Mom's been guilt-tripping me. You know how it is." "Yeah, I did." But that text from Abby? It unlocked something I hadn't realized I'd been waiting for. Because if Brielle's dad was loaded, and this wedding was a circus, then the cracks were about to get a whole lot wider. I asked Abby to coffee. We met up at a quiet cafe on the edge of town, the kind with mismatched chairs and chalkboard menus. She looked tired, like she'd been stuck between everyone for weeks. I got straight to the point. "So, how bad is it?" She raised an eyebrow. "You mean the wedding planning or the business?" "Both." She sighed. "Tyler's spiraling. He's hiring people we can't afford, making decisions without consulting Dad. Morale's tanking. I heard 2 more managers quit last week. One of them told HR he couldn't take orders from someone who thought Wi-Fi was a shipping code." I almost choked on my coffee. She went on. "And Mom's in full damage control mode. She's trying to make this wedding a power move. Like if everything looks perfect, people won't ask questions." I leaned in. "What about Brielle's family? They're old money. Country club types. Her dad owns a chain of hotels. He thinks Tyler's some brilliant young executive." She rolled her eyes. "Which is why Mom's pretending everything at the company is fine." I sat back. Let it all soak in. Then I smiled. Not big. Not dramatic. Just a quiet smile. Because I finally saw the pressure point. They'd built a lie. A glittering, over-polished lie. Tyler was the golden child, the heir to the throne, the genius businessman marrying into wealth. And that illusion depended on one thing: no one looking too closely. If I wanted revenge, I didn't need to sabotage anything. I just needed to nudge. Let gravity do the rest. But I wasn't going to go in blind. I started digging. Quietly. I didn't have access to internal files anymore, but I didn't need them. I had contacts. People who trusted me. Warehouse leads. Former vendors. Clients who'd left quietly, annoyed but polite. I reached out under the guise of checking in, consulting, referrals, market research. What I found confirmed everything Abby said. Tyler had been restructuring the company on paper, moving departments under different names to make the org chart look impressive. He'd convinced my dad to sign off on flashy modernization projects, a new cloud platform that no one knew how to use, an outsourced customer service team in another time zone, even talks of moving warehouse space to a more prestigious zip code for optics. Meanwhile, client complaints were piling up. Missed shipments, mishandled returns, bad data. He'd lost 2 regional contracts already, quietly, but not quietly enough. And yet, the image remained intact. Online, the company still looked solid. The website was slick. Tyler was posting motivational LinkedIn updates with buzzwords like legacy, innovation, and family first. It was all smoke and mirrors. And the wedding? The wedding was the grand stage. I learned through Abby that Brielle's father, Charles Renner, was planning to invest in the company after the honeymoon. A strategic partnership, she said. But the deal wasn't signed yet. Renner wanted to see a final quarterly report. Proof that the company was stable. He was due to visit the week before the wedding. That's when I knew this was my window, and I wasn't going to waste it. First, I made a list of every vendor and client I knew had been burned by Tyler in the past 3 months. Then I cross-referenced it with contacts who had reached out to me for consulting or had expressed frustration with the company after I left. I sent out polite, professional emails. Nothing inflammatory. Just this. "Hi. I hope this finds you well. I understand there may have been recent changes at Winters Logistics. I'm currently offering transitional support for clients navigating supply chain disruptions and operational restructuring. If you or anyone in your network could benefit from a stability audit or systems review, I'd be happy to chat." Neutral, helpful, innocent. But the timing? Devastating. Over the next 2 weeks, I booked 6 exploratory calls for turned into contracts. One of them, a medium-sized client Tyler had just pitched to, emailed me directly. "Thank you for reaching out. Honestly, we were having second thoughts about working with your brother's team. Let's talk." That one made me pause, because I hadn't mentioned Tyler in my email. People were starting to talk. I also quietly updated my website with a new service, Vendor Transition Advisory, aimed at helping businesses smoothly disengage from underperforming logistics partners and restructure their supply chain. I didn't name names, but I didn't have to. The ripple had started, but I wasn't done. I needed someone inside. Someone close enough to the chaos to confirm what I suspected, but not so close they'd be scared to talk. And that's when I remembered Carla. Carla had been my assistant for 2 years. Smart, organized, fiercely loyal. She left the company 3 weeks after I did. No announcement, no fanfare. I heard from a former coworker that she'd gone back to school part-time. I reached out. We met at a cafe far from town. She wore glasses now. Said she'd been doing online courses in data analytics. I bought her coffee and asked her, straight up, how bad is it in there? She laughed. A bitter, tired laugh. Then she told me everything. The real numbers were worse than anyone knew. Tyler had been hiding losses by misclassifying expenses. Client churn was up 17% quarter over quarter. The new customer service team wasn't logging issues correctly, which meant some support tickets had gone unresolved for weeks. And the worst part? The team knew. They all knew. They just couldn't say anything. Because any complaint got brushed off as resistance to innovation. And Dad, he barely showed up anymore. He let Tyler run the show while he played golf with Brielle's father and talked about legacy. I asked her one more question. Do you still have access to the old KPI dashboard? She smiled. Not directly, but I saved a backup. Just in case. I felt my heart skip. She pulled out a flash drive. I didn't ask why she brought it. She just knew. We left the cafe an hour later. I didn't tell her what I was planning. But before she got in her car, she looked at me and said, whatever you do, make it count. I went home, plugged in the drive. The data was gold. Every missed shipment, every delayed response, every financial discrepancy from the last 2 quarters. It wasn't illegal yet, but it was sloppy, amateur, and deeply embarrassing for a company trying to impress a multi-millionaire investor. I created a report. Clean, professional, charts, summaries, metrics. No attacks, just facts. I titled it, Operational Audit, Risk Factors in Q3, Q4 Implementation. Then I printed one copy, bound it, black cover, white label, and waited. The engagement party was a week away. I wasn't going to crash it, but someone else was going to receive that report, someone who mattered a whole lot more than my parents or Tyler, Charles Renner, and I knew exactly how to get it in his hands. But I'll tell you how I did it in a moment, because this was the calm before the storm. I didn't show up to the engagement party. That wasn't the kind of revenge I wanted, loud, dramatic, filled with gasps and champagne spills. I wasn't going to cause a scene or make a speech. This wasn't about attention. It was about consequence. And consequence, when done right, doesn't need a spotlight. It just needs timing. The morning of the party, I took the black-bound report I'd printed, Operational Audit, Risk Factors in Q3, Q4 Implementation, and walked into the front lobby of the Renner & Cole corporate office downtown. I wasn't dressed to impress. Just a navy button-down and jeans. Casual, clean, confident. The receptionist barely glanced up. Do you have an appointment? Nope, I said with a smile. But this is for Charles Renner. It's about his future investment in Winters Logistics. He'll want to read it before tonight's party. She started to say something, then hesitated when I set the report down on the counter. The label was sleek. Professional. My name was nowhere on the front. Just the words, prepared for Charles Renner, private and confidential. I didn't wait for a response. I just nodded politely and walked out. I didn't know if Renner would actually read it. But I knew what kind of man he was, reputation conscious, surgically precise, and allergic to embarrassment. If someone handed him a report suggesting his future son-in-law was running a crumbling company built on lies, he'd at least glance at it. And that's all I needed. That night, I stayed home, made pasta, opened a bottle of wine. Abby texted me mid-evening. You didn't come. Didn't feel like celebrating. Something happened. I don't know what, but Renner left early. Dad looked like he'd swallowed a brick. You'll find out soon enough, I replied. And she would. They all would. Because the party wasn't the end. It was just the crack in the dam. 3 days later, I got the first confirmation. One of my old warehouse managers, Chris, messaged me on LinkedIn. Tyler's having a meltdown. You hear anything about an investor pulling out? I smiled at the screen for a second before typing. Nope. Just sounds like bad leadership. Turns out, Renner had read the report. All of it. According to Abby, who later gave me the full rundown over drinks, he didn't say a word to my parents at the party. Not one word. He smiled politely, made his rounds, posed for photos, and then slipped away before the cake. The next morning, he called a meeting with Tyler and my dad. Brought his legal team. No one knew what was said behind closed doors, but the fallout was immediate. The strategic partnership was canceled. The wedding was postponed indefinitely. And within the week, Brielle moved out of the condo my dad had leased for them. I would have felt bad if Tyler hadn't spent months stepping on everyone on his way up the ladder he never built. But it didn't stop there. Renner didn't just walk away, he talked. Quietly, of course. Discreetly. But the kinds of conversations billionaires have over golf or scotch in corner offices spread fast. And when someone like Renner expresses doubt about a company's integrity, people listen. That quarter, Winter's Logistics lost 4 more contracts. 3 of them were companies Renner had personal connections with. Within a month, the spiral began. Clients started pulling out. Vendors demanded tighter terms. Employees, the ones who'd been hanging on for stability, started jumping ship. Carla forwarded me a photo from the office parking lot. Empty. The loading dock, once buzzing with forklifts and trucks, was still as a graveyard. And Tyler? Well, Tyler did what Tyler always did when things got hard. He blamed everyone else. He blamed the staff for resisting innovation. He blamed Dad for not backing him strongly enough. He blamed the market, inflation, tech disruptions, and even, in an email that leaked to several ex-employees, me. Apparently, I had poisoned the well by spreading lies and manipulating vendors. The irony? I never said a single untrue thing. I just showed people what was already there. Eventually, Dad tried to regain control. He came back into the office full-time, tried to meet with clients personally, tried to smooth things over. But it was too late. His legacy had a name, and that name was Tyler. That name was now mud. Abby told me our parents stopped mentioning me in conversation. Like I'd become a ghost. Not an enemy. Not a traitor. Just inconvenient. A reminder of the path not taken. But something else happened, too. People reached out. Former employees who'd left or been pushed out. Small business owners I'd helped when no one else did. Clients who remembered me fixing problems at midnight, driving across town to personally deliver a misrouted shipment, catching errors that could have cost them thousands. One day I got an email from an old client, a local electronics distributor, who said, "We never realized how much you were doing behind the scenes. Wish we'd told you that sooner." That one stayed with me, because that was all I ever wanted, really. Not power, not revenge, just recognition. And now, I had it. Not from the people who shared my blood, but from the ones who'd seen my worth long before I saw it myself. My consulting firm kept growing. Slowly, steadily. I brought Carlo on part-time, then full-time. I hired 2 assistants. Started offering training programs. Wrote a short guidebook on logistics systems that started making the rounds in small business circles. And one morning, I got an email from a university. They wanted me to guest lecture for their operations management course. "Your story is unique," the professor wrote, "and your insights could help our students understand what leadership really looks like." I almost didn't respond. But then I remembered all those years I spent cleaning up behind someone else, pretending that was leadership. I smiled and wrote back. The last I heard of Tyler, he was trying to start a podcast. Something about next-gen entrepreneurship. I don't know if it ever launched. And honestly, I don't care. Because when he looks in the mirror, I hope he remembers that he had everything handed to him and lost it. And when my dad locks the doors to that warehouse for the last time, I hope he thinks back to the day he called me bitter. Because I wasn't bitter. I was done. And I walked out before the fire started. Now I'm building something they can't touch. And every time I sign a new client, train a young entrepreneur, or teach a class, I remember one thing. The door they pushed me out of was the same one I walked through to build a better life. It all started a few months after my Aunt Lydia passed away. I'm Jake, 32 years old, and for most of my life, I've kept to myself. I'm not the loudest voice in the room. I've never liked drama. I work in cybersecurity, which means I spend more time with code than people, and I'm okay with that. But life has this way of dragging you into the mud, no matter how clean you try to live. And sometimes, that mud has your last name. Aunt Lydia wasn't just rich. She was clever, private, and tough as nails. She never married, never had kids, and for as long as I can remember, she always treated me like I was her own. When my mom, Diane, would guilt trip her about favoritism, Lydia would just say, "Jake listens. Jake cares. The rest of you take." She wasn't wrong. Lydia had this old colonial-style house on the edge of town. 2 stories, ivy-covered, wraparound porch, hardwood everything. It sat on 3 acres of land. Gated, quiet, beautiful. She called it her sanctuary. My brother, Ryan, used to joke that he'd flip it for $500,000 one day, and Lydia would just roll her eyes and change the subject. Ryan was loud, brash, and always looking for the easy route to big money. If there was a shortcut, he'd find it. If there was a handout, he'd take it. And if there was someone to manipulate, especially family, he had no shame. Lydia passed away peacefully in her sleep at 81. The funeral was small, just a handful of close friends, a couple of extended family members, and, of course, my mother and brother. Ryan barely held it together during the reading of the will. He fidgeted like a kid at the DMV, whispering to Mom every 2 minutes. He was certain he was about to become a millionaire. Instead, Lydia left everything to me. Not just the house. Her entire estate. Every stock, every bond, every asset. Her lawyer, Mr. Whitmore, read it all out loud. Ryan's jaw unhinged. My mom, well, she didn't even try to hide her fury. "This has to be a mistake," she said, standing up like it was a PDA meeting and not a legal proceeding. Lydia wouldn't do that to her own family. Mr. Whitmore calmly adjusted his glasses. "She did. And she was quite thorough. This isn't something that can be contested." Ryan muttered something under his breath, and I just sat there, stunned. I hadn't expected to be left with all of it. I thought maybe she'd split things between the 3 of us, or even donate most of it. But after everything, she'd trusted me. The thing is, I knew my family well. I knew this wasn't over, not by a long shot. So instead of moving into the house and celebrating, I did something else. I created an irrevocable trust. The house, the investments, everything, tucked neatly inside a legal fortress. I still lived in the house, sure, but on paper, I didn't own it. The trust did. And that trust had clear instructions, including who would take over if anything happened to me. It wasn't paranoia. It was preparation. The first few weeks, Mom and Ryan were quiet. Too quiet. I got a couple of passive-aggressive texts. Things like, "Hope you're enjoying the money you didn't earn," and Lydia must have really lost her mind at the end. I ignored them. I figured they'd get bored and move on. Then I started noticing cars idling outside the gate. Once, I came home and saw Ryan standing just outside the property line, hands in his pockets, staring at the house like he was trying to memorize every inch of it. I didn't confront him. Just watched from the upstairs window, heart thudding, already making a mental list of things I'd need to tighten. Surveillance footage. Insurance. Locks. But then it got bolder. Mom showed up one Sunday with Ryan, holding a manila envelope and a smug little smile. "We've had the deed transferred," she said, like she was telling me the casserole was in the oven. "You're out by Monday." I blinked. "You what?" Ryan stepped forward, grinning like a man who'd just won a poker game with a royal flush. "It's done. The deed is in my name now. Sorry, bro." I didn't even get mad. I just leaned against the porch post, crossed my arms, and gave them a little smirk. "You really think I didn't plan for this?" They looked at each other, confused. My mom's smile faltered for a split second. "Enjoy your day," I said, walking back inside and locking the door behind me. The next 48 hours were oddly calm. Too calm. I went about my routine, made coffee, worked from home, even took the dog for a walk down the wooded path behind the property. But I could feel the tension building like a storm cloud hanging just out of reach. Then, on Wednesday morning, I looked out the window and saw the moving truck. Ryan stepped out wearing sunglasses, his phone to his ear, probably live-streaming his victory. My mom followed behind him with a tote bag, looking like she was walking into a country club. And behind them, 2 guys from the moving company, lifting boxes labeled Mom's China and Ryan's office. I stayed on the porch, calm as ever, sipping coffee. And then they saw him. Mr. Whitmore, in his pressed gray suit, holding a black leather folder, standing beside me like the angel of paperwork. Ryan stopped in his tracks. His smile vanished. My mom's mouth opened, then closed again like a goldfish. The 2 movers looked between us, unsure whether to keep going or drop everything and run. "You're trespassing," Mr. Whitmore said, matter of fact. And this house is protected under an irrevocable trust. That trust cannot be modified, sold, or transferred by anyone but the trustee. That's Jake. You have no legal claim. And if you attempt to enter the premises, we'll proceed with criminal charges for fraud and attempted theft. Ryan turned red. Not angry red. Embarrassed red. Like he'd just walked into a job interview with toilet paper stuck to his shoe. Mom looked at me, and for the first time in years, I saw something behind her eyes that wasn't contempt. It was fear, and that's when something in me shifted. Not because they were being put in their place, but because I realized just how far they'd go. This wasn't over. They weren't going to back down. They were going to try again. And next time, it might not be with fake deeds and moving trucks. It might be worse. And I was ready, but I hadn't told them yet. Because I had one more surprise waiting. One more piece of paper in that folder. And when they saw what it was, they'd know just how badly they had underestimated me. Mr. Whitmore didn't even need to raise his voice. That man had the quiet authority of a judge on verdict day. He calmly opened the folder, revealing a stack of papers, each one neatly labeled with sticky notes and tabs. My mom leaned in as if she could read them from 10 feet away, and Ryan stepped forward again, but Whitmore simply held up one hand. "Don't," he said. "You've already made one legal mistake this week." Ryan looked like a balloon that had been overinflated with hot air and then pinched at the neck. His chest puffed out, fists clenched at his sides, but no words came. He glanced at Mom, waiting for her to step in like she always did, but even she was quiet now. She was staring at the folder like it had fangs. I didn't say anything either. I just sat down in one of the porch chairs and watched the scene unfold, coffee in hand, heart finally slowing. Then Whitmore flipped to a specific page and read aloud. "This house and the surrounding property, including the private road and the gate, are not in Jake's name. They are owned by the Lydia Everhart Legacy Trust, which was established 3 weeks after Lydia's passing. Jake is the sole trustee, with no power to liquidate or transfer any part of the trust outside its guidelines. The trust is irrevocable and was filed with the county and state. Any attempts to modify ownership, including forgery, are prosecutable." He looked up. "That includes the fake deed transfer you filed, Mr. Ryan." The silence was thick. Even the movers, who had just unloaded a box labeled Ryan's Man Cave, stopped and slowly placed it back into the truck. One of them muttered something like, "Man, I ain't paid enough for this," and walked around to the driver's side. Mom finally broke the silence. "You're lying. This is some trick. Lydia wouldn't. She'd never lock the house like that. She trusted family." "Lydia," Whitmore replied, with the calmness of a man who'd read hundreds of wills, trusted Jake. And after reviewing her journals and her formal letter of intent, which I also have in this folder, she made it clear that she foresaw this exact situation. He turned to me, then back to them. She didn't just predict this. She planned for it. Ryan's voice cracked. "That's not fair. We're her family. I deserve something." And there it was. The word that always showed its face sooner or later with Ryan. Deserve. As if existence alone was enough to earn him a 6-bedroom estate and $250,000 in stocks. As if decades of disrespect and manipulation could be wiped away with a last name. "You deserve jail time for filing forged documents," Whitmore said, flipping to another page. "But Jake has chosen not to pursue criminal charges yet. That can change." I saw Ryan's jaw work like he wanted to say something clever, but the words never landed. He turned to Mom, expecting her to jump in with righteous fury, but she was already on her phone, scrolling furiously, trying to find something to prove this wasn't real, something to undo it. But she wasn't going to find it. I stood up slowly, stepped down the porch, and walked toward them. Calm. Measured. I was done playing defense. "I know what you tried to do," I said, my voice quieter than I expected, but firm. "And I know you think this house is some kind of prize to be claimed. But it's not a trophy. It's not a flipping opportunity. This place mattered to Lydia. And whether you believe it or not, she didn't want it ending up in your hands." Ryan sneered. "Why? Because I wouldn't turn it into a shrine like you?" Lydia didn't care about all this. She had money sitting around for years. She didn't even enjoy it. She enjoyed the quiet, I said, my voice rising slightly. She enjoyed not having to deal with leeches. She enjoyed being left alone. And she left it to me because she knew I'd protect it. He scoffed. "So what? Now you're the gatekeeper of the family legacy." "No," I said. "I'm the gatekeeper of her legacy. And you're not family. Not the kind that matters. Something in Ryan's face twitched. A vein pulsed near his temple, and for a moment I thought he might lunge. But instead, he shook his head, laughed bitterly, and turned away. Mom finally spoke again, her voice like cold steel. You'll regret this, Jake. You think you're above us now, but you're not. Blood doesn't forget. One day you'll need help. One day you'll be alone. I nodded, slowly. Maybe. But I'd rather be alone than surrounded by people waiting to stab me the second my back's turned. She didn't reply. She just walked back to the car, Ryan trailing behind her like a scolded child. The movers didn't say a word. They repacked the 2 boxes they'd unloaded, shrugged at me, and drove off without another glance. But the peace didn't last long. That night, my phone started blowing up. Emails, messages, a letter sent by courier, a voicemail from someone claiming to be an estate reassignment officer, which was nonsense. It became clear that they weren't done, they were regrouping. And worse, I found out Ryan had tried to talk to someone at the county registrar's office, tried to explain how the trust had been formed under duress and how he, as the rightful heir, needed access to Lydia's full portfolio. They were getting desperate, and desperation can be dangerous. I started reviewing the security footage more often. I had cameras installed at every corner of the property, with cloud backups. I notified the trust's attorney and asked Whitmore to remain on call for the foreseeable future. But more than anything, I began preparing for what I knew was coming. The next move. Because people like Ryan and my mother don't take no as a final answer. They take it as a challenge. And sure enough, 3 nights later, just past 11 p.m., I heard something on the front porch. A soft thump, like a boot hitting wood. I turned off the TV and stood, heart suddenly pounding again. But I didn't reach for the light. I just picked up my phone, pulled up the security app, and tapped the live feed. And there they were. Mom, Ryan, a third guy I didn't recognize, standing just outside the door. And Ryan was holding something in his hand. Something metal. My thumb hovered over the screen. Because this time, they weren't trying to lie. They were trying to break in. I didn't move right away. Just stood there in the dark, heart hammering in my ears, watching them on the screen. Ryan was pacing like a dog at the edge of a fence, holding what looked like a crowbar or maybe a tire iron. Mom stood behind him, arms folded tight, her mouth moving rapidly, clearly giving orders, like this was some kind of tactical operation and not a felony. The third guy, he gave me a chill I couldn't explain. He was big, broad shoulders, heavy set, and unlike Ryan, he didn't look nervous. Just calm. Too calm. He wore a hoodie, hood up, and he wasn't looking at the house. He was looking directly at the security camera, like he knew where it was. I backed away from the screen and reached for my side table. Inside was the small safe I kept for situations like this. Nothing too dramatic, just a legal firearm I was licensed to carry and a taser. I didn't want to escalate anything, but I wasn't stupid either. I'd lived in Lydia's house for almost 8 months now, and in all that time, I'd never once felt unsafe. Not until tonight. As I quietly moved toward the front door, I tapped the security alert that I'd had set up with the county sheriff's office, just in case. One push, and the system would automatically ping local dispatch with GPS coordinates and video feed access. I never thought I'd actually use it. But here we were. Back on the screen, I saw Ryan kneel by the front door and start fiddling with something, probably the lock. He wasn't great with tools, but I knew he had friends who were. Or maybe this third guy was the one who knew his way around a deadbolt. I hesitated. Not because I was afraid. Because I was angry. Angry that they would stoop this low. Angry that after everything, after the will, the trust, the forged deed, the moving truck, they were still trying to force their way into something that wasn't theirs. Angry that they couldn't accept no for an answer. I opened the door. Just a crack. Enough to let the motion sensor light kick on and bathe the porch in that cold, fluorescent glow. All 3 of them froze. Ryan scrambled to stand, the tool in his hand clattering to the floor. Mom took a step back, her face drained of color. And the big guy, he didn't flinch, but I saw his eyes narrow just slightly. I didn't say anything at first, just stood there, letting the silence stretch long and heavy. Then, calmly, I said, "You've got 5 seconds to get off my porch before the police arrive." Ryan's voice cracked. "You wouldn't call the cops on your own brother." "I didn't," I said. "I called them on 3 trespassers. Doesn't matter what your names are." Mom tried to speak, but I cut her off. You've already tried lying. You've tried stealing. You even tried faking legal documents. And now you're breaking and entering with a guy who looks like he gets paid in cash and silence. You're not family anymore. You're a threat. I raised you, she snapped, stepping forward. You ungrateful little. I raised myself, I said louder now. You were never there. Lydia was. And now you're mad that she saw through you. Behind them, I could hear sirens in the distance. Faint, but getting closer. The third guy, the stranger, turned to Ryan and muttered something. Probably something like, "We need to go." But Ryan wasn't leaving. He was shaking. Not with fear, he was shaking with rage. "You think you're better than us now?" he shouted. "With your stupid little papers and your security system and your holier-than-thou attitude?" I didn't respond. I just stared at him. Calm. Silent. Letting him unravel. "You don't deserve this place," he yelled. "You don't deserve any of it. You're a boring, uptight little freak who hid behind Aunt Lydia because you couldn't make it in the real world." He stepped forward again, and for a moment, I saw it. That flash in his eyes. That line he was thinking about crossing. But then the blue and red lights hit the treetops. Then the driveway. Then the porch. And just like that, everything changed. The third guy backed away instantly, hands up. Smart. The cruiser screeched to a halt, doors flying open. Two deputies stepped out, guns low but drawn, barking commands. Mom raised her hands. Ryan froze. I didn't say a word. I just stepped out of the doorway, hands visible, and pointed at the dropped crowbar on the porch. "That's theirs," I said. "So is the attempted break-in." The officers moved fast. Within a minute, Ryan was cuffed and sitting on the edge of the porch, still yelling about how this was a family misunderstanding. Mom kept saying it was all a mistake and that they just came to talk. The third guy didn't say a word, just let himself be led to the car, calm as ever. But here's the thing. The real surprise wasn't the police. It wasn't even the trust. It was the folder Mr. Whitmore left on the coffee table that morning, just in case. Because inside that folder was a recording. A recording Lydia made 6 months before she died. Her voice, her words, her final message to me, and to them. And tomorrow morning, I plan to play it. For everyone. In court. The next morning, I showed up at the courthouse alone, dressed in a simple black jacket and slacks, folder in hand. I didn't need a lawyer today. This wasn't a trial. It was a preliminary hearing to determine whether criminal charges for attempted fraud, trespassing, and attempted unlawful entry would proceed to formal prosecution. But it was also my moment. My one shot to make everything plain. To show everyone exactly what had happened. No denials. No gaslighting. Just facts. Ryan and my mother arrived 15 minutes late. Ryan in a wrinkled button-up, trying to look put together but failing miserably. Mom wore a beige blazer over a tight-fitting dress that might have passed for respectable if her face didn't look like she'd spent the night grinding her teeth into dust. Their lawyer, a smug, fast-talking type named Preston, greeted the clerk with a smile, then turned to me with a nod like we were coworkers or old neighbors. "Jake," he said, extending his hand. "Glad we could settle this like family today." I didn't shake it, just looked at him and said, "You might want to hear what's in the folder before you finish that sentence." He laughed politely and went to sit with them at the table. I took a seat near the front row, and when Judge Hamilton entered, everyone stood. He was an older man with a slow, commanding presence, the kind of judge you couldn't charm, out-talk, or intimidate. He'd seen everything, and he wasn't impressed by theatrics. After the bailiff read the charges and the usual formalities were out of the way, Judge Hamilton leaned back in his chair and looked down at the documents in front of him. "So we have an allegation of attempted fraudulent property transfer, trespassing, and unlawful entry," he said. "Counselor, your clients claim this was a misunderstanding. Is that correct?" Preston stood up, buttoned his jacket, and began speaking with the kind of polished ease that only comes from 1,000 courtroom performances. "Yes, Your Honor. At the heart of this matter is a family disagreement, exacerbated by grief and confusion over an estate. My clients believed they were entitled to access the property in question and had been led to believe that the transfer was, if not finalized, then certainly underway. It was, at most, a miscommunication." The judge raised one eyebrow. "A miscommunication involving a crowbar?" Preston didn't flinch. "My client, Mr. Ryan Callahan, acknowledges that he brought a tool with him, but maintains it was for accessing a shed on the property he believed was his. not for any unlawful entry into the home. Judge Hamilton glanced down at the file again. And the attempt to file a forged deed transfer with the registrar's office? Preston smiled, just barely. Again, Your Honor, that filing was made in the sincere belief that my client was executing a document he had a right to pursue. If there was an error, it was not one made with malicious intent. I finally stood. Your Honor, I said, voice clear and calm. May I submit a piece of evidence? Judge Hamilton gestured for me to approach. I handed the clerk the folder Mr. Whitmore had left me, the one with the audio file Lydia recorded months before her death. Along with it, I submitted a written transcript, signed by Lydia, notarized, and included in the trust paperwork that was already on record. The clerk placed a small speaker on the bench, and Hamilton looked over the paperwork before nodding. We'll allow it. I took my seat again as the courtroom fell silent. And then Lydia's voice filled the room. Jake, if you're hearing this, then it means my instincts were right. I hope they weren't, but I know better. Your mother and your brother, they've always seen people as tools, not as family. You were the only one who never asked me for anything. That's why you're the one I trusted. She took a slow breath, and for a moment, the room felt like she was there again. Sitting by the window in her reading chair, sunlight warming her hands, always sharp as a tack. I want the house to be yours, but I know they'll try to take it. That's why I put it all in the trust. Because they'll try tricks, lies, maybe even threats. You need to protect yourself, Jake. You need to stand your ground. And if they come for you, play this. Let them hear me say it plain. Her voice hardened. Ryan, Diane, if you're hearing this, you need to understand something. You were never entitled to my money. You were never owed this house. You had years to treat me with respect, with kindness, with decency. You chose manipulation, lies, and distance. This estate is not for you. It's not for flipping or selling. It's not a shortcut. It's a gift. For Jake. She paused. And if you can't accept that, then you deserve nothing. The recording ended. The silence afterward was deafening. Preston shifted uncomfortably. Mom looked pale, her hands clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white. Ryan just sat there, motionless, eyes locked on the table in front of him. Judge Hamilton looked down at the transcript again, then slowly removed his glasses and set them on the bench. I've reviewed the trust documents, he said. I've seen the footage of the attempted break-in. And now I've heard the decedent's own words. He turned his gaze toward Ryan and my mother. This was not a miscommunication. This was a deliberate, sustained attempt to defraud the rightful trustee of his property. And when that failed, you attempted to intimidate and illegally enter the home. He leaned forward, voice firm. Mr. Callahan, you are hereby ordered to cease any and all contact with Mr. Jake Callahan, effective immediately. A restraining order will be filed. Mrs. Callahan, the same applies to you. Mom opened her mouth, but he raised his hand. You are lucky criminal charges haven't been formally pressed yet. If you attempt any further contact, that luck will run out. Then he turned to me. Mr. Callahan, you've handled yourself with remarkable restraint. I strongly advise you to maintain the trust as your aunt intended and to remain vigilant. You've done well. I nodded. Thank you, Your Honor. And just like that, it was over. I walked out of the courthouse alone, the morning sun warm on my face, and I felt lighter than I had in months. No shouting. No final confrontation. No need to scream or slam doors. Just the truth. Cold, clear, and documented. Lydia had planned for everything, and I had followed her playbook to the letter. Back at the house, I sat on the porch and stared out at the trees, breathing in the silence. The air felt cleaner somehow. Sharper. Like something had been purged. I knew Ryan and Mom wouldn't give up completely. People like that rarely do. But now, they'd have to operate from the shadows, and I had the law on my side. The cameras stayed up. The locks were reinforced. And Mr. Whitmore remained on retainer. A week later, I got a letter from Ryan's lawyer. Not Preston, someone new. It was a settlement offer. A final attempt to amicably part ways if I gave them a small portion of the estate. Enough for Ryan to start over and for Mom to secure her retirement. I didn't even respond. Some letters deserved to stay unopened. Instead, I called a contractor and started work on renovating Lydia's library into a studio space. I planned to digitize all her journals, catalog her books, and maybe even start writing myself. Stories. Memoirs. Who knows? The house didn't just feel like mine now. It was mine. Not because I held the title. but because I earned it, by fighting for it, by honoring Lydia's trust, and by refusing to let greed rewrite history. One evening, as I sat on the porch with a mug of coffee, I found one of her old journals tucked behind a shelf. Inside was a note, written in her elegant, looping script. "You may be quiet, Jake, but in the end, you're the only one who listened. That's why you'll outlast them. You always were the legacy I wanted." I smiled. For the first time in a long time. Not out of pride, not out of victory, but because I knew. She was right. And finally, the house was quiet again. My name's Evan, I'm 29, and I never thought I'd be the type to write one of these posts. But what happened over the past few months has been gnawing at me, and I guess I just need to tell someone who doesn't know me. The moment that set everything in motion started on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon. I had just finished a call with a client and tossed my phone onto the counter when it started ringing again. Dad. He doesn't usually call in the middle of the day, so I answered. But before I could even say hello, I realized he must not have heard the click when I picked up. There was laughter on the other end, and then his voice, casual but cutting in a way only family can be. He'll never amount to anything. Just a loser living off our name. I froze. It felt like someone had reached through the phone and squeezed my lungs. Then another voice, my mom's, soft and amused, chimed in. "At least he's useful enough to watch the house while we're gone." More laughter. Then the sound of ice clinking in a glass and my dad's voice again. "Yeah, he should be grateful. We could have just rented the place out. He's lucky we even trust him." I didn't hang up right away. I just stood there, listening, my stomach turning into a cold, solid knot. I don't know how long I stayed like that before I quietly pressed the red button on the screen and set the phone down like it had burned me. For a while, I just paced around the living room of the very house they were talking about, my house. Well, technically, I'd bought it 2 years ago with my own money, a place I was proud of because I worked hard to afford it. My parents had been so excited when I told them I was closing on it. At the time, I thought it was genuine pride. I'd invited them to stay with me whenever they wanted, and they took me up on that. They'd been using my house as a kind of base whenever they flew back from their long trips abroad. At first, I liked it. I liked being the good son, the one they could rely on. I told myself that letting them stay here was just my way of giving back for everything they did for me growing up. But as the months passed, I realized their stays were getting longer and more frequent. My pantry would be half empty when they left. My utilities were higher than ever, and every time I mentioned splitting costs, Dad would chuckle and say, "We raised you. You can handle a few bills." I always swallowed my irritation. I didn't want to seem ungrateful, but hearing him say those words, "just a loser living off our name," flipped a switch I didn't know existed. That night, I sat on the edge of my bed staring at the floor until the sun came up. I replayed every conversation, every little jab they'd made in passing. The time Dad laughed when I told him I was stressed about my mortgage and said, "If you can't handle this, maybe you shouldn't own a house." The time Mom told me I should be more like my brother, who always makes the smart moves, even though he still lives rent-free in their old house. The next day, when I got a text from Mom saying they'd extended their Europe trip another week, and "hope you're keeping the place nice for us," something inside me went cold and calm at the same time. For the next few days, I went about my routine like normal, but my mind was spinning quietly behind the scenes. I started pulling documents, looking through files, checking what I owned outright and what was still under financing. I called my realtor just to ask about the market, and when she told me houses in my neighborhood were selling in under 2 weeks for insane prices, I felt my chest tighten with a strange mix of fear and excitement. I didn't tell anyone what I was thinking. Not my brother, not my friends. I kept smiling through our family group chat, sending pictures of the dog, answering questions about the house like nothing was wrong. But every night I stayed up late, cleaning out closets, going through boxes, donating what I didn't need. Each day the house got a little emptier, and each day I felt a little lighter, and a little more like I was doing something dangerous. Then one night, I found myself standing in the middle of my living room, looking around at the space that had been my home, my refuge, and my burden. And I made my decision. I called my realtor back the next morning and said the words I didn't think I'd say so soon. "Let's list it." By the end of the week, the for sale sign was in my yard. I kept it all secret. Every time my parents called from Europe, I made sure the background behind me looked the same. I made up stories about how quiet things were here, how nice it was to have the place to myself. All the while, I was signing papers, fielding offers, and packing up my life into a storage unit. When I accepted an offer, nearly $980,000, more than I'd even hoped for, I didn't feel relief. Not yet. I felt this slow building current of something like power humming just under my skin. I moved out a few days before the closing date. The house was nearly bare when I left, just a few light fixtures and curtains left behind for the new owners. On the kitchen counter, I left one thing: a folded piece of paper with 6 words scrawled across it in black marker. The last night before I handed over the keys, I sat in my car outside the empty house and just stared at it. I imagined my parents coming back from Europe, dragging their suitcases up the driveway, laughing like they always do, expecting everything to be the way they left it. And then I imagined their faces when the key didn't turn. I don't know why that thought made me smile, but it did. I didn't know then just how intense their reaction would be, or how far they'd go once they realized what I'd done. When the day finally came, I was hundreds of miles away, sitting in a quiet coffee shop with my laptop open and my phone face down. The house had officially closed the day before. The keys were no longer mine. The only thing that was still mine was the note I left behind, waiting like a fuse ready to be lit. I didn't have to wait long. At 3:17 p.m., my phone started buzzing. First Mom, then Dad, then Mom again. A string of calls one after the other, relentless, until I switched the phone to silent. Then came the texts, first polite, then confused, then angry. Evan, what is going on? The key isn't working. The house is empty. Empty. Where are you? You better have an explanation. Call us now. I didn't answer. I just sat there, sipping my coffee, watching the messages roll in like waves during a storm. There was something almost surreal about it, like I was watching a movie about someone else's life. Then came the photo. It was a picture of my kitchen counter. And there it was, the note I'd left behind, the one with 6 words written in sharp black marker. The family loser did this. No one texted for about 20 minutes after that. I imagined them just standing there in the empty house, trying to process what they were looking at. When Dad finally called again, I let it go to voicemail. I didn't listen to it until much later that night, when I was alone in my new apartment. His voice was low, tight, and angrier than I'd ever heard it. You had no right to do this. We trusted you. You just humiliated this family. Do you have any idea what this looks like? Call me back immediately. I didn't call back. Instead, I went for a long walk through the quiet streets of my new neighborhood. I kept thinking about that word, humiliated. For years, I'd twisted myself into knots trying to avoid doing exactly that to them. I'd bitten my tongue when they belittled me, smiled when they took advantage of my space, nodded and agreed when they told me how I should be living my life. But the truth was, humiliation had been my shadow for years. I just hadn't realized it until I finally stepped out from under it. When I got back to my apartment, there were already voicemails from my brother too. His were different, calmer, but sharper in a way that cut even deeper. What are you doing, Evan? Mom's been crying all night. Dad's furious. You can't just sell the house out from under them. They needed a place to stay. You're being selfish. Selfish. That word used to sting. Now, it just made me tired. The next day, Mom finally got through to me. I let the phone ring twice before answering, bracing myself. Evan, she said, her voice quivering, how could you do this to us? After everything we've done for you. Something inside me snapped, quietly, not loudly like an explosion, but like a rope that had finally frayed all the way through. You mean after everything I've done for you? I said, my voice steady. I let you live there for free. I took care of everything while you were gone. And you called me a loser for it. There was silence on the other end. Then she said, almost whispering, you weren't supposed to hear that. I did, I said. And I'm done pretending I didn't. She started crying again, saying things like, we didn't mean it. And your father was just joking. But every word just sounded like noise now. When I hung up, I realized my hands were shaking, not from anger this time, but from something else. Relief, maybe. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept replaying the look I imagined on their faces when they realized the house was gone, the way they must have stood in that empty living room staring at the note. But the more I pictured it, the more I realized this wasn't over. They weren't just going to let this go. And I was right. Over the next week, the calls didn't stop. If anything, they got worse. Dad started leaving long, furious voicemails about family loyalty and respect. Mom sent texts saying they were thinking of taking legal action, though I knew they couldn't. I had done everything by the book. But what got to me wasn't the anger. It was how quickly the narrative flipped. Suddenly, I wasn't the good son anymore. I was the traitor, the one who betrayed them. And that's when I realized something important. For the first time in my life, I didn't have to play by their script anymore. I started ignoring every call, every message. I changed my number. I stopped checking the family group chat entirely. I thought they might back down after a while. I was wrong. One morning, I woke up to find a letter slid under my apartment door. No stamp, no envelope, just a single piece of paper with my dad's handwriting. It said, "You can't run from your family forever." That was the moment I knew this was going to escalate, and that if I didn't take control, they were going to try to pull me back in by force. A week later, it happened. I had just come back from a late evening run, earbuds still in, when I saw a familiar car parked across the street from my apartment building. My stomach dropped. It was Dad's. I almost turned around right there, but before I could react, the driver's door opened and he stepped out. Even from a distance, I could see the tightness in his jaw, the way his hands were balled into fists. "Evan." His voice cut through the quiet street, sharp enough to make a couple walking their dog turn their heads. "We need to talk." I didn't move. My heart was hammering, but at the same time, I felt a strange calm wash over me. I'd been waiting for this, hadn't I? Talk about what? I called back, my voice steadier than I expected. "You know what?" he said, walking toward me. "You think you can just disappear, sell the house, cut us off like we're strangers? You think that's how family works?" I glanced up at the windows of my building. A few lights were on. My neighbors might have been watching. For once, I didn't care. "I didn't cut you off," I said, taking a step toward him. "You did that the second you called me a loser and laughed about it behind my back." He stopped walking, just a few feet away from me now. His face was flushed, and there was something in his eyes I'd never seen before. Not just anger, but panic. "You're overreacting," he said finally, his voice lower now, but no less intense. "You sold the house we all loved. Do you understand how humiliating this has been for us? People are asking questions. What are we supposed to tell them?" I let out a bitter laugh before I could stop myself. "You mean your friends? The ones you bragged to about the house I paid for?" His jaw clenched. "Watch your tone." There it was, that old phrase he used to throw at me growing up, anytime I dared to push back. But this time, instead of making me shrink, it just made me stand taller. "No," I said quietly but firmly. "You don't get to talk to me like that anymore. You don't get to use my house, my money, my life as props to make yourself look good, and then call me worthless when I'm not around." For a moment, he just stared at me. I think he expected me to back down, to apologize like I always used to. But I didn't move. When he finally spoke, his voice was colder than I'd ever heard it. "This isn't over. You owe us an explanation. You owe this family something for what you've done." I shook my head slowly. "No, I don't owe you anything." His face went red, and for a second, I thought he might actually shout, but then he just turned on his heel and walked back to the car. He didn't slam the door, didn't peel away. He just sat there for a minute, engine running, before finally driving off. I stood there on the sidewalk long after the taillights disappeared, my chest tight. Part of me felt like I'd just won something. Another part of me felt like I'd just declared war. The next morning, I woke up to a text from my brother. "Dad's furious. Mom hasn't stopped crying. They said they're coming back tomorrow with the rest of the family. You need to be there when they arrive." I stared at the screen for a long time before typing back just 2 words, "Not happening." But deep down, I knew this wasn't going to end with a few texts and an argument in the street. If they were planning to come here, to force some kind of family meeting, then I needed to be ready. I spent the rest of the day thinking about every possible way this could go. I could ignore them, sure, but I knew them well enough to know that would just make them push harder. By nightfall, I'd made up my mind. I wasn't going to hide. The next day, I made sure to get home early. I sat in my apartment with the door locked, blinds drawn, waiting for the inevitable knock. When it finally came, 3 sharp raps, like a gavel, my stomach clenched, but I didn't move from the chair by the window. "Evan," Mom's voice called through the door, muffled but pleading. "Please open up. We just want to talk." I stayed silent. A moment later, Dad's voice came, harder, louder. "You can't ignore us forever. You're going to face this family whether you like it or not." I stood, walked slowly to the door, and put my hand on the knob. My heart was racing, but I wasn't scared this time. I was ready. I opened the door. And there they were, Mom, Dad, my brother, and even my aunt and uncle standing behind them like backup. The whole family, gathered in my hallway like some kind of tribunal. No one said anything at first. We just stood there, staring at each other. Then Dad stepped forward. "You're going to explain yourself," he said, his voice low but dangerous. "Right now." I took a step back and gestured for them to come in. If this was going to happen, it was going to happen on my terms. They filed into my apartment one by one, the air heavy with tension. My mom clutched her purse like a shield. My brother kept his arms crossed like he was already siding with Dad, and my aunt and uncle stood stiffly near the wall, clearly there as witnesses more than anything else. "Sit," I said quietly, motioning to the couch and chairs. To my own surprise, they actually did. I stayed standing. Dad leaned forward, elbows on his knees, staring at me like I was a defendant in a courtroom. "We want to know why," he said finally. "Why you sold the house. Why you blindsided us. Why you've turned your back on this family." I let out a slow breath. "You really want to know why?" "Yes," Mom said softly, her eyes wet. "We deserve an explanation." I laughed, not because it was funny, but because of how absurd it sounded. "You deserve an explanation? After everything you've said about me? After calling me a loser when you thought I couldn't hear?" Mom flinched. Dad's jaw tightened. "That was a private conversation," he said, his voice sharp. "Exactly," I shot back. "And you didn't think I'd ever know how you really feel about me. But I do now. And it changes everything." My brother shifted uncomfortably. "Evan, come on. You're making a huge deal out of one comment. Dad jokes like that all the time." "One comment," I said, feeling my voice rise for the first time. "You think this is about one comment? This is about years of being treated like I'm less than. Years of being told to be grateful, to just smile and let you take what you want, my time, my space, my money, because that's what a good son does. And I did it. I did it for years. But not anymore." My dad stood up now, towering over me, his face red. "You ungrateful little." "Don't," I said, cutting him off. My voice was calm, but it had an edge that made him pause. "Don't go there. I am not ungrateful. I gave you everything I could. I let you live in that house for free. I took care of it when you were gone. I made sure it stayed nice so you'd have somewhere to come back to. And you still laughed at me behind my back. You called me a loser. Well, the loser sold the house. The loser moved on. And the loser is done being treated like dirt." For a moment, the room was completely silent. You could have heard the clock ticking in the kitchen. Mom started crying then, whispering things like, "We didn't mean it," and "You've misunderstood us." But Dad wasn't backing down. "You've embarrassed this family," he said through gritted teeth. "People are talking. Do you have any idea how this makes us look?" "Good," I said flatly. "Maybe they'll stop seeing me as your free handyman and start seeing me as my own person." My uncle finally spoke up, clearly trying to diffuse things. "Maybe everyone needs to calm down. There's still time to fix this." "No," I said, turning to face him. "There's nothing to fix. The house is sold. The money's mine. And none of you get a say in what I do with it." That's when my brother snapped. "You're being selfish, Evan. We all counted on that house. You knew Mom and Dad needed a place to stay when they came back. How could you just take that away? Because it was never their house." I said, my voice shaking now. "It was mine. Mine. And I'm allowed to choose who lives in it. I'm allowed to choose who I open my door to. And I'm allowed to close it when people use me and call me worthless when they think I can't hear." I felt something in my chest loosen as the words came out, like I'd been holding my breath for years and was finally letting it go. Dad just stared at me, his face unreadable now. Then, after what felt like an eternity, he said, "If you walk away from this family, don't expect us to be there for you when you come crawling back." I smiled then, really smiled, for the first time in weeks. "That's the difference between us," I said quietly. "I don't need you to be there. I'm not crawling anywhere." I walked to the door and held it open. "We're done here." No one moved at first. Then Mom stood, tears streaming down her face, and walked past me without saying a word. My aunt and uncle followed, looking uncomfortable. My brother glared at me, but didn't speak. Dad was the last one to leave. He paused in the doorway, staring at me like he was memorizing my face. "You'll regret this," he said finally. "Maybe," I replied, "but at least the decision will be mine." And then he was gone. I stood there for a long time after the door shut, listening to their footsteps fade down the hall. My apartment felt impossibly quiet, but not in a lonely way, in a peaceful way. Over the next few weeks, the calls stopped. The texts stopped. Even the passive-aggressive posts on social media about disrespectful children stopped. It was like they'd all agreed to go silent at once. At first, I thought the silence would hurt. But instead, it felt like healing. I settled into my new place, started a new routine, and slowly realized how much lighter life felt without that constant weight of expectation pressing on me. And then, one afternoon, I got an email from my realtor, a simple one-line message that said, "Your funds have cleared." I stared at the number in my account, the result of selling that house, and for the first time, I felt completely free. I didn't buy another house right away. I traveled. I took a trip to Italy, something I'd always wanted to do but never felt I could justify. I started saying yes to things I used to put off because I was worried about being responsible for everyone else. Months later, I heard through a cousin that my parents had rented a small condo whenever they came back to town now, and that Dad was still bitter about the stunt I pulled. But I didn't feel guilt anymore, because it wasn't a stunt. It was me finally choosing myself. And that note I left on the counter? That was the truest thing I'd ever written. The family loser did this. And for the first time, being the loser felt like winning.